broken mechanical watch transformed the life of the hapless Fang Xu. This peculiar timepiece possessed the ability to discern treasures, as only the brilliance of true gems could set its hands in motion, while the reverse function could even rewind. Time itself. Chapter 1. The antique watch that reverses time. Fang Xu stared blankly at the silver creature resembling a squirrel perched innocently on the counter before him, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Who on earth told me that squirrels are strictly herbivorous? Merely half a minute ago, this seemingly innocuous silver squirrel had swallowed a high-quality soft jade pendant from the antique shop. For a young clerk like him, earning a meager salary of 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, this was tantamount to a substantial loss. He could scarcely afford to pay for it, even if it meant losing his trousers. The more Fang Xu pondered, the angrier he became. Just a few days prior, when he had found this little creature on the street, he had felt a thrill of joy, keeping it close merely to alleviate the boredom of watching over the shop. Who would have imagined it would devour a piece of jade? What on earth is this creature? He glanced at the jade powder scattered between its tiny legs, feeling a mix of anger and fear, even worrying whether this little rascal might suddenly find him more delectable than the jade and leap to take a bite. After finishing the pendant, the little creature fixed its gaze on Fang Xu. Observing his conflicted expression, it seemed to display a spark of intelligence, standing upright, wagging its tail, and inching closer to him in a manner that seemed almost endearing. "Don't come any closer." Fang Xu jumped back in fright, instinctively pushing away and flailing his arms. Having witnessed the little creature gnawing away at the jade like it was a pine cone, he dared not risk testing whether his flesh was to its liking. Yet, in his nervousness, he lost his footing and inadvertently scraped his hand against the sharp edge of the counter, causing a painful cut. It was no wonder he was so frightened. Although this little being did not exude the ferocity of a wolf or a tiger, the innate human fear of the unknown was ever present. It was only natural for Fang Xu to be taken aback after witnessing such an astonishing act. The little creature seemed to sense his trepidation, blinking its eyes, taking a small hop forward, and raising its tiny paws to hold up a watch above its head, continuously gesturing toward him. Fang Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonishment etched on his face that he could swear that just a moment, perhaps even less prior, there had been nothing in the squirrel's grasp. This watch had seemingly materialized out of thin air. No, it must have been cleverly hidden away. This incident had commenced a few days ago. Fang Xu had barely begun his shift when the shop owner, Sun Siki, had yet to arrive. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, an elderly gentleman clad in a tattered Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane, had approached him, claiming he wished to sell an antique passed down through his family for some money. Initially, Fang Xu had been thrilled, believing himself fortunate to stumble upon a treasure. However, upon seeing the elderly man's heirloom vintage watch from the 1980s, disappointment washed over him, and he shook his head, indicating that the shop did not accept such items. Yet, the old man, with tears streaming down his face, lamented that without money, he would starve. Moved by pity, Fang Xu, albeit reluctantly, had reached into his pocket and spent 200 yuan to purchase the trinket. But I distinctly recall it being tucked away in my pocket. When did it end up in this little creature's possession? Could it have stealthily snatched it while I was distracted, hiding it in its tail? Fang Xu regarded the fluffy, elongated silver tail, unable to suppress the thought. After waiting a moment and observing that the creature exhibited no signs of aggression, Fang Xu mustered his courage and reached out to retrieve the watch. The little creature interpreted this as a sign of forgiveness, raising the watch high and happily wagging its tail while chirping 2 cheerful notes. Seeing its endearing demeanor, Fang Xu sighed. "Alas, it seems I am out of luck since the item has already been consumed. I must find a way to compensate Sister Sunday." With this thought, a wave of frustration washed over him as he glanced down at the watch, only to realize that his blood had seeped into the stainless steel strap, leaving a faint crimson stain. The antique shop frequently dealt with scratches from artifacts, so they kept a good supply of medical supplies. Fang Xu paid little mind to the injury, fetching some alcohol to clean it, then applying a band-aid to the cut. After tending to his wound, he began cleaning the watch strap with alcohol-soaked cotton. However, after just a brief moment of wiping, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the watch. Beneath the slightly clouded glass cover, the bronze minute and second hands remained almost eerily static. Fang Xu noted that apart from the hour hand, which barely matched the time, the minute and second hands were lagging significantly. Determined to rectify the situation, he decided to adjust the time. As he had spent 200 yuan on it, it could not simply remain a decorative piece. Yet, after finally managing to pull the crown, he discovered that the watch could not be advanced. What a piece of junk! Frustration bubbled within him as he instinctively turned the crown counterclockwise, attempting to correct the time from the opposite direction. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. He twisted the crown. It felt as though the surrounding world had been placed on pause. This was no exaggeration. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, only to begin retracing its steps in the opposite direction. Yet, for Fang Xu, everything felt remarkably normal. He felt detached from the flow of time, his body mobile, mind clear, and all his senses functioning without any disruption. He witnessed a mosquito suddenly appear before him, hovering awkwardly for a moment before retreating, flapping its wings in reverse and vanishing at the entrance of the shop. He heard the cacophony of voices around him, accompanied by pedestrians retreating back through the shop's entrance. The minute hand of the watch wound back 15 minutes. Fang Xu turned his head in bewilderment, and then he heard the chirping of the silver squirrel. Looking down, he saw the little creature scampering up the edge of the counter, its eyes darting curiously, soon fixating on a carved dragon jade pendant displayed on the counter. It seemed intrigued, human-like in its mannerisms, swallowing hard before raising its paw to grasp the pendant. Fang Xu stood agape. Wasn't this the very pendant that the little creature had just consumed? How could it reappear? Dazed, his mind swirling, he momentarily forgot to act, watching in astonishment as the silver squirrel devoured the jade pendant entirely. Heavens, could it be that this watch? A thought suddenly sparked in Fang Xu's mind, causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, he turned the crown back slightly once more, this time 2 minutes. As expected, time once again froze in an unusual and peculiar manner, then began to rewind. A tea resumed its climb along the counter. Though astonished, Fang Xu did not lose sight of his priority. He quickly gathered the jade pendant he intended to clean and placed it in a box, hurriedly setting it on the display shelf at the back before the little creature could notice its absence. The little creature then jumped onto the counter, looking around, sniffing curiously, and chirping in apparent confusion as to where the object had vanished. Fang Xu, however, was unperturbed at this moment. His mind was in a state of tumult, entirely captivated by the watch in his hand. Given its extraordinary performances on 2 prior occasions, it seemed plausible that this artifact was indeed a remarkable treasure capable of reversing time. It is only natural to feel exhilarated upon making a discovery, and Fang Xu was no exception. He soon found himself immersed in the wonder of such mystical phenomena. As he conducted his experiments, time regressed repeatedly, ultimately reversing a total of 20 minutes, at which point the watch appeared to exhaust its capabilities abruptly, resuming its normal pace and beginning to move slowly again. Fang Xu, filled with regret, smacked his forehead, unable to suppress his disappointment at having squandered so many opportunities. Just as he found himself mired in uncertainty and inner conflict, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Sun Siki entered the shop, her heavy steps reverberating through the space. She carried a red handbag in her left hand, donned a pink long dress, and bore an expression of anger, her lips pursed in frustration as she muttered under her breath. She approached a chair in the shop's main hall and sat down, her pretty face clouded with displeasure, her arms crossed over her chest as she cast her gaze downward toward the coffee table, evidently in a foul mood. Fang Xu was taken aback. He stepped out from behind the counter and approached her, inquiring gently, "Sister Sun, what has happened?" This was the first time he had witnessed her in such a furious state normally. Sun Siki wore a constant smile, even when addressing beggars on the street, always maintaining a gentle demeanor. "I have been wronged." Sun Siki, in her mid-20s, perhaps still retaining some childlike innocence due to her inherently kind nature, began to vent her frustrations to him, pushing her bangs aside to clear her vision. "This morning, I made a special effort to rise early, intending to procure some new merchandise. However, upon arrival, the jade carving factory informed me that they wished to unilaterally terminate our contract and would no longer sell to me. I had no choice but to seek assistance from Master Fan at our shop, but that old man refused to help, declaring that he would no longer authenticate any items for us. Eventually, after inquiring around, I discovered that this entire situation was orchestrated by Hu Defa. He aims to expand his own business by sabotaging ours, attempting to suppress our treasure pavilion." As she recounted her grievances, Sun Siki's agitation intensified, and in her anger, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming a curse. Fang Xu listened with helplessness. As a mere clerk in the antiquities trade, he had little leverage to assist, and even if he wished to help, he lacked the necessary connections. He offered a few half-hearted words of consolation, but seeing her still sullen, he chose to remain silent and listen to her lament. Before long, however, a raucous laugh erupted from the entrance. "Ha ha ha, Boss Sun, how is business today?" It was Udefa, his rotund figure swaggering toward the shop with a triumphant grin. Upon noticing Sun Siki's furious glare, he feigned surprise, chuckling derisively. "Oh dear, I had forgotten that your treasure pavilion is on the brink of closure. What business could you possibly have? Come now, Don't wear such a vengeful expression, it's merely business competition. I merely hired your appraiser based on merit, right? Instead of being angry, perhaps you should consider your future strategies. Haha H.S. who Defa spoke. He caught sight of Fang Xu sitting nearby, smirking as he remarked, "Hey kid, a wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. Since Sun Siki's shop is about to collapse, let me offer you a way out. Come work for us at Wanbao Workshop, and he'll pay you 3 times what she does." "What do you say? Who Defa?" Sun Siki's face flushed with indignation, and she could not contain herself any longer, slamming her palm on the table in anger. "Do you have no shame? Trying to poach someone right in front of me?" Fang Xu, however, smiled and replied, "All right, 3 times the salary, you say? I'm in." The moment those words left his mouth, Sun Siki's expression shifted dramatically, her face revealing a mix of disappointment and disbelief as she looked at him. "Who Defa?" Feeling triumphant, laughed even more boisterously. "Good. I always keep my promises, you won't be shortchanged." Upon hearing this, Fang Xu's smile grew even brighter as he stood up and declared, "So, boss who, I currently earn 1 million a month. If you're offering 3 times that, it comes to 3 million. If there are no issues, shall we draft a written agreement?" Who Defa's face froze as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. With a heavy huff, he sneered, "Fine, let's see if you'll be laughing when your shop closes down. We'll see where you end up working then." With that, his bravado dissipated, and he turned on his heel and left. Fang Xu, "Thank you." Sun Siki expressed her gratitude with a smile, though her demeanor soon shifted to one of concern. "But things are not as simple as you think. While I can manage to source goods through acquaintances, losing Master Fan is a severe blow. He is the only appraiser we have in our shop, and with Udefa offering him 3 times the salary, I cannot find a replacement in the short term. If we receive business, but have no one to authenticate the items, losing money is the least of our worries. If our reputation is tarnished, we might truly face closure." As she spoke, Sun Siki's spirits sank even lower. "Do not worry, there will be a way," Fang Xu reassured her. "Sister Sun, I depend on you for my livelihood. If you give up, it'll be left to starve." Sun Siki could only shake her head with a bitter smile, prepared to respond, when once again, a voice echoed from the entrance to, "Is the boss in? I have an item I wish to sell." Chapter 2. Blinded by Ignorance. At this moment, Fang Xu, driven by curiosity, approached and cast a glance. When his hand inadvertently brushed against the jade artifact, he was suddenly taken aback. He paused momentarily, glancing at Sun Siki, and noticed her demeanor remained unperturbed, which only deepened his astonishment. "Is this light visible only to me?" Before he could fathom this revelation, he observed the minute hand of his watch, which had been frozen in time, suddenly spring forward by 5 minutes, only to hold again. Fang Xu was momentarily stunned, and an unexpected thought surged within him. This notion lacked any substantial basis. Strictly speaking, it was merely a fleeting conjecture. Yet, inspiration often strikes without warning, and what may seem implausible can align perfectly with reality. Fang Xu was a firm believer in intuition, and thus he resolved to put his theory to the test. While Sun Siki was engaged in conversation with another individual, Fang Xu hastily began to touch the various artifacts displayed in the shop. Not every item in the antique store was genuine. In fact, even the most discerning experts can occasionally err. Consequently, Sun Siki had created a wall dedicated to replicas, serving as a reminder to remain vigilant. Fang Xu leaned closer to a replica antique, placing his hand upon it, and indeed, the white light did not illuminate. He then shifted to a genuine artifact for his experiment, and this time, the white light burst forth, flooding into his watch, causing the minute hand to shift slightly. Overwhelmed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, he disregarded Sun Siki's presence and eagerly began testing the various items one by one. Through this endeavor, he discovered a new phenomenon. The intensity of the white light emanating from genuine items varied according to their value. The more precious the object, the more radiant the light. Conversely, jade artifacts emitted significantly less light than antiques. However, he could not deduce the reason behind this disparity. It seemed that any item that was not genuine, or lacked the accumulation of time, including craft pieces, would not produce any white light. Fang Xu speculated that this might be due to the watch's ability being contingent upon time, suggesting that objects that had undergone a prolonged period of existence would be more beneficial to the watch. Thus, could it be that this timepiece not only possessed the ability to rewind time, but also granted him an indirect talent for appraising treasures? He chuckled to himself, envisioning a future where he could become an even more formidable appraiser than Master Fan. As he pondered this, a foolish grin spread across his face. The individual clamoring to sell their heirloom was clearly in dire need of funds. Noticing Sun Siki's lack of interest, he not only refrained from leaving, but also insisted on lowering the price somewhat. Sun Siki, observing this with a wry smile, recognized the jade was indeed of good quality. However, as she was not a professional, she felt uncertain about its age, thus leading to a moment of hesitation regarding its valuation. Caught off guard, Sun Siki did not agree, but instead found herself even more hesitant. Having run the shop for quite some time, this was the first instance she encountered a customer willing to reduce the price to such an extent, prompting her to instinctively doubt her judgment and suspect she was being taken for a fool. She remained silent, while Fang Xu, who understood the authenticity of the item, grew increasingly anxious. He quickly interjected, declaring, "All right, we'll accept this item in our store." After saying this, he turned away, giving Sun Siki a series of meaningful glances. Sun Siki blinked and hesitated for a moment, considering that the amount was not substantial, and since Fang Xu had already made the commitment, she reluctantly agreed. Soon, Sun Xiu retrieved cash from a safe, and the two exchanged money for the item. The middle-aged man thanked them and hurriedly departed. Once he left, Sun Siki couldn't contain her irritation any longer and shot a reproachful look at Fang Xu, saying, "Why did you agree on my behalf just now? There's no experienced master in the store. What if we end up a loss?" Fang Xu chuckled, "Sister Sun, rest assured, we won't incur any losses. If there is an issue, I will personally cover the store's deficit." Sun Siki shot him a disdainful glance, her sharp tongue softened by her affection. "You're just a poor student. What do you have to compensate with? I'm not Huang Shuren." At that moment, Sun Siki, who was troubled by her lack of funds for sourcing new materials, felt a pang of reluctance. The appraisers at Jinyuzi charge exorbitant fees. Just to evaluate an item costs at least 10,000. It would be better to seek a familiar face later. Fang Xu was taken aback to discover that the usually generous Sun Siki could be so frugal, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Thus, he was quite certain that the item's value was undoubtedly significant. After a moment's deliberation, Sun Siki considered that seeking a familiar appraiser would also entail a fee and a favor owed. Given the current state of business in the shop, she decided to concede. "Fine, I'll follow your lead. Let's go take a look." With that, she tidied up, locked the store, and led Fang Xu out. As they prepared to leave, Fang Xu initially intended to leave the silver squirrel behind, but recalling its knack for consuming jade, he felt uneasy and decided to take it along. The little creature behaved well this time, climbing onto his shoulder and promptly falling asleep, remaining peaceful throughout their journey. The pair soon arrived at their destination and entered the VIP hall, intending to casually find a master for an appraisal. To their surprise, they encountered Hu Defa again. Indeed, Wanbei Fang was affluent. Hu Defa, accompanied by his assistant, clamored for Master Han, the leading appraiser at Jinyuzi, to authenticate an ancient painting, offering a substantial 10,000 as an appraisal fee up front. With such a hefty sum on the table, Jinyuzi naturally prioritized Hu Defa's request. Master Han, a middle-aged man with a beard, donned a tang suit and approached to examine the painting. Upon a brief inspection, he raised an eyebrow, took the item from Hu Defa's assistant without hesitation, and summoned the necessary appraisal tools to conduct a thorough examination. Before long, he set down the magnifying glass, lifted his head with a look of awe, and greeted Hu Defa with a respectful gesture. "Boss Hu, you truly are an old hand. May I inquire how much this Ming Dynasty 9 treasures painting cost you? Perhaps around 1 million? Hu Defa, catching the hint, smiled with satisfaction. "Does Master Han mean to say it is indeed a genuine article?" "Of course, it is genuine." Master Han nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Last year, Christie S. auctioned a Qing Dynasty imitation of a Ming Dynasty 9 treasures painting for 1 million. Yours, being an authentic piece, should command at least a starting price of 3 million. With a smile directed at Hu Defa, he added, "Congratulations, Boss Hu, on your substantial profit." "Ha ha ha. Well said, well said." Hu Defa laughed heartily, his confidence swelling. "Initially, I was skeptical when Master Fan claimed it was genuine, but with Master Han's appraisal, it must indeed be exceptional." As he spoke, he glanced around, somewhat boastfully, and soon spotted Sun Siki and Fang Xu standing at the staircase. Hu Defa paused momentarily, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Oh, isn't that Boss Sun from the Treasure Pavilion? What brings you here without your appraiser?" Reduced to seeking validation at the Golden Jade Studio, he continued, casually squeezing the walnut in his hand, feigning surprise. "Oh, I almost forgot, the only appraiser at your shop, Master Fan, now works at our Wanbei Fang. It's only natural you can't discern the value." Sun Siki's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched and fists balled. Fang Xu, unable to tolerate the mockery, interjected with a cold snort, If you're foolish, don't mistake ignorance for expertise. You think you're a boss? Pathetic truly. Hu Defa interpreted Fang Xu's retort as mere frustration and grew even more arrogant. Am I lacking discernment? Let us hear what Master Han has to say. Master Han, who had remained silent until now, nodded indifferently and began examining the piece. Ha ha ha. Hu Defa seized a moment to taunt, so what do you say? Who indeed lacks discernment? Fang Xu's expression remained unchanged, but he let out a cold laugh. What a golden jade studio. Such a fine treasure. Yet you deem it worthless? Truly a reputation built on sand. With a resounding clap, Master Han was incensed by Fang Xu's words. It was well known that clients who came to the Golden Jade studio held him in high esteem. He had never before endured such affront. His face turned ashen, and in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Ridiculous! You, a mere young fool, clutching such a trinket, dare to blame me for lacking insight?" The other waiting clients exchanged disdainful glances, interpreting Fang Xu's outburst as an attempt to deceive, now exposed by Master Han. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Realizing that arguing further within the confines of the Golden Jade studio was futile, Fang Xu, though seething, resolved to hold his temper. With a huff, he took Sun Siki by the hand, preparing to leave. At that moment, a voice resonated from the staircase, an elder's tone cutting through the tension. Little Han, after all these years, your discernment has not only stagnated but seems to have waned year by year. This statement caused an uproar, leaving the gathered guests in shock, unable to believe someone dared to speak thus to Master Han. The staff at the Golden Jade studio, initially poised to eject the intruder, were taken aback, their intentions thwarted by the unexpected turn of events. Hu's reaction mirrored his own, as he initially intended to scold Master Han, hoping to curry favor. However, upon seeing the newcomer, he too appeared as if he had seen a ghost, staring blankly. Chairman Chun. Hankachin, oh Hankachin, how many times have I advised you? When assessing authenticity, one must exercise caution. I lack your audacity to make such snap judgments. Fang Xu paused, suddenly sensing an air of familiarity about the man. The title of chairman was not merely a bureaucratic designation. This Director Chun was in fact a venerable elder of the Huaxia Ancient Treasures Appraisal Association, referred to as such for his past presidency. This stature was akin to that of a national master, far surpassing the esteemed Han. Oomph. Chairman Chun snorted coldly, turning to Fang Xu and his companion with a respectful gesture. Today's incident is the fault of Jinyuzi. I shall take responsibility. The appraisal fees for both of you are waived. I hope you will refrain from spreading this matter further. Upon hearing this, Fang Xu glanced at Sun Siki, who appeared somewhat dazed, and hastily nudged her with his elbow, urging her to acquiesce. However, before she could respond, a commotion echoed from the staircase. Uncle Chun, do not play the mediator. I shall cover their expenses. The newcomer was a young woman in her 20s, clad in a pink dress, carrying a single shoulder bag, her red high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Her eyes were strikingly pure, reminiscent of morning dew after rain, momentarily dazzling those who beheld her. With a delicate nose and bangs cascading down to frame her oval face, her swan-like neck, smooth and white as jade, gracefully accentuated her proud bosom as she descended the stairs, evoking an ethereal feeling akin to that of a celestial being in a painting. This was Fang Xu's first encounter with a woman even more beautiful than Sun Siki. She exuded a natural, ingrained air of pride, and as she surveyed her surroundings, even the typically arrogant Hu felt a twinge of unease, instinctively averting his gaze. Ching, what brings you here? Chairman Chen asked, a bemused expression crossing his face. This is your sister's establishment. You are stealing her thunder. I have long contended that Louis Wearer is ill-suited for business. Uncle Chun, please refrain from defending her. The girl retorted, pouting slightly. It has been over half a year, and the shop remains in this state. I feel embarrassed for her. Sun Siki, evidently familiar with this auction house, displayed surprise and excitement, ready to agree. Fang Xu, concerned for her interests, interjected swiftly. Miss Liu, we've been unaware of the item's value for quite some time. Could you enlighten us? It would aid our judgment. Lu Qingqing arched an eyebrow, appraising Fang Xu with a smile. Very well. She then turned her attention to Chairman Chun. Hu, overhearing this exchange, immediately darkened in expression. Yet Sun Siki's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, That's splendid. Let's proceed with Miss Lu's auction. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Qingqing felt equally pleased and promptly signaled for the contract to be brought forth. After both parties signed, she transferred 10% of the estimated value, amounting to 500,000 to Sun Siki. All parties left in high spirits, and, as she tapped her phone a couple of times, Fang Xu soon felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a notification for a money transfer. A user with the account number ending in 7899 transferred 250,000 yuan to your account, leaving you with a balance of 253,000 yuan. Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to Sun Siki. Sister Sun, this is a labor fee? Sun Siki, with an air of generosity, patted Fang Xu on the shoulder. Rest assured, you will also receive half of the proceeds from the auction. That is not what I meant, Fang Xu replied. His face flushed with embarrassment. One should not accept rewards without merit. This money is rightfully yours. Just focus on doing a good job. With the conversation reaching this point, Fang Xu, seeing Sun Siki's resolute demeanor, decided not to dwell on it further and nodded in gratitude, agreeing to her terms. He wheeled his bicycle outside, taking the silver squirrel with him. He dared not leave it in the shop, fearing the treasures it might consume by the next day. Fang Xu paused, glancing over at the little creature. Do you want me to follow you? The little one eagerly nodded. Surprised, Fang Xu hesitated for a moment before deciding to accompany it. The little creature led him forward, stopping beside a Volkswagen. It then leaped down from his shoulder, dashing to the trunk, scratching at the rear cover with its claws. Fang Xu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Please, I am a law-abiding citizen. Are you suggesting I pry open someone else's trunk? That is illegal. Yet, curiosity got the better of him as he peeked inside, and upon seeing no one was inside, he succumbed to the urge to investigate further. To his astonishment, the trunk was unlocked. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Inside the Volkswagen's trunk lay a woman in a state of unconsciousness. Isn't that by Kaching? Goodness. She's the belle of our school. How on earth did she end up in someone else's trunk? Fang Xu's disbelief was palpable as he observed Bai Kaching. Bound with ropes and her mouth taped shut, clearly a victim of abduction. During their time at school, he had hardly interacted with her. He only recognized her from photographs shared by a roommate during idle chatter, knowing her to be a wealthy and beautiful girl. His heart raced as he stood there, his expression shifting. Whoever had the audacity to kidnap Bai Kaching undoubtedly possessed considerable influence. Should he wade into this murky water and attempt to rescue her? As he pondered this, the silver squirrel, with interests evidently divergent from his own, chirped excitedly and leapt into the trunk, swiftly pulling off a gemstone necklace from around Bai Kaching's neck and presenting it to Fang Xu as if it were a treasure. Fang Xu was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated, and the watch's minute hand seemed to leap forward by 6 or 7 minutes. This object was indeed a treasure. Wait, was the little creature after this? Could it possibly sense treasures? He was taken aback, casting a peculiar gaze at the little one. Just then, Bai Kaching, still in a state of unconsciousness, seemed to have a nightmare, letting out a muffled sound. Fang Xu's attention was suddenly drawn to her. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately could not summon the resolve to turn away. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind to save her. At that very instant, a commotion erupted from around the corner. 2 men clad in black suits approached side by side, one of them cursing vehemently. Damn it, those thugs from the Alliance are utterly unreliable. They took the money but didn't see the task through. They were supposed to deliver the person, yet they left both the individual and the vehicle here, forcing us to come and fetch them ourselves. As he spoke, he looked up and spotted Fang Xu by the car. The 2 men were visibly taken aback, without uttering a word. They hastily drew short daggers from their pockets and advanced menacingly. One of them sneered, "Kid, blame yourself for seeing something you shouldn't have. Don't worry. Next year on this day, I'll burn some paper money for you." As the 2 men closed in, Fang Xu's face turned ashen. Why now of all times? Panic surged within him, making him instinctively retreat. In his haste, he accidentally struck his watch against the car, producing a sharp clink. For a moment, he was stunned. Then suddenly an idea struck him. How could he have forgotten about the watch? Regaining his composure, he swiftly turned the knob back 2 minutes. The scene before him began to rewind at a rapid pace. Without hesitation, he opened the trunk, lifted the unconscious Bai Kaching, and placed her securely against the bicycle. Then, like a man fleeing for his life, he pedaled away at breakneck speed. Just as he departed, the 2 men in black suits arrived. The same expletive-laden tirade echoed, but was abruptly interrupted by their surprise. Where's she? Weren't we told she was in the trunk? They cursed in disbelief, angered by the audacity of those thugs. Chapter 4. My dear, let's play a game too. Unbeknownst to Fang Xu, the 2 suited men were off to confront the thugs. He rode his bicycle into the bustling city center, feeling a semblance of calm wash over him, before stopping to call out to Bai Kaching. Perhaps the blow had been too severe, She showed no signs of waking. Faced with this, Fang Xu had no choice but to call the police. Before long, a police motorcycle arrived. A police officer dismounted, removing her helmet to reveal a charming face. To his surprise, she was a policewoman, and her beauty rivaled that of Bai Keqing, the campus belle. A few other officers followed behind her. She approached and inquired, "Did you report an incident?" Her gaze drifted to Bai Keqing in Fang Xu's embrace, and she froze momentarily, exclaiming, "Is that Keqing?" Fang Xu, taken aback, asked, "Officer, do you know her?" As a police officer, she possessed a basic ability to discern truth from falsehood. After hearing Fang Xu's explanation, she realized he was not lying. Gently, she took Bai Keqing from his arms and said, "You truly went out of your way for her. I must thank you on her behalf. Rest assured, when she awakens, I will inform her of everything that transpired." Fang Xu hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I merely happened upon the situation." The policewoman, with a smile, did not press the matter further. After jotting down a brief record, Fang Xu took his leave. His home was conveniently located on the pedestrian street, and he arrived swiftly. Upon entering, he was surprised to find guests in the living room. "Oh, uncle is here?" he remarked, noticing his uncle and aunt engaged in conversation with his parents. "Let me brew some tea for you." "No need." His uncle, Li Cheng, waved his hand in refusal before turning to Fang Xu's father, Fang Qingsong. "Brother-in-law, I've said quite a bit. Can you give a definite answer regarding the money? Are you willing to provide it or not?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Fang Qingsong's face as he glanced at his wife, Li Shufan, then replied with a wry smile, "You're asking for 3 years rent up front. Our family simply does not have that much money." Fang Xu's expression darkened upon hearing such a forceful demand. Li Cheng was a pragmatic businessman. Having noted that Fang Qingsong had recently recovered from serious illness and that their family finances were strained, especially with his daughter Fang Ye's high school tuition to consider. With Fang Xu still in his final year of college and lacking a stable job, Li Cheng was concerned about future payments, prompting him to demand an increase in rent while seeking to collect the entire amount in advance. Fang Xu, feeling a surge of anger, spoke sternly, "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for such excessive demands." "Oh dear, I almost forgot. You're in your 4th year now, and I hear you're merely interning at a rundown antique shop?" Ma Shanlan interjected mockingly. "You're not even doing as well as your cousin, who is a vocational school graduate. At least he manages a store and can earn a decent income." Fang Xu's expression darkened further. If not for his mother's presence, he would have been tempted to slap the woman. Containing his fury, he clenched his fist and stated firmly, "If we're not renting, we'll purchase the property outright. Just tell me how much you want." "Ha, purchase it? You?" Ma Shanlan scoffed, as if she had heard a joke. Fang Xu let out a cold laugh and replied, "You needn't worry. Just provide me with your bank account number. I will transfer you 200,000 as a down payment, and the remainder will be settled within a month upon signing the property transfer agreement." This was merely a pretext, as he had only 25,000 in his account. Paying the full amount was clearly out of reach. Li Cheng was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking Fang Xu was boasting. After studying him for a while and seeing his unwavering demeanor, he hesitantly provided his bank details. Without delay, Fang Xu pulled out his phone and initiated the transfer. Moments later, Li Cheng and his wife received the transfer notification, exchanging astonished glances, utterly surprised that Fang Xu could muster such a sum. Fang Xu, however, had no intention of remaining polite. He promptly ushered them out the door. As soon as they left, his parents, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold their tongues. Fang Qingsong was the first to speak. "Son, where did you get such a large sum of money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Being an honest man, Fang Qingsong instinctively worried that his son might have engaged in some unlawful activities. Fang Xu waved his hand dismissively, conjuring an excuse. "Mom, Dad, don't you know me? This money is my share from the antique shop." Fang Qingsong paused in confusion. "You, a mere counter attendant, received dividends from the shop?" Fang Xu rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless at his father's disdain for him. "Our boss has a kind heart, and since I've recently closed a significant deal for the shop, he rewarded me with some money." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingsong appeared enlightened, and a wave of excitement washed over him. He exchanged a glance with his wife, both of them marveling at how their son had grown. Fang Xu then transferred an additional 30,000 to his parents to facilitate their daily financial needs, retaining only 20,000 for himself. Remembering that his sister had wished for a new phone on her birthday last year, he felt that having the means now, he should treat his family well. Thus, he readily agreed and stepped out to a nearby store to purchase the latest model of a popular smartphone for her. The little girl was instantly overjoyed, hugging Fang Xu and showering him with affection, exclaiming praises for her brother. With their worries alleviated, the family enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After feeding a little squirrel, Fang Xu planned to take a stroll when he received a phone call. It was from a class representative, who informed him that the college had organized a spring outing for the following day, aimed at fostering connections among classmates before graduation, so they could maintain bonds even after entering society. Although Fang Xu was not particularly fond of such activities, he realized this would likely be the last opportunity to see his classmates, so he agreed to participate. He then called Sun Siki to request a day off, to which she readily consented. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, after preparing himself, Fang Xu set out for the meeting point. Many people had gathered, as it seemed his classmates shared similar sentiments, believing that, given their shared experiences, they should attend this final gathering. Consequently, when Fang Xu arrived, he was greeted by numerous tour buses and a throng of people. After some effort, he located his class's bus, and shortly after boarding, they set off. The spring outing was planned for the seaside, approximately 2 hours from the city. Fang Xu chatted with his classmates during the journey, and they soon arrived at their destination. While his spirits were high after an enjoyable ride, the mood was abruptly shattered by an unexpected voice. "Oh, isn't this our class's talented scholar? What brings you to the spring outing?" A bright yellow Lamborghini had pulled up beside the bus, and a young man emerged, casually draping his arm around a female companion while twirling his car keys, casting a mocking glance at Fang Xu. What irked Fang Xu was not merely the derisive words, but the presence of the woman beside him. This woman, Zhang Li, was his ex-girlfriend. In the first half of their senior year, upon learning that Fang Xu had not secured a good job and that the wealthy heir, Shen Haoqing, was relentlessly pursuing her, she decisively ended her relationship with Fang Xu to be with Shen. Now, as she listened to Shen's taunts, she showed no sign of nostalgia, coldly retorting, "Do you remember what I said when I left? No one would be foolish enough to date a loser like you, except out of pity. A university student working in an antique shop is truly a disgrace to our school." Shen Haoqing stood nearby, grinning with a particularly audacious air. He remarked, "All right, Lily, let us indulge in a game of beach volleyball. I have yet to see the new bikini you purchased." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's expression swiftly altered. She forced a smile, feigning shyness, and playfully nudged Shen Haoqing. How obnoxious, there are so many people around. Despite her words, she exhibited no trace of embarrassment as she shed her clothes and ran to the seaside with Shen Haoqing, clad in his beach shorts. Fang Xu, however, felt indifferent. He held no fondness for this materialistic woman. He was unconcerned, yet the classmates around him harbored different sentiments. This group evidently overthought the situation. Perceiving Fang Xu as a cuckold, casting sympathetic glances his way, their faces marked with pity, just as several familiar classmates contemplated whether to console him. A cheerful laugh suddenly pierced through the crowd. "Ah, Fang Xu, is that you? Darling, let us join in the fun." The entire beach fell momentarily silent. Fang Xu stared blankly at Bai Kaching's exuberant face, his mind swirling in confusion. What on earth is happening? Chapter 5, The Bet on Pearls. Fang Xu is no fool. Upon noticing Bai Kaching discreetly winking at him, he quickly grasped that she must have learned of his act of heroism the previous day. Sensing the awkward atmosphere surrounding him, she had deliberately come to his aid. Now that he understood it was all a performance, Fang Xu felt considerably more at ease. He cleared his throat, feigning composure, and replied, "Sounds great." Bai Kaching's smile widened even further as she took his hand and led him towards the beach. "Then let's play volleyball." She fetched a volleyball and indicated for Fang Xu to begin. Naturally, when a beauty extends an invitation, particularly one who has come to bolster his image, Fang Xu could not shy away. He employed his watch's time reversal ability several times and managed to grasp the basics, ensuring he could at least keep the ball in play. Of course, his performance was far from remarkable. Bai Kaching, clad in a vibrant orange swimsuit, showcased a figure that was strikingly alluring, even from across the net. It was evident to all present, as they watched her bounce with exuberance, that their focus was far from a game. Everyone regarded Fang Xu with envy, wishing they could take his place and engage with Bai Kaching. It was no small matter. Bai Kaching was notorious for her aloof demeanor at school, rarely exchanging more than a few words with the boys in class, and never showing any particular interest in any of them. Thus, witnessing her so intimately affectionate towards Fang Xu, referring to him as darling, ignited feelings of jealousy and admiration among their peers. Wow, Fang Xu has hidden his depths well. I've shared a dorm with him for 3 years and had no idea he was involved with Bai Kaching. One classmate exclaimed, "What is this? He always claimed to be single while working part-time with me. Was he just afraid of making me envious?" Another chimed in, "As if he wouldn't be jealous. TSK. If I had a girlfriend like Bai Keqing, I'd be willing to forfeit 20 years of my life. Roll away. Your face is riddled with acne. Anyone who sees it would surely be repulsed. The nearby classmates quickly began to murmur amongst themselves, and before long, their gazes towards Shun Haoqing transformed. TSK. Fang Xu is already in a romantic liaison with Bai Keqing. It is evident he could not have been spurned by Zhang Li, observing Shun Haoqing's nonchalant demeanor earlier. Could it be that he is merely a pawn in Fang Xu's game? This thought made everyone's expressions turn peculiar. Although Shun Haoqing remained oblivious to the fact that his peers regarded him as a mere substitute, he could not help but feel a pang of envy upon witnessing the affectionate interaction between Bai Keqing and Fang Xu. His family indeed possessed considerable wealth, placing them among the elite in the entire institution. Thus he was no stranger to romantic entanglements. During his junior year, the first encounter with Bai Keqing left Shun Haoqing utterly enchanted, prompting an unwavering pursuit that lasted an entire semester. However, despite her courteous demeanor, she remained indifferent, directly stating that they were incompatible. Heartbroken, he shifted his affections to others, leading to the incident of claiming Fang Xu's girlfriend, Zhang Li. Recollecting the past and contrasting Bai Keqing's drastically different treatment of Fang Xu stirred a tumult of emotions within him, igniting feelings of frustration and resentment. Consequently, he lost interest in showcasing his prowess in volleyball alongside Zhang Li, tossing the ball aside and disregarding her mortified expression as he departed the beach. Casting a glance at Bai Keqing, who was reveling in her time with Fang Xu, he scoffed, striding over to where the crowd had gathered. He clapped his hands to capture their attention, and then proclaimed, "It is rare for us to be gathered so completely. Opportunities for such meetings will diminish. Merely frolicking on this beach holds little appeal. My family operates a pearl farm nearby. Thus, I shall treat everyone today to a pearl gambling experience, where all shall enjoy a 50% discount. Should any of the pearls be particularly striking and you wish to part with them, I would gladly purchase them at full price. As fellow students, consider this a gesture of goodwill. What do you say? Gambling on pearls is a rarity, and though they were all university students, few had witnessed such an event. Hence, Shun Haoqing's invitation piqued their interest, and soon several individuals expressed their eagerness to attend. Quickly, the majority decided to join in the venture. Observing their enthusiasm, Shun Haoqing smirked and turned to Fang Xu, feigning benevolence. Fang Xu, as fellow classmates, you cannot miss out on this collective activity. Upon hearing this, Fang Xu realized Shun Haoqing harbored ulterior motives, likely intending to embarrass him at the location. Initially reluctant to acquiesce, he was unexpectedly supported by Bai Keqing, who interjected, "That sounds splendid. I was just thinking of purchasing a pearl necklace. This will certainly simplify matters." As she spoke, she maneuvered past the volleyball net and took Fang Xu's hand, adding, "Darling, shall we go take a look?" Faced with Bai Keqing's insistence, Fang Xu, albeit unwilling, ultimately conceded, unable to deny her request. As they journeyed along, Fang Xu contemplated several times whether to inquire about Bai Keqing's circumstances after his departure the previous day. However, Shun Haoqing buzzed around like an incessant fly, disregarding Zhang Li, and engaged in endless chatter, leaving Fang Xu with no opportunity to speak. The pearl farm belonging to Shun Haoqing was not too far away. They reached the location in merely about 10 minutes on foot. Nestled behind the beach, upon entering the farm, Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback. The aquaculture pond stretched over 100 acres, with extensive nets sprawling across the sandy shore, where several workers were busy rowing boats. A brief glance at the shore revealed a plethora of nets, most containing palm-sized oysters, amplifying Fang Xu's perception of Shun Haoqing's affluent family background. Adjacent to the pond stood several buildings adorned with white ceramic tiles, where stylishly dressed men and women occasionally emerged, pearls in hand. Presumably the gambling venue Shun Haoqing had mentioned. Shun Haoqing called out at the entrance, and soon someone appeared to guide them inside, leading them to an open hall devoid of a roof. The hall was filled with freshly harvested oysters, available for anyone to choose. Shun Haoqing gestured towards the oysters scattered across the floor, stating, "I've already arranged for the payment. It's half price." He cast a slightly provocative glance at Fang Xu, adding, "But it must be cash." Fang Xu chose to ignore Shun Haoqing, glancing at his watch with a hint of playful mockery. Approaching the oysters, he gently touched a few, and as expected, the white light that had manifested during his interaction with antiques reappeared, gradually flowing into his watch. However, perhaps due to the significant disparity in value, the light, though present, was notably dim, and the watch's hands barely moved after absorbing the white glow. Noticing Fang Xu's actions, Shen Haoqing scoffed, I say. Some people should refrain from touching if they're not buying. If you break something, you won't be able to afford it. Being classmates. Shen Haoqing was well aware of Fang Xu's family situation. In fact, his decision to provoke Fang Xu was deliberate, aiming to create an embarrassing moment for him. Thus, he eagerly seized the opportunity to ridicule him. Fang Xu chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in debate, and continued to explore other oysters. Soon, he distinguished one among the shorter selections that emitted a stronger white light. Holding the oyster in his hand, he turned to the nearby staff and inquired, "How much for this one?" 10,000. The staff member replied, glancing at Shen Haoqing. "I'll take it." Fang Xu nodded, then produced his phone. "Let us transfer. Half price, 5,000, correct?" Shen Haoqing was taken aback that Fang Xu could indeed afford to gamble on pearls, dismissing him as merely putting on a facade. He sneered, "We're all classmates here. Don't say I didn't warn you. Just take a look at what you've chosen. It's hideous and small. If you lose, don't come crying to anyone." Before Fang Xu could respond, Bai Keqing, who had remained silent until now, could no longer tolerate Shen Haoqing's remarks. With a huff, she directed her gaze towards him. "As if you possess any expertise. How can you be so certain he won't find a good pearl?" Upon hearing Bai Keqing defend Fang Xu, Shen Haoqing felt a surge of irritation and coldly retorted, "I can indeed be certain. If this thing manages to yield something exceptional, I will be willing to consume this oyster shell myself." "That is what you asserted." Fang Xu chuckled heartily and promptly instructed the nearby staff, "Open it." Upon seeing this, the worker hurriedly fetched a pry tool and, with a few deft motions, pried the oyster open. Immediately, he exclaimed, "How large!" The attention of everyone present was instantly captivated as he delicately probed inside, extracting a magnificent golden pearl. He then measured it with a ruler, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he declared, "My goodness, it measures 16 millimeters." A curious classmate, unable to contain themselves, inquired of the worker, "How much is this worth?" The worker glanced at his employer, hesitating before responding, perhaps around 20 to 30,000. In truth, he was being considerate of Shen Haoqing's reputation. It is well known that pearls larger than 14 millimeters are considered treasures. This one, measuring a full 16 millimeters and of excellent quality, should fetch at least 40 to 50,000. Shen Haoqing's expression turned sour, akin to having consumed something distasteful. The onlooking classmates, upon hearing this, could no longer suppress their laughter. Infuriated and humiliated, Shen Haoqing retorted, "What is so impressive about a mere 16 millimeters? Allow me to show you what a true treasure looks like." With that, he turned to the staff and commanded, quickly, "Bring me more oysters. I too wish to uncover pearls." Chapter 6. A Profitable Venture. Given that these were his own oysters, Shen Haoqing felt no remorse as he began to pry them open. In no time, he had opened nearly 100 oysters. 14 millimeters. This one is 15 millimeters. Behold, I have produced a 16 millimeters. Laughter erupted as the staff reported their findings in succession. It is widely acknowledged that black pearls hold a fluctuating market value. Yet the one unearthed by Shen Haoqing was of particularly exquisite appearance, certain to command a staggering price if sold. This revelation sparked a commotion within the aquaculture facility, drawing in other visitors eager to witness the rare black pearl for themselves. Seeing this, Shen Haoqing felt an overwhelming sense of pride and laughed heartily at Fang Xu, asking, "What do you think? Are you convinced?" Fang Xu nearly burst out laughing, looking at him with a smirk as he directly replied, "Fool." Without waiting for Shen Haoqing to retaliate, he adjusted the knob on his watch. At that moment, the workers, having received Shen Haoqing's orders, were just bringing over the specially selected oysters. Fang Xu stepped forward, pointing at the large oyster that had yielded the black pearl, and declared, "Wait a moment. I want this one." The gamble on pearls hinges on the size of the oysters, and the one Fang Xu selected was extraordinarily large, nearly the size of 2 adult hands. Thus its price would certainly be steep. Shen Haoqing was reluctant to sell it to him. He felt a connection to this oyster, believing it might yield something remarkable. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that his seasoned workers often misjudged oysters, while Fang Xu was an outsider with little knowledge. Embracing the notion of letting him embarrass himself, Shen Haoqing sneered, "Do you have that much money?" The workers accompanying him rolled their eyes and added, "This one is worth at least 20,000. Their words were nothing short of condescension, taking advantage of Fang Xu's lack of expertise. Regrettably, he had just witnessed the emergence of a black pearl from the oyster, and how could he possibly hesitate to part with a meager sum? Without a moment's pause, he retrieved his phone and transferred funds to the aforementioned account. The money was sent. Most of the classmates present wore expressions of amused anticipation, convinced that Fang Xu's streak of luck could not endure for long. Tossing down 20,000, he would likely lose all the money he had just earned. Oomph. Shun Haoqing felt a twinge of displeasure, unable to fathom why Fang Xu, once impoverished during their school days, now seemed so affluent. However, with the prospect of profit and risk avoidance, he could hardly object. Cursing inwardly, he gestured for the workers to hand over the oyster. Yet, he soon realized that the true fool was himself. Upon receiving the oyster, Fang Xu wasted no time. He grabbed a pry knife and, emulating the workers, began to open the shell. Unsurprisingly, 3 exquisite black pearls emerged, each measuring 16 millimeters. "My goodness, it's a black pearl," a worker exclaimed. Instantly, a commotion ensued, reminiscent of earlier events, as throngs of people rushed over to request photographs. Fang Xu, unbothered, casually allowed them to take pictures. Meanwhile, those classmates who had previously doubted Fang Xu's fortune were now consumed with envy and regret, lamenting why they hadn't purchased the oyster themselves. "If it had been me who bought it, I would have struck it rich," everyone thought. In stark contrast, Shun Haoqing was nearly driven to madness. He could hardly believe that a moment's hesitation had cost him such a windfall for Fang Xu. "This should have been mine." The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Feeling as though his blood was boiling, his head throbbing, and he began to urge the workers to open more oysters. Unfortunately for Shun, having tasted success, Fang Xu was not about to be courteous. He activated his watch, continuously rewinding time after Shun Haoqing revealed valuable finds. "I'll take this one. And that one as well. No, not this one, the one beside it, yes. How much is this? 5,000? Fine, set it aside. Let us make it a round number. I'll take this one too." Fang Xu kept purchasing, and soon he had exhausted his funds. Ultimately using the first 16 millimeters pearl as a form of payment, barely managing to settle the bill. Even so, he had amassed dozens of pearls. These were not trivial items. The oysters he acquired through time manipulation were all of exquisite quality, measuring over 14 millimeters, collectively worth nearly $1 million. Even under these circumstances, Shun Haoqing was on the brink of insanity. These oysters were the creme de la creme from the farm. In previous years, they would typically yield 10 or more pearls exceeding 16 millimeters, not to mention some breeding stock among them. Yet, after all this, aside from the few earlier finds, nothing of value remained. When he calculated that the oysters he had impulsively opened could have earned him 50 to 60,000 from customers, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. Fang Xu, taken aback, quickly waved his hand. "How could I accept this? What are you talking about? You saved my life." "I have yet to thank you," Bai Kaching replied with a smile. He spoke, and upon seeing Bai Kaching, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sly grin. "Ah, it seems I was overly concerned. Please, continue your conversation." It was Bai Kaching's first attempt to befriend a young man, and she was taken aback by his rejection. After a brief moment of surprise, she regarded Fang Xu with a more playful gaze and nodded, saying, "Very well. Hand me your phone." Fang Xu hesitated for a moment, perplexed, before handing it over. Bai Kaching took it, pressed a few buttons, and, glancing at Fang Xu's close friend beside them, flashed a smile. "I've just changed my phone number. I've saved it for you. Take care on your way." Fang Xu breathed a sigh of relief, eager to prompt his friend to leave. It was impossible to claim he had no feelings for Bai Kaching. Yet yesterday's events made him realize that not only did they inhabit different worlds, but her enemies were likely formidable individuals. As an ordinary civilian, it would be wise to refrain from entangling himself with her. As they walked, his roommate appeared to be consumed by curiosity, incessantly probing into Fang Xu's relationship with Bai Kaching, occasionally marveling at how Fang Xu, who seemed so unassuming, possessed such remarkable charm with women. When it became clear that Fang Xu was reluctant to discuss these matters, his friend shifted the topic to how he intended to handle the black pearl. Fang Xu glanced at him and replied, "Naturally, I plan to sell it." His friend shot him a disapproving look and said, "In my opinion, why not take it to a jewelry store and have it made into a necklace? You could then gift it to Bai Kaching for her birthday." "Oh, are you aware her birthday is approaching?" Fang Xu thought to himself that he had no idea, and besides, they were not truly a couple. If he were to give it to her, not only would he feel reluctant, but Bai Kaching would likely misunderstand his intentions as well. Thus, he shook his head in refusal. His friend widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "No way. She even called you dear, and you can't part with it?" After saying this, he regarded Fang Xu with a look of resigned solitude. Fang Xu, annoyed, playfully punched him. "Just drive the car." Upon returning home, Fang Xu used pliers to open the oyster and began to gather the pearls. The next day, he arrived early at work, only to find Sun Siki engaged in conversation with a police officer. This officer, none other than Bai Keqing's close friend, recognized Fang Xu from their previous encounter and greeted him warmly. She then produced a photograph and began her routine inquiry. This group is composed of tomb raiders, and we've received reports of their presence nearby. Have either of you seen them? Sun Siki shook her head and looked towards Fang Xu. Seeing there was no further information, the officer soon departed, but not before introducing herself as Chun Shui and encouraging Fang Xu to spend more time with Bai Keqing, which left him somewhat embarrassed. Subsequently, Fang Xu turned to Sun Siki. Sister Sun, I acquired a batch of pearls yesterday, all of which are over 14 millimeters in size, including several black pearls. Could you assist me in selling them? Sun Siki paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Well done, young man. Have you struck it rich? Just lucky, Fang Xu replied, showing her the photographs he had taken. If the pearls appeared as splendid in reality as they did in the pictures, they would be worth at least 100,000. He planned to contact Lu Qingqing to arrange a sale together. Sun Siki agreed, noticing Fang Xu's intention to change his work attire. She quickly said, don't bother with that. Today, the stone gambling venue in the southern suburbs has just received new Burmese stones. Come take a look with me. Fang Xu understood that she was still searching for a source of stones and wanted to try her luck, so he consented. The two soon traveled in Sun Siki's BMW Mini, but upon arrival, they encountered Hu Defa, accompanied by a throng of sycophants. This fellow seemed to harbor resentment after Fang Xu had embarrassed him a few days prior at Jinyuzi. Upon seeing the two, he began to mock. Oh, boss son, has your antique shop nearly gone bankrupt? Do you still have money to gamble on stones? TSK, be careful not to go broke. Sun Siki's expression darkened immediately. Hu Defa, infuriated, shouted, do you think you're some kind of oracle? Can you predict the future? If you have the guts, let's gamble. If I uncover Jade, what will you say then? Fang Xu glanced at his watch, chuckled confidently, and replied, I am known for my unwavering accuracy. If I say you won't find anything, you certainly won't. If you do manage to uncover something, I'll swallow that stone skin. Chapter 7. Stone Gambling. Hearing this, Hu Defa felt that Fang Xu was not merely boastful. He was intrigued by the challenge. He casually adjusted his attire, smirking disdainfully. All right, I'll see how you handle this. If I find something, you'd better swallow that skin. If not, I'll have someone feed you. Fang Xu merely smiled and chose to ignore Hu Defa, whispering something to Sun Siki. After Hu Defa left, Sun Siki, with a worried expression, asked Fang Xu, did you speak too boldly? What if? Fang Xu shook his head, reassuring her, don't worry, Sister Sunday. There are precedents for this. Well, have I ever let you down? It was only upon entering the stone gambling venue that Fang Xu truly grasped the meaning of opulence. Everyone present was a business magnate, their faces radiating confidence. They appeared to be familiar with one another, smiling broadly, yet each harbored their own schemes, eager to witness the folly of others. Fang Xu felt somewhat out of place in such an environment, with Sun Siki leading the conversation. Moreover, as no one recognized him, he had ample opportunity to observe the dynamics of the gambling venue, as well as the behaviors and expressions of various individuals. This was also a strategic move on his part, although Fang Xu exuded confidence. Attempting to leverage his watch to reverse time and amass wealth would not be a straightforward endeavor. After all, some matters cannot be left to chance. They require genuine skill and substance. Just as the event was about to commence, he noticed the composed Hu Defa boasting confidently to others. However, upon spotting Fang Xu and Sun Siki, his smile quickly faded and morphed into scorn. Fang Xu could hardly be bothered to cast a glance at Hu Defa, and instead suggested to Sun Siki that they explore other areas, expressing his curiosity about this gathering of the affluent. Sun Siki readily agreed, explaining the intricacies of stone gambling while pointing out various photographs adorning the walls of the hall, each capturing the moment of high-quality jade being unveiled. In essence, the practice of stone gambling revolves around a singular concept: risk. The phrase one cut may lead to poverty, while another may usher in wealth, aptly encapsulates the precarious nature of this endeavor. Prior to the extraction of jade, the raw stones are enveloped in a thick layer of weathered skin, rendering any immediate assessment of their quality virtually impossible. Thus, one must rely entirely on intuition and, to put it plainly, experience. However, this experience is not something that can be acquired overnight. Even Sun Siki, who has operated an antique shop for an extended period, remains uncertain of her own capabilities. In contrast, while Fang Xu has heard tales of stone gambling, he has yet to experience it firsthand. Subconsciously checking his watch, he smiled at Sun Siki and inquired, Sister Sun, Do you think we might strike it rich today? Sun Siki responded with a bittersweet smile. These raw stones have all been transported directly from Myanmar. Those who have come here are merely testing their luck. No one could definitively state how much they will profit. Fang Xu, unfazed, smiled serenely as the crowd in the hall shifted their attention to a specific area, causing the noise to dissipate. The staff presented a batch of sealed raw stones, marking the commencement of this grand gambling event. Today, fortunes could be made or lost in an instant. But Fang Xu felt no trepidation. He eagerly pulled Sun Siki along with him. Silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on the batch of raw stones. Some exhibited a hint of green hue, inciting palpable excitement among the attendees. In accordance with industry customs, those who bid highest would have the privilege of selecting first. The event officially commenced, and a voice rang out, "I will go first." It was Defa, exuding confidence as he quickly located Sun Siki amidst the throng. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Sun Boss, it seems your luck is about to run out. Allow me to give you a head start. Have your little assistant keep her eyes peeled, for tonight's dinner will be a stone skin feast. Don't say I'm stingy for not even sharing the skin." Defa's boisterous laughter was met with discontent from Sun Siki, though she opted to remain silent, allowing him to test the waters first. Should he suffer a loss, there would be time enough for laughter later. Standing calmly beside Sun Siki, Fang Xu observed Defa with an impassive expression as he prepared to make his move. Defa's confidence was not unfounded. As an insider, he possessed a certain perceptiveness. With a single cut, a glimmer of green light emerged. However, rather than selecting a stone that had already revealed its green skin, he confidently purchased a piece of average quality. The moment the blade met the stone, his excitement was palpable. Yet, as the raw stones gathered on the table, Fang Xu, who had approached, had already absorbed the jade's radiant glow contained within his watch. This time, he had ample opportunity to demonstrate that within this batch of rough material, genuine treasures were certainly in abundance. Fang Xu had vowed not to let Defa uncover a piece of jade, and in that instant, he activated his watch, freezing time. Just at the moment before Defa could speak, Fang Xu took the initiative. "Let us dispense with pleasantries, and I shall first test the waters on behalf of my esteemed seniors. This shall be my choice." With that, he selected the rough stone previously chosen by Defa, which appeared rather ordinary in quality. At first glance, the quality of rough stones often seems similar. However, upon closer inspection, one could distinctly identify the varying hues. As for Defa's selection, it was only through the images captured while Fang Xu absorbed the precious light that he could ascertain the presence of genuine green jade within. It is essential to note that merely judging from the exterior, one cannot discern whether the stone contains jade. Often, the first cut may reveal green, yet it does not guarantee the existence of valuable material inside, and it may even be entirely devoid of substance. Nonetheless, when Fang Xu chose this particular rough stone, the majority present exchanged whispers of surprise, generally perceiving him as overly bold for making such a decision without careful consideration. Even Dahua could not restrain his mockery, remarking, "You are blissfully unaware of your own ignorance. Should it turn out to be worthless, I am eager to see how you will justify your choice." In the face of Defa's scornful jibes, Fang Xu remained unfazed. With the very first cut, he transformed the expressions of all present. "Look, it's green. Let us continue and see if there is more." The atmosphere became electrified, marking a splendid beginning. Naturally, Fang Xu was unperturbed, but for Sun Siki standing beside him, each cut felt like a stab to her heart. Had it not been for Fang Xu's fervent confidence, she would have hesitated to act until others had scrutinized the stone first. Yet, given her own limited discernment, she could not determine whether Fang Xu's rough stone held any value. She approached the situation with a mindset of cautious experimentation, prepared to allow Fang Xu to step aside and learn if it proved fruitless. Unexpectedly, within a remarkably brief selection period, the rough stone chosen by Fang Xu revealed a translucent jadeite. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was indeed a triumphant start, and everyone regarded the young man with admiration. However, Defa could not help but snort disdainfully. Pure luck. Prepare to witness what it truly means to be outdone. Be ready to fulfill your boasts. A surge of unrecognized anger welled up within Defa. As soon as Fang Xu finished speaking, he resolutely selected a rough stone slightly smaller than the previous one. "This will do. Have it cut." Observing Defa's determination, Fang Xu secretly smiled. Although he had a fair idea of which rough stones contained valuable material, he intended to provoke Defa further relishing in his frustration, which he hoped would also ease Sun Siki's vexation. Wait a moment. Fang Xu interjected at an opportune time. All eyes turned towards him, puzzled by his intent, while Fang Xu fixed his gaze on Hu Defa and asked, "Boss Hu, are you truly certain? No change of heart?" Hu Defa spat contemptuously, his expression darkening. "Do I need your reminder when selecting stones? Just keep your mouth shut and watch." Fang Xu smiled silently, fully aware of the underlying tension. At that moment, Hu Defa's demeanor grew increasingly grave, as no one observed his urgency as acutely as he did. Perhaps it was the embarrassment of being mocked by a junior that gnawed at him. The mere thought was insufferable. "Exercise caution. Do not harm my precious jade. I shall handle this myself." Yet, despite the urgency displayed by Hu Defa, he fell short once more. With the first stroke, no green appeared. The second yielded nothing as well. It was nearly an established conclusion when Fang Xu, arms crossed, aptly remarked, "Boss Hu, it's a common occurrence for those of advancing years to misjudge. No worries. Please proceed. I have faith in you." Hu Defa remained silent, his demeanor darkening instantly, soon adopting an expression that suggested he wished to buy up all the rough stones in sight. "Damn it, I refuse to be defeated." After several attempts, even when jade was genuinely present, Fang Xu had snatched it away with the aid of his watch. For those stones devoid of treasure, Fang Xu merely observed, inviting Sun Siki to witness the spectacle. Indeed, Hu Defa's frantic and comical demeanor was quite the source of amusement. Finally unable to contain herself, as Hu Defa again experienced the sting of disappointment, Sun Siki interjected, "Boss Hu, having engaged in dealings with you for so long, I always believed you to be astute and capable. Yet today, it seems you have succumbed to a mere collection of stones. Alas, it appears that having high aspirations but lacking the requisite skills can indeed be quite challenging." With that, Sun Siki chuckled softly, grasping Fang Xu's arm, whispering, "Those individuals will soon make their move. I must take a gamble. If I lose control, kindly intervene as necessary." Chapter 8. Treat me to a lavish meal. Fang Xu raised an eyebrow slightly, ultimately refraining from comforting Sun Siki, for he understood that true joy arises from surprises, not mere words of consolation. He simply remarked to Sun Siki, "Sister Sun, you seem to have staked the fate of our antique shop on this endeavor. Are you not concerned it may all come to naught?" Sun Siki offered a wry smile. In business, a modicum of courage is essential to endure in this field. However, it's wise to leave oneself a retreat. Hence, I requested that you advise me to desist should the situation turn unfavorable. Fang Xu nodded with a smile, his gaze calm and unwavering. Although the initial phase was merely a prelude, Fang Xu acknowledged Hu Defa's discernment to some extent. However, the jade he had acquired from Hu Defa's selections could hardly be considered of remarkable quality. While it may not be as rare as the he sure buy, if he did not secure a significant profit today, Fang Xu had no intention of withdrawing. It is said that one must read the expressions of others. Jade can be classified into several grades, primarily based on hue. The finest specimens appear lush and vibrant, enticing even those untrained in the craft to nod in genuine admiration. In contrast, lesser varieties often display a dull, lackluster quality. Currently, Fang Xu possessed 3 pieces of jade, all extracted from the rough stones chosen by Hu Defa. Upon making a simple comparison, Sun Siki found herself neither gaining nor losing, but the main event was yet to unfold. Fang Xu's brief remarks were insufficient to sway her into making a significant investment in a fiercely contested rough stone. He merely seized the opportunity to purchase those less conspicuous stones that Hu Defa had overlooked. In the present day, few insiders dare to take bold risks or venture down unconventional paths. Most are merely eager to acquire promising raw stones, competing fiercely to offer high prices. However, the current batch of raw stones spared them from this hassle. Were it not for Fang Xu's singular focus on Hu Defa, he might have eagerly accepted even the most dazzling raw stones illuminated by the radiant white light of the watch. Fortunately, these undoubtedly valuable stones remain largely undiscovered. Even when positioned in plain sight, many would hesitate to purchase them. Meanwhile, Hu Defa, having incurred successive losses, was seething with rage, glaring at Fang Xu and gritting his teeth. "Mark my words, this time, you will reap what you sow." Fang Xu was unfazed and remained calm. Spreading his hands with a smile, "Be my guest." Hu Defa rubbed his hands together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a display of anxiety that pleased Fang Xu immensely. However, the time on the watch demanded attention. Today was merely a lesson for Hu Defa, with the primary objective being to allow Sun Siki to savor victory. Soon, All the raw stones that had been transported were sold out. But Hudefa's complexion had turned ashen. He cursed himself for being cursed, nearly descending into hysteria. Had it not been for his pride, he might have wished to burrow into the ground to escape. In stark contrast, Sun Siki, with each selection of a raw stone, found her resolve bolstered, only to be met with Fang Xu's admonitions. Sister Sun, this one won't do. Buy that one. Sister Sun, your eye is sharp. This one should have potential. Back and forth, Sun Siki seemed to possess the Midas touch, prompting Hudefa to lose his composure. As Sun Siki's gaze fixated once more, Hudefa suddenly let out a low growl, snatching a raw stone in the direction of her focus. Damn it! Will this one work or not? Just as he was about to act, Fang Xu swiftly intervened. Boss Hu, that's rather unsporting of you. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by Fang Xu, who would not grant Hudefa an opportunity for redemption, asserting, "This is clearly the one my Sister Sun had her eye on. You wouldn't dare." Silence. Do I need to snatch what Sister Sun desires? What a joke. Hudefa bellowed. I never said that. Wouldn't you be confessing to your own guilt? In an instant, Sun Siki smiled, striving to maintain her composure while her tone dripped with mockery. Little Fang, look at how pained Boss Hu is from his losses. Let us show some kindness and give him a chance. Fang Xu smirked, replying, very well, since Sister Sun has spoken, as her humble assistant, I shall refrain from interjecting. Sun Siki shot Fang Xu a playful glare, her smile unwavering, then turned to Hudefa. Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Fang Xu suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Hudefa and shaking his head. Oh dear, this is too amusing. You, a dignified boss, are too intimidated to seize the opportunity just because Sister Sun is a woman. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Sister Sun, quick, support me, or I'll laugh myself into a fit. Sun Siki could hardly contain herself, assisting Fang Xu while playfully exclaiming, You mischievous rascal. Fang Xu, covering his mouth, yet unable to conceal his eyes that betrayed him, found himself in a precarious situation. Hudefa, noticing the crescent shape of Fang Xu's eyes, was incensed. His ire evident as he raged. If it weren't for the misfortune I encountered today, would I allow you, this scoundrel, to ride roughshod over me? Fang Xu, regaining his composure, suddenly raised his thumb towards Hudefa and said, Boss Hu, the Yangtze River's waves push forward the previous ones. I sincerely apologize for putting you in a difficult position. It was unintentional, truly unintentional. Upon hearing this, Hudefa could no longer contain his fury, his eyes widening in anger as he pointed at Fang Xu, declaring, I have said it before, today you shall taste the bitterness, and you will. Fang Xu shrugged helplessly, replying, I would gladly admit it, but perhaps you should keep this for yourself to digest. Look, Sister Sun has laid out several right here. Would you care to sample them while they are still warm? Fang Xu, reveling in his teasing, was cautioned by Sun Siki, who whispered urgently, You little rascal. No one to back off. This old fox may become enraged and act unpredictably. Clearing his throat, Fang Xu conceded, all right, we are all in the same business here. I see that Boss Hu is indulgent enough for now. He turned his head to Sun Siki and inquired, So, Sister Sun, shall we continue or? Sun Siki smiled gently, perhaps blessed with good fortune today, her complexion radiating beauty akin to a lotus emerging from the water, elegant yet vibrant. Fortunately, the women present were few. Those that were there were affluent matrons accompanied by their sons or husbands, seeking amusement. This spared them from unnecessary complications, as women possess a notorious propensity for comparison. Otherwise, even Sun Siki's exquisite features might incite a scandalous uproar. Conversely, men were less composed, although they were all prominent figures. They did not behave like ruffians. It was undeniable that some gazes towards Sun Siki were laden with significance. Fang Xu mused that Hudefa might have harbored a secret affection for their female boss, hidden beneath layers of cunning, a notion encapsulated in the adage, deep love breeds deep resentment. With a smile, Fang Xu chose to keep this thought to himself. It was clear that Sun Siki was determined to engage in the gamble of stones today. With resolute tone, she addressed the assembled audience. Gentlemen, you are all discerning individuals, yet the notion of stone gambling is subjective. Currently, no scientific instrument can ascertain whether the raw stone conceals jade, and we are merely relying on our naked eyes. My experiences may not match yours, but today, I find myself in a whimsical mood and shall take a chance. Boss Hu is an old acquaintance, and I have something to say, though I'm uncertain if it is appropriate to voice. The ruckus stirred by Hudefa had drawn the attention of others, some engaged in cutting stones, while others gathered to watch. As Sun Siki concluded her statement, several voices chimed in. Boss Sun is indeed a remarkable woman, young yet capable. Speak your mind. We shall bear witness. Indeed, the allure of stone gambling is merely for amusement. If everyone were as willing to gamble as Boss Hu, one could only imagine how many treasure shops might close their doors today. Upon hearing this, Hu Defa's expression darkened further, rivaling even the heavy fog of a smoggy day. It was no surprise. His ire was directed solely at Sun Siki. It was his repeated failures to select the jade-laden raw stones that provoked his ire and led to his ungracious remarks. Consequently, the majority of the self-proclaimed gentlemen present felt compelled to defend Sun Siki, which inadvertently spared Fang Xu a considerable amount of trouble. Embarrassed, Hu Defa began to whisper conspiratorially with his entourage, his face growing even more sullen, akin to treading in dog excrement. And in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Damn it, what ill fortune!" As he turned around, Hu Defa's gaze fortuitously met Fang Xu's, and in that instant his cheeks twitched slightly. Without uttering a word, he departed. This time, Sun Siki truly reaped the rewards, nearly unable to contain herself from bestowing a grand kiss upon Fang Xu. Yet, a woman must maintain some decorum, and besides, Fang Xu, in her eyes, might very well shy away for days without speaking to her. "Little rascal, speak up. What reward do you desire? Besides the rightful share of profits, I will grant you an additional request. Feel free to ask your sister." In her delight, she affectionately referred to herself as sister, prompting Fang Xu to muster a smile. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to request. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally whispered to Sun Siki, "Then please treat me to a grand feast. It would be a perfect celebration for our fruitful return." Chapter 9. The Birthday Banquet. The bounty from this endeavor was indeed substantial. Not only did Sun Siki benefit, but Fang Xu was also poised to gain considerable renown within the realm of stone gambling. At just over 20, he was hardly a fledgling in the antique world, yet Fang Xu had made a remarkable impression. However, this success did not invoke much reflection on his part. Ultimately, he owed it all to the extraordinary watch that reversed time. Everything transpired in an instant. As Fang Xu stood in stunned silence, he witnessed his pet squirrel devouring the jade with alarming speed. Sun Siki gasped in shock, exclaiming in dismay, while Fang Xu rushed forward to seize the little creature by its tail, intending to reprimand it for its disobedience. In a flash of silver, the brilliance momentarily blinded them. And as Fang Xu felt the creature's fur transmitting a static-like sensation, something even more unexpected occurred. The little creature, already unique among its kind with its silvery coat, became even more resplendent. From a distance, if it remained still, one might easily mistake it for an antique silver artifact in a curio shop. Sister Sun, I sincerely apologize for this. Truly sorry for my lax supervision," Fang Xu stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. He feigned ferocity as he glared at the little rascal, vowing to discipline it properly. Yet, the now gleaming creature showed no fear of Fang Xu's threats. Instead, it squeaked defiantly, threatening to retaliate if he did not release it. Fang Xu found himself at a loss for words. Was Sun Siki comforting herself, or him? But in the grand scheme of things, it mattered little. It was evident that Sun Siki was indeed a deserving recipient of Fang Xu's assistance and a commendable employer. However, given the circumstances, Fang Xu could hardly bring himself to truly reprimand the young rascal, were it not for this little creature. The facade of his home and his sister's mobile phone would undoubtedly be non-existent by now. Before long, Sun Siki led Fang Xu to indulge in a sumptuous feast as promised. Both of them were indeed hungry, yet they had yet to decide where to dine or what to eat. Thus, Sun Siki reminded him, "I say, you little brat, it is rare for you to help our shop earn a substantial profit. In retrospect, isn't it rather unfair for you to merely enjoy a lavish meal?" Fang Xu, not one to accept rewards without merit, chuckled lightly in response, "Sister Sun, I am your employee. All of this is part of my duties. However, if we are to enjoy a grand feast, I would appreciate it if you could permit me to bring along an additional person. Rest assured, it is no outsider." Sun Siki nodded in agreement, saying, "Well then, don't blame me for being stingy as the boss. You choose the venue, and once you have made your selection, we shall proceed." Fang Xu smiled as he retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and dialed a number. Whenever he went out for a meal or a gathering with friends, his first thought invariably turned to his sister, Fang Yeye. This young girl, in her insatiable appetite, could make even her brother, who stood at 6 feet tall, feel a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, the place Fang Xu had in mind was hardly a 5-star establishment. Its prices were not exorbitant, but still not insignificant. He often passed by it, yet hesitated to enter, knowing that their family's financial situation made such an outing a considerable expense. Just a few days after their meal, Fang Xu received a text message that filled him with elation. His account balance, which had previously been dismally low, had now swelled to a 5-figure sum. He expressed his gratitude profusely, feeling an indescribable joy. While amusing himself with the little creature at home and concluding his conversation with Sun Siki, another message notification chimed in. Fang Xu, it is my birthday today. Could you come by? Fang Xu nearly dropped his phone in shock. He was certain he was not mistaken. It was a message from Bai Keqing, the belle of his school. Following the occasion when she received a pearl, she had left her contact information, and he never anticipated that she would take the initiative to invite him today. Fang Xu's mind became somewhat muddled. Should he go or not? Recalling the fierce individuals he had previously encountered wielding daggers, he couldn't help but gasp. Those who dared to commit such acts of kidnapping in broad daylight were undoubtedly well connected. However, faced with Bai Keqing's courteous invitation, Fang Xu felt he could not refuse. After all, it was merely a birthday celebration. Surely, it would not lead to any trouble. Unsure of what to decide, he turned to the little creature and whistled softly. What do you think, little one? Should I go? Yet, ever since the little squirrel had undergone a transformation, it had become even more mischievous, often evading Fang Xu's attempts to control it. Just yesterday, it had caused a ruckus in the house while he was trying to tidy up, leaving him utterly exhausted. Asking you is pointless, Fang Xu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He closed his eyes, resting his head in his hands, seeking a moment of tranquility. Not long after, Bai Keqing sent another message, sharing her location. However, Fang Xu merely glanced at it and chose to ignore it, until the urgent ring of a phone call broke the silence. Displaying the name Bai Keqing, Fang Xu hurriedly rose, momentarily frozen for several seconds, contemplating whether to answer. Hello, by the campus beauty, what is the sudden call about? Fang Xu, you must come quickly. We've been waiting for you. Her sweet voice resonated from the other end. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the words stuck in his throat, and he ultimately stammered a reluctant agreement. After hanging up, Fang Xu wore a bewildered expression, feeling as though he had no opportunity to voice his thoughts and had unwittingly acquiesced to her request to rush over. Despite his reluctance, he knew he must head to the given address. He could hardly fathom the scandal that would erupt if word spread around school that a man had declined Bai Keqing's invitation. However, his instinctual hesitation proved to be well-founded. Upon arriving at the city's most opulent 5-star hotel in casual attire and flat shoes, he was utterly taken aback. More than just surprised, he felt a profound embarrassment. While others were clad in sharp suits, exuding mature sophistication, the men were dashing and affluent, and the women exuded charm and allure. Was this truly a birthday gathering? It resembled a lavish commercial party. Fortunately, Bai Keqing promptly approached him with a radiant smile, breaking the tension. As the star of the evening, her warm welcome might mislead others into assuming Fang Xu was her rumored romantic interest. Internally, Fang Xu felt a wave of discomfort. Nonetheless, he could not allow his embarrassment to surface. Having come this far, he decided to embrace the situation. Yet, aside from Bai Keqing, no one else was familiar to him. He had anticipated a simple birthday celebration, perhaps a casual gathering of classmates, only to discover that the entire hotel had been reserved. Even the security personnel had respectfully ushered him inside, leaving him utterly perplexed. It was only when another strikingly beautiful woman approached him with a smile that he exhaled in relief, realizing there was at least one acquaintance present. Chun Shui, the beautiful police officer, was of a similar standing in her profession to Bai Keqing in school. Both were often the subjects of admiration among men, epitomized as dream lovers or ideal partners. However, unlike Bai Keqing, Chun Shui, despite being close friends with her, possessed a demeanor that was markedly different, perhaps due to her profession. She exuded an air of noble elegance that contrasted sharply with Bai Keqing's sweet charm, representing two extremes of femininity. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Chun Shui's smile was quite enchanting. Fang Xu, eager to dispel the awkwardness, took the initiative to greet her. Is that not Officer Chun? How have you been? Thanks to you, or else our dear Bai Keqing's birthday party might not have been a success. Chun Shui stood side by side with Bai Keqing, their graceful silhouettes leaving an impression on those behind them. From a distance, Fang Xu could sense the palpable emotions of envy and resentment swirling in the air. The scent was quite unpleasant, prompting him to hastily exclaim, "Happy birthday, esteemed school beauty. May we step inside to converse?" At that moment, Fang Xu, situated in the hotel lobby, made every effort to maintain an air of calm. The presence of so many people in the spacious lobby led him to believe that Bai Keqing had orchestrated this gathering deliberately. The voice on the other end of the phone had indicated that he was the only one missing, yet here he was present, albeit enveloped in an atmosphere far removed from a celebratory birthday gathering. Chapter 10. Coping. Whose birthday party features guests adorned in such extravagant attire? It felt akin to witnessing a high-fashion runway show. At the very least, Fang Xu felt no trace of a celebratory ambience. True to her reputation, Bai Keqing had monopolized the entire hotel, and her guests were no ordinary folk. No sooner had Fang Xu uttered his greeting than several unfriendly and piercing gazes were directed at him. While his exterior remained calm and composed, a tempest brewed within. Conversely, Chen Shui was particularly loquacious today. The moment she shed her police uniform, she transformed into an entirely different person, radiating an indomitable spirit that rivaled that of any man. Fang Xu walked alongside Bai Keqing, wearing a smile that seemed forced, scarcely able to care whether it appeared natural. He had never felt such trepidation. The truth was, he was entirely unfamiliar with Bai Keqing. Fang Xu was genuinely at a loss, having been greeted by two stunning beauties. Rather than feeling fortunate, he sensed he was about to be engulfed by a tide of animosity. This gathering was certainly not something that could be easily dismissed. An instinct whispered to Fang Xu that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he must seize the opportunity to slip away. Everything unfolded methodically. The five-star hotel boasted excellent facilities, impeccable service, and a splendid environment. Even the cleaning staff, no, he couldn't even refer to them as mere cleaning staff, were women of undeniable elegance and charm. By the way, esteemed school beauty Bai, how long do you plan to revel? At the elevator entrance, Fang Xu seized the opportunity to pose this question as a group entered. Yet, upon catching sight of Bai Keqing's exquisitely delicate visage as she turned to him, his heart inexplicably raced. Bai Keqing, uncharacteristically, pouted her lips in mild discontent. What is the matter? Do you not wish to celebrate my birthday? Fang Xu quickly replied, not at all. I'm here, aren't I? It's just that I have matters to attend to later and can't stay too long. At that moment, Chen Shui, who was closely positioned beside Bai Keqing, interjected. Fang Xu, you should be aware that Bai Keqing's admirers could practically form a line from the police station to your school. I'm not sure what could possibly be more important than celebrating the birthday of the esteemed school beauty, but since you've mentioned it, why not just go now? Chen Shui's words bore hidden meanings, and Fang Xu was certainly not oblivious to that. However, Fang Xu was not one to be easily swayed by such subtleties. Ultimately, it stemmed from Bai Keqing's lack of familiarity with him. She seemed to feel that celebrating her birthday together might carry an odd undertone. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the displeasure etched on Bai Keqing's face after Chen Shui's discourse, Fang Xu hastily curtailed his impending remarks and promptly altered his tone. Initially, he intended to express his lack of musical talent, deeming himself unworthy of the occasion. Yet Bai Keqing's expression swiftly transformed from gloomy to bright. All right, they have all gone upstairs. Let us not keep them waiting too long. The top floor of the hotel presented a realm of its own. From Fang Xu's perspective, it embodied the epitome of a vibrant nightlife venue. One could scarcely imagine, from afar, that the pinnacle of the hotel boasted amenities such as a swimming pool. An open-air pool, surrounded by a throng of handsome men and beautiful women under the scorching summer sun, painted a picture brimming with youthful exuberance. However, this night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Upon entering, Fang Xu instantly became the focal point of attention. In truth, the rumors had begun to circulate ever since Bai Keqing affectionately referred to him as darling on the beach. Although he did not encounter any familiar classmates from his school, the presence of someone as captivating as Bai Keqing inevitably attracted gossip. Curiously, despite his indifference to the matter, Bai Keqing appeared remarkably unfazed, even inviting him to her birthday celebration without hesitation. Amidst a series of awkward chuckles, toasts, and playful banter, Fang Xu recognized that the men approaching him, while seemingly jovial, were laden with ulterior motives. Some attempted to pry into the nature of his relationship with either Bai Keqing or Chen Shui. Yet, Fang Xu deftly sidestepped their inquiries. And even when he occasionally misspoke and found himself in an awkward situation, he would swiftly adjust his tone as if rewinding time. For the most part, the circumstances unfolded without significant surprises. Fang Xu maintained a courteous demeanor, answering questions as they arose, depending on their nature. However, when the elevator doors to the entertainment area on the top floor opened once more, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle within. Fang Xu was no exception. If there existed a notion of extravagant grandeur, The young man who strode in with an air of arrogance could be aptly described as ostentatiously flamboyant. This was Fang Xu's first impression of him, far more exaggerated than that of Shun Haoqing. Not merely for the fact that he entered with a snap of his fingers and a cigar in his mouth, seemingly eager to flaunt his prowess to those present, but also for the way he summoned a burly henchman clad in black. The imposing figure bent down, and this young man audaciously placed his foot upon the henchman's back, followed by a theatrical gesture of breathing onto his own polished shoes, wiping them with his sleeve. Oh dear, the elevator is so dusty. I cannot bear to show these dirty shoes to my lovely little Ching-Ching. It was precisely the hour of vibrant nightlife, where dazzling lights of various hues flickered in a splendid display. In the midst of this spectacle, a figure abruptly donned a pair of sunglasses, albeit in a rather haphazard manner. Peering through his mismatched eyewear, he began to survey the gathering, shaking his crooked glasses before bellowing, "Ching-Ching, where are you? I've arrived." Instantaneously, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Nearby, Fang Xu overheard two elegantly attired ladies raising their glasses in discussion. "Isn't that the young master of the Ma family? I heard he was spurned when he proposed to Bai Keqing last time. What audacity to return. Who knows? Perhaps he is drawn by Bai Keqing's esteemed background. After all, her beauty alone could captivate countless admirers. It's no surprise, but I wonder how Bai Keqing will respond now. Will we witness an intriguing spectacle?" Fang Xu shook his head, recognizing that the affairs of the elite were fraught with complications. He had no desire to partake in this trivial drama. Yet the audacity of young Master Ma was undeniable. Upon hearing a few jibes directed at him, he commanded his entourage to stir trouble, displaying a brazen demeanor. "What did you just say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Young Master Ma sauntered over, exuding an air of reckless bravado. His very presence resembled that of a ruffian. And though Fang Xu stifled a laugh, it was evident that this young master was indeed affluent. The ostentatious gold chains and rings adorning him were enough to entice any gold-digging woman. The individuals being targeted found themselves encircled by young Master Ma's minions. While they did not appear intimidated, after all, those attending Bai Keqing's birthday soiree were largely influential figures. Their reasoning suggested, "We'll speak our piece. Your opinions are of no concern." However, young Master Ma had other intentions. He felt compelled to assert his dominance, perhaps believing that mere bravado was synonymous with manly prowess. He pointed at a man in a suit, demanding, "Repeat that to me." Immediately, a few of his followers puffed up their chests, embodying the image of intimidating bodyguards. Their imposing presence caused the men who had mocked young Master Ma to reconsider, adopting a more conciliatory tone. "Haha, you sycophants think you're worthy to attend my Ching-Ching's gathering? Get lost," young Master Ma thundered, spitting as he spoke. Fang Xu sighed softly, seizing the moment when the crowd's attention was diverted to find a more secluded spot to sip his drink. At that moment, Bai Keqing and Qin Shui were absent, seemingly engaged in preparations for an event. They had initially invited Fang Xu to join them, but upon seeing just the two of them, he had politely declined, expressing his fatigue from the day and his desire to rest to avoid dampening the mood later. Yet, trouble seemed to find him regardless of his intentions. No sooner had he settled than a woman's shrill scream pierced the air. "You fool, do you know how much this costs?" came the arrogant retort of young Master Ma nearby. Just then, a glass hurtled through the air, and he had no time to evade it. Chapter 11. Young Master Ma. Fang Xu instinctively adjusted his watch, thinking it would be quite remarkable if he were to be struck on the head and not end up with a significant bump. However, perhaps due to an inability to control the force, he inadvertently twisted it several times. "Fang Xu, accompany me to a place, will you? Otherwise, merely drinking and swimming is rather dull." Fang Xu nodded in agreement. "All right, I don't really know your friends anyway, so I doubt we'll have much to discuss. Let us go." As they descended the elevator, Qin Shui couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, Fang Xu, do you remember our last conversation at your shop regarding that matter?" Fang Xu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but I truly haven't encountered that group of people." Qin Shui appeared somewhat resigned, yet Bai Keqing immediately cast a meaningful glance at Fang Xu. Who would have thought? You and Qin Shui seem to share quite a bond. Fang Xu smiled wryly. Just then Qin Shui's phone rang unexpectedly, prompting the trio to pause momentarily. Qin Shui's expression shifted to one of surprise as she glanced at Bai Keqing with a troubled look, and only after hanging up did she display a deeply aggrieved demeanor. Gently taking Bai Keqing's hand and rubbing it, "My dear Miss Bai, I'm afraid your beloved friend cannot accompany you for your birthday today. Let us make it up next time, shall we?" She immediately turned her gaze to Fang Xu, eagerly blinking and making playful faces. Fang Xu looked utterly bewildered. his mouth slightly agape as he silently mouthed an unvoiced huh. Noticing Fang Xu's expression, Chen Shui hastily pulled Bai Kaching's gaze towards him. Look, the noble young man who acts bravely is right beside you. My absence as a police officer is inconsequential, so let us leave it at that. I promise to make it up to you doubly next time. Please forgive me, Xiao Qing. I must be off. Watching Chen Shui wave goodbye in a flurry as she exited the hotel, Fang Xu remained in a state of confusion. Bai Kaching wore an unusually sullen expression, her face marked with rare discontent as she muttered, "Humph, that troublesome Chen Shui. I hadn't even spoken yet, and she has already left." Fang Xu chuckled in reassurance. The people's police serve the people, so do not hold it against her. How about this? You need to prepare for something? Leave all the mentally taxing tasks to me. However, due to this brief moment of distraction, several brazen figures appeared at the front entrance. Ignoring the security guards, the leading young man, clad in glimmering gold, even pointed at the guards, signaling them to keep quiet under threat of a slap. The next moment, a dispute ensued. The reason Bai Kaching had been waiting there was to usher Fang Xu inside. In fact, it was widely known that it was Bai Kaching's birthday today. However, if she were to invite everyone who wished to attend, even a five-star hotel spanning dozens of floors would be insufficient. Thus, an uninvited guest arrived, the very Mr. Ma whom Fang Xu had previously encountered was standing at the door. Bai Kaching noticed him as well, but upon hearing her cold snort, a gentle sensation brushed against Fang Xu's hand. Yet, upon seeing Bai Kaching, Mr. Ma immediately transformed, hastily dismissing the security guards while scolding his attendants to cease their actions. Have you no sense? What kind of place is this? It's my dear Xiao Qing's birthday banquet. Get out of here. The security guards looked astonished, while Mr. Ma's attendants retreated to the side to straighten their disheveled attire. Bai Kaching regarded young Master Ma with utter disdain and turned to Fang Xu, saying, "Ignore him. Let's depart." However, it was precisely due to Bai Kaching's dismissive attitude that young Master Ma, whose expression appeared tranquil, could not restrain his feet from rushing forward. "Qing, listen to me. I've come specifically to celebrate your birthday. Please show me some respect and obey." "Obey? Who are you?" Bai Kaching's face darkened, and her disdainful gaze lingered on the approaching young Master Ma for but a fleeting moment before she redirected her attention to Fang Xu. "My mood has soured. Let's leave swiftly." Fang Xu nodded, and immediately Bai Kaching addressed the security guard. "Brother security, this man has intruded uninvited. Could you escort him out?" In truth, Bai Kaching was well aware of young Master Ma's character, who, relying on his family's wealth, often behaved arrogantly. Even if the security personnel intervened, it would merely exacerbate the situation without resolving the conflict. Bai Kaching's words were deliberately spoken in young Master Ma's presence, hoping he would refrain from making a fool of himself. Yet, there are always those who, knowing the dangers ahead, still choose to walk into the lion's den. Upon realizing that Bai Kaching had no intention of entertaining him, young Master Ma's expression darkened, and he redirected his ire toward Fang Xu. Fang Xu felt a sense of foreboding. He had never held a favorable impression of young Master Ma, and now, accompanying Bai Kaching downstairs, he found himself directly confronting him. Avoiding confrontation was not an option. Fang Xu had always adhered to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked. It was evident that young Master Ma had deliberately sought him out to provoke. Until now, his attention had been solely on Bai Kaching, but now, not only had he noticed Fang Xu, but he was also infuriated by the grip Bai Kaching had on Fang Xu's hand. "Who the hell is this guy? Weren't you single? Don't tell me he's your brother." Bai Kaching tightened her grip on his hand and interjected, "Ma Jiajue, do not court trouble." It seemed that Bai Kaching intended to defend Fang Xu, yet this only left Fang Xu feeling unsettled. When had he ever required a woman to intervene on his behalf? Young Master Ma, however, paid no heed to the implied threat in Bai Kaching's words. His gaze fixated on Fang Xu as he contemptuously remarked, "I misspoke earlier. With that pitiful appearance, you're not even fit to be a servant in your own household." Fang Xu gently released Bai Kaching's hand, stating, "This is none of your concern. I shall handle it myself." He stepped forward, meeting young Master Ma's gaze, his expression devoid of anger. Young Master Ma, taken aback by Fang Xu's calm demeanor, felt a flicker of surprise. Nevertheless, his deep-seated disdain for Fang Xu precluded any notion of retreat. He adopted an even more aggressive tone, providing no semblance of respect. "You little pauper, what is your name? Why should I tell you?" Fang Xu replied with a smile, unfazed by young Master Ma's taunts. "You're rather bold." Young Master Ma sneered, glancing at Bai Kaching behind Fang Xu. "Qing, how could you possibly be drawn to such a lowly character? Just watch. I will quickly expose his cowardice." Undeterred and unruffled, Fang Xu glanced at his watch. He had nearly exhausted his time evading the incoming threats. However, dealing with such a shallow and arrogant scion of a wealthy family, he believed he could manage without any external assistance. Behind Fang Xu, Bai Keqing wore a worried expression as she gazed at the man's silhouette, her lips pressed together in a delicate line. She tugged gently at Fang Xu's sleeve and whispered, "Do not overexert yourself. This person is quite unreasonable." Fang Xu smiled slightly, tilting his head away as he reassured her, "Do not worry. What is meant to come will not be avoided. I know my limits." Ma Jiaju, witnessing their intimate demeanor in his presence, could hardly suppress his temper. Had it not been for Bai Keqing's sake, he might have already summoned his lackeys to deal with Fang Xu. However, Ma Jiajue did not immediately reveal his displeasure. Instead, he snapped his fingers and ordered, "Bring the items over." A subordinate stepped forward, presenting a beautifully packaged box with reverence. With a cold smirk, Ma Jiajue opened the box. "Qing, today is your birthday, and I have meticulously selected these earrings for you. Only you are worthy of them. As for the price, I need not elaborate. Nothing Ma Jiajue, bestow is ever worth less than 7 figures." Just as he was about to flaunt the sparkling gemstone earrings, a brilliant light erupted from within the box and was swiftly absorbed by his watch. Fang Xu glanced at the watch's hands. It seemed that Ma Jiajue had indeed procured something of substance, which would expedite matters and save time. "Young Master Ma, have you heard the saying?" Fang Xu addressed Ma Jiajue. "Humph, pretending to be a cultured man before me. No wonder Qing is charmed by you. Such tricks only deceive naive young ladies. Allow me to inform you that this act is outdated." Yet, Fang Xu felt compelled to vocalize his thoughts, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips as he boldly confronted Ma Jiajue. "You foolish attention seeker, what woman would ever be attracted to someone like you?" With that, he adjusted his watch once more, the time freezing precisely at the moment the three exited the elevator. "Today, the illustrious Baida is the star of this gathering. We must expedite our affairs. Otherwise, the guests will grow impatient." Chun Shui hesitated momentarily before her phone rang. Fang Xu gestured for her to continue walking as they spoke. Upon exiting the hotel, he deliberately walked slightly ahead until they were away from the main entrance, letting out a breath of relief to avoid any further encounters with that insufferable fool. Just as Chun Shui ended her call, Fang Xu turned to see a luxurious sports car with glaring headlights parked a few dozen meters from the hotel entrance. I have an urgent matter, Qing," he began, but was interrupted by his own exclamation. "Officer Chun, look over there." Following his gaze, Chun Shui observed several individuals disembarking from the sports car, with the last to emerge being the ostentatious Ma Jiajue. Confused, she asked, "What is going on?" Fang Xu replied with a smile, "Just wait and see. An interesting spectacle is about to unfold." Chapter 12. To break his leg. Both Qin Shui and Bai Keqing struggled to comprehend the spectacle Fang Xu alluded to. Nevertheless, Bai Keqing recognized Ma Jiajue instantly, his exaggerated swagger unmistakable. Who walks like that? His gait was not only flamboyant, but also appeared unstable, his legs swaying as if they could hardly support him. Do not underestimate Ma Jiajue. He is far from being a formidable opponent. Even with just one hand, Fang Xu could easily subdue him to the ground without resistance. If not for the meager wealth of his family, one might suspect that such a character would rank even lower than a beggar on the street. As Ma Jiajue barged into the hotel lobby with reckless abandon, he predictably found himself in a heated dispute with the security personnel. Fang Xu merely exchanged a few words with Ma Jiajue and deduced that this was indeed the same fellow who, after injuring a security guard, brazenly ascended to the upper floors. Such a scion of a wealthy family, accustomed to looking down on others, would hardly regard the doorman as worthy of his respect. Thus, Fang Xu's predictions were not far from a mark. Just as Ma Jiajue's boisterous insults directed at the security guard reached the ears of Fang Xu and the others standing by the entrance, Qin Shui stepped in. Although she wasn't in uniform, a policewoman trained in the academy would have no trouble apprehending a few unruly thugs. Bai Keqing, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Oh dear, he's definitely targeting me. Let us not escalate this situation." Fang Xu reassured her, "Fear not. Qin Shui knows how to maintain control." Bai Keqing shook her head. "That one tea suffice. We should go and have a look." Reluctantly, Fang Xu acknowledged that with Chun Shui present, if Ma Jiajue had any sense, he would refrain from further harassment. Resolving this disturbance was indeed a pressing matter. The hotel entrance was in disarray as the hotel manager arrived, drawn by the commotion. Due to Chun Shui's casual attire and the absence of her police identification, Ma Jiajue, seeing a beautiful girl claim to be a police officer, was not intimidated. Instead, he laughed mockingly and attempted to flirt. When Fang Xu and Bai Keqing reached the scene, they caught Chen Shui, her face flushed, pointing at Ma Jiajue, exclaiming, "Do you dare repeat that?" To which Ma Jiajue arrogantly replied, "Say it again, say it thrice. Even if I were to repeat it 100 times. I wouldn't heed the words of a cheeky girl like you unless you kiss me. Haha." Bai Keqing, overhearing this, felt her expression darken, her icy gaze locking onto Chen Shui. Chen Shui, this is the epitome of a scoundrel. Do not stoop to his level. Yet, it was evident that Chen Shui was thoroughly provoked. She had never been subjected to such humiliation. Regardless of their character, no man who knew Chen Shui would dare disrespect her. Yet here was this rogue, Ma Jiajue, not only insulting her, but also lacking any sense of boundaries. However, Ma Jiajue's composure evaporated upon the unexpected appearance of Bai Keqing, his expression shifting instantly. He then pretended to slap his own face, exclaiming, "Qingqing, what are you doing here? Oh dear, it's my fault for speaking out of turn. I apologize. You must know that you are the only one in my heart. And I swear on the heavens." Bai Keqing nearly retched. She had encountered many repugnant men, but none as audacious as Ma Jiajue. Subsequently, Chen Shui, still blushing, took out her phone. "Captain Zhou, it's me. I'm at the Luyang Hotel. I took a leave today, so I didn't respond to calls. Could you come over and assist me? There's a minor issue that requires attention." Upon hearing this, Fang Xu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Ma family truly lived up to their reputation, daring to provoke even the esteemed police flower of the city. It was evident that they lacked discernment, their minds consumed with infatuation. "Calling the police? Are you serious?" Ma Jiajue scoffed, his nonchalant demeanor betraying his reckless spirit. Meanwhile, Chen Shui was utterly disinterested in engaging with him, turning instead to Bai Keqing. "My dear, I cannot accompany you for your birthday today. Please forgive me. And I promise to make it up to you next time, all right?" Bai Keqing shook her head. "I think it unnecessary to escalate matters. A simple reprimand would suffice." "You don't understand." Chen Shui sighed softly. "It's not that. I have an urgent task today. I am responsible for that case and cannot ignore it. As for this rogue," Chen Shui cast a sidelong glance at Ma Jiajue. "If we don't charge him with street fighting and lock him up for a few days, he will likely continue to misbehave." Bai Keqing glared at Ma Jiajue. "You barged in uninvited, and yet you speak so brazenly. Do you even realize who stand before you?" Ma Jiajue remained shameless, declaring, "That is of little consequence. What matters is, Qingqing, I have a gift for you." Bai Keqing swiftly declined. "No, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but you should leave now. Otherwise, if trouble arises, don't say I didn't warn you. Today is my birthday, and I wish for everyone to be happy." Fang Xu refrained from interjecting. He preferred to avoid confrontation, unwilling to even cast a glance at Ma Jiajue. Yet this young master, despite his fragile constitution, spoke with a lewdness that was beyond offensive. "I came specifically because it's your birthday. I also hope to visit your parents soon and bring you home." Ma Jiajue laughed heartily, sending shivers down Fang Xu's spine. If Fang Xu reacted this way, one could only imagine Bai Keqing's response. The security personnel and the hotel manager, who had arrived to mediate, exchanged weary smiles and shaking heads. Fortunately, the diligent public servants were swift in their actions. Soon, the sound of sirens echoed from outside the hotel. Upon hearing the commotion, two young police officers in uniform swiftly approached. Chen Shui greeted them with a smile and a wave. "Team Leader Zhou, Officer Wang, you're here." Only upon seeing actual law enforcement did Ma Jiajue display a hint of anxiety, though his privileged background kept him from crumbling entirely. His tone noticeably softened. Seizing the moment, he quickly explained, "I was just here to celebrate my friend's birthday. Surely, I haven't broken any rules?" Chen Shui regarded him with a cold smile. "You haven't broken any rules, but you were on the verge of assaulting an officer." As soon as the words left her lips, the male officer beside her stiffened, his gaze locking onto Ma Jiajue with an intensity that made the latter uneasy. "You're slandering me. Qingqing, you're here. You tell her." Bai Keqing sighed. "Chen Shui, that's enough. You should go handle your task. I'll take care of this." Chen Shui merely pursed her lips and sighed. "Very well. Consider this scoundrel fortunate. However, should I encounter him again, I shall settle both old and new grievances." After muttering a few words, she departed with her colleague, leaving Fang Xu with an unsettling premonition. As for Ma Jiajue, he transformed remarkably. His previous bravado now escalated into something more menacing, soon fixating his gaze upon the silently observing Fang Xu. With a fierce expression, Ma Jiajue was interrupted by Bai Kaching's sharp retort. Enough. I have shown you enough courtesy. If you continue this ruckus, I shall call my brother. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiajue's face paled, and he swallowed hard before turning to kick one of his lackeys, barking. Get the things out now. This was merely a manifestation of his pent-up fury, which he vented upon his subordinates. Fang Xu remarked dryly. It's quite impressive how the young master of a wealthy family speaks with such confidence, unafraid even of the police. Ma Jiajue's expression darkened, but he chose to ignore the comment. He hastily retrieved an exquisite small box, yet before he could open it, he noticed Bai Kaching's delicate face was already tinged with anger. Ching, no, please just accept it, Ma Jiajue pleaded, his demeanor resembling that of clown. Bai Kaching frowned slightly, disregarding him entirely, and with a huff, she turned to leave, with Fang Xu following closely behind. As Fang Xu walked, a chill ran down his spine, and he thought it was merely the night growing colder. Reflecting on Ma Jiajue, he could only hope to never encounter such a fool again, as it would undoubtedly waste his time, which was indeed a poor bargain. However, Bai Kaching remained silent throughout their journey, her mood evidently sour. Fang Xu inquired, Miss Bai, what sort of event do you plan to organize? Bai Kaching halted, her nostrils flaring slightly. Fang Xu, how can I rid myself of these insufferably tedious people? Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly offered, if you wish to avoid offending anyone, simply steer clear of them. If it's truly unbearable, you might as well be direct about it. Bai Kaching looked directly at him. But I've been quite clear, just like how no one has uncovered the mastermind behind my previous kidnapping. I am terrified. My brother has already forbidden me from going out, yet. Chapter 13, Soft Persuasion. Seeing the glistening tears in Bai Kaching's eyes, Fang Xu realized that if this continued, her composure would shatter. He thought it best to offer comfort and shift the conversation, yet Bai Kaching stood her ground, unwilling to take another step. It was unexpected that even a prominent belle like her bore such burdens. Fang Xu couldn't fully grasp the intricacies of her troubles. Yet he could discern her distress, which seemed to extend beyond the recent kidnapping incident. Miss Bai, let us not forget that today is your birthday. Why so glum? Fang Xu smiled brightly. Confronted with his beaming countenance, Bai Kaching finally recognized her own loss of composure. Pouting slightly, she turned her gaze toward the hotel. Fang Xu turned his gaze, noting that everything had returned to normal. Yet he suddenly heard Bai Kaching say, Fang Xu, you are right. Let us first finish celebrating my birthday. However, as for any entertainment activities, let us forego them today. Fang Xu refrained from further comment. Indeed, it was difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition after the ruckus caused by the Ma family. The entire birthday banquet was almost entirely spent on the top floor, amidst tables of mahjong and poker, with glasses of champagne flowing freely. As night deepened, men exuded charm and wealth, while women flaunted lips as red as fire. Fang Xu gazed at Bai Kaching's beautiful face, which bore a forced smile, and a warmth gradually blossomed within him, not due to the effects of alcohol, but simply because he felt an irresistible urge to protect and care for the young woman before him. Brother, wake up. You stayed out all night again. The chirping of the lark was delightful yet irksome, stirring a sense of irritation within Fang Xu. With disheveled hair and a yawn escaping his lips, he blinked sleepily at a petite figure bouncing onto his bed. The bed creaked under her weight, and Fang Ye, like a child who had yet to grow up, hopped excitedly while chattering, Brother, get up quickly. I need your help with something. With a playful tug at Fang Xu's hair, she exclaimed, I won't let you sleep. Lazy pig. Enough, Ye. Let me sleep a little longer. Today is my day off, Fang Xu grumbled, pushing her small hand away and pulling the covers over his head. Turning onto his side. Yet, Ye was not one to relent easily. With her once fair face now flushed, she pouted, Humph. I was bullied at school, and you didn't help me. I'm ignoring you. She refused to leave, instead climbing onto Fang Xu and retrieving the fruit-themed phone he had gifted her, fiddling with it and producing a cacophony of sounds. Seeing that Fang Xu remained unfazed, Ye furrowed her brows and darkened her expression, quickly turning the volume up to the maximum. The vast horizon is my love. The catchy tune blared forth, prompting Fang Xu to bury himself deeper under the covers. However, Ye boldly shoved the phone beneath the blankets. With a pout, she clutched the phone tightly to her chest, declaring, I don't care. You must accompany me to a parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. What? A parent-teacher meeting? You should ask Mom and Dad to go. Fang Xu retorted, exasperated, as he hastily dressed and shuffled toward the bathroom, barely closing the door before Ye persistently followed him. Brother, please help me. I don't want Mom and Dad to go. Ye stood at the door with a pitiful expression, blocking him from shutting it. Fang Xu, however, paid her no mind, having grown accustomed to her willful antics, knowing that they could lead to trouble for himself later. It was evident that she had either misbehaved at school and faced reprimand from her teachers, or had received a failing grade on a test, fearful of her parents discovering the truth. In any case, it was indisputable that this girl had landed herself in a predicament. Thus, Fang Xu would not allow Fang Ye to behave so recklessly and thoughtlessly. After all, she was already in high school, having been the cherished princess of the family since childhood, with everyone catering to her whims. However, ever since Fang Xu entered university, Fang Ye had repeatedly sought her brother to take the blame for her misdeeds, leaving him with no choice but to comply. I shall say this once more. I am not going. If you continue to bother me, I will inform our parents about the mischief you have been causing at school, and we shall see how they discipline you. Fang Xu busied himself with his tasks, not sparing a glance for Fang Ye. Little did he know, her pout grew increasingly exaggerated, and soon she began to feign sobs, her performance almost convincingly realistic. If you keep acting, you might as well pursue a career as an actress. Fang Xu could not help but chuckle. Humph. Fang Ye stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. The room was a chaotic mess, resembling a battlefield, and more importantly, be careful. Don't let it hurt you. Fang Xu noticed her on the balcony, her demeanor quite imposing as she brandished her pet silver squirrel with indignation. If you want to go, I shall bully it. Suddenly, with a sharp scream, Fang Ye released her grip, and the little creature darted away in a flash of silver. With no time to attend to the squirrel, Fang Xu rushed over. Realizing that Fang Ye's pinky finger was slightly injured, though fortunately, the wound was minor, the little creature had shown restraint. I told you not to provoke it. Do you now realize your mistake? Seeing Fang Ye begin to cry, Fang Xu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly fetched a band-aid to assist the sister. Enough. You are the most unruly of all. I've told you several times that girls should be more reserved. You're about to turn 17. How will you ever get married? Fang Ye looked at him with a pitiful expression. Will you help me? If you don't go this afternoon, I will all right. No need for all that nonsense. I'll go, I will. Is that satisfactory? Fang Xu sighed in resignation. Were it not for their parents being busy at the store, he would never tolerate such unreasonable antics from this little girl, who was nothing short of a whirlwind. Alas, being her elder brother, he was not exactly a rooster meant to catch her mischief. Oh no, brother, your little squirrel is missing, Fang Ye exclaimed, her tears turning into laughter, only to be followed by another gasp. Fang Xu shook his head. Isn't this all you're doing? How could you even ask? He bent down to look over the balcony, but aside from a few heads passing by, all he saw were cats and dogs frolicking, with no sign of the little creature anywhere. A wave of concern washed over him. The squirrel typically remained quietly in his room, and after having consumed that half of a jade snack, it had likely been startled awake by Fang Ye's commotion and run off in anger. Fang Ye would never intentionally harm the little creature, yet she often acted thoughtlessly without considering the consequences. The worry etched on her face mirrored Fang Xu's. Before 3 o'clock, if the teacher speaks to you privately, do keep your wits about you, brother, Fang Ye said after a moment of contemplation. Fang Xu shook his head in resignation, urging Fang Ye to hastily eat and head to school, for the time in high school is rather precious. Compounded by the fact that their home is not in close proximity to the school, it seemed that today's respite would be squandered. However, just as the burden began to lift from Fang Ye's heart upon leaving home, Fang Xu, in a fit of boredom, toyed with his phone and recalled that he had amassed a modest sum of savings. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Despite his sister's occasional mischief, there remained a limit to her antics, one that would not escalate to irreconcilable disputes, lest he inadvertently sow misunderstanding by extending kindness. Sighing softly, Fang Xu rested his head on his palm, gazing at the blank ceiling, and with the weather being particularly dreary, he felt his spirits begin to wane. Reflecting on recent events felt akin to a fleeting dream, and the old-fashioned watch adorning his wrist appeared dull in the overcast light. He sensed that further challenges might lie ahead, and thus deemed it prudent to recharge the watch's energy in the coming days. Just as he stood to prepare for lunch, a sudden ringtone disrupted the silence. Chapter 14. An imposter? Why does it take you so long to answer the phone? What is that rascal up to? The teasing voice of Sun Siki resonated from the other end. Not much, just, oh, Sun Jie, is there something you need? I took a day off today. Fang Xu's expression brightened at her words. Of course. When? There was a brief pause before Sun Siki replied. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Fang Xu's mood lifted considerably, and he no longer felt disheartened by the time he lost to Fang Ye today. After hastily finishing his lunch, He set off for Fang Ye's school, with nearly an hour to spare before 3 o'clock. The route to the first high school in the city was quite congested. In the past, to secure Fang Ye's admission here, their parents had tirelessly cultivated numerous connections, and given their modest means, they had nearly exhausted their savings in the process. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit, and thus Fang Xu's parents regarded Fang Ye's academic performance as a paramount concern in the household. Not to mention, Fang Xu's mother was the type who could not remain unperturbed by even the slightest disturbance. Whenever Fang Ye made any progress in her studies, she would boast and praise her to the neighbors, which often left Fang Ye feeling overwhelmed. Despite Fang Xu's frequent declarations that he would no longer indulge Fang Ye's whims, he invariably found himself yielding to her charms or stubborn persistence. Now, having just disembarked at the entrance of the first high school, he was imbued with the palpable tension of students preparing for their college entrance examinations. From an external perspective, the landscape campus was inviting, yet few students could be seen actively enjoying it. Instead, a throng of adults congregated near the teaching building on the opposite end. The parking spaces at the school gate were nearly non-existent. This institution could be considered Fang Xu's own high school, albeit he had only attended for a brief year before being compelled to transfer due to financial constraints. The gatekeeper of the first high school is no longer the old uncle from years past. Fang Xu cast a fleeting glance at the unfamiliar faces of teachers passing by, relieved that he had not encountered his former homeroom teacher, the stern and unyielding figure who had perpetually worn a frown. Although Fang Xu's academic performance had been respectable, he often found himself on the receiving end of criticism. Just as he feared, his apprehensions materialized. He swiftly turned away, wishing to evade the approaching female teacher. Despite being over 30 and clad in clicking high heels, had a frozen expression as she squeezed through the crowd. "Excuse me, young man, which class are you in? Why aren't you in class?" Fang Xu remained silent, pondering whether to flee or to greet her with a smile. However, caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine as someone seized the collar of his shirt. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you not responding?" "It's me, Teacher Wang," Fang Xu replied awkwardly, turning to face her, his demeanor betraying his discomfort. Internally, he cursed his sister Fang Ye for leading him into this predicament. "Do you remember me?" he added, offering a couple of nervous chuckles, though his expression was strained. Teacher Wang looked at him in bewilderment. "You are." She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and stared at Fang Xu for a couple of seconds before realization dawned on her. "Ah, it's you. It's been such a long time. What are you doing now?" "Teacher Wang, when does it start?" "My son has yet to come down. The bell has rung quite a while ago, and I have matters to attend to," she remarked. "Why choose an afternoon parent meeting at 3 o'clock? It's quite inconvenient." Fang Xu quickly interjected, "Teacher Wang, please go ahead with your duties. I'll just wander around a bit." Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang nodded and gave him a scrutinizing glance before turning to leave. Fang Xu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, surprised that his former homeroom teacher had changed so little in appearance and was still so resolute, hardly affording anyone the chance to explain themselves. Just moments ago, she had mistaken him for a senior student, and memories of his classmates living under her stringent oversight flooded back. He was grateful that his sister had not been assigned to her class. Otherwise, it would have likely been her, rather than him or their parents, attending this meeting. Given Fang Ye's temperament, she would have surely been expelled from school long ago. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed through the teaching building as students descended the stairs in droves, briefly greeting their parents before dispersing to engage in various activities, their expressions reflecting a mix of joy and concern. However, when the lively and charming Fang Ye scampered down with her little steps, her face was adorned with a smile that seemed genuinely bright. "Brother, I adore you. Let us head upstairs." Fang Xu cleared his throat, propping his head on his hand, sensing an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere, an odd premonition that he could not quite articulate. Shortly thereafter, a kindly elderly woman, clutching a stack of books, ambled into the classroom. She glanced at the assembled parents, offering a slight nod before taking her place at the podium. It appeared that no parents were absent, so they could proceed directly to the matter at hand. Fang Xu braced himself to listen, surprised to discover that his homeroom teacher was an elderly woman nearing retirement, if not already retired. In my recollection, I cannot recall such a figure from those years. However, it is hardly surprising. Observing the kindly visage of the elderly woman, one might easily discern why Fang Ye was so persistently imploring Fang Xu to attend this parent meeting. As one ages, a proclivity for incessant chatter inevitably arises. If either of his parents were summoned, they would undoubtedly enumerate every minor infraction from the semester without reservation. Fang Xu stifled a chuckle, realizing that this young girl was indeed quite astute. Yet, the situation did not unfold as Fang Xu had anticipated, merely involving a few trivial remarks. After approximately 20 minutes, the elderly lady began to call out names. Each time a student's name was mentioned along with a summary of their performance and grades. The countenance of some parents in the audience darkened. More dramatically, when the elderly lady pointed out a particular student's rebelliousness and foul language. A portly man in the crowd reacted vehemently. The elderly woman, however, remained unfazed, her expression unchanged. "Sir, please take your seat. If you have questions, we can discuss them in my office later. Let us not waste everyone's time." Fang Xu felt a prickling unease, desperately wishing for time to hasten its passage. It would have been preferable for Fang Ye to be overlooked, yet to his dismay, after the elderly woman reported on several more students, she suddenly paused. "Now, we have only one student's situation left to discuss. I believe the parent of this student is well aware of whom I am referring to." Whispers erupted among the audience, and Fang Xu's anxiety surged. He wished he could flee the scene. Yet, the seemingly affable face at the podium suddenly turned grave. "I invite this student as parent to the stage to speak. Please share how your child behaves at home, so I may ascertain whether their demeanor at school mirrors that at home." However inevitable it was, he could not evade this moment, regardless of how much he reassured himself. When the audience began to speculate about the identity of the student as parent, he found himself compelled to rise and speak. I apologize, I have a cold." He coughed, attempting to keep his voice low. "If there are any issues, could we perhaps discuss them privately, as my throat is quite sore by this juncture." Everyone was acutely aware that the unnamed student was undoubtedly the most mischievous troublemaker in the class. The elderly woman's expression shifted subtly as she fixed her gaze on Fang Xu and inquired, "How old are you this year?" I'm 26, Fang Xu stammered, avoiding her piercing gaze, and he lied by 3 years, fearing that honesty might lead to an uncomfortable conclusion. How intriguing. Fang Ye's audacity was indeed remarkable. The elderly woman shook her head in disappointment, as if lamenting a failure to meet expectations. "Teacher, Ye is my sister. My biological sister. I don't believe that should pose any issue, should it?" Chapter 15. An older brother as a parent. "Teacher, please do not show such a lack of respect." Upon hearing this, Fang Xu's expression shifted dramatically, and his tone regained its firmness. He was genuinely incensed. However, he held a deep respect for educators. And given the elderly woman's age, he refrained from openly confronting her. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to defend himself. At the very least, he could not allow his sister to become a subject of ridicule. "Teacher, on what grounds do you deem my sister a bad student? Has she committed murder or arson? Or has she disrespected her elders? What leads you to this conclusion? Even if she has made mistakes, she is your student. It is your duty to educate her. Yet you choose to publicly humiliate her in front of so many. What do you mean by this?" Fang Xu fixed his unyielding gaze upon the elderly woman at the podium, while the other parents sat in stunned silence, observing the confrontation. After listening to Fang Xu's words, the elderly woman remained unflustered, breaking into a smile as she replied, "Do you think that at my age, regardless of my energy, I cannot do everything within my power to prevent a single rotten apple from spoiling the whole barrel? Do you understand my point now? You are disrespectful due to your age." Fang Xu's anger surged, and he could no longer contain himself. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Upon hearing Fang Xu's outburst, the elderly woman's previously serene expression transformed into one of indignation, her wrinkled, pale face now tinged with fury. "Very well. In my 20 years of teaching, you are the first person I have encountered like this. You must be Fang Ye's brother, right? Truly, you are the same ilk." Fang Xu clenched his wrist, veins bulging on his forehead. Were it not for the fact that the elderly woman was Ye's homeroom teacher, he would never have tolerated such an egregious insult. Struggling to regain his composure, he finally managed to retort, "Do you believe you possess the professional ethics expected of a teacher?" "I do not, do you?" The elderly woman shot back. "A mere child should reflect upon their own worth before attempting to chastise me." She then began to pound the podium with her hand, and with each resounding thud, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Moreover, what makes you think you have the right to attend this parent-teacher meeting? Can a brother not advocate for his sister?" "A brother is indeed a parent," Fang Xu asserted with conviction. Meanwhile, the benevolent facade on the elderly woman's face had vanished, proving the adage that one should not judge a person by their appearance. How could Fang Xu remain composed at this moment? even with his typically mild demeanor. He could not continue to extend courtesy indefinitely. He intended to leave, fearing he might soon abandon the cherished virtues of respecting elders and loving the young. As he stepped forward, a wave of alarm rippled through the other parents. Several nearby hurried to block his path, urgently advising, "Young man, do not act rashly. Let's discuss this calmly. Indeed, please remain calm. It will be wise to hear the teacher out first." Fang Xu found it perplexing. He was simply unable to restrain himself, and these individuals seemed to be meddling for no reason. What nonsense was this affluent-looking man spouting about listening? Did they expect him to endure further mockery from the elderly woman? This parent-teacher meeting had been thoroughly disrupted by her actions. It seemed he could not avoid reporting this to the principal. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the teacher at the podium interjected. Fang Xu, refusing to look at the elderly woman, felt his anger boiling as he sought to exit, leading others to mistakenly believe he was about to cause a scene. Meanwhile, a small head peeked out from outside the door, bearing an expression of shock, and suddenly shouted, "Fang Ye, you are in big trouble." The atmosphere was tense, and Fang Xu could no longer contain his impatience. "Dear uncles and aunts, please allow me to pass. I wish to leave. Thank you." Fang Xu endeavored to calm himself and explain, yet his words fell on deaf ears. They continued to obstinately dissuade him, as if relishing the chaos. The affluent man closest to Fang Xu even seized him with one hand. At that moment, a ring on the man's index finger emitted a brilliant flash of white light, which swiftly disappeared into Fang Xu's wristwatch. Standing there, Fang Xu felt the peculiar gazes of everyone upon him. An elderly woman, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Do you have any questions?" "Dear student's parent, I apologize, everyone, but I urgently need to relieve myself." Just as Fang Xu exited, the elderly woman's voice echoed in the classroom with a hint of skepticism. Is this young man in the wrong classroom? At the bustling playground of City No. 1 high school, the air was filled with lively chatter. Freshmen congregated on the lawn for recreational activities, and Fang Xu hurriedly scanned the surroundings. He could not spot Fang Ye in such a short time, so he swiftly intercepted a passing classmate. "Hello, do you know Fang Ye? Fang Ye? Class 113? The bespectacled male student appeared slightly surprised. Yes, that's her." Fang Xu nodded vigorously. While it was not unusual for siblings to resemble each other, being mistaken for a father was utterly absurd. Fang Xu was momentarily speechless and pulled the bespectacled boy to a corner of the playground. "I need to ask you something. Are you familiar with Fang Ye?" Fang Xu licked his lips, wishing to avoid unnecessary words, and inquired, "Did you see her just now?" "Yes. She was called to the office by Teacher Wang." "Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang Ping?" Fang Xu's expression changed dramatically. Upon receiving a nod in confirmation, he felt as if the entire sky had darkened. Upon entering the academic building, he fortuitously encountered a throng of parents exiting various class meetings, the hallway gradually becoming congested. The door to the third-floor teacher's office was ajar, and a stern voice could be heard reprimanding. "You show no initiative in your studies. In class, you either doze off or tease your classmates. Tell me, what are you doing with your days?" Before the admonishment concluded, the unmistakable voice of Teacher Wang, whom Fang Xu knew all too well, rang out. "You dare to threaten your classmates into doing your homework for you. At such a young age, you have the audacity to act in such a manner. This school is not a den of thugs. I don't care if you have poor role models at home. In any case, I expect to see improvement from you before next month's exam. Otherwise, even if the principal intervenes, I shall not allow you to remain in this school." Fang Xu was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, Fang Ye's class also concluded its meeting, and the elderly woman came out first, followed by a pair of parents who were inquiring about various matters, fortuitously spotting Fang Xu, who was trying to avoid them. "Come here, you." The elderly woman beckoned to Fang Xu with a cold expression, then turned to the parents trailing behind her. "If you have any questions, please direct them to Teacher Wang. She is the substitute homeroom teacher." Feeling awkward, Fang Xu followed the elderly woman into the office, where several teachers were seated, with Teacher Wang among them. Fang Ye stood with her head bowed, her small hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of helplessness. Fang Ye turned around, her delicate face streaked with tears, and unexpectedly collided with Fang Xu, who had just entered with the elderly woman. Surprised, Fang Xu quickly signaled with his eyes, prompting Fang Ye to silently exit the office. "Teacher, has the parent-teacher meeting concluded?" Fang Xu exhaled softly. The elderly woman remained silent, first taking a seat beside Teacher Wang, and the two engaged in hushed conversation, which Fang Xu could not quite discern. Soon after, Teacher Wang also exited, seemingly oblivious to Fang Xu. whether due to poor eyesight or simply having reprimanded Fang Xu for expending too much energy. Without a word, she left him unacknowledged. Suddenly, an urgent bell rang, causing the other teachers, who had been engrossed in their work, to rise and leave the office. "Close the door," the elderly woman remarked in a nonchalant tone. Fang Xu hesitated slightly, but complied while closing the door behind him. Before the elderly woman lay a stack of textbooks, which she was busy flipping through. After a moment, she spoke. "Are you Fang Xu's guardian?" Fang Xu nodded. "I am her brother." "Indeed, but teacher, if there is something to discuss, please feel free to speak plainly," he replied, clearly reluctant to linger. The elderly woman grunted in acknowledgement and suddenly gestured for Fang Xu to come closer. She carelessly tossed a notebook onto the adjacent desk with a loud thud. The impact caused a lightweight object that had been resting on the desk to topple over, prompting Fang Xu to crouch down to retrieve it. It was a pair of glasses, the frames adorned with gold filigree. In an instant, an unexpected flash of white light surged forth, and Fang Xu's watch abruptly advanced 2 minutes. Chapter 16. All shadows and darkness are paper tigers. Fang Xu was taken aback, his thoughts interrupted by the elderly woman's piercing gaze. "Look here, this is the work Fang Xu usually submits," she said, tossing another small notebook his way. "And this, the list of students who disrupt the class, recorded by the class officers. Each page is nearly filled with her name. I truly wonder how you educate this girl at home." Fang Xu barely had the inclination to address Fang Xu's unfavorable records. Her behavior had long ceased to astonish him. Fortunately, a well-off man had indirectly assisted at the parent-teacher meeting. Otherwise, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if the glasses were an antique. His thoughts muddled and his peace disturbed by the elderly woman's interruption. He left with a parting remark, leaving the office with the elderly woman's incredulous, aged visage behind. It was likely that she could scarcely believe such an irresponsible brother existed in the world, which explained why Fang Xu's unruly disposition was not merely a product of her upbringing, but rather an innate trait. As the school day approached its end, Fang Xu awaited by the school gate until he spotted Fang Xu, dejectedly shouldering her backpack as she emerged. "Are you happy now? Satisfied?" Fang Xu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Fang Xu. Before school ended, Fang Xu repeatedly pondered how to persuade his younger sister. Initially, he contemplated scolding her vehemently, but then recalled the words of Teacher Wang from the office. He realized that his vocabulary fell short and that Fang Xu was the type to resist correction, unafraid of reprimands. Even when she occasionally cried in frustration, it was not tears of remorse, but rather of anger. Fang Xu knew his sister all too well, although she stood before him with a sullen face and said not a word, simply remaining silent. He would not disclose to Fang Xu that he had nearly clashed with her homeroom teacher that day. However, observing her small hands tightly clutching the strap of her backpack softened his heart. Alas, if the sister is not taught, it is the brother's fault. Just then, Fang Xu looked up and smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "Brother, you really are full of yourself." It was rare for Fang Xu to smile, especially since he had been tense all day, but seeing the little one return to her cheerful self brought him genuine joy. The little creature, still shining in its fur, quietly nestled in the small den Fang Xu had fashioned for it from a wash basin. Suddenly, it squeaked and hopped out of its nest, its head directed towards the balcony. Fang Xu followed its gaze and noted the desolate street after dusk, nearly devoid of life. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. The little creature squeaked again. Fang Xu remembered that this was the same reaction it had when they discovered Bai Kaching had been kidnapped. Speaking of Bai Kaching, the gemstone necklace the little creature had snatched from her neck still hadn't been returned to its rightful owner. After thoroughly searching the house, both Fang Xu and their parents were utterly perplexed by Fang Xu's frantic efforts. Just then, Li Shufan, carrying a plate of food, inquired, "Son, what's the matter? What are you so urgently searching for?" Fang Qingsong and Li Shufan exchanged confused glances before turning to the impatiently hungry Fang Xu. "Yeah, what's wrong with your brother?" "I don't know. Isn't this just how he is? But let us eat first. Food is essential for our strength to tackle homework." Fang Xu cheerfully dismissed the day's events. However, in the bedroom, Fang Xu was deeply troubled. He knew that if their parents discovered the gemstone necklace, they would not feign ignorance. If they assumed it was missing, it would create complications. If Bai Kaching remembered and traced it back to him, how would he explain? If he were misjudged as being greedy, there would be no way to clear his name. Fortunately, no one had witnessed him handling the necklace that day. Thus, Fang Xu resolved to commence an investigation immediately. Regardless of whether he found it or not, he would exert every effort. The little creature, could it be? The little one began tugging at Fang Xu's clothing, urgently calling out. Understanding the cue, Fang Xu promptly dashed out of the bedroom, flung open the door, and left a remark to the three individuals already eating at the table. I won't be having dinner for now. I have something to attend to. With that, he closed the door and followed the little one's directions. As Fang Xu traversed several streets without receiving any precise indications from the little one, a sense of curiosity began to arise within him. It was quite a distance from his home. Could it be that this little creature possessed a gift of foresight? Doubt clouded Fang Xu's mind as he continued to explore. During dinner time, there were indeed not many people lingering outdoors, but he feared that soon the elderly, engaged in their square dancing, would gather in droves. Thus, it was imperative for Fang Xu to ascertain what the little one had discovered. As they walked, the little one chirped incessantly, yet despite Fang Xu's legs growing weary, there were no revelations. As dusk deepened, it heralded the onset of a vibrant nightlife, while simultaneously engulfing Fang Xu in confusion and anxiety. The current situation was such that wherever there was light, the little one directed Fang Xu to venture in the opposite direction. Initially, he paid little heed to this, but it wasn't until he realized he had been wandering in circles and that the surrounding lights were gradually fading that he understood he had entered a profoundly unfamiliar area. Are we not there yet? He pondered. I didn't bring a flashlight. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone from his pocket, only to find it dead upon pressing the lock screen button. See, even my phone has run out of battery. How about we come back tomorrow? Before him loomed a dilapidated old loft with crumbling walls and remnants of bygone structures. He wondered if encountering such a rundown place in the city could be deemed fortunate. Fang Xu estimated he was nearing his destination, albeit uncertain of what treasures this forsaken locale might hold. Even if he were to find something, he couldn't guarantee the little one wouldn't devour it whole, unlike the last time with the jade. Although Sun Siki had shown understanding and compassion towards her subordinates, he now feared a repeat of the incident with Bai Kaching, which had resulted in the loss of that exquisite gemstone necklace. Nevertheless, the little one held significant meaning for Fang Xu, and he was determined not to disappoint it, doing everything within his power. Thus, he took a deep breath and pressed onward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As Fang Xu's steps progressed, the sound of dripping water became increasingly pronounced. Despite the overcast sky, it had not rained, and he was puzzled by the source of this noise. Could it be a faucet left running? But he quickly dismissed the thought. In this desolate place, who would reside here? Perhaps only stray cats and dogs. Lost in contemplation, a shadow flickered suddenly across his field of vision, causing Fang Xu's nerves to tighten as he looked around, only to find nothing amiss. Little one, did you see something? Fang Xu immediately turned his head to the little creature on his shoulder. Yet, the little one was completely absorbed in its own world, oblivious to Fang Xu's concern. Fang Xu had been gazing straight ahead, thus failing to notice the little creature beside him. He could only hear its cries and feel it tugging at his clothing intermittently. To his surprise, the shadow that had startled him moments ago was quickly forgotten, as the little creature raised its head high, looking towards the upper left. Fang Xu, with a measure of patience, turned his gaze in that direction, discovering a dilapidated two-story tile-roofed house, its walls peeling and desolate. Despite its unseemly appearance, he followed the creature's next call and approached. With each step, however, he moved noticeably more slowly, still unsettled by the fleeting figure that had caught his eye earlier. At this moment, Fang Xu's senses were heightened, scanning his surroundings for any sign of disturbance. Any rustle of leaves or whisper of wind would prompt him to halt and hold his breath. Little creature, why bring me to such a haunted place? Do you not know I fear the dark? He muttered to himself, but the creature paid him no heed, only indicating with its paw to guide him closer to their destination. Maintaining his composure, Fang Xu, despite his reluctance, found himself standing beneath the crumbling edifice. All the shadows lurking in the darkness were merely paper tigers. Little creature, we agreed. If anything unforeseen occurs, do not abandon me and flee. Just as he uttered these words, the dark interior of the abandoned house loomed before him, and as he dared to step inside, he suddenly froze. Chapter 17, Treasure Hunting in the Shadows. At that very moment, while standing outside the door, Fang Xu either stepped on something or spoke too loudly. Unexpectedly, a figure erupted from what should have been an uninhabited place, responding to his alarmed exclamation. Fang Xu attempted to break free, but to his dismay, he found his strength utterly insufficient against the person behind him. He was aware that he was at a disadvantage, and before he could explain himself, he was thrown to the ground. Damn it, you dare to run. Though Fang Xu could not see the person's face, he could tell they were over 6 feet tall. Before him stood a colossal figure, unreasonable and imposing. He had no idea what offense he had committed. Fang Xu barely had a moment to react before a kick struck his abdomen, leaving him gasping in pain. He realized he hadn't even escaped the confines of the decrepit house, and the giant seized him by the throat without hesitation. 3. The goods have been stolen. The voice came from the direction of the crumbling house, prompting the giant to immediately release his grip. However, Fang Xu could not suppress his coughing fit. "Boss, I've caught someone. Let me finish him off first," the large man shouted, panting heavily. Fang Xu sensed impending danger. Seizing the moment, he kicked off the ground and executed a roll, attempting to flee. Yet the opponent was remarkably swift, catching him by the nape of the neck, ready to employ the same tactic again. This individual was undeniably skilled, and as an ordinary college student untrained in combat, how could Fang Xu contend with him? Stars danced before his eyes as he struggled against the giant's grasp, gasping for breath. The watch, was the singular thought racing through his mind. It was the only thing that could save him. Fang Xu released his grip on the large man's hand and desperately adjusted his watch. He was drenched in sweat, having narrowly escaped death, and it was indeed unfortunate to encounter a gang of desperate fugitives in such a wretched place. At that moment, he was merely a few meters away from the dilapidated house, holding his breath and stealthily retreating, immediately hushing the little one, signaling him to remain silent. Inside that crumbling abode, unspeakable dealings were surely taking place, and there must be treasures of considerable value within. Otherwise, he would have overheard someone inside mentioning a theft during his escape, presumably caused by the little one rushing in amidst the chaos. At this point, Fang Xu dared not approach the derelict house any closer. His only thought was to lower his footsteps and slip away quickly. Yet, the little one, for reasons unknown, was unwilling to let Fang Xu leave. Creak. They had agreed to maintain silence, but just as Fang Xu was about to make his escape, the little one caused a commotion. Fang Xu hurriedly pressed himself against a wall, and after a moment of quiet, hearing no abnormal sounds, he pointed at the little one, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea what lies within? Are you trying to get me killed?" The little one feigned ignorance to Fang Xu reprimand, tugging at his shirt to pull him outside. Fang Xu repeatedly gestured for silence, but his efforts were in vain. The little one insisted, No, I call you Grandpa. Is that acceptable? Just don't get me into trouble." Fang Xu, with his back pressed against the wall, suppressed even his breathing. Had he not been startled by the large man, he would have felt compelled to appease the little one. However, he knew he could not venture into that dilapidated house alone. After all, one's fists are no match for many hands, and his watch, capable of reversing time, had completely run out. Yet, one thing was clear to Fang Xu. Something valuable lay hidden within that crumbling dwelling, something that had captivated the little one's attention. If he was not mistaken, the large man's intent to harm him was likely motivated by a single word: money. Thus, jewels and precious items were indeed synonymous with wealth. However, there was at least one other person inside the house, perhaps even more. Fang Xu found himself at a loss for a good plan. The little one stubbornly clung to him, and whenever Fang Xu entertained thoughts of fleeing, the little one would squeak in protest. At this rate, not only was he not far from the dilapidated house, but the several corners he had previously navigated would also prove to be quite a hassle. What if he devised a surprise? Fang Xu pondered, as long as he was exceedingly cautious. He could draw near the derelict house and let the little one enter to retrieve the desired item, then create a diversion to distract those inside while he plotted his escape. As long as he could put distance between himself and the large man, the latter would be unable to pursue him. Under the cover of darkness, anyone would be left groping in the shadows. Previously, he had been careless, looking ahead and behind. Now, he needed to ascertain the route, which would save him trouble. Thus, Fang Xu lowered his voice and leaned closer to the little one. "Promise me you won't make sound, and I will go in. Can you do that?" As soon as the words fell, the little creature, having tightly tugged at Fang Xu's clothing with its small claws, finally relaxed its grip, seemingly agreeing. Fang Xu cautiously leaned his head towards the dilapidated house. But the view was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Seeking some psychological comfort, he reassured himself that as long as there were no signs of life, he could muster the courage to proceed. With utmost care, Fang Xu approached the crumbling building, intentionally avoiding the door, and pressed against the wall, straining to listen for any conversation within. Unfortunately, the silence was profound, compelling him to inch closer until he neared the end of the crumbling wall. "Sanner, we'll find a place to bury it later. Remember, don't give anything away." The voice that had previously called out to the tall figure echoed in his mind, heightening his vigilance towards any movement inside the house. He dared not make a sound, Even the slightest peak felt as though it might disturb something. However, Fang Xu was unprepared for what happened next. While he strained to hear any sounds from the dilapidated house, two pairs of eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie blue light in his line of sight. Fang Xu quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Who is there?" A sharp voice called out from within. Heavy footsteps swiftly approached the door, followed by the exclamation, "Boss, it's just a cat. Nothing to worry about." The moment the words fell, a heart-wrenching cat scream pierced the air, echoing with despair. "Damn it, foolish creature." Fang Xu was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The tall figure's voice, coupled with the ensuing blood-curdling cry, made him reconsider his approach. He pressed himself against the wall, his hands and feet tightly aligned, motionless. Cursing himself for forgetting to charge his phone before coming out, he glanced at the battery, which was perilously low at less than 1%, and gritted his teeth, deciding to take the plunge. However, even if he could call for help, he doubted he could articulate the address clearly before the phone would die. Suddenly, he thought of Chen Shui, who, as a police officer, surely had his number. Unfortunately, he had never asked her for contact details. In a moment of inspiration, he realized that while he didn't have Chen Shui's number, he had recently been in touch with her good friend, Bai Keqing. Fang Xu swiftly opened his contacts and, with remarkable speed, typed a message urging Officer Chen to bring help. However, the address he provided was vague, merely specifying a certain square and a rundown alley, which he sent to Bai Keqing via text. Just as he pressed the send button, his phone screen went black, leaving him uncertain if the message had been dispatched. With a wry smile, he shook his head in self-deprecation. Yet, feeling the restless little creature's claws scratching at his shoulder, he knew it could no longer contain its anxiety. With no other option, Fang Xu took a deep breath, searched around, and found a small stone, which he gripped tightly in his hand. He then hurled it towards the front door of the dilapidated house. As the stone struck the ground, voices erupted from within. "Damn it, I told you someone was here. Get them." Hearing the footsteps, Fang Xu seized the opportunity to throw another stone further away. The towering figure, as expected, pursued the sound, prompting Fang Xu to swiftly lead the little one towards the door. "Hurry," he urged. This time, the escape felt significantly more secure than before. With a clear route already etched in his mind, Fang Xu ran with abandon, emboldened by the distraction of the giant, who had now distanced himself from the dilapidated house. Thus, Fang Xu need not fear being caught again. As for the little one, he harbored no worries. If the so-called leader within that crumbling abode were to suffer a few bites, that would be a stroke of luck indeed. Soon, they reached the alleyway which, if Fang Xu's memory served him correctly, was a labyrinth of narrow paths. As long as the giant's eyes remained human, Fang Xu felt a sense of invulnerability. However, the exertion of running brought about labored breaths, and when he suddenly halted, he found himself gasping for air. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, a blinding light abruptly illuminated his astonished face. Chapter 18. A Murder Case? Since arriving here, Fang Xu had dwelt in darkness, and this sudden brilliance rendered him momentarily sightless. A chill ran down his spine. Could the giant have found him so quickly? Instinctively, he pressed against the wall, ready to flee, yet the blinding light ceased, and his intuition warned him that this was not the giant. From previous encounters, he knew that if it were, he would have already been seized or kicked. Thus, he felt a slight relief, though the other party remained silent. Tentatively, Fang Xu called out, "Is someone there?" In contrast to complete silence, the sound of breathing eased his anxiety. Who knew what might emerge from this impenetrable darkness? If one scrutinized closely, they could discern a figure standing nearby. Yet this person refused to speak, leaving Fang Xu uncertain whether he faced friend or foe. He tentatively ventured, "If you have no business here, I'll be on my way." Seeing the figure remain mute, Fang Xu turned to leave. However, just as he stepped forward, a low voice resonated near his back. "Wait." The voice seemed to whisper in his ear. When had this person approached so stealthily? The figure replied succinctly. "What do you want?" Fang Xu lowered his voice. "This is not a place for you." "Understood. I shall take my leave," Fang Xu thought, vexed at the notion of being here. Had it not been for the little one clinging to him, he would never have ventured inside without even a flashlight. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with this enigmatic individual. In the dead of night, he couldn't even discern their appearance. Lingering could prove perilous if the giant returned, and he was determined not to delay even for a moment. Yet, curiously, the person seemed conflicted, warning Fang Xu to leave while simultaneously preventing his exit. "Please wait a moment," the voice called out again from behind him. Suddenly, A pair of large hands firmly covered Fang Xu's mouth. "If you wish to live, silence yourself," a voice whispered ominously in his ear. The atmosphere was serene, yet heavy footsteps echoed in the night, accompanied by the sound of a man's labored breathing. It was undoubtedly the large pursuer who had caught up. Fang Xu's heart raced in his throat. He was reluctant to admit his cowardice, but having recently been viciously choked with little means of retaliation, coupled with the profound insecurity of this unfamiliar environment, it was evident that no one could confidently declare themselves fearless. It dawned on Fang Xu just how foolish his earlier thoughts of cooperation had been. Today, he was truly ensnared by the little creature, caught between a wolf and a tiger, with this tiger being a smiling one at that. As the footsteps gradually receded, the hand that had covered Fang Xu's mouth slowly withdrew. "Who are you?" he inquired, but it seemed as though he was met with emptiness. Fang Xu distinctly felt that there was no one before him. Was he encountering a ghost? Tentatively, he extended his hand forward, only to find nothing but air. As the footsteps faded, his anxious heart finally began to settle. Regardless of how many individuals occupied that dilapidated house or the peculiarities that lay within, Fang Xu was eager to leave without delay. However, the interior appeared eerily quiet, leaving him uncertain if the little creature had succeeded in its endeavor. Hence, he crouched down and cautiously peered inside, confirming that there was not a whisper of sound before softly calling out, "Little one, are you there?" A series of chirps echoed from the nearby street as police sirens shattered the night's stillness. Fang Xu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed the message had indeed been sent out. Truly, the esteemed campus beauty was remarkably efficient in her endeavors. Yet, just as he resolved to wait for the arrival of the police, the little creature that had previously leaped onto his shoulder suddenly erupted into a frenzy of cries. Perplexed by its behavior, Fang Xu was startled as he felt a sharp scratch on his face. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Before he could comprehend the situation, the little creature leaped off his shoulder but did not immediately depart. Instead, Fang Xu noticed it tugging insistently at the hem of his pants. "Do you want me to leave?" he inquired, bending down to scoop it up. The little creature emitted a couple of chirps, affirming his understanding. However, Fang Xu could not fathom why the creature wished for him to depart. Could it be that the treasures within the dilapidated house had yet to be secured? But that seemed unlikely. Logically, the little one would have swallowed its prize the moment it discovered it. Why then was it so restless? After a moment of contemplation, realization struck him. Perhaps the leader had already absconded with the loot, and the little creature was anxious that he would not find it, thus explaining its earlier clawing at his face as a form of retaliation. Reluctantly, Fang Xu decided to heed the little one's advice and did not linger any longer, leaving the scene for the police to handle. Since he was no longer in danger, he could avoid the tedious process of giving a statement. Rising early, Fang Xu reflected on the previous night, which felt like a disjointed dream, were it not for the faint traces of blood still visible on his face. He might have wished to forget the harrowing incident entirely. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he switched on his phone, which had charged overnight. To his astonishment, a multitude of missed calls appeared, all from Bai Keqing, no less than 10. "Hello, Fang Xu, are you all right?" Bai Keqing's voice on the other end was laced with concern. "I'm fine. I forgot to inform you yesterday, my apologies." Fang Xu replied with a smile. "That is good to hear, but you might be in some trouble? What do you mean?" Fang Xu asked, confusion washing over him, just as a series of knocks resonated through his home. There are guests at your house. I'll call you back shortly," he said before hanging up and opening the door, only to be met by the stern presence of Officer Chen Xue, clad in her police uniform. With a serious expression, she appeared quite unyielding. Fang Xu was taken aback. "Officer Chen, what brings you here?" Without immediately responding, Chen Xue scanned the interior of his home. "May I come in to discuss something?" Fang Xu promptly gestured for her to enter. As he prepared to pour a cup of tea, Chen Xue sat down on the sofa and waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. I have matters to discuss with you." "What matters?" he inquired, piecing together that it likely pertained to the incident from the previous night. "Last night, a murder occurred at the old residence in the city," Chen Xue interrupted. "A murder? Someone died?" Fang Xu exclaimed, his mind racing back to the events of the previous night. Chen Xue nodded, her gaze fixed intently on him. "I heard from Xiaoqing that you sent her a text message yesterday, correct?" Fang Xu hesitated slightly. "Yes, I did send one. Did you know that the address you provided to Xiaoqing is very close to the crime scene? It's also an abandoned alleyway." "How was he aware of that?" "My phone died yesterday," Fang Xu replied, a chill running down his spine. If the location Chen Xue mentioned was indeed the same as where he had been last night, remaining there until the police arrived could have cast him as a suspect. However, judging by the intensity of her gaze, It seemed that even if he were not considered a suspect, he would certainly not be viewed as a model citizen. Desiring to avoid unnecessary complications, Fang Xu said, "Officer Chun, I must apologize. It was an emergency situation yesterday, or I would never have troubled you fine officers." Chun Shui scrutinized him for several seconds before speaking slowly. "Are you suggesting that you were lost last night?" Fang Xu forced a chuckle. "It's somewhat difficult to admit, but you are correct. Fang Xu, if you continue to withhold the truth, I will have to escort you to the station," Chun Shui said with a cold huff as she stood up. Fang Xu hurriedly explained, "Officer Chun, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. I was simply lost yesterday, and I had no intention of. I must inform you that this incident encompasses far more than a mere homicide. It involves the theft of artifacts from the museum, and the deceased was none other than the leader of the thieving gang. I sincerely hope you are not implicated in this matter. But if it were not for your involvement, we would not have discovered that corpse last night. Moreover, Xiaoqing mentioned that you had an urgent matter to attend to. Do you truly believe that simply getting lost could account for this entire misunderstanding?" Chen Shui's tone was frigid. Fang Xu, feeling restless, rose to his feet as well. "I do not know how to convey my innocence to you, but if necessary, I am willing to accompany you to the police station to provide a statement. As for your insistence on linking me to that so-called homicide, I find myself at a loss for words." Seeing Fang Xu in such distress, Chen Shui retrieved a sealed plastic bag from her pocket. "Take a look at this." In Chapter 19, The Auction, the plastic bag Chen Shui produced contained a wallet. At first glance, Fang Xu found it eerily familiar, until the next moment when he reached into his own pocket and realized it was completely empty. Before he could utter a word, Chen Shui interjected, "You cannot possibly explain this, can you? Your ID is inside." Fang Xu's expression darkened at once. "How could this be?" Chen Shui shook her head. "It was discovered at the mouth of the alley, merely a few dozen meters from the crime scene. You had best provide me with a plausible explanation, for the court will not entertain such coincidences." "Officer Chun, I did not commit murder," Fang Xu pleaded. At a loss for how to clarify the situation, it appeared he had been set up. Chen Shui then proceeded to make a phone call, and Fang Xu was taken to the police station. A sense of helplessness akin to being speechless began to wash over him. Through police questioning and recounting of events, it became evident that a criminal gang had stolen artifact from the museum and engaged in a division of the spoils, which likely led to internal strife and ultimately to murder. However, with Fang Xu's belongings now in evidence, the police could not entirely dismiss the possibility of his involvement in the case. Fang Xu remained in custody for nearly 12 hours before finally regaining his freedom. The authorities indeed lacked conclusive evidence linking him to the homicide, and the wallet had merely been lost a short distance from the crime scene. Yet, one question lingered in Fang Xu's mind. If that mysterious individual intended to frame him, why not place the wallet directly at the crime scene? Did the mysterious figure understand that this alone would not suffice to implicate him? Or was it because the child had been inside the house at the time, scaring the perpetrator away? Regardless of his ruminations, Fang Xu could not fathom the reasoning. Considering the timeline, there seemed to be no opportunity for a crime to have been committed. If he had drawn the large man away, the leader must have been killed in the interim, meaning the child had witnessed the entire act. But the child, Eureka! Fang Xu finally comprehended the peculiar behavior of the child yesterday. It was all to expedite his own departure, as the child had indeed seen the murder unfold. He hoped never to encounter that mysterious figure or the large man again. A desperate criminal capable of killing his own accomplices could undoubtedly commit any atrocity. "Fang Xu, it is me," came Chen Shui's voice over the phone. "Officer Chun, is there anything else?" Fang Xu inquired nervously. "Nothing much, just a reminder. Although we will absolutely keep your identity confidential as per your request, this matter is far from straightforward." "Exercise caution," Officer Chen replied. Fang Xu merely offered a few perfunctory remarks. He was well aware, without Chen Shui's reminder, that this issue likely remained unresolved, at least until that group was entirely apprehended. Trouble could arise at any moment. The next day, he was awakened by his phone, where Sun Siki informed him that the auction would commence in the afternoon. Shortly thereafter, she arrived in a BMW Mini to pick him up. Fang Xu had never attended such a prestigious event, having always been a struggling student. Were it not for the watch on his wrist, he feared that his family shop would have long been seized by his uncle, Li Cheng, leaving him with little energy to concern himself with anything else. In the car, Fang Xu remained silent. Sun Siki, adept at reading emotions after years in business, noted that Fang Xu appeared troubled, a sentiment reinforced by their earlier conversation. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Hey kid, who are you making that sorrowful face for? If you maintain that expression at the auction and don't achieve a satisfactory price, I will hold you accountable. Fang Xu managed a wry smile. Sister Sun, please don't jest. I just encountered a bit of a situation yesterday that I can't quite wrap my head around. Sun Siki cast a sidelong glance at him. Oh really? Is it a matter of the heart? Or perhaps financial troubles? But you shouldn't be lacking in funds lately, should you? Fang Xu shook his head. Neither. Let's not dwell on that, Sister Sunday. Today is an important day, and I would appreciate your guidance in broadening my horizons. Sun Siki chuckled. You do recognize the significance of today. Once we enter, you must lighten up. The Yuzhen auction house is unlike any other. Many industry professionals have come, drawn by the renowned Liu family, so keep your eyes peeled. Understanding her intent, Fang Xu reassured her, don't worry, Sister Sun, I am aware. As they arrived, he set aside thoughts of the previous night. The Yuzhen auction house, situated in the heart of the financial district, was surrounded by towering skyscrapers. The allure of the city lay in such vistas, and one could only feel their insignificance when gazing upward at the lofty structures. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they were greeted by several gentlemen in suits, adorned with the insignia of the Liu Group on their breast pockets. This entire building was, in fact, an asset of the Liu Group, and Liu Qingqing, the host of the auction, was none other than the daughter of one of the group's directors. The invitation extended to Sun Siki, and even to someone less familiar like Fang Xu, felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. In the antique business, it was imperative to cultivate relationships with influential individuals, and Liu Qingqing undoubtedly opened a significant door for Sun Siki through serendipity. Do not mention that Hudefa has undermined Sun Siki. Simply the fact that he received a personal invitation from the esteemed daughter of the Liu family is sufficient for Sun Siki to establish her foothold in this industry. As long as the capital flows freely, it is inevitable that many eager collaborators will come seeking opportunities. As the staff made their way to the auction hall, Fang Xu began to take note of his surroundings. Merely passing through the interim spaces, he estimated there were no fewer than 100 employees present. Indeed, it was a grand enterprise. However, as the staff ascended in the elevator, he noticed a lack of peers in attendance. Could it be that all participants for today's auction had already arrived, or perhaps very few had come? Upon entering the auction venue, one was greeted by a dazzling spectacle. Although it was still daylight, the vast trading hall seemed to absorb no sunlight, possibly to create an atmospheric ambience. Fang Xu glanced around, noting that the number of seated attendees was rather sparse, which was to be expected, given that the items presented here were undoubtedly of considerable value. Moreover, the attendees were seasoned tycoons well acquainted with dealing in antiques. The Liu family's daughter was nowhere to be seen, and few engaged in conversation, creating an air of calm, yet unease. However, Fang Xu discerned a shared gravity reflected in their expressions. Before long, Sun Siki took her seat beside Fang Xu. In a space divided into several similar private alcoves, each closely connected yet separated by screens. Curiously, as Fang Xu reached out to touch the screen adorned with a landscape painting, he was astonished to see a faint white light reflecting off his watch. His surprise was palpable. The Liu family's influence had evidently reached a level where even decorative screens possessed considerable antiquarian value. Just as Sun Siki was about to speak with Fang Xu, she caught sight of him and exclaimed, "What are you doing, you rascal? Sun Jia, have you discerned anything remarkable about this screen?" Fang Xu inquired eagerly. "The screen? Why are you preoccupied with such trivialities?" Sun Siki replied, though the next moment, prompted by Fang Xu's curiosity, she cast a casual glance at the floral and avian designs, her gaze lingering on the wooden embellishments on either side. "This wood is of exceptional quality," she remarked, instinctively reaching out to touch it, nodding in approval. "Indeed, this is golden silk namu." Golden silk namu? Fang Xu had heard of it, but was not well versed. He added, "Is it very valuable?" Sun Siki chuckled lightly, pleased to elucidate. "Its value rivals that of gold. What do you think?" Fang Xu nodded thoughtfully. The auction hall contained not only these landscape-painted screens. Even the chandeliers overhead and the tightly drawn curtains exuded an air of antiquity. He felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing this visit was far from fruitless. If he could find a moment to explore further, he would surely have ample time to investigate the worth of his watch. While Fang Xu reveled in his thoughts, a boisterous laughter erupted at the entrance, where several imposing security guards stood. "Haha, Qingqing, your brother has come uninvited. Come out and welcome me." Chapter 20. The screen is a treasure. There is a hint of the enchanting allure reminiscent of Wang Shifeng's smile before she even speaks. It is only when Fang Xu sees the young man entering that he feels utterly astonished. If Ma Jiajue embodies a flamboyant charisma, then this individual surpasses him with an even more ostentatious flair. It appears that indeed, There are realms beyond realms. In Fang Xu's perception, such attire is indeed a rarity. Could it be that a gentleman of some means possesses a taste that is distinctly exceptional? The young man, clad in pristine white garments, sports a hairstyle reminiscent of Beckham, and his golden adornments only enhance his resplendent appearance. Meanwhile, the other attendees, including Fang Xu, are dressed in formal attire, which only serves to accentuate the uniqueness of this newcomer. The bodyguards do not hinder this young man accompanied by two attendants, likely familiar faces in this milieu. Judging by the boisterous laughter and the affectionate way he calls out the Liu family's daughter by her nickname, one could easily deduce his identity. Fang Xu has always held such individuals in disdain, having had prior experiences that left him indifferent. Thus, he seizes the moment before the event begins to lean towards Sun Siki and whispers, "Sister Sun, is it alright if I take a look around?" Sun Siki nods, replying, "Go ahead. There's still about 10 minutes until we start, and the Liu Xiaojia has yet to appear. Your departure from your seat is inconsequential, but do not wander too far. It would be best to return and watch the proceedings with me." Acknowledging her, Fang Xu smiles and departs. Currently, he occupies a position on the second floor of the auction hall, which, when viewed from below, resembles a circular observation point, although each section is separated by similar screens. There remains a moderately spacious aisle behind the seats, allowing Fang Xu to meander along his path. What may appear as aimless wandering is, in truth, a deliberate exploration. His hands do not cease movement. With each partition he passes, he extends his hand to make contact, reveling in the thrill that surges within him. Observing the steady advance of his watch-as hands, he experiences a rush more exhilarating than achieving full marks on an exam or acquiring wealth. After navigating through 3 or 4 screens, 10 minutes have elapsed on his watch. At this moment, Fang Xu pauses, drawn in by the conversation of two individuals nearby. Having caught wind of a keyword that piqued his interest, I've heard there's a mysterious grand finale item this time, which leave me quite eager to discover what it is. Could it possibly be more valuable than my luminous moth-patterned pendant? Busli, Yuyist. I believe it is merely a ploy by Miss Liu to create intrigue. Despite the plethora of treasures in this world, your Ming Dynasty Jade pendant is indeed a rarity. Ha! Whether that is true or not remains to be seen. Let us wait and see what price it fetches. Fang Xu could not discern the features of the two individuals behind the screen, yet their voices revealed they were not of insignificant age, likely possessing considerable renown as capitalists. However, their mention of a jade pendant piqued Fang Xu's interest. It is worth noting that his primary motivation for working at the antique shop was to earn some extra income while indulging his passion for history. Fang Xu has always held a profound fascination for this field. In fact, he shares a cordial relationship with Professor Chun from the archaeology department at his school, often attending his lectures. At this moment, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Chinese culture is undeniably vast and profound. In contemporary society, the pursuit of interest has evolved into a means of acquiring fame and fortune. The mere contemplation of this invigorated Fang Xu, though he maintained a calm demeanor. His watch-clad hand could not remain still. As he calculated the time, he noted it was nearly the appointed hour. Yet he had yet to catch a glimpse of the auction's host, Liu Qingqing. Just as he settled into his seat, Sun Siki beside him inquired, "Hey, did you overhear anything intriguing during those few minutes?" Seeing Sun Siki's beaming smile, Fang Xu reciprocated with a grin. "Indeed, Sister Sun, this trip has been worthwhile." Sun Siki's gaze shifted back to the hall. "It appears the event is about to commence. Soon, you shall truly be enlightened. Moreover, from what I have observed, today's attendees are certainly not ordinary folk, and one cannot escape the inevitable undercurrents of competition." Fang Xu nodded, aware that ultimately, the highest bidder prevails. "I wonder if these affluent individuals will experience buyer's remorse after acquiring a treasure," he mused. Sun Siki shot him an exasperated glance. "You, my dear, should know that one cannot put a price on true affection. Those with abundant wealth often find it expendable. Moreover, many items that have been bid up exponentially tend to yield profit with each subsequent transaction. Surely, you understand this principle?" Fang Xu chuckled awkwardly, "Of course. You possess far greater insight than I, Sister Sunday." Before long, a striking young woman clad in a black gown entered, surrounded by admirers. However, this was not the Liu family heiress that Fang Xu remembered. She appeared to be the auctioneer for the event. The term "one hammer sets the price" implies that once the auctioneer confirms the final bidder without competition, the item is deemed sold. With the auctioneer now present, it signified the imminent commencement of the auction. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual seemed increasingly unsettled. "Where's Qingqing? Why haven't I seen her? Qingqing, Qingqing." A young man in white, leaning over the second-floor railing, scanned the room with eager eyes. Whispers ensued among the attendees, as no one knew his purpose. It was clear they were in an antiques auction, yet this man appeared entirely preoccupied, continuously murmuring the name of the Lu heiress. "Sister Sun, do you know this person?" Fang Xu whispered curiously. Sun Siki shook her head, her attention drawn to the young man. "No, he is likely an acquaintance of Miss Lu. Let us not concern ourselves with him. The main event is about to begin. Hey, keep your eyes peeled. The items featured in the Lu family's jade auction house are anything but ordinary." Fang Xu's remark was not a mere whim. Although Sun Siki's antique shop boasted a fair share of exquisite items, the truly remarkable artifacts were, regrettably, few and far between. "Sister Sun, did you not just assert that the items you auctioned would yield profit upon resale?" Fang Xu's expression exhibited a hint of surprise. While that may be the case, without a discerning eye, relying solely on personal preference to bid is hardly the same. Sun Siki sighed softly. Fang Xu chuckled lightly. He now possessed the ability to discern treasures, yet even with outstretched hands, he could not reach the artifact from downstairs. Without the ability to physically touch the treasures, all was but idle talk. As preparations reached their zenith, the ostentatious young man, who had yet to see Lu Qingqing's arrival, began to stir restlessly. "Where's Qingqing? Why has she not yet arrived? The one down there is a tad slow. Your boss has yet to make her entrance, so why the rush?" The host, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, lifted his gaze to address the young man. "Sir, please remain calm. The auction will commence shortly, as per Boss Lu's instructions. Kindly maintain silence and await the official start before placing your bids." "Who do you think you are, speaking to me in that tone? You expect me to remain silent? Do you even know who I am?" The young man's anger was palpable. "I believe you may have misunderstood, sir. If you have any concerns, please address them directly with the boss. There are many others present awaiting the commencement, so I kindly ask you to keep quiet." The host's smile remained intact, seemingly unfazed by the young man's arrogance, which only served to fuel his ire. "Listen well. I am not here to participate in this absurd auction. I am here to find Qingqing. Do you know who I am? I am your boss's fiancé." While the situation had not escalated to chaos, it was clear that if it continued on this trajectory, it would not bode well. Yet, no one intervened to quell the shouting youth. Perhaps they were merely spectators, and the commotion caused by this individual had delayed the auction start, leaving the host feeling awkward and finding the man utterly unreasonable. "Sir, please do not make things difficult for us. We are merely following protocol. Whether the boss attends or not is beyond our purview." The host attempted to explain as calmly as possible, yet the young man, insistent on calling out for Qingqing, seemed unwilling to yield. "I am Qingqing's fiancé, and I will soon be your boss. You had better listen closely." The young man smirked disdainfully, raising his middle finger toward the host downstairs, insisting from now on, "You shall refer to me as Boss Sima. Do you understand?" The host's face betrayed his discomfort. No one could have anticipated that this Sima Haoyue would impose such difficulty on a woman, remaining restless for an extended duration, previously inciting considerable discord and driving others away. He resembled a brazen rogue, and had it not been for the incessant declarations of his relationship with Miss Lu, others might not have tolerated his disruptive behavior. As the host, feeling utterly helpless, cast a glance toward the security personnel at the entrance, he was met with indifference, leaving him bewildered. "Seem a little thug. When did I ever acknowledge you as my fiancé?" A series of crisp footsteps drew near. Chapter 21, the opening scene. Fang Xu could not help but glance over. As a singular figure entered, the face was one he had seen before. Indeed, it was a beauty that could render Sun Siki pale in comparison. Her every gesture exuded grace and poise, captivating the attention of everyone present with an aura that was almost suffocating. Lu Qingqing, the heiress of the Lu Group and the proprietor of Yuzhen Auction House, had established this auction house under her family's name. Yet she had managed to dominate the local market, leaving her competitors in shambles. At the sight of Lu Qingqing, the expression of Sima Haoyue transformed drastically, his previously yearning face now unable to conceal its agitation. He rushed downstairs, exclaiming, "Qingqing, I've missed you so much." As he approached her within mere meters, he suddenly opened his arms wide, intent on embracing her. However, Lu Qingqing did not even spare him a glance. "Stop," she commanded, her tone calm and unassuming. Yet it brought Sima Haoyue to an abrupt halt. "Oh dear, Qingqing, I simply miss you," Sima Haoyue replied, clutching his fist to his chest, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a bashful girl, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Fang Xu felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not look further. while Sima Haoyue seemed intent on ensuring that all could hear him. After a prolonged display of reluctance, he suddenly shouted, "Ching Ching, I love you." He then knelt, rummaging through his pocket to produce an exquisite little box, smoothly executing the gesture, clearly having prepared for this moment. "Marry me. You are the woman I wish to cherish for a lifetime. Look, I have been enchanted by you, transformed into a version of myself that is both unrecognizable and yet the most authentic." "Leave," Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, tilting her head towards the door. "You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight." Sima Haoyue, undeterred, responded, "Qingqing, I appreciate your forthrightness. I won't take much of your time. Just accept this ring, crafted specifically for you. Its size mirrors the magnitude of my love, pure, brilliant, and flawless." Fang Xu watched quietly as Sima Haoyue put on a show, his attempt at grandeur eliciting laughter. Despite presenting a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, Lu Qingqing did not deign to acknowledge it, her fingers still pointing towards the doorway. Her voice rose slightly as she continued, "Sima, you have your merits, but you often seem a bit muddled. I suggest you relocate to a coastal city and become a local tyrant. Perhaps a few naive young ladies might take a liking to you. However, today marks a significant occasion for my Yuzhen auction house, and I am granting you a chance. If you continue to pester me and waste my time." Sima Haoyue faltered momentarily, but quickly regained his shameless grin. "Qingqing, what have I ever done that was unscrupulous? Do not accuse a good person unjustly. And I am still your what?" Lu Qingqing bent slightly, leaning closer. Sima Haoyue hesitated before responding, suddenly shifting his gaze to scan the surrounding audience. It felt rather embarrassing in such a public setting. Yet, we both understood each other perfectly. Lu Qingqing let out a cold snort. "Shameless. Just get lost. I have no time to waste on you." Unfazed, Sima Haoyue, seeing that Lu Qingqing refused his ring, began to indulge in self-admiration. "Ah, this item is rather expensive. Since you don't want it, why not auction it here? It could serve as a grand finale, after all." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing prepared to strike him, while Sima Haoyue, undeterred, rose to approach her. "Qingqing, give me a chance. If it's absolutely necessary, just give me a kiss, and I'll leave right away." As he leaned closer, puckering his lips and making an obnoxious sucking sound, Lu Qingqing could no longer endure it. "Get out. You think I'm giving you face?" With those words, a resounding slap echoed through the hall. The crowd gasped in shock, and Sima Haoyue stood frozen, half of his face flushed with crimson. Lu Qingqing had indeed struck with force. "You actually hit me?" Sima Haoyue exclaimed, staring at Lu Qingqing in disbelief. Unperturbed, Lu Qingqing wore a light smile. "Little rascal. You've taken my kindness for granted, so here's a slap for you. Now do you understand my intentions? If you don't leave, things will only get more exciting." Sima Haoyue cupped his face, momentarily displaying a flicker of anger, though it quickly vanished, revealing his infatuation with Lu Qingqing. Just as the onlookers thought he had lost all dignity to remain there, he boldly proclaimed words that earned him the admiration of many. "Fine, you hit me, and I accept it. There's a saying, a slap is affection, scolding is love. The harder you hit, the deeper the love. And I know women often speak in contradictions. You want me to leave, right? Then I shall stay. Not only that, but I will purchase every item at this auction as a wedding gift for you." Such audacious words spoken in public left even Fang Xu in awe, nearly wanting to applaud him. At that moment, Sun Siki beside him couldn't help but sigh. What a good man. Fang Xu shot her a peculiar glance. "Sister Sun, do you find the style appealing?" Sun Siki playfully swatted Fang Xu's hand. "You little rascal, stop talking nonsense." Fang Xu chuckled and turned his attention back to the stage. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing remained silent for a moment before clapping her hands and addressing the awkward host still standing on stage. "Xiaoyu, let us get started." Thus, the auction commenced in this fashion. Although Sima Haoyue's antics provided a humorous interlude, it allowed everyone to ease their tension before delving into the serious atmosphere ahead. The host, Xiaoyu, nodded and announced, "The Yuzhen auction is officially underway." Below in the hall, items covered in red cloth began to be presented, revealing the antique treasures that were to be auctioned. However, after Xiaoyu's words fell, she did not bring forth the first item, but instead smiled at the individuals seated on the second floor. She then extended her hand, pointing a neatly arranged row of red cloth before her. "It is well known that our Yuzhen auction house possesses a unique charm, and today, thanks to everyone's presence, our esteemed boss, Miss Lu Qingqing, has prepared a delightful surprise in the form of a game for you all. Allow me to explain the rules." The atmosphere upstairs instantly became lively, and both Lu Qingqing and Sima Haoyue, who had taken their seats, turned their gazes toward the red cloth below. Sima Haoyue, known for his audacity, leaned in closer to Lu Qingqing. He casually struck up a conversation, saying, "Qingqing, you always indulge in these trivialities. In my opinion, it would be far more efficient to present everything outright, saving us all time. After all, I've declared that today I shall acquire everything. No one can compete with me, and I shall not hesitate to confront anyone who tries." Lu Qingqing, however, paid no heed to Sima Haoyue and remained absorbed in her phone, appearing utterly detached. Meanwhile, Fang Xu, perplexed by the distinctive nature of the Yuzhen auction, inquired of Sun Siki, "Sister Sun, what do you think they're trying to accomplish?" Fang Xu, intrigued, soon listened as Xiaoyu elucidated the rules. Learning that the red cloth did not conceal the auction items, but rather served as game props prepared by Lu Qingqing. It was stated that both participants in the auction and guest antique holders would be welcome to partake in the game. Moreover, there was an enticing reward for all involved. According to Xiaoyu, there were nearly 30 assorted items, including genuine antiques from Lu Qingqing's personal collection, though the majority were replicas. Participants would select what they believed to be the authentic item, and after everyone had made their choices, the results would be revealed. Those who correctly identified the genuine article would not only gain the benefits of their find, but would also be exempt from the auction commission should they successfully bid on the item later. It is noteworthy that a 10% auction commission represents a substantial sum, enough to entice all interested bidders. While this seemed a remarkable incentive, the adage holds true that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Just as everyone stood eager to participate, Xiaoyu continued, due to limited quantities, those wishing to join the game are required to pay a sum of 100,000. What? 100,000? Came the outcry from the crowd. Is this even a game? I dare say your auction house does not profit in this manner. The saying "there's no business without deceit" lingered in the air. For Lu Qingqing's cunning had already reached the ears of many outside her realm. It was no surprise that her enterprise thrived, as she clearly had her own thoughts on such bewildering games. Nonetheless, there were those unperturbed by the monetary aspect, seeking merely the joy of participation. Yet Fang Xu was more excited than anyone else, a smile involuntarily gracing his face as he leaned towards Sun Siki and whispered, "Sister Sun, would you like to play?" Chapter 22. Disrespectful Words. Sun Siki turned to Fang Xu with a look of astonishment. "What's wrong, you little rascal?" Fang Xu chuckled lightly, "Sister Sun, my modest means certainly cannot afford such ventures. Did you not hear that host, Xiaoyu, mention a requirement of 100,000? 100,000. Sun Siki teased, "Well, that settles it. We are not among those billionaires, so let us just sit back and enjoy the show." At this moment, Fang Xu seemed particularly loquacious. Sun Siki shot him a glance of annoyance. "I say, you little brat, you're not quite yourself today? Or have you suddenly developed an insight into the art of antique appraisal?" No, he replied. "All those items are covered with red cloth. No one can appraise them individually. I merely wish for you not to miss a golden opportunity. If you trust me, then let us proceed. 100,000 is merely a trifling sum for you, my esteemed Madam Sun." "I senti it." Observing Fang Xu's beaming face, Sun Siki's confusion persisted. Yet he had indeed reminded her that since selling that batch of jadeite, her finances were not as tight as before. Moreover, she had been keenly aware of Fang Xu's recent conduct, given his apparent intent, although Sun Siki was not one to act recklessly. She was willing to place her faith in this young man who had remained steadfast in the face of adversity, refusing to be swayed by Hudefa. Even if it was just a matter of spending 100,000 to bring joy to Fang Xu, it was hardly a significant concern. Immediately, Sun Siki conveyed her decision. "Fang Xu, are you certain this is not a jest?" Her expression was serious, prompting Fang Xu to drop his playful demeanor. "Sister Sun, I have already articulated my thoughts. Now, you simply need to take the plunge. This is undoubtedly an opportunity." Sun Siki paused for 2 seconds before nodding decisively. "All right, since you wish it, I shall agree. I'll cover the 100,000, and you can try your luck. Whether you succeed or not, consider it a good omen." With that, she extracted a card from her bag and handed it to Fang Xu without hesitation. Sun Siki furrowed her brow slightly, yet a smile graced her lips. "Still thinking of the Warring States? You could have chosen something from the Qing dynasty or even the Republic era. That would be considered fortunate." Fang Xu then touched the cool surface of his watch, his heart ablaze with excitement. "Then let me represent our treasure pavilion and take the lead to test the waters." He stood up, his declaration capturing the attention of many, including Lu Qingqing, who observed Fang Xu with admiration for his calm demeanor despite his youthful exuberance. However, Sima Haoyue, standing beside Lu Qingqing, appeared slightly displeased, seemingly intent on fulfilling his earlier boast. He rose and loudly proclaimed, "Hey, Did you not hear what I said earlier? Are you deaf? Didn't you catch my words? Fang Xu was taken aback by this unexpected confrontation. To be honest, he had never regarded Sima Haoyue as a significant threat, intending to maintain a peaceful distance. However, since Sima Haoyue had chosen to speak up, Fang Xu refrained from immediately retorting and escalating the situation. With a casual remark, "Sister son, I'm heading down," I descended the stairs, and the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of silence. Fang Xu seemed to understand why the affluent businessmen hesitated for so long. It was likely due to their trepidation regarding the lineage and status of the young gentleman, Sima Haoyue. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this too much, and, with a faint smile directed at the host, Xiao Yu inquired, "Once payment is made, can we commence?" Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, taken aback that a young man was the first to step forward after she had explained the rules. Meanwhile, a menacing voice echoed from above. "You down there, come here. Look at me." Fang Xu turned towards the sound, spotting Sima Haoyue leaning over the railing, his eyes wide with anger, pointing directly at him. "Brother, are you speaking to me?" Fang Xu feigned ignorance. "My apologies, I didn't realize. If you wish to join in, then let us do so together." Sima Haoyue, with his tongue pressed against one cheek, wore a displeased expression. The next moment, he called out to Lu Qingqing, "Qingqing, I promise you, I will fulfill my word. Just watch." Fang Xu proceeded to pay the fee alongside Xiao Yu. Yet before he could hand over his card, a sudden gust of wind rushed past him. Instinctively, he ducked, highlighting the comical nature of Sima Haoyue's unexpected lunge. Fang Xu could not ignore the commotion behind him, just as Sima Haoyue made a silent attack. It became evident that this was no ordinary auction house. If Sima Haoyue had refrained from action, it would have been inconsequential. But now Fang Xu had every reason to seize the advantage. Alas, poor Xiao Yu was shoved violently by the furious Sima Haoyue and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingqing sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You little punk, are you testing my patience? How dare you lay a hand on my people?" Sima Haoyue had initially aimed his ire at Fang Xu, but now, intent on making an example of him, he momentarily restrained himself due to the commotion caused to Xiao Yu. "Qingqing, it was not my intention. I will take this brat outside for a lesson," he stated, glancing around at the onlookers with a boastful tone. "And just so you all are aware, the 30 or so antiques here, regardless of their authenticity, belong to me, Sima Haoyue. No one is permitted to touch them." Such arrogance was intolerable, yet no one dared to confront Sima Haoyue, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama. On the contrary, Fang Xu found himself the target of Sima Haoyue's ire, who promptly extended his hand as if to seize Fang Xu's clothing and drag him out of the auction house. Fang Xu retreated repeatedly, forcing a smile. "Brother, I haven't provoked you, have I? Your silent aggression here, in this splendid venue, lacks a certain gentlemanly decorum." With a disdainful snort, Sima narrowed his eyes. "Don't pretend to be familiar with me. You don't deserve it. Oh no, I would lower myself to strike you." He then stomped his foot and snapped his fingers towards the upper floor, commanding, "Air, throw this fool out." I refused to see him. The two individuals he referred to were his lackeys, who had been waiting obediently upstairs. Upon receiving their master's orders, they hurriedly rushed down. Fang Xu could not simply sit idly by. He quickly identified his target and shouted towards the upper floor, "Miss Liu, I've been invited by the Treasure Pavilion. Is this how you treat your guests?" Sun Siki had been observing everything and could no longer restrain her urge to assist. As Fang Xu spoke, she seized the opportunity to add, "This trip has been a complete waste of time. Fang Xu, let us leave." Upon hearing this, Sima Haoyue spat disdainfully, his expression transforming into one that could be succinctly described as arrogant. Fang Xu had encountered many haughty young masters, yet he could never fathom why he consistently found himself embroiled in such conflicts. While he could not evade his fate, the repeated ostracism weighed heavily on his heart. Furthermore, with Sun Siki descending the stairs at that moment, Sima Haoyue, who was equally unyielding to both genders, wasted no time in addressing her before Lu Qingqing could speak. "Shameless. Is this your kept boy? How amusing. The Treasure Pavilion, you say? I doubt you are familiar with my reputation. No wonder you are ignorant. Now, I warn you, watch your mouth." At that moment, Sima Haoyue found himself intimately acquainted with the cold floor. Just as he uttered those disrespectful words, Sun Siki turned pale, and Fang Xu swiftly delivered a kick that struck him squarely in the abdomen. With that singular blow, the boisterous young master let out a muffled groan, rendered incapable of uttering another word. Chapter 23. All authentic. Such a commotion could no longer allow the onlookers to remain silent. They all rose, whispering amongst themselves. However, Fang Xu remained unfazed, displaying a leisurely composure as he ignored the sprawled Sima Haoyue. He turned to Sun Siki, smiling. "Sister Sun, how did I perform?" Sun Siki's pale complexion gradually returned to normal, and a smile graced her lips, revealing her enchanting charm. It was rare for Fang Xu to witness this softer side of her, and while he was momentarily captivated, the situation remained grim. After a brief exchange of glances, just as Sun Siki's lips parted, Fang Xu turned the hands of time, freezing the moment. "Miss Liu, I have been invited by the Treasure Pavilion. Is this truly your way of welcoming guests?" After delivering this statement, Fang Xu discreetly signaled to the visibly displeased Sun Siki above, indicating for her to remain still. Sun Siki's face reflected a hint of conflict. Her clenched fists ultimately relaxed as she chose to trust Fang Xu. Yet, Sima Haoyue was relentless. As the two subordinates rushed downstairs, their demeanor was even more imposing. "Take him out and teach him a lesson. We cannot sully Qingqing's territory." Fang Xu did not retreat, allowing the two unyielding subordinates to seize his arms. In the next moment, a cry of lament escaped his lips. "My hands are injured. Do not go too far." Sima Haoyue chuckled coldly in response. "Injured? No matter, Sima Haoyue, can afford the cost. Even if I were to cripple you, I would still be able to compensate." Fang Xu restrained himself from looking at Sima Haoyue's insufferable demeanor. At this moment, he chose to exaggerate as much as possible, relying on whether the manager of the Yuzhen auction house would take heed. Fang Xu firmly believed that Lu Qingqing was not someone who would simply stand by and allow Sima Haoyue to cause a ruckus. Ultimately, this territory did not belong solely to the Si family. Observing the earlier exchange between Sima Haoyue and Lu Qingqing, Fang Xu was well aware that their relationship was far from the closeness that Sima Haoyue boasted. The two individuals restraining Fang Xu closely monitored Sima Haoyue's expressions, showing no signs of relaxation. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xu began to vociferously protest, disregarding his own image. Initially, he had merely accompanied Sun Siki to broaden his horizons and witness the grandeur of the auction. But who would have anticipated that the sudden appearance of Sima Haoyue would nearly extinguish his enthusiasm? Fang Xu had not instigated any trouble. It was as if Sima Haoyue perceived him as an easy target, eager to assert dominance over him. It was also unfortunate that Lu Qingqing remained silent, leaving Fang Xu unable to escape the grip of those behind him. Thus, he could only shout, "You set the rules of the game. I came here with money to participate, and now the auction house treats me this way. Miss Liu, what does this mean?" Sima Haoyue was evidently reluctant to let Fang Xu continue, especially as every word Fang Xu uttered was true. Standing before the rows of covered antiques, they were indeed at the center of attention. Sima Haoyue, however, was unafraid of making a fool of himself. Instead, he sought to embarrass Fang Xu, serving as a warning to everyone present, an illustration of the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Consequently, Sima Haoyue instructed his lackey to silence Fang Xu, brazenly acting in full view of the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Sun Siki could no longer contain her anger and was about to rise to reprimand him when Lu Qingqing, who had remained silent thus far, interjected. "Sima, do you truly believe I can continue to tolerate your antics?" Sima Haoyue's expression shifted slightly. Yet when he turned to face Lu Qingqing, a smile instantly graced his face. "Qingqing, I'm doing all of this for you. For me? Listen well. I do not need it." Lu Qingqing retorted with a huff, her gaze fixed on the door. Her voice rose several octaves. "Are you not here to fulfill your duties with the salary from the Liu family? Why are you not taking action?" The security personnel, upon seeing this, immediately transformed their demeanor. Their previously imposing presence dissipated in an instant. They swiftly approached Sima Haoyue, wordlessly prying open the grip of his lackeys on Fang Xu. Having worked in this environment for a long time, the security team had honed their skills in reading situations. Thus, Sima Haoyue dared not act recklessly. Unless Lu Qingqing specifically named him, he would only take action against the minor players. Conversely, as Fang Xu stretched his limbs, he also expressed his suggestion to Lu Qingqing. "Miss Liu, I believe that Brother Sima is not unreasonable. He may simply struggle to suppress his admiration for you. If you would permit me to suggest, let's not waste everyone's time. The auction is under your auspices, and those who come are here to either admire or acquire. If you, as the esteemed young lady of the Liu family, were to voice your thoughts, I am certain that Brother Sima would not hold any grievances against us. As for this game before the auction begins, ultimately, it boils down to a singular notion. Participation is paramount, and entertainment reigns supreme. With a gentle smile, she turned her gaze towards Sima Haoyue and softly added, "Young Master Sima, do you not agree?" In an instant, Sima Haoyue's expression darkened. He was no fool, indeed. He had been somewhat agitated moments earlier. After all, he had boldly claimed ownership of all items at today's auction, which explained Fang Xu's impulsive decision to rush forward when he sensed an opportunity. Now that Fang Xu had brought out Lu Qingqing, the host, Sima Haoyue, acknowledging her presence, chose not to engage in futile arguments. He adopted a calm demeanor and addressed Lu Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble. Let us forget the past. I shall bid on everything once the event commences. I am here simply to accompany you and will refrain from any disruption." The security guards, who were suppressing Sima Haoyue's entourage, were also attentive to Lu Qingqing's demeanor. Although her tone had been somewhat harsh, there was no overt sign of anger on her face. Seeing her lack of reaction, they gradually released Sima Haoyue's followers. Ironically, Sima Haoyue's ire was solely directed at Fang Xu, as he fixed a cold, unblinking stare on him for several seconds, causing Fang Xu to feel quite awkward. Eventually, Fang Xu forced a laugh and said, "My friend, no, young Master Sima, please take your time to rest. I hope you can forgive any offense I've caused. If there are no further matters, I shall commence the game." Having said this, Fang Xu turned away from Sima Haoyue's piercing gaze and approached the host, Xiaoyu. At this point, unless Sima Haoyue were particularly foolish, he would certainly refrain from making any rash moves again. Xiaoyu, the host of Yuzhen Auction House, was a striking beauty, yet she had been thoroughly unsettled by Sima Haoyue. If it weren't for the intervention of her boss, Lu Qingqing, Xiaoyu's dazed expression might have lingered indefinitely. Fang Xu took a deep breath and handed the card given to him by Sun Siki to Xiaoyu for processing. Meanwhile, he glanced upstairs where he met the worried, restless gaze of Sun Siki. They exchanged glances, and Fang Xu slightly shook his head with a smile. Sun Siki exhaled deeply and settled down quietly. Yet whispers began to circulate in the auction hall, making it increasingly difficult to maintain a tranquil atmosphere. Fang Xu, however, paid little attention to the commotion. He was determined not to allow any of the 30 or so genuine antiques with real value to be snatched away by others. Once Xiaoyu returned his bank card, Fang Xu cut to the chase. "May I begin?" Xiaoyu nodded, and not only Sima Haoyue and Sun Siki, but all the guests remained focused, discussing and awaiting to see how Fang Xu would fare. Naturally, those in the business world possessed sharp minds, and the old adage about the unscrupulous nature of commerce still held true in modern society. Sima Haoyue, intent on making his remarks heard by Lu Qingqing, continued to seek out conversation, muttering before Fang Xu could even start, "Qingqing, this fellow clearly reeks of poverty. You should refrain from inviting such destitute individuals to your auction house in the future. It diminishes your prestige. Just look at his avaricious demeanor. It is simply shameless." Today, Fang Xu's performance has prompted Lu Qingqing to reassess him. Setting aside other matters, his initiative in supporting the game she organized is sufficient for her to ensure his safety. Although Sima Haoyue is somewhat unappreciative, he is not entirely reckless. He is currently striving to control his emotions, eagerly awaiting the moment Fang Xu presents the counterfeit to thoroughly embarrass him. However, Sima Haoyue's anticipation is in vain. Fang Xu seems intentionally to delay, adhering to the game's rules by not unveiling the red cloth while seemingly carelessly touching each of the items wrapped within it, lingering without taking action. Fang Xu remains unfazed, appearing detached from the situation entirely. Fortunately, neither Xiaoyu nor Lu Qingqing intervenes, as those in the know understand that even the most seasoned appraisers cannot discern quality solely by touch. Moreover, the red covering adds an extra layer of concealment. Yet, Fang Xu maintains a serene demeanor, having touched all 30 or so neatly arranged items. Internally, he is tumultuous, his watch's hand oscillating significantly. Unbeknownst to the others, they patiently observe him, and the tense atmosphere, which had lingered, is soon shattered by Fang Xu's exuberant exclamation, "Sister Sun, may I trouble you for an additional 3 million?" Upon hearing this, the first to react is not Sun Siki, but rather the restless Sima Haoyue, who bursts into laughter. Look at this fellow. Not only does he come out to show off, but he also has the audacity to ask for a loan. No one comprehends Fang Xu's intentions. And while Sima Haoyue scoffs, Sun Siki is primarily taken aback. In the center of the hall, Fang Xu beams with a radiant smile, gesturing towards the 30 or so items enveloped in red cloth before him. Judging by his words and the quantity displayed, the 3 million he requests suggests that nearly all of them could be genuine artifacts. Of course, this is merely Fang Xu's personal assertion, and Sima Haoyue utterly disbelieves him. Not only does he doubt Fang Xu, but he also derides him, exchanging knowing glances with Lu Qingqing, his words dripping with scorn. Yet, the astonishment on Lu Qingqing's face is unmistakable. She stares at Fang Xu, and after a moment, rises to gently applaud. Mr. Fang, do you intend to purchase all 31 pieces? It is indeed feasible, but I must caution you. I am not entirely certain how many of these are authentic. Mr. Fang, I advise you to ponder this decision carefully. Fang Xu's smile remains unwavering as he replies, Miss Lu, your advice is well taken. However, I cannot shake the feeling that all these items resonate with me profoundly. Even though I cannot discern their forms clearly the moment I touch their surfaces, the connection they conveyed was irresistible. Lu Qingqing stifles a laugh, covering her lips with her hand. Mr. Fang, you truly possess a sense of humor. Touching surfaces? Aren't you merely feeling silk? Where's the skin in that? Fang Xu shook his head and said, There's truth in that statement. However, I personally believe that antiques are ancient vessels of spiritual essence, having been infused with the quintessence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon over the ages. Just like this silk, once it comes into close contact with such forces, it inevitably acquires a trace of spiritual energy. When I touch it with my palm, the sensation is indeed indescribable. In a word, at this juncture, Fang Xu deliberately glanced around. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he uttered a single word. Refreshing. Refreshing? Lu Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly. Qingqing, do not pay heed to this pompous pauper's nonsense. He is broke. Sima Haoyue interjected hastily. This wealthy young master seemed disinclined to let Fang Xu steal his thunder. After interrupting their conversation, he continued, Pauper, consider yourself fortunate today. The farther you roll away, the better. I shall acquire all these items. He then gestured to his two lackeys, who nonchalantly retrieved a gleaming black leather wallet from the pocket of his white coat, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a display of arrogance. 3 million, go make the payment. The lackey obediently accepted the order and slowly descended the stairs. Fang Xu, witnessing this, chose not to elaborate further and exchanged meaningful glances with Sun Siki. Yet, Sun Siki was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. How could Fang Xu possibly produce 3 million so easily? Noticing her hesitation, Fang Xu raised his voice, Miss Lu, since I have taken the initiative to partake in this game, I should rightfully hold the authority to speak, should I not? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case, but if you genuinely wish to acquire all of them. She then extended her hand and continued. You must pay the total amount in one go, and all these items shall belong to you. Sima Haoyue, unable to remain composed, shouted, Qingqing, I have already declared my intention to buy these. They are mine. Lu Qingqing did not even spare him a glance. Her tone icy. Step aside. Sima Haoyue, feeling humiliated, turned his ire towards Fang Xu. Why don't you just get lost? His teeth ground together in frustration. Unperturbed, Fang Xu paid him no mind. However, Sima Haoyue had resolutely decided to purchase all 31 items. Thus, if Fang Xu wished to acquire them, he would need to persuade Sun Siki to part with the funds. While he could manage 30,000, anything beyond that would be akin to climbing a mountain. Fang Xu's voice rang clear and strong, echoing throughout the room. Yet Sun Siki appeared somewhat hesitant, her expression betraying unease. Are you serious, Fang Xu? Sun Siki whispered. Though her voice was notably softer than Fang Xu's, he could read her lips and grasp her meaning. Resolutely, Fang Xu reaffirmed his intent. I will keep my word. Sister Siki, trust me this once. Trust you? How ridiculous. You, a pauper, have the audacity to seek money from a woman? Who do you think you are? Sima Haoyue fumed, unable to contain his anger any longer. In truth, those present were all too aware of the implications. According to the host, Xiao Yu, among the 31 antiques, at least one originated from the Lu family's collection. Given the Lu family's prestige, how could any antique from their lineage be valued at less than 1 million? Only these insiders hesitate, while the merchants, driven by their greed, pursue only the items they cherish for collection or resale. Moreover, the whimsical Lu Qingqing has specifically decreed that one need not rely on sight, rendering the quality of the items uncertain. Who would willingly squander their money on what may well be a regrettable purchase? Only one, Sima Haoyue, is willing to lavish wealth to win the heart of his beloved. Yet, Sima Haoyue finds himself confronted by the sharp-witted Fang Xu, who seizes the opportunity presented before him. Everything is in place, save for the 3 million from Sun Siki that would provide the necessary momentum. At this moment, Fang Xu boldly proclaims, And although there exist flawless precedents, Sun Siki has cultivated her business acumen over the years, and her temperament has become steadfast. Thus, it is indeed challenging to secure a swift answer for such a risky venture. Observing this, Fang Xu swiftly turns his attention to Lu Qingqing. Miss Lu, might you consider signing an agreement to defer payment until I acquire the auction funds? Furrowing her brow, Lu Qingqing responds, Young Master Sima, everything follows the order of precedence. I have not provoked you, have I? With disdain, Sima Haoyue retorts, Do you still wish to provoke me? Go inquire and see if anyone who has crossed me still breathes. Fang Xu feels as though countless alpacas are trampling through his mind, helpless yet unwilling to let go of the wealth within his grasp. Following Sima Haoyue's instructions, his attendant has already accompanied Xiaoyu to make the payment, and he is on the verge of losing his chance. Wait, a moment of silence ensues. Fang Xu becomes the focal point once more, flashing a candid smile. Miss Lu, let us consider this. Since I was the first to participate and have already paid the 100,000, I shall select one item first. If it proves to be genuine, I kindly ask for your assistance. Intrigued, Lu Qingqing inquires, Oh, what assistance do you seek? Fang Xu places his hand on the rightmost item in the front row, gently caressing the red silk with his fingertips. This one. He then looks up with a smile. Miss Lu, I hope my request is not too audacious, but I believe it does not violate the rules of the game. If this item is indeed authentic, I would appreciate it if you could promptly appraise it for a reasonable price, allowing me to continue selecting the next item. What do you say? His words carry a lightness that resonates, and they are indeed reasonable. The genuine articles from the Lu family must hold considerable value. It merely depends on whether Lu Qingqing consents. For others, Fang Xu undoubtedly serves to clarify the odds. Yet, only Fang Xu understands that the items before him are remarkable, and he cannot help but admire Lu Qingqing's wealth. Just from the glimmers of light, he estimates each piece to be worth 1 million, meaning the 31 items collectively must be valued at a minimum of 30 million. At this juncture, Sima Haoyue refrains from insisting on snatching the opportunity. Instead, he casts a meaningful glance at Fang Xu and unexpectedly applauds. A pauper truly lives up to the stereotype. Since time immemorial, there have been too many whimsical thinkers like you. Very well, do not say I am heartless. Let us agree, you have paid 10,000, correct? Fine, choose one item. If you do not succeed, you shall bark like a dog 3 times and return whence you came. Is this not preferable to slicing off your finger? And do not thank me, if thanks are due. Sima Haoyue chuckles. Then let them be directed to the enchanting Miss Lu, my precious Qingqing. Fang Xu maintained a calm demeanor, merely sighing softly and shaking his head with a bitter smile. Sima Haoyue, mistaking Fang Xu's reaction for timidity, seized the opportunity to say, If you're afraid, just call out. It would save you 100,000, which is certainly enough for you and your family to live on for a lifetime, right? Ha ha. In the 25th chapter, attacking the enemy with their own bullets. Fang Xu did not deny this. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, revealing a set of pearly whites. Indeed, it's sufficient. However, as a mere insignificant figure, it would be disingenuous to claim I do not wish to prosper. I wonder, does what you said earlier truly hold any merit, young Master Sima? I'm a man of my word. I said you must crawl. Therefore, you must indeed crawl. Sima Haoyue replied earnestly. But if I were to say, just hypothetically, that I were chosen, how would that be accounted? Fang Xu smiled and nodded. Sima Haoyue laughed heartily, slapping the railing of the second floor with resounding force. If you are chosen, I'll kneel and call you father. After uttering these words, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he not known Lu Qingqing's temperament, he would not have been so reckless. Among the 31 items, surely only one was genuine, but while the odds were low, it was not entirely impossible. Before Fang Xu could respond, Sima Haoyue quickly suppressed his laughter and cleared his throat. Let us do it this way. You are rather pitiable. What if you do not get chosen? Will you have to beg on the streets? How tragic. Fang Xu shrugged. Indeed, do you have any good ideas? Young Master Sima, enlighten me. It's a simple matter. If you are chosen, I will buy it at the highest market price. Fang Xu's expression shifted slightly as he immediately inquired, Are you certain? Sima Haoyue vowed earnestly, Absolutely. However, when you imitate a dog-esque bark, it must be convincing. I want to sound like a husky. If you do not get it right, you must keep practicing until I am satisfied. The arena was essentially a duel between Fang Xu and Sima Haoyue, while the others watched in amusement, seemingly eager for chaos. With one individual attempting to flatter Sima Haoyue. Young Master Sima, don't you think barking like a dog is too flattering? I believe it would be far more amusing to imitate a pig-esque squeal, much better for entertaining everyone. After making this remark, he attempted to incite laughter, but was met with silence. Not even Sima Haoyue acknowledged him. Realizing the lack of interest, he awkwardly retreated to his seat. His visage, a square face with a yellow complexion, clearly in his 40s, etched into Fang Xu's memory. Fang Xu, maintaining a stoic expression, refrained from speaking and directly lifted the red cloth. The entire assembly stood in unison, their astonishment captivated by the object unveiled before Fang Xu. This is the Mingke Sanzi incense burner. Impossible. This must be a counterfeit. I say it's undoubtedly a fake, even if it's not the genuine article. It's certainly a high-quality replica. Its market value is likely not insignificant. Amidst the clamor, Fang Xu had already prepared himself for this moment. The incense burner before him, its origins shrouded in mystery, was adorned with exquisite carvings that appeared almost lifelike, aptly named for its chirping sparrow motif. The vivid crimson wings were strikingly animated, and the phoenix's head soared high, as if preparing to take flight. At that moment, only one person remained unconvinced, adamantly insisting that the incense burner was undoubtedly a counterfeit. Sima Haoyue was utterly astonished, his brow furrowed in a frown as he pounded the table and bellowed, "Appraiser! Appraiser!" A middle-aged man, his hair a mix of black and white, suddenly emerged, wielding a golden magnifying glass. It was the appraiser from the Liu family, who had been waiting silently behind the door. Upon hearing the summons, he quickly approached, casting a glance at Liu Qingqing before moving to Fang Xu's side. "Young brother, allow me to examine this," he said. Fang Xu shrugged and smiled. "Please, master, do take your time to scrutinize it." Despite his words, the appraiser did not utilize the magnifying glass. Instead, he merely ran his fingers along the outer wall of the incense burner and nodded. "Indeed, Liu boss. This is an artifact from the Qing dynasty, during the reign of Qianlong." At that moment, Liu Qingqing seemed less composed, urging, "Speak plainly." The appraiser nodded repeatedly. "There are currently no similar items circulating in the market, hence I find it challenging to provide a valuation." This prompted discontent among some attendees, who raised their voices. "No valuation. Clearly, you are being evasive. Everyone knows that anything from the Liu family's collection cannot possibly be valued at less than 1 million. Liu Qingqing refrained from responding immediately, allowing the crowd's agitation to swell before she interrupted sternly. "Silence. Fang Xu, how did you discern this? Such outrageous luck. How could you possess it?" Sima Haoyue cursed vehemently. Fang Xu recognized that Sima had reached his limit of patience, yet he maintained his composure, replying calmly, "Since a valuation is unattainable, we can confirm it is indeed genuine, correct?" The appraiser affirmed this, prompting Fang Xu to turn to the visibly agitated Sima Haoyue, suggesting, "Place your bid, young Master Sima." Not only did Sima Haoyue's expression darken, but even Sun Siki had risen from her seat, though she had been waiting for the right moment to address Fang Xu. With the crowd's noise lessening, she called out, "You little rascal, come up here." Noticing her breath quickening, Fang Xu reassured her with a smile. "Sister Sun, I told you to trust me." "See." You hesitated. Sun Siki appeared somewhat anxious, leaning closer to whisper in Fang Xu's ear, "Are you truly confident?" Inhaling the fragrant scent of her makeup, Fang Xu steadied his resolve. "The margin of error won't be significant. As for the 3 million, I was jesting, Sister Sunday." "Ah, you were jesting? What do you mean?" Sun Siki asked, her confusion evident. Fang Xu, nearly locking eyes with Sima Haoyue, hastily diverted his gaze and murmured, "Sister Sun, since Sima is opposing me, I shall return the favor in kind. Is that unreasonable?" Sun Siki seemed to grasp the situation, lightly scolding him as she pushed him away. Fang Xu chuckled. "Well then, I shall proceed, Sister Sun. Just watch." Without any preamble, he directly approached Sima Haoyue to demand payment. In the presence of the crowd, especially Liu Qingqing, Sima had no opportunity to refute. After insistently requesting the appraiser to propose a psychological price, Fang Xu successfully sold the exquisite 3-legged incense burner to Sima Haoyue for 2 million. As a result, the spectators indeed expressed their discontent through jeers, yet more so. They offered genuine admiration for Fang Xu, the young man who had cleverly turned the adversary's ammunition against them. "What a remarkable employee you are for Boss Sun's Treasure Pavilion. With someone like you, prosperity seems inevitable." Liu Qingqing's words clearly conveyed her acknowledgement of Fang Xu's fortuitous intuition. Although in Sima Haoyue's eyes, it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, one cannot dismiss the notion that luck is indeed a facet of skill. "Fang Xu, un petit nom." recognized that this 2 million could multiply his fortune. Miss Liu, young Master Sima, since the funds have arrived, may I proceed? At this juncture, while others believed Fang Xu should take his winnings and step back, this remained merely a silent thought. None dared to voice it. And Sima Haoyue was rather eager for Fang Xu to continue. You lucky lad, you've struck it rich this time, but there are still 30 items left. You can either purchase them all at once. Should you continue to choose wisely, I shall not hesitate to acquire them for you. However, should you fail, you shall have to bark like a dog. Now, with Sima Haoyue's pronouncement, both onlookers and the young master awaited Fang Xu's decision. Without hesitation, Fang Xu stepped forward, bypassing the selection entirely, and placed his hand beside the previously mentioned incense burner. All right, I shall purchase 20 more. Madness. This boy has gone mad. The audacity of youth. I am eager to see if his fortune will remain so favorable. Fang Xu merely listened to the commentary surrounding him, refraining from unveiling the red cloth before him. Instead, gesturing for silence, he raised his gaze towards Lu Qingqing. Miss Liu, please accept my heartfelt gratitude. What? Lu Qingqing was utterly baffled by Fang Xu's underlying message. However, there was no time for further inquiry, as Fang Xu swiftly pulled away the red cloth draping the front and middle rows. An array of ancient elegance swiftly captivated the audience, and this time, no jeers were heard. It was as if the calm before a storm. Everyone stood motionless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The appraiser, who remained by Fang Xu's side, dropped his magnifying glass to the ground. This. The appraiser stuttered, his composure shattered as if doused with ice-cold water, trembling uncontrollably. Tai-Bai drunk, Zodiac dragon, the flourishing Ming dynasty, ivory-carved concubine. All of these are indeed authentic. The appraiser, though in his middle years, had lost the steadiness expected at his age. Not just the appraiser, but also Sima Haoyue and the other guests were equally astonished. Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaoyu, she appeared utterly pale and at a loss. Miss I don't know. Lu Qingqing, however, said nothing as she descended the stairs in her high heels. All these items were private possessions of the Lu group. According to Xiaoyu's earlier words, it was indeed Lu Qingqing who orchestrated this game. But why was Lu Qingqing showing such anger? Was it because Fang Xu was about to become immensely wealthy? Certainly not. Lu Qingqing examined each of the 20 ancient artifacts downstairs. Then, with a low grunt, she pulled away the remaining red cloth. Louis Ware, you scoundrel. Lu Qingqing bit her silver teeth tightly, devoid of any restraint. Chapter 26. Fortune Smiles Daily. As for Fang Xu, the name Louis Ware seemed rather familiar, upon reflection. He recalled hearing about Lu Qingqing's sister, the owner of Jinyu Studio, on that day. The intricacies of this matter remained elusive. Yet Fang Xu was disinclined to delve into it. Although he was not solely motivated by profit, the current situation involved a gentleman's agreement, where both parties willingly engaged. Nonetheless, Fang Xu was genuinely astonished. Not only were there porcelain pieces, but also exquisitely framed precious calligraphy. Moreover, the benefits he reaped were not limited to these. His watch had nearly completed a full revolution. Fang Xu's heart raced, and his outward composure served merely to placate others, preventing any misplaced ire directed at him. However, it was evident that Lu Qingqing's anger lingered, as the 10 items awaiting transaction were genuine, all long-cherished possessions of the Lu family. Fang Xu noted Lu Qingqing's substantial fury, and even if he wished to withdraw gracefully, it would be a daunting task. Qingqing, what's the matter? Finally, Sima Haoyue interjected to ease the tension. Among the affluent young gentlemen Fang Xu had encountered, Sima Haoyue was one of the few who was both wealthy and devoted. However, Fang Xu had encountered only a handful of genuinely wealthy heirs, most of whom were merely spoiled rich kids flaunting their status and trifling with women. This tendency had fostered Fang Xu's somewhat jaundiced view of the affluent, and as for envy towards the wealthy, opinions varied widely. At this moment, Fang Xu's primary objective was to secure funds from Sima Haoyue. Thus, as soon as it became clear that Lu Qingqing would disregard Sima Haoyue, Fang Xu seized the opportunity to speak. Young Master Sima, there are a total of 20 items here. Shall we count? Get lost. Sima Haoyue retorted angrily. Given your temperament, was the previous assurance that a 4-horse carriage could not be pursued now transformed into a dead horse? Sima Haoyue was not foolish. He had already felt the sting of giving 2 million previously, and now with 20 items on the table, they would surely amount to at least 10 million. Regardless of the depth of Sima Haoyue's family fortune, such a significant sum was not something he could easily decide upon. His regular extravagant spending was merely on trivial matters. sufficient for his indulgences, but now he had encountered a real challenge. Ching-ching, ching-ching. Sima Haoyue reached out toward Lu Ching-ching, only to have her brush his hand away. All of you get lost. The auction today is over. Before anyone could react, Lu Ching-ching pulled out her phone. At that moment, no one, including Fang Xu, dared to speak as a storm brewed on Lu Ching-ching's once calm face. Until she noticed the brightness of her phone screen change, she exclaimed, "You deceitful Yue! How dare you scheme against me? This matter is far from over." After venting her almost hysterical anger, Lu Ching-ching's delicate face turned completely crimson. To incite such rage in Lu Ching-ching indicated that this was no trivial issue. Fang Xu also discerned that Sima Haoyue was preparing to renege on his commitments. Now, finding himself at the eye of the storm, if he truly wished to depart unscathed with his possessions, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Xiaoyu, trembling, still held the microphone tightly. "Boss Lu, are you truly not going to proceed? You decide," Lu Ching-ching said as she picked up her bag and left. Fang Xu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Miss Lu, please speak your mind. These matters are negotiable." Lu Ching-ching's anger subsided slightly, aside from a flush on her cheeks. She exhibited no other unusual demeanor. "Very well, there is no need to elaborate on the rest. The 20 items you purchased must be returned in full. For this Lu Ching-ching, will personally compensate for the oversight from Yuzhen Auction House." Fang Xu chuckled awkwardly. "Compensation? Miss Lu, you overstate the matter. Since it's merely a misunderstanding. As the proprietor, the decision rests with you. I have no objections." Lu Ching-ching spread her fingers. 1 million, how about that? What? Sima Haoyue's expression darkened. "Just 1 million then. If Mr. Fang agrees, I will transfer the funds immediately." Lu Ching-ching shot a glance at Xiaoyu and, ignoring Sima Haoyue, strode out of the hall. Fang Xu, unfazed, considered this akin to a fortuitous windfall, not only gaining wealth, but also broadening his horizons. While these treasures may not fetch astronomical prices, their value and quality certainly warranted the term antique. The appreciation of such artifacts needed no further elaboration. The gem appraiser from Yuzhen was an expert in his field, and his fervent gaze alone stirred the emotions of those present. Meanwhile, as Lu Ching-ching stepped out of the hall, Sima Haoyue stealthily followed, silent as a shadow. Witnessing this scene, Sun Siki's heart was already in turmoil. "You rascal, you've struck it rich." Sun Siki gazed incredulously at Fang Xu, her LV bag showing signs of wear from her anxious grip. "It's no wonder you have such sharp eyes." Fang Xu remarked with a smile. "Sister Siki, look at how excited you are. You've nearly ruined your designer bag." Sun Siki instinctively lowered her gaze. "Oh dear, I was too careless." She pouted, though slightly older than Fang Xu. Her charm rivaled that of any youthful beauty. Today, she truly witnessed the remarkable capabilities of her employee. He was not merely eloquent, but seemed blessed by fortune itself. "Investing? No problem. This rascal has learned to play the business game." Sun Siki teased. Fang Xu settled back, relishing the delightful sensation of wealth. The age-old adage that money makes the world go round held true, rich in meaning and nuance. Yet, despite the fulfillment within, both Fang Xu and Sun Siki still faced a pivotal question: would the auction proceed or not? Just as Fang Xu was about to inquire with the host, Xiaoyu, he noticed that she and the staff who had entered with her had efficiently cleared away the 30 or so precious items. After a moment of collecting herself, Xiaoyu finally smiled, raised the microphone, and began to calm the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction items will arrive shortly. Please remain patient." Sun Siki raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Now that we're all millionaires, does it really matter about this 500,000? Fang Xu chuckled. "Not at all, Sister Siki. Please don't jest. I'm still your subordinate." This statement strikes at the heart of the matter. There are numerous ways to win a woman's affection. Yet for Sun Siki, Fang Xu's words could effortlessly bring a smile to her face. Indeed, this was proven true, as Sun Siki beamed radiantly. Leading Fang Xu to ponder whether, should a bouquet of flowers be presented before her, she might outshine even the blossoms. With beauty by his side and affluent patrons gathered around, the auction had thus far yielded only a handful of rather insipid items. The lowest bid barely reached several hundred thousand, while the highest lingered around the million mark, scarcely surpassing the price at which Sima Haoyue had acquired Fang Xu's incense burner. As the auction approached its climax, the much-discussed Li Guang moth pendant, rumored to be an exquisite piece, finally graced the stage. Cependant, emblematic of the unwavering belief of moths drawn to flame, was crafted by a master of the Ming dynasty, with an opening bid set at 1 million. As Xiao Yu's words echoed through the hall, Bidders from the second floor began to raise their paddles in rapid succession, igniting a fervent contest for the coveted treasure. Sun Siki appeared quite taken with the jade pendant. Yet, as the auction price surged, she refrained from voicing her intentions, caught in a moment of indecision. Fang Xu, observing her, chuckled softly. Sister Sun, are you fond of this piece? Sun Siki neither affirmed nor denied, acknowledging silently that 5 million was beyond her means. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, the price of the Ming jade pendant had multiplied several times over. Rarity begets value, and those who comprehend its worth willingly invest substantial sums, not merely for its artistic merit, but for its unparalleled uniqueness. 5 million was undoubtedly the upper limit. Beyond that, no one dared to bid. Ultimately, with a decisive strike of the gavel, Xiao Yu's exclamation heightened the atmosphere, signaling that the auction was nearing its zenith. At this moment, Sun Siki could no longer maintain her composure. Grasping Fang Xu's arm, she inquired, "Is it our turn now? It seems we are the grand finale." Fortunately, nothing excessively extravagant has surfaced today. We are indeed lucky. Fang Xu nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Sun, but 5 million is still a significant estimate. Far more prestigious than this wretched jade pendant. As their conversation unfolded, Xiao Yu finally revealed the suspense. The grand finale was about to be unveiled, and all were eager to witness which fortunate soul would seize this extraordinary treasure. Suddenly, music blared, delivering a shocking turn of events. Fang Xu was equally astonished by the unexpected audio setup. The DJ's tunes filled the room. Sister, is this how the Jade Treasure Auction House conducts its business? Fang Xu inquired with a smile. You must be unfamiliar with the industry, she replied. I previously mentioned that Lu Qingqing holds considerable renown in this field, known for her cunning antics. Yet, some are inexplicably drawn to her charm. Nevertheless, the game she orchestrated earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. Judging by the expression on Miss Lu's face, she has likely sought out someone to settle the matter. Fang Xu nodded, remaining noncommittal, though Lu Qingqing displayed her emotions openly. The quality and condition of the 31 collected treasures underscored her profound expertise. As the head manager, Lu Qingqing had promptly clarified that the earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. Yet she was still willing to offer 1 million as compensation to Fang Xu. He was not a man of unreasonable disposition. He lacked the temperament and the means to confront Lu Qingqing directly. Thus, it is wise to heed the subtle cues of those around us, minimizing the chances of error. However, the two individuals at the treasure pavilion, a proprietor and an employee, were engrossed in their discourse while impatience mounted among the others. Boss Lu has departed. What are you lingering for? Hurry and present the piece de resistance, lest we squander our time. Indeed, had it not been for the allure of the final item, many would have left long ago. Xiao Yu observed the scene keenly and interjected with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to the last auction item, which will commence shortly. The second floor resembled a parliamentary chamber, infused with music and animated discussions, amplifying Fang Xu's uncontainable excitement. This was the moment he had been anticipating. Finally, he saw the staff bring forth the last auction piece. Sister Sun, it has finally arrived. Fang Xu clasped his hands nervously, his impatience palpable. Should we raise the bidding price to maximize its perceived value? Sun Siki met Fang Xu's gaze and retorted, You reckless lad. Are you truly blinded by the prospect of wealth? The starting bid is nearly 1 million. If you call out and no one else follows, you will only be inviting misfortune. Fang Xu touched his nose and fell silent, his smile fixed on the auction stage. As the final piece de resistance was presented, the guests stirred with excitement. It was no surprise. Those who gathered here were, after all, somewhat enamored with antiques. When Xiao Yu, with a bright demeanor, began her introduction, the atmosphere surged. It is said to be a painting seal, quite valuable for collectors. I possess several similar items at home, though I'm uncertain of this one's quality. We all know of your severe collecting obsession, Boss Lu. I shall refrain from competing with you this time. We'll see how it plays out in our future dealings, someone remarked. Indeed, I came here specifically for this item. Now, let us get to the point without further ado. When the name Wang Shuyuan was called, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Wang Shuyuan of the record of the nuclear boat. Is it truly his work? The Jade Treasure Auction House has maintained its integrity since inception. I have no doubt. Fang Xu reveled in the electrifying atmosphere, glancing at Sun Siki, whose excitement was uncontainable. Her eyes sparkling with fervor. 2,100,000, someone declared, breaking the silence. Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledging, Boss Li from Rongqing Group bids 2,100,000. 3 million. An audacious leap of 900,000 drew all eyes to the bidder, a middle-aged man with a square face. previously following the lead of the infamous Sima Haoyue. Fang Xu's expression shifted, but he remained silent. The room fell into a brief hush, only to be interrupted by Xiao Yu. Is there no one else willing to bid? With one hand gripping the microphone and the other clutching a golden gavel, it appeared she was poised to finalize the bid. 3,001,000. A voice piped up, though barely audible. As the crowd deciphered the source, they realized it was Fang Xu, now standing with a placard, his demeanor calm. Sun Siki, taken aback by Fang Xu's audacity, whispered urgently, "Are you out of your mind? You reckless lad?" Before Fang Xu could utter a word, Xiao Yu interjected, "I apologize, Mr. Fang, but your price does not conform to the regulations." What? Fang Xu looked at the small placard in his hand, then sighed. "Then let's set it at 3,100,000. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. Boss Sun from the Treasure Pavilion offers 3,100,000. Is there a higher bid? She surveyed the room, noticing that the square-faced man was silent, merely snorting in disdain as he sat back down. Fang Xu chuckled awkwardly at Sun Siki. "Sister Sun, if no one bids after the third call, does it mean 3,500,000? However, this was within Fang Xu's expectations, and he chose not to continue bidding, taking a seat instead. Is there a higher offer than that for Boss Lu? Master Wang Yi's microsculptures are indeed rare and exquisite. The atmosphere grew tense as a raspy voice declared, 5 million. This bid silenced the room, as it was already the highest price of the auction, effectively doubling the previous item's values. The bidder, unremarkable in appearance and remaining seated, effortlessly raised his placard. Xiao Yu, visibly excited, exclaimed, "This is truly astonishing. Is there a higher bid?" Silence returned. 5,100,000. Fang Xu stood once more. Sun Siki frowned and scolded, "Sit down, Fang Xu. Have you taken something strange today? Sister Sun, please don't rush." Fang Xu had no time to explain when the man raised his placard again. 5,500,000. 5,600,000. Fang Xu sao that gone feed in, without a trace of hesitation. He then leaned towards Sun Siki. "Sister Sun, see how that gentleman remains unfazed? This item clearly piques his interest, and a few million is nothing to him. Allow me to raise the bid. Trust me, I will know when to stop." However, Sun Siki appeared indecisive, feeling that such a course of action was inappropriate. Yet, Fang Xu remained steadfast, locking horns with the wealthy bidder. Indeed, the gentleman in question maintained a calm demeanor, and upon seeing Fang Xu's audacity, he responded with solid proof of his financial prowess. 6 million. 6,100,000. 7 million. 7,100,000. Enough already. Sun Siki exclaimed in shock, grabbing Fang Xu's sleeve. "Can you truly afford such amounts? This is sheer nonsense." Fang Xu was utterly absorbed in the moment, casting a friendly smile at the wealthy bidder and gesturing as if to say, "Please, continue. I shall play along." The affluent gentleman scoffed, 8 million. "I am determined to secure this item." Fang Xu immediately countered, 8,100,000. Xiao Yu's gaze darted around the room, and the same could be said for the spectators. However, the square-faced man suddenly stood up to interject. "How audacious. 8,100,000 from you. A mere boy full of bravado. Nonsense. Do you think I can't afford it? If I could, what would you do then? Should I yield to you? Just to be clear, let us see who prevails. For now, it's 8,100,000. You may proceed as you wish." As the last words were spoken, the square-faced man fell into a brief silence before dismissively sitting down, muttering insanity. The following expressions were keenly observed by Fang Xu, who recognized that this individual was merely a paper tiger. He promptly shifted his gaze to the affluent gentleman. "Sir, will you continue bidding? If not, since the young brother is fond of it, I shall relinquish my claim." Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback, for this price hardly aligned with his ideal valuation. The man with the square face could hardly contain his derision. At that moment, Fang Xu refrained from glancing at Sun Siki's pallid countenance, knowing full well that it was likely ashen. However, he had anticipated this scenario long before, and it was evident that further escalation was unattainable. Thus, he rotated the dial, capturing the attention of the assembled crowd. 6 million. This was the affluent gentleman's third bid. Fang Xu quickly inhaled, adjusting his tone to a higher pitch. 8 million. He increased the bid by 2 million, yet Fang Xu realized that his entire fortune scarcely matched this difference. Perhaps with Sun Siki's available funds, they could barely meet the amount, but how could Sun Siki endure such a loss? "You've lost your mind, Fang Xu. I truly regret not taking you to see a doctor sooner." Sun Siki lamented, her face etched with sorrow, desperately wishing to drag Fang Xu out of the auction house. However, As Fang Xu remained fixated on the wealthy gentleman across from him, a response finally emerged. 10 million. The price had inexplicably surged past the million mark, exceeding everyone's expectations. Although Fang Xu had hoped that the affluent gentleman might raise his bid, he had assumed it would only reach 8 or 9 million at most. The sudden leap to a 10 million bid was unforeseen, leaving him in a quandary about whether to accept or decline. My young brother, I must candidly state that while treasures are indeed sought after, surpassing this threshold would be unworthy. The affluent gentleman spoke, rising to his feet, his somewhat rotund figure imparting an air of lethargy. On the other hand, Fang Xu understood that time was of the essence, so he settled back in his seat, choosing silence. Yet, internally, he was brimming with exhilaration. According to Lu Qingqing's previous remarks, those who participated in the game and met the criteria could exempt themselves from the auction house's 10% commission on the sale of the item. Hence, with a transaction of 10 million, the commission would amount to 1 million. This meant that Fang Xu could potentially pocket 5 million, a staggering sum that felt astronomical, to the point that counting it might leave his hands cramped. Indeed, we have succeeded. Sister Sun, you were neither mistaken nor misjudging. The reality is that we have struck gold. Upon hearing the gavel strike from the petite hand of Xiao Yu, Sun Siki finally grasped the significance. Once this amount was credited, it would mark the true inception of their treasure pavilion's market presence. The two were on the verge of embracing in tears of joy. However, they were not the only ones present. Maintaining decorum was still paramount. Thus, the auction commenced with a somewhat discordant beginning, but ultimately concluded on a note of satisfaction for Fang Xu. Young brother, please hold on. The affluent gentleman proffered his business card. You are indeed young and accomplished, possessing commendable audacity. Fang Xu accepted the elegantly bordered business card. The three prominent characters Song Qinqiu printed in a bold font. So, it is the esteemed Boss Song. You hold me in high regard, but I am merely a student, he thought, managing only a dry chuckle. If there was a way to describe his smile at that moment, it would be one of superficiality, a facade that concealed his unease. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of apprehension as he faced the very Boss Song he had just sparred with moments ago. Fortunately, the information regarding the original owners of the auction items was tightly protected by Yuzhen Auction House, providing Fang Xu a modicum of confidence in his words. However, the slightly portly figure of Song Qinqiu was now quite close to him. Song Qinqiu placed his hand on Fang Xu's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. Laughing, young brother, what is this? You've made me spend several million without a word and are now attempting to slip away? Fang Xu sighed softly. Well, as you say, I was merely trying to raise the price for our esteemed boss. In the end, however, I was no match for your prowess, Boss Song. Your acting skills are rather commendable. Song Qinqiu laughed heartily. Observing this, Fang Xu felt a hint of confusion. What did Boss Song mean? Everyone had heard what he had said in the hall. Did he think others were fools? Fang Xu hurriedly clarified. Boss Song, you must be mistaken. What I referred to was not for today's auction. Regardless whether or not it was, it is said that priceless treasures cannot be bought with mere gold. I shan't weep over a few million. After all, you have competed with me directly. How about this? The hour is ripe for dining. Why don't we find a place nearby and have a chat? Have a chat? Fang Xu Inwali Wan. Boss Song was indeed an intriguing character, his demeanor shifting with every moment. Just as Fang Xu hesitated, glancing towards Sun Siki, Song Qinqiu seemed unwilling to grant him the opportunity to decline. Sun Siki did not voice her opinion. Though it was merely 4 in the afternoon, she mentioned the meal time and, seizing the moment before rush hour, said, Fang Xu, it's up to you. I'll go get the car. Boss Song, I am but a mere worker, Fang Xu began, but was interrupted. No matter who you are, I only recognize that young man who opposed me at the auction today. So what will it be? Will you grant me the courtesy? Behind Song Qinqiu stood several individuals, all clad in suits with serious expressions, reminiscent of the bodyguards that accompany every prominent businessman, their postures rigid and hands clasped behind their backs. Fang Xu felt a subtle sense of intimidation, though he was uncertain if it was truly a threat. As he contemplated whether to comply, he glanced at his watch and smiled. Very well, since Boss Song holds me in such esteem, I shall accept. Fang Xu was then invited into a sleek black sports car. To be honest, I possess quite a collection of antiquities and artworks from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Should you be interested, you are welcome to visit my residence next time. If there is something suitable, I could part with it for your esteemed boss, he said with a smile. Since these are your cherished possessions, my boss would never take them by force. By the way, Boss Song, what business do you actually engage in? Why is there no description on this card? Fang Xu had previously taken note of that seemingly extravagant business card, which, however, contained little more than Song Qianqiu's illustrious name, devoid of any mention of a company affiliation. When confronted with Fang Xu's inquiries, Song Qianqiu feigned nonchalance. My business ventures are somewhat eclectic. I possess a modicum of knowledge in various fields. However, I have a personal inclination towards cultivating amicable relationships, and you, my young friend, are one such acquaintance in my eyes. Me? Fang Xu appeared taken aback by this unexpected compliment. Let me put it this way. I, Song Qianqiu, have enjoyed a measure of fortune in my early business endeavors, amassing a modest wealth. Recently, I have ventured into the antiques industry, and I find myself in need of trustworthy partners for my upcoming antique shop, which will require appraisers, sales personnel, and other staff. To be candid, I discerned your potential the moment you entered. Fang Xu inwardly chuckled, recognizing that Song Qianqiu's verbose discourse was laden with insincerity. The flattery and claims of admiration were not lost on him. How could he possibly believe such words? It was hardly surprising that he attracted attention during the opening game orchestrated by Lu Qingqing. This realization made him feel as though he were being treated like a naive child, and his regard for Song Qianqiu was plummeting. The prospect of dining with him felt stifling, and Fang Xu contemplated whether he should discreetly escape at that very moment. Song Qianqiu suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Fang Xu's thoughts. That lady earlier, how fortuitous. Please send me the exact coordinates. I shall pay her a visit another day. Fang Xu was at a loss for words. He quickly responded, I'm not sure why you would invite me, Boss Song. Song Qianqiu laughed heartily. As I mentioned, we have an affinity, and I simply find you to be a commendable individual. Fang Xu, fiddling with his watch, wore a furrowed brow. Noticing his discomfort, Song Qianqiu sighed and waved his hand. Stop the car. The vehicle came to a halt, and Song Qianqiu turned to Fang Xu with a serious expression. Young brother, at the heart of it, you do not trust me, do you? Perhaps I acted impulsively, not allowing you time to acclimate. This is quite natural, as I tend to be decisive and dislike dilly-dallying. How about this? Leave me your phone number, and we can arrange another meeting, strictly for business, after which we may forge a friendship. Fang Xu remained oblivious to the ulterior motives of the seemingly aged Song Qianqiu. The truth was, Song Qianqiu had recognized Fang Xu's reluctance, thus offering an escape route. Yet, from the moment he entered the car until now, Fang Xu was perplexed about what precisely had drawn Song Qianqiu's attention. It was worth noting that the 5 million in dividends owed to him by Sun Siki would indeed be transferred without fail. And it was this very substantial sum that Song Qianqiu was financing. There's no rush. Song Qianqiu smiled, shifting his ample frame slightly, producing a creaking sound from the leather seat. He continued, since you have pressing matters, I would be more than happy to give you a ride. Chapter 29. The Gentleman's Grace, as refined as jade. Song Qianqiu's words undoubtedly served as a cautionary bell for Fang Xu once more. Fang Xu initially hesitated to board the vehicle, yet he found himself unable to refuse the familiar overtures of Song Qianqiu, who seemed intent on not letting the matter rest without his agreement. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Moreover, Fang Xu was well aware of his own prowess with timepieces. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he could deftly manipulate the hands of the clock to alter fate itself. However, how could he easily acquiesce? If Song Qianqiu were to harbor intentions of revenge, it could very well lead to Fang Xu's own downfall, leaving him in a precarious situation. Therefore, he resolutely declined, albeit with a grateful smile, his hand already reaching for the door handle. Boss Song, I genuinely appreciate your goodwill, but you are a busy man, and I would not dare to impose upon your time. Since you are interested in discussing business with Jinbao Pavilion, let us arrange another meeting when you are free. Just as Song Qianqiu was about to respond, Fang Xu forcefully opened the door. What? Boss Song, why is the car locked? Fang Xu turned to look at Song Qianqiu, sensing that his words did not align with his intentions. To be candid, you have caused me to incur losses amounting to several million. Yes, several million. As a businessman, do you think you could easily swallow that bitterness? Fang Xu furrowed his brow. Are you seeking revenge on me? What does that have to do with me? You yourself said that a beloved treasure is priceless. Fang Xu interrupted, applying more force to the door, which remained immovable. Growing anxious, he exclaimed, Song Qianqiu in broad daylight. I advise you to think this through. Fang Xu raised his voice, attempting to convey the anger he felt within. He was uncertain of Song Qianqiu's true intentions. The principle of business often dictates that one must tread carefully, and he had not anticipated the repercussions of their earlier exchange at the auction. When he glanced at Song Qianqiu again, he noted that the latter's expression had returned to calmness. To be honest, part of what I mentioned earlier was not without truth. For instance, the business I engage in is indeed business. So what? Do you really believe I would conduct business with someone like you? Fang Xu's demeanor remained steadfast. Observing the situation, he promptly retrieved his phone. Do you believe I won't call the police right now? Song Qianxiu chuckled. No need to rush. We can report it once we reach my company. I yist. Once on your turf, will I even have the opportunity to speak? Perhaps recognizing Fang Xu's youthful bravado, Song Qianxiu's tones softened slightly. Let me be clear, my company has always conducted legitimate business. Whether you choose to believe it or not, you can verify for yourself. Fang Xu retorted, what does that have to do with me? I only agreed to join you for dinner because I thought your attitude was decent. I had no idea you were truly seeking to settle scores over the auction. Song Qianxiu did not respond immediately. Instead, he rummaged through his pocket and, like Fang Xu, produced his phone. Take a look at this. Fang Xu glanced at the image on the phone screen, which displayed a strikingly clear picture of a dragon-shaped jade pendant. From the photograph alone, it was enough to captivate anyone's attention. Having worked in an antique shop for some time, Fang Xu could instantly recognize that this piece was anything but ordinary. The true jade radiates a gentle luster, be it translucent or opaque. In the image presented by Song Qianxiu, the jade pendant is not only exquisitely translucent, but also showcases a dragon pattern carved with divine artistry. Though devoid of embellishing colors, it is no less magnificent than the phoenix wings depicted on the previously admired Sanzi incense burner. It is said that a gentleman is as warm and refined as jade. This object is indeed extraordinary. Fang Xu, unable to decipher Song Qianxiu's intentions, had tempered his earlier display of ire upon gazing at the jade pendant. With a forced smile, he curiously remarked, it seems that Boss Song is well-versed in literature. I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. After a contemplative breath, Fang Xu acknowledged that the jade pendant, by mere appearance, could captivate the attention of any jade aficionado. Yet, he remained perplexed about the true purpose behind Song Qianxiu sharing this photograph with him. Hence, he chose to remain silent, awaiting Song Qianxiu to speak first. Since ancient times, it has been said that a gentleman is gentle and refined like jade. This particular jade is named Gentleman's Smile. In a new regime, the emperor and his ministers change, Liu Bang. The founding emperor of the Han dynasty recognized its value and bestowed this exquisite jade upon a loyal minister, my ancestor, Song Chu. Huh? The founding emperor of the Han dynasty? How many years ago was that? Fang Xu exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, I learned of this from my ancestors. It is my family heirloom. Song Qianxiu's head lowered gradually, and although Fang Xu could not discern the truth behind his words, the sorrowful expression on Song Qianxiu's face suggested a lack of fabrication. Thus, Fang Xu continued, Boss Song, please do not speak in riddles. This family heirloom must be. Exactly. I have lost it, Song Qianxiu replied, his expression darkening. He glared at Fang Xu, seemingly suppressing his agitation. Ever since they had entered the vehicle, Fang Xu had been pondering Song Qianxiu's intentions. To his surprise, even without confronting him directly, Song Qianxiu seemed reluctant to divulge further information. However, judging by the quality of the gentleman's smile, if Song Qianxiu intended for Fang Xu to delve into this matter, it could pose complications. Boss Song, you must clarify your intentions. I am not a detective. I believe it would be wiser to seek someone more adept at finding lost items. Fang Xu refrained from elaborating further, merely waving his phone dismissively. I see no need to visit your company, and I must clarify that at an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Hence, I'm not here to argue with you. Even if the situation were fully disclosed, others would not perceive me as suspect. On the contrary, if you genuinely wish to discuss business with my employer, we could arrange a coffee meeting another day. As for, stop, Song Qianxiu interjected, raising his hand. Young man, this is indeed my family heirloom. Would you please allow me to explain the compensation before making your decision? Fang Xu, already growing impatient, retorted, do you truly consider me some kind of appraiser? Upon seeing Song Qianxiu nod eagerly, Fang Xu chuckled, this is quite amusing. The Jade Auction House has plenty of appraisers, as does the Golden Jade Studio. Surely you have heard of them? You could easily hire them. Why seek out someone as obscure as myself? Song Qianxiu exclaimed, it is not merely your ability to appraise treasures that astonishes me. The fact that you can ascertain the authenticity of over 30 unseen items at the auction purely by intuition is a feat that even the most seasoned scholars in the field would hesitate to claim with such conviction. Fang Xu chuckled lightly, pointing to himself, Boss Song, I swear to the heavens, I am utterly ignorant when it comes to treasure appraisal. Sensing that Song Qianxiu might not easily accept this, Fang Xu added, It was merely a whim of mine, I thought, given Miss Liu's family's considerable wealth, that even a single piece of treasure could fetch a price exceeding $1 million. So, I decided to take a chance. I am just a poor lad. As the sports car continued to glide forward at a steady pace, Fang Xu urged, "Boss Song, please let me off. I have urgent matters to attend to. Young brother, I genuinely wish to seek your assistance. This heirloom of mine," he confessed earnestly. "To be frank, if you come to my company, rest assured that I will not use the auction as leverage. Our relationship will be purely professional, devoid of any emotional entanglements. I must get out." Fang Xu shook his head in refusal. "Please assist me with this favor, and upon its successful completion, I shall reward you with this sum." Immediately, Song Qianqiu shifted his ample frame towards Fang Xu, extending 5 fingers. 50,000? Are you jesting? No, it is 500,000. Song Qianqiu's expression radiated excitement. At this proclamation, even the driver of Song Qianqiu's sports car could not suppress a shudder. Boss Song, I can't shake the feeling that there is some misunderstanding between us," Fang Xu remarked with a light laugh. The fate of the heirloom, whether lost or otherwise, had little bearing on him. However, Song Qianqiu's words struck a chord. 500,000 was no trifling amount, particularly considering that Fang Xu might indeed possess the requisite skill. Fang Xu had not forgotten the little one at home who seemed perpetually drowsy. Their treasure-hunting prowess was not merely exceptional, but extraordinary. Thus, how could Fang Xu let go of such a lucrative opportunity? Now that the matter was laid bare, he articulated his thoughts. "We need to narrow down the time and location, ideally setting a precise deadline." And Fang Xu smiled softly, gently shaking his phone. "Please send me that photo from earlier." Chapter 30. The Search for the Noble Gentleman. Song Qianqiu was taken aback by Fang Xu's swift change in demeanor. Yet, Song Qianqiu was indeed a man of remarkable adaptability. He promptly grinned and said, "Excellent. I shall first take you to my company. There may be some clues that could assist you." This time, Fang Xu did not decline. The black sports car came to a halt in front of an old-style residential area. "This is my processing factory. The office building is ahead. Young brother, forgive me for not asking sooner. Please call me Fang Xu," he said with a smile as he began to observe his surroundings. Under Song Qianqiu's guidance, they wandered outside for a while, surrounded by heaps of discarded processing materials. However, from the mountain-like piles of debris, Fang Xu gleaned an understanding of the nature of Song Qianqiu's business. "Boss Song is quite impressive. Such a large factory must yield substantial profits, I presume?" It is merely a small enterprise, just a small venture, my friend. Let me take you to my office, where I can provide you with some relevant materials for your reference." Song Qianqiu pointed to a modest building beside the processing factory, which appeared remarkably new. While it could not rival the towering skyscrapers, it possessed a unique tranquility and elegance. However, Fang Xu sensed that Song Qianqiu was far from simplistic in his demeanor. The large factory's entrance was tightly shut, yet the metallic sounds of machinery echoed from within. The discarded materials piled outside were predominantly powdery remnants, which Fang Xu recognized to be primarily jade and porcelain fragments. The location was somewhat secluded. The driver had navigated several turns before taking a narrow path, traversing a muddy road riddled with potholes. This was perhaps the typical scenery near the suburbs. Fang Xu refrained from inquiring further, focused solely on completing the business deal to secure the 50,000. Upon entering the office with Song Qianqiu, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma. "What is that scent?" Fang Xu inquired curiously. "Dragon's blood incense, a true treasure." Song Qianqiu hurried to his desk, where a modest gray incense burner exuded white smoke from its left side. Fang Xu scrutinized the burner, suspecting it to be quite valuable. "Indeed, my young brother Fang has a discerning eye." Song Qianqiu chuckled. "I shall not hide it from you. Despite its unremarkable appearance, I spent a considerable sum to acquire this fine piece from the antique market." As he spoke, he gestured for Fang Xu to come closer, continuing, "But these details are not what matter. Come, let me show you the information on Junzi Xiao." Fang Xu couldn't help but feel astonished. The office, conspicuously located on the outskirts, was filled with numerous precious items. Did Song Qianqiu not fear theft? As Fang Xu approached, Song Qianqiu retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer. "Some of these are jade pieces processed by my company. Take a look to familiarize yourself for our future collaboration. As for Junzi Xiao, I truly value your involvement, but this matter must remain confidential. Is it that you believe wealth should not be flaunted?" Fang Xu replied with a smile. "That is indeed part of it, but not solely that. Junzi Xiao involves more than just myself, Song Qianqiu. The truth is, I have faced many setbacks since I began my business. You know that commerce is seldom straightforward. And I have connections? What do you mean? Fang Xu asked. Upon hearing this, Song Qinqiu's expression darkened with anger, causing Fang Xu to harbor doubts. Boss Song, why do I have a nagging feeling that this situation is rather precarious? Are you suggesting that you need to curry favor with others at such a high cost? I do not wish to, my young friend Fang. I must confide in you. I have my suspicions that Junzi Zhao's disappearance is linked to them. Fang Xu furrowed his brow, incredulous. He was somewhat aware of the devious intrigues in the business world. Yet Song Qinqiu's words felt oddly sinister, leaving him skeptical. Song Qinqiu spoke in a hushed tone, as though fearing eavesdroppers. Fang Xu accompanied him in the performance. To this day, Song Qinqiu has always spoken in a manner that hints at deeper meanings, leaving Fang Xu uncertain about the veracity of his words. Ultimately, it boils down to seizing the moment, and Fang Xu is acutely aware that nothing prompts an audience without reason. Indeed, Song Qinqiu would not hastily pursue him right after the auction without a valid motive. Moreover, Sun Siki, being well-versed in various matters, felt assured enough to let Fang Xu handle the situation alone, largely due to her perception of Song Qinqiu as amiable rather than someone malicious. Perhaps this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. When Song Qinqiu handed over the so-called documents to Fang Xu, his gaze was somewhat erratic, even momentarily avoiding direct eye contact. Subsequently, when confronted with Fang Xu's inquiries, he responded ambiguously, merely suggesting they stay in touch and providing a vague lead for Fang Xu to follow, which in reality was a path shrouded in uncertainty. Once Fang Xu organized his thoughts, he realized that obtaining the 50,000 was not as simple a task as anticipated. According to Song Qinqiu, the gentleman's laughter concealed a careless loss, having once searched high and low for it without a trace, nearly turning the entire city upside down in his quest. To this end, Song Qinqiu proposed several hypotheses. First, if it were to fall into some obscure corner, it would be exceedingly difficult to recover. Though this could be dismissed for now, as Song Qinqiu had already searched tirelessly over 100 times. Thus, these 3 points were what Song Qinqiu repeatedly urged Fang Xu to consider, under the pretext of acknowledging Fang Xu's impressive performance at the auction, which had directly embarrassed Ma Haoyue, though Fang Xu did not share this sentiment. Fang Xu had always understood that in the realm of commerce, there are no true allies, only everlasting interests. Perhaps he had boldly stepped forth, making an astonishing impact. Yet he never believed that Song Qinqiu had taken a liking to his abilities solely based on that. However, Fang Xu chose not to confront this directly. He needed the money and wished to escape the shackles of poverty. He yearned to demonstrate to others, especially to his unsympathetic relatives, that he, Fang Xu, would one day ascend to become a wealthy antiquities magnate. Upon leaving Song Qinqiu's company, Fang Xu once again declined the offer of a ride. Indeed, he wished to keep his residence undisclosed. His interest lay solely in the jade piece, as his watch required the continuous absorption of precious energy to function adequately. Fang Xu cherished that little fellow as if it were a treasured possession, despite the occasional mischief it caused. Reflecting on that night in the dilapidated house still sent chills down his spine. "Little one, look what I have brought you." Fang Xu chuckled as he pulled out several glistening glass marbles from his pocket. With a sharp claw, the little creature knocked the marbles from Fang Xu's hand. Emitting a low growl, its narrowed eyes conveying a challenge. "These are treasures. Do you not want them?" Fang Xu feigen in godan. The little creature let out another fierce cry, baring its teeth in a menacing manner. Fang Xu dared not provoke it further and clapped his hands with a smile. "Very well. I shall take you to find true treasures, shall we?" However, the little creature remained unresponsive, its paws clasped together, and before long, it had curled up and drifted off to sleep. This was perplexing. Had it truly lost interest in treasures? Perhaps I was employing the wrong approach, mused Fang Xu. Unwilling to concede defeat, he called Sun Siki, realizing that to locate the necklaces of Junzi Xiao and Bai Keqing, he would undoubtedly need the assistance of this little being. "Sister Sun, it's me. What is up, you little rascal? Have you landed a major deal?" "Ah, nothing escapes your keen perception. Truly, you are the astute Mrs. Sun. Enough with the flattery. Just tell me what you need." Sun Siki chuckled on the other end. "Are you free now? I would like to stop by the store." "I'm at home." Upon hearing this, Fang Xu immediately got to the point. "Sister Sun, I recall that the store has several exquisite white porcelain cups valued at 100,000 each, correct?" "Indeed, what is on your mind?" Fang Xu briefly shared his intentions with Sun Siki, merely wanting to procure some small trinkets to amuse the little creature, for anything too costly was beyond his means. Subsequently, He hailed a taxi to the treasure pavilion, of course after securing Sun Siki's approval. At that moment, Fang Xu felt a warmth in his heart. This proprietress had indeed been quite generous to him. The instant she heard he wished to spend money on a few white porcelain items, she permitted him to take them without hesitation. Sun Siki understood that Fang Xu's financial situation was still manageable. Yet she framed this as a little bonus for his contributions to the store, deeming the few porcelain cups a trivial matter. Though Fang Xu possessed the key to the treasure pavilion, he had not brought the little creature along, mindful of its previous escapade involving jade. Not only Sun Siki, but even he was left with lingering trepidation. Despite the little creature's petite and delicate appearance, its voracious appetite was akin to that of a ravenous wolf. At this juncture, Fang Xu was still oblivious to the origins of this little being. The notion of it consuming jewels and artifacts seemed utterly fantastical, yet the reality was undeniable. Thus, Fang Xu was compelled to act swiftly, as all hope now rested on this little treasure-seeking companion. However, when he placed the few white porcelain cups before the little creature, he was left dumbfounded. It appeared that the little one was once again succumbing to slumber. Intent on rousing its interest, Fang Xu held one of the porcelain cups closer, admiring its adorable, drowsy demeanor, feeling certain that success was imminent. Much to his dismay, the little creature regarded the cup with utter disdain, completely ignoring Fang Xu's playful antics. Growing anxious, he implored, "Little one, these are genuine treasures. Just take a look. They are delightful, and you may indulge to your heart's content." With heartfelt earnestness, Fang Xu squatted down, fully focused, and proceeded to present all the white porcelain cups, waving them enticingly in front of the little creature. Its nose twitched slightly, and its mouth appeared to part just a bit. Fang Xu, filled with hope, believed his efforts were bearing fruit, and he nudged the porcelain cup closer, reminding, Come, eat up. Once you're full, you'll have the energy for tomorrow's tasks." The little creature's mouth gaped wider, and Fang Xu could not help but chuckle. Indeed, don't be shy, little one, eat up." The little creature paused with its mouth agape for several moments, its head held high, but as it slowly lowered, it gradually closed its eyes. It turned out to merely be yawning. The time was only 9 in the evening, and Fang Xu had no intention of conceding just yet. He then extended his finger towards the little one's fluffy silver head, the fur exceptionally soft. With great curiosity, Fang Xu began to tease the creature, confident that it could not possibly fall asleep. However, it was evident that he was mistaken, no matter how he played with it, even pinching its tiny tail. There was no response. This little creature seemed to spend its days solely eating and sleeping, which was peculiar, as it only consumed precious gemstones, turning its nose up at anything else, and only selecting the most radiant and costly of treasures. It was strange in that regard. Despite the little one appearing to have no access to food, at least Fang Xu had never witnessed it eating. It could fall asleep instantly, and its eyes would sparkle at the sight of treasures, yet remain indifferent in their absence. Fang Xu could not help but mutter, "All you do is sleep all day. Now that I'm in trouble, you couldn't care less." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Fang Xu flopped onto his bed, toying with a porcelain cup he had brought from the treasure pavilion. It appeared quite ordinary, which explained why the little creature didn't even spare a glance. Recalling the scene when the little one had attacked the jade, Fang Xu sighed inwardly, estimating that this peculiar little squirrel only showed interest in treasures worth millions. The night he was led to that remote alley was similar. Although no treasures had been revealed, he surmised it must have been an invaluable antique. With that thought, Fang Xu remembered when he saved Bai Kaixing. The gemstone necklace she wore had indeed come into his possession through the little creature, but it had since vanished without a trace. Could it be that the little one had devoured it? Unable to contain himself any longer, Fang Xu exclaimed, "Little one, wake up." He suddenly sat up, his eyes wide as he stared at the cozy little nest where the creature was curled up lazily. As expected, the little one refused to open its eyes, and in a fit of urgency, Fang Xu scooped up its nest. "Now you decide to play coy, huh? You rascal. If you ignore me any longer, do you believe I'll let you face the cold wind on the balcony tonight?" He pretended to head towards the balcony. The night air was chilling, devoid of stars, and it seemed that tomorrow would bring rain. Thus, he carried the little one directly to the balcony, where waves of cold wind greeted him, causing Fang Xu to shiver despite himself. Not to mention the little creature's tiny frame, although it had fluffy, silver fur. In such near-zero temperatures, it surely could not be comfortable. Fang Xu began to wait patiently for his plan to take effect, as seconds ticked by. "My dear, I beg you, wake up already, at least make sound." Fang Xu trembled, nearly at his limit. while the little creature likely had already drifted into a dream. Playing chase with the king of dreams. As I observed the little creature's tiny paws moving back and forth, Fang Xu was on the brink of despair. Indeed, it was a grand spectacle. In a fit of frustration, he grasped the little one's tail and suspended it in midair. He shook it vigorously, gradually increasing the tempo, for he could not allow the 50,000 to slip away. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Yet, there was no response. Fang Xu's hands moved faster, busily navigating in all directions. Uncertain of how long this frenetic pace persisted, a sudden shriek erupted from the little creature, breaking free from his grasp and lunging towards Fang Xu's arm. Its prominent teeth collided with the watch adorning Fang Xu's wrist, producing a resounding crack that echoed in the stillness. Time seemed to freeze. Tick, tick, tick. Fang Xu's heartbeat also halted, as everything unfolded without warning. Even the sound of his own breathing began to fade into the distance. What was happening? This singular thought raced through Fang Xu's mind. Gradually, darkness enveloped him, and the little creature's lively form vanished, halting the melodious clinking of the beaded curtain swaying on the balcony. The scene before him faded from view until it was entirely gone. In a fleeting moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Fang Xu, Fang Xu. Who calls me? Fang Xu found himself enveloped in confusion, seemingly stripped of all sensation. Even his own body felt as though it had transformed into air. Amidst the darkness, a silver light swept through, advancing from afar. Thousands of shimmering silver rays led Fang Xu to believe he might be experiencing dizziness. Yet, in the next instant, a form began to materialize before him, a mass of silver light gradually merging together. This silvery glow resembled a tangible entity, yet possessed a fluidity akin to water, slowly coalescing into a shape. As it drew nearer, Fang Xu finally discerned that he was not merely hallucinating due to vertigo. It was the little creature. He beheld its face, with its fluffy silver fur and mischievous little eyes. Is it truly you? Where are we? Little one, little one? However, Fang Xu could not hear his own voice, nor was he certain whether those words had escaped his lips. The creature's form had fully materialized, hovering in the darkness right before him, a cluster of silver light that, though not blinding, illuminated his surroundings. His own body remained unchanged, yet beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of silence. There was no ground, only a tranquil flow of stillness and dimness. Fang Xu was struck with horror. If this were not a dream, had he fallen prey to some malevolent force? Helplessly, he reached for his arm, only to discover he was utterly empty-handed. Fortunately, the little creature remained before him, though it still ignored Fang Xu's presence. He searched his entire body in a futile attempt to locate his watch, but to no avail. Little one, come closer and help me search the ground. I need to see if I dropped it. Fang Xu crouched down, squinting in the faint light, glancing around until his fingers finally brushed against the surface. The chill was bone deep. The mere touch of his fingertips was almost unbearable. This is not a loss of sensation. Rather, it is a magnification of his senses to an extraordinary degree. Completely bewildered by this strange place, Fang Xu turned on his heel and fled. With a scream akin to encountering a ghost, he shouted, "Little one, keep up with me." The sound of his hurried footsteps reverberated against the ground, heavy with his anxiety and trepidation. Chapter 32. Back to square one? Yet, where could Fang Xu run aimlessly to? Fortunately, a glimmer of silver light followed his every step, but the path ahead seemed interminable, imbued with an icy chill. Although his watch had not accompanied him for long, its absence rendered Fang Xu suddenly devoid of any sense of security. Nevertheless, survival was paramount. As he pinched the flesh of his arm, the sharp sting reminded him that this was no mere dream. Or perhaps it was reality, a reality tinged with a sense of bewilderment. Fang Xu, Fang. The same cold voice echoed in his ears. A shiver ran down Fang Xu's spine, and he involuntarily inquired, "Who are you? Is it amusing to toy with me?" The voice persisted, calling his name, a man's voice, perhaps age, perhaps. Grandpa? Fang Xu hate aboli. His grandfather had passed away many years ago. Time had dulled the ache of longing, yet now. Is it truly you, Grandpa? Fang Xu found himself perplexed. Could it be that his grandfather had become a time traveler after his death? No, that thought was quickly dismissed, though he harbored a fear of darkness. The scientific truths of the world he had grown accustomed to firmly reminded him that tales of the supernatural were mere fabrications. Yet, what of this enigmatic space and the voice that bore such a resemblance to his grandfather's? Fang Xu paused, the silver light behind him soft and gentle. the little one quietly trailing him without any signs of agitation. In that fleeting moment, Fang Xu yearned for his grandfather's figure to materialize before him. It had been many years since his grandfather's departure, and now he missed him dearly. Alas, he did not appear. Only the voice remained, and soon after Fang Xu halted, even it ceased to echo. Regardless of whether this was a dream or some form of malevolence, Fang Xu clenched his fists, resolute to break free from this predicament. Little one, do you know how to escape? He directed his gaze toward the gathering light. In truth, he could only discern a faint glow. Yet the little one offered no response. It merely followed him obediently. When Fang Xu moved, it moved. When he stopped, it remained still. Tick, tick, tick. The persistent sound of clocks ticking gently disrupted the silence. Fang Xu lowered his breath, his clenched fists growing increasingly tense. An uncontrollable wave of dizziness surged without warning, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Achieving a tranquil mind proved elusive. He was no sage, and Fang Xu felt as though his life was drawing to a close. A sensation of utter exhaustion, unlike anything he had ever experienced, shattered his final hopes and determination. Was this the end? I am not ready to let go. As Fang Xu's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, he was on the verge of succumbing to slumber. His limbs became weak, and the radiant light in his vision morphed into a swirling blur, flickering and fragmented. Grandfather, save me. For reasons unknown, perhaps driven by his subconscious, Fang Xu's plea for help escaped his lips. Suddenly, a low, piercing sound of wind rushed in, replacing the faint ticking of time in the dark space with the jarring noise of tearing metal. A chill wind blew mercilessly through the gaping seams, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through Fang Xu's entire being. Open your eyes. As he did, darkness vanished, seemingly giving way to the interchange of two worlds. Vivid scenes akin to television frames materialized before him, and he could even hear the voices of those within. What is this? Fang Xu exclaimed in astonishment. Father, mother, yeah, and myself? Indeed, he beheld his younger self in childhood, cradled by his parents alongside the newborn yeah. This joyous family scene was a vivid recollection from over a decade ago. Could it be that time had reversed? Even the mundane acts of eating and drinking were portrayed with impeccable accuracy. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Fang Xu stepped forward, yearning to draw closer. Each scene morphed rapidly as he approached, akin to the pages of a lengthy tome flipping open at a glance. Ultimately, he found himself mere inches away from the immense light screen. The image of himself mirrored his present form, now an adult. Slowly, Fang Xu extended his hand, and the flow of images accelerated, rivaling the speed of any car on a highway or even an aircraft piercing through the clouds. By ka-ching, Fang Xu got pet. Suddenly recognizing the school beauty he had only recently met, a mere few days prior. At that moment, confusion mingled with curiosity surged within him. What manner of existence was this? Compelled, he reached out to touch it. A powerful force drew his hand in, pulling his entire being into the scene. Amidst a tumultuous whirl and a cacophony of disorienting sounds, a myriad of indistinguishable noises ensnared Fang Xu, akin to sinking into a quagmire. When he finally regained his footing and clarity, he could hardly believe the sensation of seeing the light of day again was real. Is this the treasure pavilion? As whispers of rustling reached his ears, Fang Xu turned to find himself leaning against the counter. This place was all too familiar. It was the antique shop where he worked, owned by Sun Siki. Had he been careless and knocked something over, Sun Siki would surely have been furious, knowing how much effort had gone into acquiring those items, which had long been used to maintain appearances. Fang Xu gathered his thoughts and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the arrangements remained unchanged. However, as his gaze drifted to the right, where a relatively smaller antique storage cabinet stood, he was struck by an astonishing sight. It was not merely a deviation in placement. The white glazed porcelain cups he had previously taken to amuse the little one had inexplicably reappeared. Could it be that time had truly reversed? However, Fang Xu distinctly recalled that he had never moved the hands of the watch. Moreover, the watch had vanished without a trace, and while he wished to search for it, he was utterly oblivious to where it might have fallen or when it had done so. Nevertheless, at this moment, Fang Xu felt that the situation was not too dire. He consoled himself by considering it merely a day spent in vain. Yet, upon hearing a familiar call nearby, Fang Xu's back stiffened abruptly, following the direction of the sound. He noticed a rather inconspicuous corner. Fang Xu's expression and body were entirely tensed, wary of making even the slightest mistake. Suddenly, a pale silver figure darted out, leaping onto the counter before Fang Xu. It was the little creature. Elated, Fang Xu instinctively moved closer, but in an instant he sensed something amiss. Thus his outstretched hand, poised to embrace the little one, came to an abrupt halt. "Little fellow, why has your fur lost its previous luster?" It was as if upon first encountering this creature, its dull silver coat and slightly provocative gaze mirrored the present moment, as if history were repeating itself. Yet, those events had transpired many days ago, and Fang Xu was not foolish enough to believe that time could regress to such an extent. However, the next moment, an antiquated watch materialized from thin air, lifted above its head by the little creature's tiny paw. Fang Xu found himself momentarily speechless, as memories surged through his mind like a swift current. Was this a return to a familiar place, or had time truly reversed? Fang Xu pondered this for a while. Was it not the embodiment of his profound confusion? As he gazed at the little creature with the same demeanor as before, he knew, indeed, it was true. He effortlessly accepted the watch, its appearance unchanged, still inconspicuous and dilapidated. The hands remained utterly still, and Fang Xu stared at it for nearly a minute without witnessing any movement. Rarely did he have his phone on him now. Otherwise, he feared it would either be out of signal or frozen. He dared not entertain such thoughts further. After a brief examination of the watch, he discovered it bore no usable time. As if to further validate this notion, Fang Xu extended his hand towards the porcelain vase he had nearly toppled earlier. A blinding white light surged forth from the vase, revealing itself before vanishing into the watch, leaving no trace. The hands advanced by approximately 2 minutes, and this time, Fang Xu truly believed it. Time had indeed reversed. My heavens, little one, please do not tell me you are completely unaware of this. Fang Xu shouted at the little creature, which sat innocently on the counter, gazing at him with a vacant expression, its eyes not even flickering. A wave of melancholy washed over Fang Xu. Based on his previous experiences, it was likely that soon enough, the familiar sound of footsteps would echo from outside, drawing ever closer. Chapter 33. The Importance of Swift Action. Fang Xu's emotions were so tumultuous that he could scarcely articulate them. Must he endure this all over again? He longed to deny it. Yet how could he alter the facts? The little creature perched on his shoulder grew restless, tugging at Fang Xu's clothing, urging him to change direction. Indeed, it was the moment when Bai Kaching was kidnapped that arrived. Fang Xu found himself in a state of helplessness, a tumult of indignation and astonishment swirling within him. However, upon witnessing a cascade of exquisite gemstone necklaces being tossed into his sight by the little one, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. Little one, could it be that this is your doing? Did you know I was searching for such treasures? Yet, time was of the essence. After this brief moment of hesitation, 2 men with malevolent expressions and sinister grins approached Fang Xu from behind. These were the gangsters, utterly despicable villains. Fang Xu dare not linger, utilizing the luminous energy absorbed by his watch to start anew. He had once heard the saying that, regardless of whether one traverses time with intent or by chance, history must remain unaltered. This notion had merely been a topic of discussion among viewers of television dramas, but now Fang Xu found himself entrenched in its reality. Should he act with greater audacity, it was highly likely that the forthcoming days would yield even greater rewards through the powers of his watch. As he sped away on his bicycle and encountered the policewoman Chen Shui, memories of the murder incident from that fateful night resurfaced in Fang Xu's mind. The mysterious figure who had extracted his wallet and framed him had left an indelible stone in his heart that could not be dislodged. The approach of Chen Shui, embodying an undeniable spirit of heroism, instantly invigorated Fang Xu. As a police officer, she radiated an aura of hope, and Fang Xu had no reason to wear a grim expression. Otherwise, if Chen Shui misinterpreted his demeanor as nefarious intent, it would be an egregious injustice. Just right, officer, he began, yet the scene remained unchanged, replaying itself with an eerie familiarity. The only difference was that Fang Xu handed the strand of gemstone necklaces directly to Chen Shui. This act alleviated his burden, yet considering the stature of Bai Kaching, the value of this necklace could not be overstated. It was certainly beyond Fang Xu's current financial means to recompense. However, as Chen Shui turned to leave, just at the moment her dark uniform faded from view, the little one unexpectedly leaped from Fang Xu's shoulder, gaping wide with an open mouth. Fang Xu had no time to intervene, and once again his watch met a tragic end beneath the little one's incisors. The world around him descended into darkness. Damn it! So it was you who orchestrated this chaos. Fang Xu thought in his final moments of consciousness, almost wishing to give the little one a sound thrashing. When it came to performance, Fang Xu found himself outmatched by the little one. Without prior warning, he had been thoroughly toyed with. When Fang Xu opened his eyes again, he was enveloped in a state of dejection and despair. Such experiences were more than his mortal frame could bear. Yet the little one had inadvertently resolved a significant dilemma for him. It was likely that the necklace incident involving Bai Kaching had been rewritten. As for how it had been lost initially, that no longer mattered. At this juncture, Fang Xu simply needed to request one more favor from the little one. In the spirit of a gentleman who smiles as he takes on the burdens of others, Fang Xu had already made arrangements with Song Qianxiu. A deposit of 10% was set to arrive the next day, with the full payment promised upon completion of the task. Despite such experiences, one could discern that the gentleman's smile is indeed extraordinary. If the luminous essence within the watch were to be absorbed, it would surely possess at least a 10-digit duration of usability. However, after having playfully taunted the little creature only to be outsmarted in return, Fang Xu now felt a lingering trepidation and considerable anxiety. Therefore, he would never dare to ask the little one for assistance with this matter, at least not tonight. Unexpectedly, Fang Xu discovered today that this little creature possessed capabilities beyond mere treasure hunting. Even more astonishing, it seemed to have an inexplicable connection with the watch. For Fang Xu at this moment, the treasures available for his exploration were indeed exceedingly scarce, not to mention that many visible objects were often untouchable. Is there not a saying that one may admire from afar, but must not profane? Indeed, this rings true. After a restless night, he finally succumbed to sleep, devoid of dreams. Awaking to a dim sky, the relentless rain had already begun. Perhaps it started shortly after Fang Xu drifted into slumber. Ordinarily, such gloomy weather would dampen one's spirits, but contrary to expectations, Fang Xu found himself smiling in the face of the rain, a rare exception. His pet, resembling its master, stirred as Fang Xu fumbled about, yawning while dressing and putting on shoes. The little creature gazed at him with a silly expression, softly calling out. At that moment, Fang Xu could scarcely believe it. The mischievous rascal had been up to no good, a realization he had come to the night before. Terrified, he thought he had squandered the past few days, and even when the little one expressed hunger, he felt no immediate urge to attend to it. Unfortunately, the little creature seemed never to be hungry unless it laid eyes on jewels or gems it deemed delectable, its eyes sparkling with gluttonous desire. Nonetheless, when the notification of a deposit of 50,000 pinged on his phone, Fang Xu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He hurriedly messaged Song Qianxiu to acknowledge receipt and promised to commence work immediately. With a playful demeanor, he began to make exaggerated expressions towards the little one, filled with an air of endearment. "Look here, my dear little friend, though my mood was quite dismal, your adorableness renders me unable to hold a grudge for the fright you gave me last night. Are you happy?" Provided the little one displayed a positive attitude, Fang Xu felt emboldened to request its assistance. Of course, even if the creature remained indifferent, he would not hesitate to bring it along to the location suggested by Song Qianxiu. As it turned out, he did just that. While the little one displayed its utmost dissatisfaction, Fang Xu casually grabbed a piece of dry bread prepared by Li Shufan, disregarding everything else, and quickly took a bite before rushing out the door. Even when he called Sun Siki to request a day off, his speech was muffled by the dry bread, making it difficult to articulate clearly. Consequently, Sun Siki was left perplexed, only to eventually chuckle and admonish him to straighten his tongue before speaking next time. The underlying implication was that Fang Xu's vague request for leave was a matter of attitude, which could easily warrant disapproval. In the end, Fang Xu, amidst his incessant flattery, managing to charm his way into receiving consent. In truth, there was no need for such urgency on his part. It was merely that Song Qianxiu was pressing him relentlessly, eager for Fang Xu to conjure a gentlemanly smile at a moment's notice following their verbal agreement. Thus, driven by the weight of 50,000, Fang Xu proceeded with remarkable haste. Yet, this was characteristic of Fang Xu's approach. Always in a whirlwind of frenetic energy, unresolved matters weighed heavily upon him, akin to an insufferable knot lodged within his heart. During their journey, he shared some bread with the small creature nestled under his arm. However, the little one, with an air of defiance, refused to eat. Fang Xu found it hard to believe that this squirrel, with its dazzlingly bright fur, would spurn even a morsel of bread. "Listen here, little one, if you choose not to eat, you may end up causing havoc with my treasures when hunger strikes. My own possessions are of little concern, but should you devour someone else's, I would truly be unable to compensate for such loss. So, please be a good creature, fill your belly, and assist me with this matter. I promise to grant you a request, whatever it may be, and I shall strive to fulfill it to the best of my abilities." Fang Xu, confident in his persuasive tactics, found his efforts utterly fruitless. The small creature was no ordinary being, its resplendent coat enough to astonish any onlooker. Thus, if he wished for the little one to assist him, he would need to devise another strategy. Hailing a taxi, he made his way toward the city center, which contributed to his growing anxiety. It was unfortunate that Song Qianxiu had misplaced his heirloom in the busiest area of the city. Had it not been for the small creature's evident capabilities, Fang Xu would not have spoken so casually. Yet at this critical juncture, the little one was proving uncooperative. It was understandable, given that it had inadvertently aided him the previous night, though Fang Xu could not yet ascertain the extent of that assistance. Once he found a suitable opportunity to gauge Bai Kexing's intentions, he would determine if the necklace had indeed been returned. Regrettably, when the taxi halted before a commercial hotel in the city center, Fang Xu was taken aback. He rummaged through his belongings, only to discover he had no cash on him. The little creature he held under his arm gazed at him with curious eyes, seemingly amused by the unfolding scene. Fang Xu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, forced a smile while avoiding the taxi driver's gaze. "Is it possible to have a tab, sir?" Chapter 34. The Wooden Beauty. This was the first time Fang Xu had forgotten his wallet. He instinctively averted his eyes from the driver's expression, continuing to search his pockets in a desperate attempt to remedy his predicament. The small creature, however, was thoroughly entertained, nestled comfortably under his arm, its eyes sparkling with delight at the spectacle. "Please, sir, I have an urgent matter to attend to." Fang Xu hodiden et lai. Yet the driver, unmoved by Fang Xu's words, pressed the accelerator and swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel. The driver remained stoic, having engaged in minimal conversation since Fang Xu entered the vehicle. Lost in his own thoughts. Now, he offered a smile, albeit one laced with mockery. Fang Xu found himself in a state of helplessness, unconsciously tightening his grip, which elicited a plaintive cry from the little creature nestled under his arm. "Eek!" It squealed, thrashing its paws in protest, glaring at Fang Xu with indignation. Just as he was about to utter an apology, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, resulting in a jarring crash. They had been in an accident. Amidst the violent jolt, Fang Xu's immediate thought was of the calamity that had befallen them. Fortunately, they were still alive. The driver had not yet accelerated, especially in the heart of the city where speeding would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nonetheless, the sudden shock left Fang Xu feeling dizzy, and the little creature, wedged tightly under his arm, was in a dire predicament, nearly gasping for breath due to the constriction. Startled and in pain, the little one bared its teeth, clearly expressing its discontent with Fang Xu. However, it was evident that even before the aftermath of the accident was addressed, the creature was losing its temper. Fang Xu found himself in a quandary as the streets outside erupted in a cacophony of honking, the atmosphere thick with tension. He could even hear someone shouting obscenities that drowned out the blaring car horns. Uncertain about the presence of any injuries, he glanced at the driver, who appeared flustered and disoriented, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Desperate, Fang Xu activated his watch, rewinding time by 2 minutes. "Calm down, dear sir. I assure you I will pay." Fang Xu blurted out, urgency evident in his voice. He hastily retrieved his phone, signaling to the driver that he would seek help from a nearby friend. Frantically scrolling through his contacts, he realized that none of his acquaintances resided in this upscale area of the city, where property prices soared to astronomical heights. He couldn't fathom that any of his friends belonged to such affluent circles. However, there was indeed one person who, although not residing in the vicinity, had a residence that was scarcely less expensive than the city center. Sun Siki, his enchanting boss. Yet, residing in a suburban villa, she was likely already at the Zhenping Pavilion by now. In this urgent moment, Fang Xu had no other recourse, as he awaited a response. The phone emitted 2 elongated rings before Sun Siki's familiar, teasing tone came through. "You rascal, have you changed your mind about taking a day off?" No, Sister Sun. Ming distraits. Hurry, come to the Man Jean Xiang jewelry store." To his right stood the largest jewelry store in the city, its opulent sign boldly catching the eye, something Fang Xu had noticed at first glance. It was indeed a challenging request to make. Fortunately, the driver did not immediately resume his erratic driving as before. However, Fang Xu was acutely aware that he had already consumed a considerable amount of the taxi driver's time with his impromptu plea for assistance, demonstrating remarkable quick-wittedness. He urgently reassured the driver, "My good man, please hold on. I assure you the fare will remain unchanged, and you can continue to run the meter." He had articulated all that needed to be said to alleviate the driver's concerns. It was only then that Fang Xu realized how profoundly embarrassed he felt, especially with the little creature beside him causing quite a ruckus and showing no regard for his authority. On the other side, the driver was equally dismayed by the presence of such an unreliable passenger. Observing Fang Xu's sincere demeanor and witnessing him seek assistance over the phone, the taxi came to a halt at the roadside. The two individuals inside the vehicle appeared entirely different in appearance, yet their expressions mirrored each other with remarkable similarity. Both wore a mask of indifference and silence, the rhythmic sound of their breathing palpable in the stillness. Regrettably, Fang Xu had squandered 2 precious minutes. Yet, given the unforeseen accident, he could not entirely absolve himself of responsibility. After all, it was his own haste that led him to forget his wallet. Driver, perhaps some music might lighten the mood? Fang Xu attempted to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. However, the driver maintained a stoic expression and, despite his reticence, pressed the music button. The raucous strains of a square dance tune erupted, perhaps intentionally amplified to its maximum volume by the driver. Fang Xu, filled with exasperation, contemplated opening the window for some fresh air. "Do not move. I advise you," the driver suddenly interjected, his tone still devoid of warmth. "Why not?" Fang Xu inquired. The driver casually produced a pack of cigarettes, expertly extracting one and lighting it. "It will complicate matters when the traffic police arrive." Fang Xu was perplexed. After all, the taxi was parked in a commercial zone. What concern was that to the police? Moreover, the driver had audaciously closed the window and lit up, as if intent on suffocating him with smoke. Under normal circumstances, Fang Xu would have vehemently protested, but in this moment, he lacked the resolve to challenge the driver. The poor boy was not the only one suffering. The thick cloud of smoke rendered him unable to open his eyes. "Master, just a little bit. Let us crack the window, just a tad. If we see the traffic police, we can make a quick getaway," he suggested, desperate for relief. Yet, Fang Xu was undeterred. Regardless of his own faults, he refused to endure the hazards of secondhand smoke. "Damn it, I told you not to smoke." Upon hearing the driver's sharp reprimand, Fang Xu's immediate reaction was not to comply, but to swiftly reach for the door handle. He bolted from the car with the urgency of a sprinter, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding thud. Turning back, Fang Xu forced a smile towards the window. "Wait a moment, driver. My friend is on her way, and she will pay you without hesitation." This had been Fang Xu's plan all along, though he had initially kept it discreet. Once Sun Siki arrived and learned of Fang Xu's predicament, having taken a taxi without his wallet, the outcome was all too predictable. He could almost envision her scolding him for disrupting business during the day, followed by mocking laughter at his foolishness. Sun Siki was a tempest of emotions, her feelings plainly etched upon her face, capable of shifting in an instant. Fang Xu was acutely aware of this reality. The formidable mistress of the Sun establishment was not one to be trifled with. Seizing the moment, he swiftly exited the parking area, merging into the bustling crowd. Before him stood an exceptionally striking golden sign, surrounded by a constantly flowing crowd, marking the first target in Fang Xu's quest to locate the missing Junzi Xiao. Guided by Song Qinqiu's hints, Fang Xu believed that the lost item lay somewhere in this vicinity. He could not help but mentally berate Song Qinqiu for his carelessness. A treasured heirloom had been misplaced, not just anywhere, but in the most congested part of the city. It was easy to imagine that even a mere dime would vanish in such a place, let alone an object of inestimable value, possibly rivaling the He-Shur buy-in worth. Of course, Fang Xu had never had the opportunity to behold the He-Shur buy in person. However, based on online information, he had admired both items through photographs, thus forming a rough comparison in his mind. Therefore, when Song Qinqiu mentioned an offer of 500,000, Fang Xu readily agreed without hesitation. This time, he was determined to exert every effort, relying on the little one's keen sense of smell. He believed that despite the small creature's apparent reluctance and feelings of grievance, it could potentially uncover the Junzi Xiao hidden in some obscure corner nearby. Yet, he understood that the likelihood of success was slim, and there was something else he needed to be wary of. It was imperative to keep the little one securely in his grasp at the entrance of the Manjingxiang jewelry store. Otherwise, if he were to let his guard down for even a moment, the little creature might sweep away all the treasures within the store in an instant. Fang Xu had witnessed the little one's whirlwind of chaos before, and the thought alone sent a chill down his spine. "Little one, today I seem to be incredibly unlucky. This dreadful weather is a portent. You must behave yourself. If you do, then." Just as he was speaking, 2 familiar figures caught his eye in his peripheral vision. They were indeed graceful silhouettes, radiating the exuberance of youth, possessing the unique charm only beautiful young ladies in their prime could have. Merely their profiles were enough to draw his gaze irresistibly. Fang Xu noticed that the two figures were closely aligned, each complementing the other while showcasing their distinctiveness. One wore a short skirt and white stockings, her long hair cascading down, seemingly engrossed in a lively conversation with someone. The other, however, appeared somewhat indifferent to the multitude of jewelry surrounding them. Even as she stood before the display case of Manjingxiang, she remained still, arms crossed, her head unturned, resembling a wooden post. Yet within that stillness lay the grace of a Shishir. In Fang Xu's eyes, this wooden beauty was akin to the rarest golden silk nanmu among women. Including the previous, more playful girl, he could easily form an accurate assessment without even needing to see her face. Chapter 35. The breathtaking charm of Manjingxiang. Just as the radiant jewels accentuated the unparalleled beauty of the two figures, one could only imagine how they would captivate the hearts of countless admirers if they were to walk down the street. Fang Xu inwardly cursed goodness and immediately bent down, intending to turn and flee. To his astonishment, the wooden beauty was none other than Qin Shui, Bai Keqing's cousin and best friend. Without much thought, it was evident that the enchanting beauty beside him was indeed Bai Daxua. Fang Xu had no intention of approaching her, primarily due to the anxiety stemming from having lost Bai Keqing's exquisite gemstone necklace. He dreaded the day she might confront him about it. However, Fang Xu lightly tapped the back of his head, questioning why he felt so guilty. After all, he was here on official business and had no need for unnecessary pleasantries. Moreover, he was not particularly inclined to cultivate a close relationship with Bai Keqing. In the eyes of the entire school, she was undeniably a dreamlike figure, and her status as a goddess had never been supplanted. Coupled with Qin Shui, they were indeed two captivating enchantresses whose allure could be perilous. Fang Xu had never sought trouble. Having turned away, he resolved to move forward without hesitation. Yet, as fate would have it, fortune often conceals calamity, and one cannot escape their destiny. Fang Xu, is that really you? A bright and melodious voice pierced through the bustling crowd, reaching Fang Xu's ears. To his surprise, Qin Shui had spotted him and was now pursuing him. Although her smile appeared somewhat strained, Qin Shui showed no signs of astonishment. She immediately began to dance with glee, shedding her earlier serious demeanor. Bai Xiaoqing, come out and take a look. What's going on? Bai Keqing, approaching the door of the shop, mirrored Qin Shui's astonished expression and exclaimed, "Oh, Fang Xu." Qin Shui then teased, "Indeed, it seems that in this day and age, there are quite a few fated encounters. Look, here we have a noble young man who is both brave and honest, right here on the street." Bai Keqing beamed with delight, her lively eyes twinkling like crescent moons, eagerly beckoning Fang Xu to join their conversation. Fang Xu was indeed quite close to the entrance of Manjingxiang. Had he been any farther, he would have long been lost in the crowd. Thus, he had no reason to flee immediately and called out to the two stunning beauties. "Hi." What a coincidence! Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Keqing seized his hand and pulled him inside. "What luck! I was just lamenting the difficulty of finding someone to critique my choices. Qin Shui has such poor taste. Since you're here, Fang Xu, come help me." With a sense of urgency, she ushered him into Manjingxiang. Previously, he would merely pass by without giving it a second glance. After all, merely looking without purchasing only led to greater longing by night. Whether it was the treasure pavilion or an auction, the displayed items were relics of antiquity. Although they were all invaluable, the types were entirely different. One featured newly unearthed or unrefined antiquities, while the other showcased resplendent jewelry crafted from precious stones. In short, Fang Xu could not afford such luxuries. For him, entering such a place was akin to enduring a form of torment. With no car to his name, how could he aspire to such heights? Though he was not spending his own money, he inwardly resisted the idea of stepping inside. Alas, he could not refuse the allure of the campus beauty. To outsiders, it seemed that Fang Xu had indeed acquired a rare fortune in his lifetime. Yet the concerns nestled within his heart could not be articulated. Fang Xu understood that voicing this anguish would not garner belief. Rather, it would invite scorn, and he would be branded as hypocritical. Given the circumstances, he steeled himself, feeling out of place amidst the resplendent colors that surrounded him. In truth, Fang Xu found himself yearning for an escape. However, Qin Shui, with her assertive demeanor, frequently interjected, reminiscent of her behavior at Bai Keqing's birthday banquet. Once again, she interrupted Fang Xu, teasingly remarking, "What is the matter, young man? You seem troubled. Is there a secret weighing on your mind?" Or do you simply wish to avoid my dear Bai Keqing? This only deepened Fang Xu's embarrassment, as the two sisters had become accustomed to their playful banter, a rhythm in which he did not wish to partake. Caught in Bai Keqing's whims, he was led hither and thither, trying on various pieces of jewelry. At one moment, she held up a dazzling pair of earrings to her face, often neglecting the mirror entirely, asking Fang Xu for his opinion. This color is lovely, don't you think? Perhaps it's a tad too bright? Meanwhile, Chen Shui was thoroughly entertained, retreating to a corner to engage with her phone, only occasionally glancing at the bustling scene of Bai Keqing and Fang Xu in their playful endeavor. Fang Xu's discomfort extended beyond mere embarrassment. He sought to evade the display of gold and silver ornaments that sparkled with ostentation, primarily due to their exorbitant price tags. A mere glance at the figures sent a shock through him, nearly inducing a state of panic. Was this what they called profiting from his fortune? It seemed only the affluent could indulge in such luxury, and Bai Keqing was certainly among them. Yet, this venture was not entirely fruitless for Fang Xu. At opportune moments, he would surreptitiously brush against a necklace or bracelet chosen by Bai Keqing, resulting in a shower of brilliance. Although such flawless opportunities were rare, a glance at his watch brought him a modicum of solace. Are you planning to purchase every piece of jewelry in this store, Baida? He jested. Bai Keqing, taken aback by his sudden comment, managed a smile and replied, of course not. I recently lost a necklace, which was a birthday gift, and I hope to find an identical one. Alas, a hint of melancholy flickered across her exquisite features, rendering her achingly beautiful. Yet Fang Xu found himself unable to appreciate it, preoccupied as he was by another thought. What necklace? He inquired, attempting to mask his anxiety. Ah, it was a sapphire, but I've forgotten the material. Chen Shui has been searching for days without success. Fang Xu was caught in a whirl of emotions, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Bai Keqing appeared oblivious to the fact that the necklace had once been in his possession before he lost it. Hadn't tea time reversed itself to return the necklace to her? Could it be that a mischievous spirit was toying with him? This seemed implausible. Fang Xu recalled his earlier predicament with vivid clarity. It was no mere illusion. Could it be that this necklace was not the one he had lost? But he was certain it was the sapphire, the one of pigeon egg size. Surely, the esteemed beauty of Bai University would not possess such identical ornaments. Such a scenario is improbable. The possessions of a wealthy young lady are naturally unique. However, Fang Xu was not foolish enough to invite trouble upon himself. He deftly shifted the conversation. Well, Bai University beauty, with your angelic visage, any jewelry you adorn would be exquisitely beautiful. I believe that if you find something you cherish, purchasing it would be a foolproof decision. Fang Xu skillfully evaded the previous topic, yet perhaps the transition was a tad abrupt, rendering his words somewhat scripted, lacking the warmth of genuine emotion. Fortunately, Bai Keqing did not highlight Fang Xu's awkwardness. She merely nodded and smiled. All right, I'll heed your advice. Thus, this unexpected encounter concluded satisfactorily, yet Fang Xu found it not so simple to depart. As Chen Shui sighed in relief, she exclaimed that they could finally indulge in a grand feast. It seemed she was intent on dragging Fang Xu from his moment of liberation back into an abyss of obligation. Fang Xu felt an intense premonition, wishing to evade this impending entanglement, but the two lovely ladies offered him no opportunity to interject. You glutton, all you ever think about is eating. Aren't you afraid of becoming as rotund as a barrel? You are the one who resembles a barrel. Your whole family is barrel-shaped. Chen Shui retorted to Bai Keqing, her gaze shifting to Fang Xu before she added with a laugh. Look at our valiant hero Fang, so tall and robust. If you can't manage to eat, we'll have to rely on you. However, Bai Keqing had a different opinion, and with a smile akin to Chen Shui's, she remarked, Oh, please. I fear there won't be enough for you. Every time we go out, it's always you feasting heartily. As a poor, delicate girl, I've never competed with you. This time, you must restrain yourself and be mindful of your image. My dear cousin Chen Shui. The two young ladies exchanged playful banter, affirming their plans with unwavering certainty without even asking Fang Xu if he wished to join. Fang Xu found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to go or stay. Utterly perplexed, feeling somewhat constrained, he noticed the little creature in his arms had inexplicably drifted into slumber. Asleep, in such a raucous setting, still during daylight. This little one had managed to doze off. Fang Xu was genuinely impressed, and as he looked down, the adorable sight of the tiny creature with its eyes tightly shut caught Bai Keqing's attention. Oh my Fang Xu, what is this? Bai Keqing exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Is it a squirrel? Why is it silver? Is it natural? Or did you dye it? How adorable. Chen Shui, have you seen? It's far cuter than my little fluff ball. Chapter 36. One should not judge by appearances. Chen Shui, in contrast to Bai Kaching's exuberance, displayed a more subdued demeanor, perhaps not as prone to overt displays of affection for charming creatures. However, for most girls, squirrels are typically seen only on television. In today's urban life, where people endure significant mental stress, one often finds solace in tending to plants or playing with cats and dogs at home. Thus, the appearance of the squirrel transformed even the illustrious Bai Kaching into a pure and innocent young girl. Moreover, the little squirrel's fur glistened with a silvery sheen, creating a striking harmony with the opulent gold and jewel-laden surroundings of the jewelry store. Although jade artifacts are often said to possess a certain spirit, they appear lifeless, whereas this small creature was a vibrant embodiment of life. Just as Bai Kaching could no longer contain her affection and reached out with her delicate fingers to caress it, the little creature awoke. It suddenly opened its eyes, and Fang Xu, sensing impending trouble, wished to halt Bai Kaching, but it was too late. Fang Xu thought to himself that this was a disaster. He could only retreat repeatedly to prevent Bai Kaching from being unexpectedly harmed by the little creature. However, this behavior was exceedingly peculiar, causing Bai Kaching's expression to stiffen. Fang Xu, what's wrong? Fang Xu felt a wave of apprehension. In such a precarious situation, he could only blame himself for his inability to maintain control, regardless of whether the little creature would harm Bai Kaching. In this room filled with jade artifacts, it was undoubtedly presented with a sumptuous feast. Baida, I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Let us meet another time. I'll treat you. Fang Xu clutched the little creature and made his way toward the exit. Behind him, he faintly heard Bai Kaching's soft exclamation, but it was quickly drowned out by the bustling crowd until it vanished entirely. Fang Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling unburdened for the moment, and lowered his head to gently rouse the little creature. I must tell you, you need to behave yourself. I promise that I will never withhold anything good from you in the future. If you can help me find Junzi Xiao today, I will generously reward you with some pearls for you to gnaw on. This was not mere empty rhetoric, nor was it mere boasting. During their previous outing, Fang Xu had indeed amassed a considerable collection of rare pearls, and Sun Siki was currently assisting him in locating buyers. If the little creature successfully facilitated the acquisition of Junzi Xiao, Fang Xu would certainly follow through on his promise and select a few as a reward. However, the little creature seemed unsure if it understood, likely still groggy from its slumber. Fang Xu did not press too hard. Often, one must rely on a bit of luck and adaptability. Soon, they merged into the increasingly crowded shopping area of Yida Plaza. Fang Xu had stepped into the opulent golden jewelry store of Yida Plaza once before, but there were even more luxurious product sales areas that awaited him. The clothing, pants, and shoes he wore, none of which could stand alone at a price exceeding 500, revealed his incongruity with this extravagant place. Yet, one must not judge by appearances. In front of the somewhat experienced sales personnel, Fang Xu feared he would be treated equally. Indeed, he later proved this point. Navigating through various jewelry stores, he looked around with keen interest. The staff patiently introduced their wares to Fang Xu, allowing him to peruse at leisure, although he ultimately left empty-handed. The little creature nestled securely under his arm, its paws comfortably tucked into his pocket as they continued to ascend to the next floor. However, there was not a single clue regarding Junzi Xiao, nor any resemblance to the photos sent by Song Qianxiu. Fang Xu lamented the limitations of his search area, compelled to employ the most rudimentary methods to seek out the elusive treasure. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He remained ever vigilant, fearing that the little creature might play tricks and slip away. Thus he had to stay alert to ensure the little creature remained close. The shimmering silver fur is undeniably eye-catching. Coupled with the overcast sky, the Yida Plaza, constructed entirely of transparent glass from the ground floor upwards, fails to fully illuminate its opulent lights. Fang Xu has evidently made every effort to maintain a low profile. However, as the crowd swells and the promise of a gentle rain looms, it culminates in a peak of bustling activity within the plaza. It is unusual to witness such a congregation of affluent individuals adorned in gold and silver. Today, it seems, Fang Xu has drawn the short straw. Despite his attempts to evade the throng, he finds himself gravitating toward areas that exude extravagance. Nevertheless, numerous eyes are drawn to him, including that of a blonde foreign girl who, with a less than fluent grasp of the local dialect, approaches him with a smile. Curiously, it is not Fang Xu who finds himself in a predicament. Rather, he remains at ease, while the small creature nestled beneath his arm becomes increasingly conspicuous. Hey, cutie, Can I touch it? A strikingly beautiful foreign girl, clad in alluring attire, inquires as she draws near. The fragmented nature of her question amidst the bustling crowd leaves Fang Xu with a throbbing headache, and he is reluctant to engage further. Yet, recognizing the importance of showing respect to foreign guests, he refrains from outright evasion. However, he cannot acquiesce to her request, subtly shifting his body and offering a polite smile. I'm very sorry, beautiful, but I have something urgent to attend to. Her attempt to communicate in Chinese is quite poor, barely comprehensible, as Fang Xu contemplates sidestepping her. A sudden impulse to embody the gentlemanly demeanor of a domestic man arises, prompting him to linger until the foreign girl, with a hint of reluctance, distances herself. Yet the girl, with her blinking eyes, remains stationary, leading to an inevitable awkwardness. With no other option, Fang Xu nods slightly, shifting his body to continue onward. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden warmth at his back pocket reveals that his phone has been deftly snatched away at lightning speed. The foreign girl hastens toward the escalator, playfully toying with the phone while glancing back at Fang Xu, a triumphant smile adorning her face. Her voice rings out loudly, and though she exudes confidence, the onlookers remain silent, instinctively giving her space. Moments later, the sound of cameras clicking fills the air as the entire Yida Plaza becomes a scene of fervent activity. Fang Xu unexpectedly finds himself the center of attention, incredulous that someone would dare to steal a mere phone. Could it be that she was incensed by his refusal? Regardless, Fang Xu acknowledges the reality. Anyone bold enough to snatch his phone, regardless of gender, will face his ire. Deprived of his phone, he loses the thread of clues necessary for his gentlemanly pursuit. After all, seeking assistance requires a reference point, yet this foreign girl, having been raised in a developed nation among steak and fine wine, showcases remarkable speed. Despite the throngs of people, she navigates her escape with ease, leaving Fang Xu to contend with the obstacles she inadvertently creates as she collides with numerous bystanders. Grasping the little rascal under his arm, he swung his hands back and forth, his pace significantly quickening. "UNT escaped from my grasp." Fang Xu nearly erupted in expletives. Yet countless exclamations of exasperation echoed in his mind. At this moment, he couldn't even discern the golden locks of the petite foreign girl, as a sea of dark heads surrounded him, all intermingled with laughter and chatter, creating a chaotic scene. "Damn it!" Fang Xu shouted in a fit of hysteria, placing one hand on his hip, gasping for breath. Soon, a clock beneath an advertisement in the mall's atrium caught his attention. A watch. Indeed, in his haste, Fang Xu had completely forgotten to consult his old-fashioned timepiece. With this realization, how could he continue to feel like his heart was ablaze? A subtle smile crept onto his lips, an infrequent display of pride evident on his face. A glance at his watch revealed that the time spent at the auction combined with today's excursion to the jewelry store had surpassed a full cycle. Of course, the time indicated was not a reliable reference for reality. Yet this watch, though it might not tick, played with the very fabric of time, manipulating the world around him. At this moment, Fang Xu felt no urgency to adjust the hands of the watch. Instead, an intriguing notion began to take shape in his mind. After this incident, Fang Xu discerned a profound truth. Each should tend to their own affairs, indifferent to the tribulations of others, especially those oblivious onlookers, busy snapping photos and laughing. Their countenances now struck him as utterly contemptible. Thus, with a swift motion, he sent his glasses flying, his hat sailing through the air, and the sound of his hands striking phones echoed around him. Fang Xu felt an unparalleled exhilaration, a joy unlike any he had experienced before, more satisfying than shining in the stone gambling arena or manipulating the auction with cunning. In the next moment, as the wrath of the crowd ignited, Fang Xu's expression turned solemn. He lowered his gaze slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, oil is spilled." Having just exited a certain jewelry store, Fang Xu resolved to approach that brazen little foreign girl. Did she think to touch the little rascal? No chance. Did she intend to snatch his phone? If so, this time, he would not allow her to make a fool of herself. He would remove a 9 from his name. Fang Xu was determined to target that unscrupulous foreign girl. Removing the 9 from his name could not end well. Wouldn't he that simply leave him as Fang Yu? What a ridiculous name that would be. If that were to happen, he might never hold his head high in school again, and even at home, Fang Yi might laugh herself into a fit. When the time came, it was likely that Fang Yi would be grinning from ear to ear, offering him grand compliments, saying, "One you 1 month, truly siblings. Our parents didn't raise you in vain, bro." Absolutely brilliant. Chapter 37. The Burden of Possession. A new visage replaced the old. And for Fang Xu, The pace of the crowd at the Yida Mall was astonishingly rapid. The comrades he had vented his frustrations with earlier were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Fang Xu fixated on one singular purpose: to find that thieving little foreign girl and give her a proper lesson. Though the foreign woman with golden hair and azure eyes starkly contrasts with the domestic populace in terms of appearance, one can still surmise her approximate age through her body language, vocal tone, and skin texture. Fang Xu would not claim that this petite foreign girl is of the same stature as himself, yet the age difference would hardly exceed 2 years. Of course, Fang Xu had no intention of resorting to physical violence against this young woman. Rather, he merely wished to put her through a bit of hardship, aiming for a surprise strike that would serve as nothing more than a psychological blow. As the saying goes, a gentleman should not engage in conflict with a woman. Fang Xu was well aware of this, yet the term woman in this context refers to the delicate and gentle ladies. And this foreign girl was neither a native nor a demure type. Thus Fang Xu felt no obligation to adhere to such societal norms. However, seeking someone with a specific intention is often more challenging than a chance encounter. Fang Xu recognized this dilemma, yet he was unable to suppress the bitterness brewing within him. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot find you. If need be, I shall forego my gentlemanly demeanor and simply indulge in this turmoil with you, he muttered under his breath. This was not merely empty rhetoric. After all, in the vast expanse of China, how could he allow a foreigner to trample over him? With a disdainful snort and a cold, penetrating gaze sweeping over the crowd, Fang Xu exuded an air of retribution. Get out of the way, don't block my path. Just as he was focused on his search, he was unexpectedly shoved from behind, instantly shattering his aloof demeanor. Eager to discern the identity of the unfortunate individual who had collided with him, he was taken aback by the sight that met his eyes. Not only was the person powerfully built, but his muscles were straining against the confines of his gray suit. The sight of such a large man dressed so elegantly left Fang Xu bewildered, unable to fathom the depths of human aesthetics. Yet, there was something familiar about this imposing figure, reminiscent of a scene from a film. Without further contemplation, Fang Xu instinctively sought to distance himself. But the throng of people made it exceedingly difficult to change direction. He moved as slowly as a snail. Just as he was about to make his escape, he overheard a somewhat awkward and halting dialect. The muscled man had not moved far, and upon turning his head, Fang Xu caught sight of him. Standing next to this muscular individual was a petite blonde woman, who appeared exceptionally dainty in comparison, though her profile was partially obscured by the man. Fang Xu had no trouble discerning her tone of voice. It was simply unfortunate that the young foreign girl had not mastered the Chinese language, making her easily recognizable. Fang Xu felt a surge of excitement, almost rushing forward to make his presence known, but the apparent familiarity between the muscular man and the petite woman held him back. Otherwise, he would have approached without hesitation. Affecting a demeanor of nonchalance, Fang Xu gradually moved closer, feigning interest in his phone. As he drew nearer, he began to catch snippets of their conversation, primarily due to the young woman's loud and deliberate speech, which inadvertently aided him. However, Fang Xu was not foolish enough to draw too close too quickly. He needed to ascertain the situation before taking any action. After all, a mere moment in time could easily reverse his fortunes. As Fang Xu's footsteps slowed, a petite foreign girl, in full view of the public, tiptoed and planted a kiss on the muscular man's cheeks. Such intimate behavior, while not uncommon, repulsed Fang Xu. The muscular man was evidently a local. His imposing physique wasted on the enchantment of the foreign girl's appearance. In Chen Shui's eyes, Fang Xu was a heroic young man who stood up for justice, and now, driven by a sense of camaraderie, he felt compelled to help the muscular man see the reality of the situation. This foreign girl was no benevolent character. She could not be allowed to deceive him. Who knows, one day he might find himself abducted, his organs harvested, and left to perish in a foreign land. After all, there have been many precedents where a person, despite their heroic reputation, ultimately falls prey to a beautiful face. History has shown us that even the mightiest can be led astray by love. While Fang Xu may not be well-versed in classical literature, his years of studying antiques had acquainted him with various classic texts, which often reveal heart-wrenching or exquisitely beautiful stories behind the artifacts. Resolute in his decision, he nodded to himself. He was once again ready to lend a helping hand. "Hey, my friend, may I ask you something?" Fang Xu greeted with a smile. Without a trace of hesitation, he maintained his demeanor as the amiable and completely untainted youth. The muscular man and the foreign girl turned to look at him in unison. Fang Xu exuded calmness, devoid of any pretense or hidden motives. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he walked with a sunny stride. His demeanor scholarly, truly the image of a refined gentleman. The muscular man, recognizing Fang Xu's approach, displayed a slight surprise which quickly faded into composure. He inquired, "What's the matter?" Fang Xu glanced at his left arm and, as if stretching his limbs, swayed it up and down. The muscular man appeared perplexed. "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then leave." His tone indeed matched his imposing presence. However, the foreign girl seemed to have a better sense of the situation. She whispered something into the muscular man's ear, and his expression shifted immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xu said, "My friend, I must inform you that you just bumped into me, aggravating an old injury." What do you mean?" The muscular man's annoyance flickered as he lifted his chin to regard Fang Xu. Come now, let us not get angry. We're friends here. Let us keep it civil," the foreign girl interjected, attempting to mediate. Yet, Fang Xu remained unconvinced that this girl could change her nature. These were merely superficial gestures, and he was certain she would soon reveal her true character. With a slight smile, Fang Xu replied, "I mean no harm. I wouldn't extort you. But surely you owe me an explanation?" "An explanation? How about I gift you a punch instead?" the muscular man retorted, clenching his fist as if readying himself for a fight. Fang Xu remained unperturbed. After all, true strength cannot be subdued, and surely, in this vast world, there must be some semblance of justice. While many believe that the world has grown cold, this was, after all, one of the city's most bustling areas, filled with civilized individuals. Fang Xu, motivated by goodwill, felt a sense of confidence in his heart. Fang Xu was resolute in his intention to unveil the facade of the foreign girl, certain that he would not be swayed by any deception. Without hesitation, he scooped up the little creature and presented it to her. It was this very creature that had incited the girl's ire moments ago, prompting Fang Xu to recreate the scene. The foreign girl's eyes instantly lit up, her excitement palpable as she clutched the muscular man's robust arm, exclaiming, "Ah Biao, look! How adorable!" The muscular man, however, felt no compassion for the small animal. He brusquely shrugged off the girl's hand and directed a fierce grin towards Fang Xu, remarking, "Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." "I would dare," Fang Xu replied with a chuckle. Noticing the man's fury about to erupt, Fang Xu quickly retrieved his phone, and with a feigned casualness, he said, "Actually, I wish to inquire about something. Given your elegant attire and presence in such high-end venues, I couldn't resist seeking your insight." This notion had suddenly occurred to Fang Xu, who was determined to divert the escalating tension and avoid a confrontation. When a crisp image of Junzi Xiao appeared on the muscular man's screen, his demeanor altered dramatically. It was as if the ground had shifted beneath them. The transformation was striking and unmistakable. His interest peaked to the point where he nearly snatched the phone to scrutinize the image more closely. "Is this yours?" the muscular man asked eagerly. "Not exactly," Fang Xu replied, intending to say it could be considered so, but the man's reaction had raised his suspicions. Meanwhile, the foreign girl remained oblivious to the significance of the image, fixated solely on the small creature, tugging at the muscular man's sleeve. "Oh, I want one. Isn't that right, Ah Biao?" The muscular man disregarded her, turning back to Fang Xu with an intense gaze. "If it's not yours, what is the fuss about? You seem to recognize it." Fang Xu chuckled, though inwardly, he felt unease creeping in. A person's expression is often difficult to mask, and the muscular man's immediate change in demeanor was unmistakable. As events unfolded, Fang Xu's intuition proved correct. The muscular man ignored the foreign girl's pleas, prompting her to turn to Fang Xu, stammering out a complete question. "Handsome, how much is it?" Fang Xu had no idea of its worth. He was still unaware of the creature's origins and was equally curious about its homeland. The foreign girl, oblivious to Fang Xu's thoughts, had no inkling that even if he knew the creature's origins or where it could be purchased, he would never divulge such information. Fang Xu had approached the muscular man with the intention of addressing the foreign girl, yet the outcome was not what he had anticipated. The muscular man was not one to engage easily, and Fang Xu recognized his predicament, contemplating a different approach. However, just as he pondered how to pivot the conversation, an unusual smile broke across the muscular man's face as he extended his hand to rest upon Fang Xu's shoulder. Fang Xu was perplexed by the intentions of the muscular man before him. However, as he remained unresponsive, he suddenly noticed a dark object subtly protruding from the man's waist. The man's elevated hand caused the taut gray suit to cling even more tightly to his form. Glancing at the object revealed beneath the suit sent Fang Xu's heart racing to his throat. Were it a toy gun, he would not have felt such anxiety. Yet, It was clear to anyone observing that the item in question was far from a counterfeit. Fang Xu could no longer maintain his composure. It was as if he faced an armed robber, and a careless word could cost him dearly. In a moment of panic, he abruptly turned, feigning surprise, casting quick glances around before exclaiming, "I forgot something important." He then forced a smile at the muscular man, saying, "Excuse me for a moment, I must take my leave." He performed a slight bow, his smile betraying his true feelings. Nevertheless, despite his attempts to escape the tension, he felt an unbearable grip on his shoulder. With his back to the muscular man, Fang Xu's right shoulder was firmly held, the pressure increasing painfully. Then, he heard a powerful voice behind him. "Don't rush. Let us discuss your situation with the stone. I might be able to assist you, but first, you need to tell me about this item." Fang Xu's mind was in turmoil, feeling as though he were mired in still waters, unable to move forward, despite the throngs of people bustling around him. The cacophony of the crowd felt distant, as if he and the muscular man were in a world of their own. Like a rabbit before a tiger, Fang Xu felt utterly defenseless. Whether it was the cold, dark gun or the muscular man's bulging veins, he knew he could not withstand either. He regretted seeking out the foreign girl out of dissatisfaction and lamented showing the muscular man the image of the gentleman's smile. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, only the fantasy of turning back time. Yet in that moment, he was unable to act or even move his hands freely. A warm, smoky breath brushed against his neck, and the man's voice broke through. "Let me be frank, I have no moral qualms. If you cooperate today, I will ensure your safety. Otherwise," the low chuckle that followed sent chills down Fang Xu's spine, his proximity to the muscular man heightening the sense of danger. The icy dread made it difficult for him to fully grasp the threatening tone of the man's words. Thus, when he asked, "What do you mean?" it was not an act of pretense. Almost simultaneously, he felt the cold surface of something hard pressing against his lower back through his thin white shirt. The realization struck him like lightning. "We should talk this through calmly. I will do my best to cooperate and speak freely." "Very well. Should you utter even a half-truth, I shall ensure your immediate demise." The muscular man let out a sinister chuckle. Fang Xu recognized that this imposing figure behind him was far from benevolent. In the vast Eda Square, bustling with thousands, should any misfortune befall someone, it was likely that none would intervene. Fang Xu had previously experienced such indifference. Hence he did not believe that the muscular man would hesitate due to the crowd. In fact, the man exhibited no reservations whatsoever, speaking in a tone that suggested he could easily transform Fang Xu into a casualty. In a society governed by law, those who carry firearms are not mere law-abiding citizens. Aware that he had no immediate recourse, Fang Xu could only allow himself to be dragged backward by the muscular man. Simultaneously, the petite foreign girl, displaying remarkable intuition, refrained from further dialogue, yet her nature remained unchanged. Taking advantage of Fang Xu's compromised state, she gleefully accepted the small creature from his arms. Powerless due to the threat looming over him, Fang Xu could only watch as the little one was lethargically cradled away by her pale hands, which did not suggest a nurturing temperament. Fang Xu was not particularly concerned about the creature being mistreated. Rather, he was counting on its assistance. However, the little one had clearly awakened moments before, yet after being jostled under Fang Xu's arm, it seemed utterly exhausted. At this moment, it showed no signs of resistance. Even as the foreign girl delightedly played with its fur, Fang Xu's heart burned with frustration. He had come to impart wisdom, but found himself subjected to the forceful education of another. What had he done to deserve this? He cursed the fickle weather. From the conversation between the foreign girl and the muscular man, it was evident that the latter did not regard her with much importance. In response to Fang Xu's polite smile, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he boldly revealed his true intentions. To hold a gun to someone's head in broad daylight required a certain audacity not commonly found. Thus, the issue lay with the polite smile. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, and Fang Xu himself had felt a pang of attraction upon first seeing that image. Yet, this was not the sole reason for his interest. His watch required a considerable amount of precious materials. Unfortunately, given his precarious situation, Fang Xu could think only of how to reset the hands of time. Yet, with the muscular man behind him, exerting such pressure that any attempt to resist would likely result in dire consequences, Fang Xu felt he could not afford to act recklessly. He had come to reclaim the small creature from the foreign girl. How could he endure such humiliation? Under the muscular man's intimidation, Fang Xu was gradually pulled towards the entrance of Eda Square. Outside and within, the city center was teeming not only with people, but also with vehicles, moving in a dense throng, seemingly on the verge of a collision. As they exited, The blaring horns grew increasingly clear and relentless. Fang Xu seized the moment to pursue. My friend, truth be told, I am merely a hired hand. There are rules in our line of work, and the benefactor will not disclose specific information to me. It is merely a photograph. Spare me the chatter. Just follow me. The coarse voice echoed behind. Fang Xu, compelled by circumstance, continued straight ahead, passing by various storefronts adorned with advertisements for mobile phones. Regardless of what he saw, heard, or the occasional suspicious glances from passersby, it all amounted to nothing more than fleeting encounters. As anxiety gripped him tighter, he found himself bewildered, realizing that this was not the first time he had felt such a sense of restraint. Just a few nights prior, he had traversed the winding alleys with a companion, encountering a towering figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to the muscular man now beside him. Surely, the world could not be rife with such coincidences. While the muscle-bound man did not wield a firearm at this moment, Fang Xu had exchanged a few words with him, a far cry from the dark giant from that night who had nearly claimed his life. Fang Xu's attempts at verbal persuasion were not particularly adept, and given the throngs of people bustling down the street, his efforts were severely limited. It was evident that the muscular man intended to take him to a secluded location for questioning, and should that transpire, Fang Xu would undoubtedly find himself ensnared without hope of escape. I say, miss, perhaps you could persuade your boyfriend. My arm is painfully sore. As I mentioned before, I have an old injury that is flaring up again. Oh, it hurts. The young woman did not heed his plea, leaving Fang Xu with little recourse. The ancient said that wealth could not corrupt, nor could power subdue. In this moment, Fang Xu found these words to be mere empty rhetoric. He had never been one to bow easily, nor had he ever shown weakness. Yet now, with the cold, dark barrel of a gun aimed just above the most fleshy part of his body, the sensation was all too palpable. As the muscular man pressed the weapon harder against his waist, Fang Xu dared not utter another word. As the rain began to subside, the wet streets echoed with the sound of countless footsteps, and a group approached. Dressed in impeccably tailored suits, they exuded an air of seriousness. Their collective gaze fixed upon Fang Xu. Upon noticing them, he realized he had no prior acquaintance with these unfamiliar faces. Chapter 39. The Chase. Fang Xu was oblivious to the unfolding events. The newcomers were evidently approaching him. However, aside from himself, there was only the muscular man and the young woman, leading him to believe he was not their target. Yet, to his dismay, these individuals wasted no time in launching an assault. The muscular man reacted swiftly, using Fang Xu as a human shield. Hey, hold on. I haven't done anything to provoke you, Fang Xu shouted, but despite his protests, he still endured a few punches and kicks. Fortunately, his resilience to physical blows was not too feeble. Aside from being restrained by the muscular man and suffering some collateral impacts, he was spared from serious injury. In a moment of dire circumstances, as the situation swiftly deteriorated, Fang Xu found himself overwhelmed and instinctively clamped his legs together to shield himself from frontal assault. Amidst a cacophony of explanations and cries, he was yanked and thrust directly into the oncoming barrage by a muscular man. Unfortunately, Fang Xu bore the brunt of the chaos, as the assailants, each robust and imposing, seemed to strike with sudden ferocity, catching the muscular man off guard. He scarcely had time to draw his weapon before being unceremoniously brought down to the ground. To Fang Xu's relief, he felt a sense of liberation. Indeed, miscreants often meet their match in other nefarious souls. Although the attackers charged forward heedlessly, their true target was evidently the muscular man. Thus, taking advantage of the tumult, Fang Xu refrained from immediate escape and instead approached the stunned young foreign woman, who appeared taken aback by the unfolding events. Please return the little one to me. Thank you, Fang Xu implored, wincing slightly from the discomfort in his arm, his expression betraying impatience. The young woman, seemingly well-traveled, watched in astonishment as the muscular man was subdued but did not utter a sound. When Fang Xu requested the return of the child, her demeanor shifted, and she stiffened in response. No, give. She insisted, her expression rigid. If you hand it over obediently, I shall overlook the harm your man has caused me. Fang Xu clenched his jaw, extending his hand towards her. Yet, she merely shook her head, appearing not to comprehend his plea. Realizing her obstinacy, he deduced that she was likely obstinate in such a moment. Without hesitation, Fang Xu pointed to the individuals on the ground, now drenched in muddy rainwater. These individuals are my friends. They mean no harm to you. He spoke slowly, but the young woman tightened her grip on the child, reluctant to part with the little one. Strangely indifferent to the peril facing the muscular man, she seemed unconcerned. Seeing this, Fang Xu grew anxious. If she could abandon her own companion, she might very well seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, making it impossible to locate her later. His apprehensions were confirmed when the young woman, suddenly silent and scanning her surroundings, bolted into the street, heading straight for the center of the road. Is she seeking death? He silently cursed, his frustration mounting as he followed her. The blaring horns were deafening, each sound threatening to rupture his eardrums. In such proximity to the oncoming vehicles, he too must have appeared reckless in the eyes of others. Yet, he could not allow the child to fall into the hands of the enemy. With a powerful leap, he sprang onto the nearest SUV. Hood, hood, hood. His feet propelled off the vehicle's surface. And whether it was sheer potential or the fact that his shoes were still relatively new and not overly slippery, he managed to land on a line of parked cars, directly tackling the young woman to the ground. Startled, she screamed, "Unreasonable! How dare you!" Fang Xu, uninterested in her bewildering outcry, attempted to wrest the child from her grasp. He was torn, fearing for the child's safety while also worrying about causing a scene. In desperation, he made an audacious decision, one he had never contemplated before and one that felt scandalously shameful. The little creature is a treasure, and Fang Xu admits that he cannot dismiss something so precious. Suddenly, a startling cry pierced the air, prompting Fang Xu to swiftly extend his hand, pulling the small being into his embrace before turning and fleeing. The little blonde girl, seated on the rain-soaked curb, was left in a state of shock and confusion. The flawless, uniquely South American hue of her skin bore a conspicuous bite mark. Deeply indented, though it had not drawn blood, it was nonetheless severe. This was the mark left by Fang Xu's formidable fangs. Fang Xu felt no remorse for his lack of tenderness. After all, compassion varies from person to person. At that moment, he experienced a state of mind devoid of distractions. Light and unburdened, it was as if he had entered a realm where the only awareness was to run forward. Having discarded all external concerns, his senses were blissfully shut off, allowing him to revel in a carefree existence, embracing a sensation akin to riding the waves with ease. However, escaping the confines of the city center was far from straightforward, especially on foot. As fatigue set in, the crowd around him thinned, yet the distant noise from his previous location still echoed in his ears. Reflecting on the chaos left behind sent a shiver down his spine, whether it was from the rain or something else. He wiped his forehead only to discover it drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, he gently stroked the little creature in his arms, muttering to himself. As his pace slowed, these three actions were all that remained. In this wretched place, even hailing a taxi was impossible. The driver he had previously delayed had likely long since vanished into the mist. Over the past few days, Fang Xu had encountered a series of criminals, leaving him with a disquieted heart. It seemed prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with Chen Shui, ensuring he could frequently report updates and safeguard his own well-being. The little creature nestled in his arms appeared lifeless. Even a gentle tug on its tail elicited no response. It was as if the poor thing had succumbed to some misfortune, mirroring Fang Xu's own plight that day. Leaning down, he whispered, "Little one, could it be that you are feeling down? If not depression, then perhaps it was simply fear." Yet, this creature was known for its unruly behavior when left unchecked, though it sometimes exhibited such tendencies regardless. Today, however, was indeed unusual, prompting Fang Xu to reconsider his priorities. His immediate task was not to seek treasures, but rather to locate a nearby veterinary clinic to ascertain what ailed his small companion. With 500,000 at stake, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Furthermore, having been threatened by a muscular man earlier that day only intensified his need to secure that sum, compensating for his emotional distress. After opening his phone's navigation, Fang Xu discovered there were no veterinary clinics marked in the vicinity. However, the First People's Hospital was within walking distance, situated in the city center and not too far from where he stood. With a sense of desperation, he resolved to seek help there, reasoning that while there may be distinctions between humans and animals, both were under the care of doctors, each with their own specialization. Embracing a flicker of responsibility as a caretaker, Fang Xu prepared to brave the tumultuous journey he had just endured, heading straight for the First People's Hospital. As Fang Xu took only a few steps, a few burly men clad in black suits came into view. He had encountered these faces before, and in such a brief span of time, it was impossible for him to forget. Could it be that the muscular man had already been dealt with? It seemed likely. After all, he had been illegally armed. In such a tense situation, it would be exceedingly difficult to conceal the handgun that had been brandished as a threat against Fang Xu. Thus, one could only imagine the malevolence of these suited men who could stand against a firearm. What was most alarming was not merely their ferocity. It It was the fact that, among the myriad paths available, they had fortuitously crossed Fang Xu's own. Moreover, they approached with unwavering focus, clearly intent on pursuing him. Fang Xu dared not linger for a moment. With a frown, he turned and fled. It truly was a time of trouble. He had never sought conflict, yet misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. He cursed quietly to himself, quickening his pace. Currently, he found himself near the Riverside Road, with a commercial office building in view across the street. A series of illuminated signs flickered brilliantly in the dim weather, with the Gym Chi Leaf Fitness being the most prominent among them. Gyms were not ordinary places. They were often filled with robust men. Fang Xu recalled this and thought it might be prudent to seek assistance from these fellows to extricate himself from his predicament or at least bolster his confidence. Surely, in a public setting, they would not be as brazen as that muscular man. He had initially thought that these sudden arrivals might provide him a means of escape, only to realize they were now targeting him. It did not take long for Fang Xu to deduce that the muscular man had, in a moment of desperation, betrayed him to save himself. Though the intricacies of the truth eluded him, it was clear that the situation was far from straightforward. The dynamics of these desperate individuals' interests were beyond Fang Xu's comprehension. The footsteps behind him grew increasingly distinct, prompting Fang Xu to quicken his pace, disregarding the traffic signals. When he reached an intersection regulated by a traffic officer, with everyone else halted on the sidewalk, Fang Xu made a decisive move, stepping forward without uttering a word. There was no hesitation. It was a desperate attempt to draw attention and shield himself from harm. The traffic officer, extending his hand to intercept, blew his whistle and commanded Fang Xu to retreat. Anticipating this, Fang Xu halted his advance but did not step back either. "Please adhere to traffic regulations and wait for the green light," the officer admonished sternly. "Officer, I am being pursued," Fang Xu exclaimed, tugging at the officer's sleeve, stubbornly holding his ground on the sidewalk. Being pursued? The officer turned to follow Fang Xu's gaze, and the suited men, upon reaching the intersection, promptly altered their course, moving away in a remarkably synchronized manner. "Who is pursuing you? Them?" the officer inquired. Seeing the situation, Fang Xu felt somewhat compliant, despite their imposing stature. These men did not appear overly astute. With a nervous chuckle, he rubbed his nose and apologized profusely. I'm terribly sorry, officer. I must have been mistaken." Fortunately, the presence of the crowd and the officer's authority temporarily deterred the man, allowing Fang Xu to obediently step back and join the others waiting for the green light. Fang Xu could perceive the peculiar gazes of those around him, accompanied by hushed whispers that were almost audible. Despite the passers-by attempting to lower their voices, their laughter, betraying their discussions about him, was impossible to conceal. Remarkably, Fang Xu was not at all perturbed. Perhaps, in the eyes of outsiders, he was being regarded as somewhat eccentric. However, this was certainly preferable to being captured and facing an unknown fate. Yet, after the departure of the men in suits, he dared not relax even for a moment. It was evident to him that since they had pursued him, they would not easily relent. He was unsure of where they might be lurking, observing him from the shadows. Fang Xu feigned casual interest in the scenery, glancing to the right. Although he noticed nothing amiss, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. When the traffic light turned green, he strode across the street and entered the Chi Li Fitness Center. The gym was a cacophony of varied individuals, and he reasoned that no matter how many suited men might appear, even if they were assassins, they would hardly dare confront him in public. His reasoning was not without merit. After all, the well-toned men at the gym, who had worked hard to sculpt their physiques to attract the attention of women, would likely rush to assist anyone in need, particularly if a lady was present. This instinct to display valor was a quintessential aspect of masculinity. Since Fang Xu was also a man, it was likely that if he found himself in a vulnerable position, others would readily come to his aid, seeking both admiration and an opportunity to showcase their superiority over someone who appeared less robust. Of course, unless faced with a genuine threat to his life or an imposing adversary, Fang Xu felt confident he could rally those around him to help extricate him from any predicament. As he made his way up the elevator, he occasionally glanced back, yet he had thus far failed to spot any of the men in suits trailing him. It was hardly surprising. Given the narrowness of the sidewalk and the presence of traffic police directing the flow, those men would not recklessly pursue him by running red lights. With a slight easing of his anxiety, he reached down to check on his little companion, who still seemed devoid of energy. Fang Xu was puzzled by this. Perhaps the little creature had been stifled by being held too tightly? It made little sense to him. He attempted to call out a few more times, but the little one seemed too weak even to muster a soft murmur. It appeared that once he was assuredly distanced from those ill-intentioned individuals. A visit to the hospital was imperative to ascertain the condition of his companion. Although their time together had been brief, they shared the same room every night. The size of Fang Xu's bedroom was modest, yet allowed for a sense of companionship, even if the little creature was reluctant to acknowledge him as its owner. Fang Xu had naturally assumed the role in his heart. As a responsible owner, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties. Leaning down, he whispered to the little one's soft, furry ears, "Rest assured, my dear companion, I shall ensure your safety." After speaking, he embraced the little creature more tightly, fearing that his negligence might cause it further harm. Despite the fact that gold and silver ornaments seemed utterly fragile, akin to dough before the creature's teeth, the little one's exterior appeared adorably delicate. Now, Fang Xu had witnessed its frail side, and a surge of compassion welled up within him, causing him to temporarily cast aside thoughts of the gentleman's smile. As the elevator chimed, Fang Xu arrived at the chilly fitness center. Perhaps due to the overcast weather, the number of patrons in this indoor venue had notably increased. A glance revealed numerous gentlemen clad in light-colored tank tops, energetically showcasing their muscular physiques as they engaged in various exercises. Most exuded a robust masculinity, with some even flaunting their achievements by lifting dumbbells while standing before treadmills. Why was this so? Fang Xu merely stole a casual glance, only to discover that every meticulously arranged treadmill was occupied by women, all glistening with sweat. From behind, their figures could be described as curvaceous yet lithe. Fitness and beauty seemed to be intertwined. Fang Xu felt his visit was far from wasted, and he was grateful for the experience. Without further ado, he sought refuge in the lounge. Moments later, a burly man with well-defined muscles approached Fang Xu. A white towel draped over his shoulder, and a friendly smile graced his face as he greeted, "Hello, my friend. Are you a VIP here? I haven't seen you before." Fang Xu surmised that this man was likely a fitness trainer and, without revealing his intentions, responded ambiguously, "Is it necessary to apply for a VIP membership? Can I try out first?" "Of course. Which muscle group would you like to focus on?" the trainer inquired. Fang Xu pondered for a moment, realizing he was not accustomed to rigorous exercise and could not immediately engage in high-energy workouts. Having noticed the men showing off in front of the women, he lowered his voice and said, "Let's start with a couple of dumbbells for warm-up." Fang Xu smiled brightly, yet the trainer's expression did not reflect the same enthusiasm. The fitness center was equipped with a comprehensive array of equipment, but it was evident that Fang Xu was not a regular visitor. Moreover, as he was not a VIP, he was uncertain about the pricing structure. Was it charged by the hour with free access to all equipment, or did prices vary depending on the type of equipment? Fang Xu wished to avoid offending anyone, especially the trainer, and he could sense the shift in the trainer's demeanor upon his inquiry. Thus, he cautiously rephrased, "Hey, just to clarify, before I sign up for VIP, is the equipment available for free trial?" Upon hearing this, Fang Xu felt reassured and promptly declared, "All right, let us proceed with the membership." Although still somewhat of a novice compared to business magnates, Fang Xu's financial situation was not dire. He could certainly afford a VIP card, and even 100 of them, if it meant he could temporarily evade scrutiny. Unlike those aloof individuals, Fang Xu would not meander aimlessly before his run. In this moment, he needed to be acutely aware of his surroundings, particularly attuned to the slightest changes in the little one beside him. Any unforeseen event could lead to profound regret. It is unclear when it began, but as Fang Xu played with a small dumbbell in one hand, a gentle breeze seemed to waft in. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, an extraordinary occurrence in a gym where everyone was drenched in sweat and panting. "Excuse me, could you make some space?" A beautiful young woman appeared unexpectedly, and Fang Xu had not even noticed her arrival. However, since she spoke, he displayed his customary politeness. "Thank you. No need to mention it," Fang Xu replied with a smile. The conversation did not halt there. The young woman, radiant and youthful, donned a light sports top and carried a small square backpack. She naturally pulled out 2 bottles of purified water from her bag. Perhaps seeing Fang Xu so engrossed in his workout that he had forgotten his fatigue, or perhaps as a gesture of gratitude for his kindness in offering her a seat, she handed him one of the bottles. With a playful, dimpled smile, she said, "Here." Before Fang Xu could reach for it, she placed it directly before him. He gratefully took it, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down with a satisfying swallow, exclaiming, "Refreshing." Having exchanged water, they were merely acquaintances, yet Fang Xu casually inquired, "Do you come here often?" The girl shook her head. "I'm waiting for someone." Fang Xu, understanding the implication, smiled knowingly and ceased further conversation. Most likely, she was waiting for her boyfriend. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Fang Xu's interest in women was not particularly intense, certainly not to the point of obsession. Even in the presence of a stunning beauty like Bai Keqing, he remained unfazed. Moreover, this was not the moment for romantic pursuits. His mind was focused solely on one ambition: to earn money. He understood the need for diligence, for neglecting his endeavors would lead to a solitary future. He was acutely aware of whom to offend and whom to appease, though often these matters were unavoidable. At the entrance directly in Fang Xu's line of sight, 3 men in dark suits appeared, their expressions stern. His choice of position was deliberate, allowing him to monitor any potential adversaries. Now, with the enemies approaching, Fang Xu lowered his head and feigned a yawn, attempting to disguise himself, though he quickly realized his casual attire was too distinctive to go unnoticed. The men in suits split into 3 directions, with the leader striding directly toward him. Fang Xu merely obscured his face, revealing only his eyes. But it seemed he would soon be discovered. Just as he thought to act, the girl beside him cried out in surprise as Fang Xu abruptly pulled her close, the sudden movement exposing her delicate arms. Chapter 41. Where are those who stand up for justice? This intimate distance, well within 44 centimeters, allowed Fang Xu's rapid breaths to be distinctly heard. The girl, tightly embraced by Fang Xu, inhaled the potent scent of masculinity emanating from him, her cheeks flushed, gradually surrendering to the situation. Little did she know that Fang Xu's nervous breaths were not a reaction to her presence. In his haste to evade scrutiny, he had impulsively pulled her close without much consideration. Their demeanor appeared exceedingly intimate to onlookers, resembling a couple engaged in a kiss, which from afar seemed rather indecorous. However, Fang Xu was too preoccupied to concern himself with such perceptions. Fortunately, the girl did not resist much, and the little creature, sprawled on the leather chair to his right, began to stir, letting out a series of chirps that drew attention. Realizing the predicament, Fang Xu instinctively reached out to the little creature, only to be met with rejection as it leaped from the chair, squawking and attracting numerous gazes. The girl seated atop Fang Xu's legs, her bare arms firmly grasped by him, remained oblivious to the unfolding embarrassment. When both became aware of the awkwardness, Fang Xu still did not release her, instead leaning his head closer to her chest. "I apologize, but there is no time to explain. Someone is causing me trouble, and I hope you can assist me," he whispered urgently. Listening to his low and frantic words, the girl remained unresponsive, as she had already been somewhat dazed and now simply allowed Fang Xu to hold her, her body seemingly devoid of function except for her occasionally fluttering eyelashes. Fang Xu, engrossed in the moment, was unable to appreciate the beauty of the situation as the intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. Alas, he was not one to seize such a rare opportunity. Instead, he incessantly pleaded with the girl to help him keep an eye out. "Miss, please help me see if those men in black suits have left," he added. With his head lowered and pressed against her chest, Fang Xu resembled a shameless rogue, claiming desperation while seeking assistance from the girl he had so brazenly taken liberties with. This was either a farcical situation or a blatant challenge to propriety. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the gym. At that moment, as Fang Xu slightly raised his head, he inadvertently brushed against the girl's sensitive area, having completely overlooked the nature of their proximity. All eyes in the gym turned towards the source of the commotion, oblivious to the context. From the scene, it was clear that the pair's posture suggested intimacy, yet the girl's sudden, uncontrolled scream bewildered everyone present. Men paused their workouts, and even those lingering near the treadmills turned to witness the spectacle. In the realm of lewdness, there are those who admire beauty, those who are captivated by allure, and then there are the notorious, popularly termed leg enthusiasts in the online vernacular. At this moment, Fang Xu found himself wholly captivated, cradling a girl whose beauty was quite remarkable, her figure impeccable. Clad in a lightweight athletic top, she effortlessly showcased her graceful physique, a product of balanced nutrition and consistent exercise. The current scenario revealed that Fang Xu was not only leaning against the girl's legs but had also ensnared her arm, his face almost invading her delicate features. It is a common occurrence for those who witness injustice to intervene, as there are always self-proclaimed noble youths ready to act. This was Fang Xu's initial thought. However, he was unprepared for the fact that his intentions would not only be thwarted, but would instead make him the target of public ire. As the girl prepared to deliver a sharp slap, Fang Xu could no longer maintain his shameless facade, and he hastily apologized, exposing himself to the scrutinizing gaze of all present in the gym. In that moment, surrounded by men boasting six-pack abs, Fang Xu felt an overwhelming wave of hostility approaching, akin to countless blades poised to strike. Thus, he could not afford to delay any longer, Today had been a series of mortifying incidents for him. He needed to find a place to regain his composure, and as he scanned the vicinity for the little one, he realized there was no trace of her to be found. After a thorough search, he spotted neither the silver squirrel nor any small mouse. Ultimately locking eyes with a man in a black suit. The man wore a stern expression, while Fang Xu managed a dry, humorless chuckle. Without further ado, he turned on his heels and fled. Little one, may fortune smile upon you. I shall adhere to the wisdom of retreat. Fang Xu silently wished for her safety and sprinted out of the gym with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Soon, the gym fell into a profound silence, the focus remaining on the girl, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Little did anyone know that this seemingly well-mannered young man would audaciously misbehave in public. Meanwhile, the three individuals pursuing Fang Xu did not immediately follow him out. One of them took out a phone and moved aside, exchanging a few words with the others before nodding and exiting the gym together. Fang Xu, having been the first to escape, pressed the up buttons for all the elevators but swiftly made his way through the emergency exit. Even after leaving the office building, he did not entirely relax. How could he face three adversaries? Fang Xu was not foolishly overconfident to that extent. Moreover, it seemed he had incited public outrage, rendering the place unsuitable for lingering. The time that elapsed from Fang Xu entering the building to his exit was not lengthy, as the traffic officer remained diligently stationed. Observing the officer busily attending to his duties, Fang Xu felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, searched through his contacts, and dialed Chun Shui's number. In his prior urgency, he had overlooked the fact that he knew Officer Chun, who, as luck would have it, was dining nearby with Bai Keqing. However, after a prolonged ring in his ear, no one answered. It appeared that Officer Chun was on her day off, and just when he needed her assistance, he could not reach her. Having recently encountered her at Manjinxiang, this turn of events left Fang Xu disheartened and frustrated. Increasingly anxious, he quickened his pace. The capricious and enigmatic weather seemed to conspire against Fang Xu, for no sooner had he stepped outside than a torrential downpour commenced. As he braved the rain, Fang Xu hastened his pace, aware that the only nearby refuge from the deluge was the bus station, an option that would undoubtedly expose him. Soon, he sensed that the individuals pursuing him were drawing closer, internally lamenting their relentless tenacity. He found himself with no choice but to seek a vehicle while simultaneously searching for a concealed route, though such paths were scarce in the bustling city center. The sky grew increasingly dim, and by 3 in the afternoon, numerous vehicles had already illuminated their headlights, as if heralding some ominous event, prompting Fang Xu to exert every effort to elude his pursuers. Yet, it was easier said than done. Fang Xu, a law-abiding citizen, had never dealt with such individuals before. While he contemplated dialing the police for assistance, he realized that without evidence of wrongdoing or an actual assault, such action would be futile. At that moment, he could only devise a means to escape this perilous situation, firmly convinced that his pursuers bore ill intentions. Before he could form a coherent plan, several assailants overpowered him, pinning his arms behind his back and unceremoniously thrusting him into a black automobile. The license plate was obscured, and the make of the vehicle was indistinguishable. Inside, another figure, clearly the mastermind behind this abduction, immediately placed a blindfold over Fang Xu's eyes. "Why are you taking me? Who are you?" he protested, struggling in vain. His head was forcibly restrained, and as the black blindfold enveloped him, the pressure on him eased slightly. Blinded and filled with trepidation, Fang Xu realized that his captors intended to instill fear. However, it was not merely his sight that was compromised. In a kidnapping scenario, his captors would hardly allow him the freedom of movement. Like a lamb led to slaughter, he remained silent, acutely aware that further words would serve no purpose. For these individuals were clearly determined to pursue their objective without relent. Now that they had succeeded in their initial endeavor, Fang Xu could only await the unfolding of events. While daylight crimes seemed far-fetched, their preparedness and his confinement within the vehicle left him vulnerable. Should they transport him to a remote area, he would be utterly helpless, with no one to call for aid. Yet, he retained a card up his sleeve, albeit temporarily restrained, and he believed that his assailants were not yet inclined to eliminate him. Increasingly, Fang Xu suspected that he had fallen victim to the machinations of a muscular antagonist. Soon enough, he would have to confront the ringleader of this operation, providing him ample opportunity to devise a strategy for his eventual discourse. Meanwhile, within the vehicle, the driver remained silent, while the man in the passenger seat, also clad in a black suit, mockingly recorded Fang Xu's predicament on his phone. He then signaled to the individual tasked with monitoring Fang Xu to muffle his ears. Thus, poor Fang Xu found himself subjected to the indignity of having his ears forcibly covered, rendering him oblivious to the world outside. Chapter 42. Lu Yuer. Boss. The person has been captured. I will bring him over immediately. Indeed, these individuals arrived well prepared with ulterior motives. In such circumstances, Fang Xu understood that any struggle on his part would likely be futile. He could only wait for the opportune moment to escape. However, as he sensed the vehicle moving farther away, his heart became increasingly unsettled. He had originally come here to seek the whereabouts of Junzi Xiao, only to encounter such a dire situation. When the vehicle finally came to a halt, Fang Xu realized that he was about to face the formidable figure behind this ordeal. As the blindfold was removed, he beheld a sky shrouded in gloom and inhaled the damp air. Yet his eyes did not witness the desolate scene he had anticipated. Instead of an abandoned factory in a forsaken area, he found himself in a rather upscale private club. How could one who had been forcibly brought here, bound hand and foot, possibly believe he would be treated with such hospitality? Could it be that they intended to offer him a lavish banquet? Fang Xu remained skeptical. His singular focus was on how to extricate himself. Once his hands were freed from their restraints, these individuals would pose no challenge. As he was escorted toward the center of the club, the hall appeared eerily empty, devoid of any patrons. Fang Xu sensed a palpable sense of oppression in the atmosphere, foreboding something ominous as he was flanked by two men in black, ascending the stairs without obstruction. Yet, as time passed, a flicker of unease flickered within Fang Xu. If this delay continued, he feared the precious moments to reverse time might dwindle, leaving him in a dire predicament. Nevertheless, given the opulence of the private club, Fang Xu doubted the onlookers would pose any real threat to him. Surely, what awaited him were merely a barrage of nonsensical inquiries. While Fang Xu speculated about the persona of his interrogator, as they traversed the corridor, a melodious voice pierced the silence from the lengthy hallway. "Let him come in. You may wait outside." Upon the conclusion of these words, several men in black abruptly halted, dividing to stand at either end. One among them, exhibiting a calm demeanor, addressed Fang Xu with an unusually cold and threatening remark. "The boss is inside. If you wish to live, enter quietly." The man in black snorted dismissively, standing against the wall with his arms crossed, yet showing no response. At that moment, Fang Xu boldly called out toward the slightly ajar door. "I must say, what kind of hospitality is this, esteemed boss? Is this how you treat your guests?" Indeed, the principle of courtesy before conflict was not being upheld here. Fang Xu knew nothing of this individual, and the atmosphere had grown decidedly awkward. To Fang Xu's demand, the person within displayed an unflinching demeanor, simply responding with a cool command: release his bindings and allow him to enter, then close the door behind him. It appeared that the tension had dissipated, yet Fang Xu dared not let his guard down. The spatial arrangement of the room was at least 100 square meters. Both sides featured understated dark storage cabinets adorned with various antiquities, while a gray fur carpet covered the living room. Through the glass windows, one could see a panorama of towering skyscrapers, and on the coffee table, a teacup exuded fragrant steam, filling the air with its aroma. Seated upon the sofa opposite the coffee table was a woman adorned in a striking crimson leather jacket, her long chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders. As Fang Xu recalled the earlier conversation and observed her silhouette, he estimated her age to be in her early 30s. Perhaps she embodied the archetype of a strong woman prevalent in society. Yet, Fang Xu felt a sense of ease wash over him. His hands were free, and he surmised that despite her flamboyant demeanor, she was unlikely to engage in any outrageous behavior. Having encountered strong women before, including his own boss, Sun Siki, he naturally initiated the conversation. "Though I do not know you, I assume you summoned me for more than mere tea and idle chatter?" Without lingering on formality, he approached her, curious to discern the features of such an intriguing woman. However, as he took a seat directly across from her, he was interrupted before he could fully meet her gaze. "Move to the side. You're obstructing my view." Fang Xu awkwardly rose, maintaining a facade of composure. It was then that he beheld her immaculate visage, which belied his initial assumption of her being in her 30s. Perhaps it was her fiery red lips paired with the vibrant jacket that accentuated her ethereal pallor, a melancholic beauty that shone through her deep, contemplative eyes as they gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. What manner of person was she? A person of significance? No, Fang Xu felt otherwise. She seemed more akin to a young lady of his own age, though her aura radiated a remarkable maturity. Could she be a daughter of privilege who had established herself as a formidable woman in her own right? In contrast to Bai Keqing, she bore an air of aloofness that seemed inconsistent with her appearance, rivaling even Sun Siki in her allure. Fang Xu unabashedly scrutinized her until she broke the silence. Have you finished observing? My apologies, he stammered, turning his gaze back to the dreary outdoors, where towering buildings loomed, making humanity appear as insignificant as ants within their abodes. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over him, prompting him to muse. Such weather surely dampens one's spirits. I wonder what business you have with me. First, let us enjoy some tea, she replied, lifting her cup to take a delicate sip. Though her action was casual, the slight furrow of her brow revealed an unfriendly disposition as she inquired, "What is your name?" "Fang Xu," he replied, reciprocating her nonchalance by savoring the robust tea. After expressing his admiration for its quality, he, too, inquired about her name. The woman candidly revealed her name. Yet upon hearing it, Fang Xu could hardly maintain his composure. "Louis Ware." He abruptly stood, causing the cup he had momentarily set down to clatter loudly. "Boss!" Came a startled exclamation from a man in black outside the door, tinged with anxiety. "Be quiet," Louis Ware snapped impatiently. "Miss Liu, why did you summon me here just to drink tea?" Fang Xu asked. "Do not worry, I mean you no harm. I have 2 matters to discuss with you." Louis Ware replied coolly. "What matters? The auction?" Fang Xu inquired, puzzled. Louis Ware smiled and nodded, saying, "This is merely one aspect. Have you heard of Gentleman's Smile?" Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback. "You know of this matter? It seems that the treacherous Song Qianxiu has certainly concealed many secrets." Louis Ware sighed softly, turning her body fully towards Fang Xu, revealing her strikingly fair legs beneath her form-fitting red leather attire. Her figure was mesmerizing, yet Fang Xu's mind was a cacophony, devoid of any inclination to appreciate her beauty. Louis Ware then inquired, "You've met my sister, haven't you?" "Miss Qingqing, of course I've met her." "She is indeed your sister?" "That is true, but our relationship is rather strained. Let's not dwell on her. Instead, could you elaborate on the matter of Gentleman's Smile?" Fang Xu instinctively touched his nose and retrieved his phone, unlocking it to reveal the album interface that he had not exited. "This is Gentleman's Smile. I wonder where Miss Liu heard of such a thing?" Louis Ware took the phone, and despite her family's immense wealth, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her face. "The quality is truly remarkable. What a pity it is not destined for my Jinyu Zhai." Fang Xu was perplexed by her words, sensing that she too was in search of Gentleman's Smile but had met with no success. Yet, if that were the case, why go through the trouble of seeking him out? He promptly asked, "Miss Liu, are you implying that this item indeed belongs to someone?" Without beating around the bush, Louis Ware opened a small box, revealing 2 distinct yet equally vibrant jade pieces. On the left is the free and easy Buddha, and on the right is the dragon subduing Arhat. "Choose whichever you prefer," she said, pushing the box towards Fang Xu. Fang Xu gasped. "For me? What does this mean?" He did not immediately acquiesce, but instinctively reached out to touch one of the jade pieces, and a radiant glow emanated forth. Chapter 43. On Ownership. The luminous aura from the 2 jade pieces caused Fang Xu's watch to jump forward by 20 points. His heart raced, and although the beauty was before him, he managed to suppress any overt expression of surprise. He chuckled. "This gift is far too extravagant. I fear I am unworthy of it." Louis Ware replied, "Do not be modest. I am well aware of the auctioneer's circumstances." Fang Xu was not surprised. The rivalry between the Liu sisters had long been the subject of public discourse, and he had certainly heard of it. However, what Louis Ware said next made him acutely aware of the depths of this world. "Do you know how I found you?" "Not particularly," Fang Xu replied helplessly. "That tall fellow, do you remember him?" Louis Ware said nonchalantly. "Yes, he is quite the unsavory character," Fang Xu remarked, a hint of anger creeping into his voice when mentioning the muscular man. "Indeed, but his background is not as simple as it appears," Louis Ware said, smiling coyly. Fang Xu insisted, "I have no interest in him." "Yet he harbors considerable interest in you," Louis Ware replied with a laugh. Fang Xu sighed in exasperation. "And what of it? I do not provoke those who do not provoke me." "Ah, a fine principle of non-aggression. But do you know his origins?" Louis Ware's tone had risen slightly. "I do not, nor do I wish to know." Fang Xu shook his head in response. However, Louis Ware disregarded Fang Xu's words and directly stated, "He is a wanted criminal." Fang Xu was taken aback, falling silent. Louis Ware, seemingly unwilling to let the atmosphere stagnate, continued, "This Mark III is a notorious band of thieves. I do not fear sharing this with you. He has behind-the-scenes dealings with numerous antique markets and renowned jewelry enterprises. And what about the Liu family? Jin Yuzhai, Yuzhan auction house. Fang Xu furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is unnecessary, but if it were not for this, would you have come? Liu Yuer replied. Fang Xu shook his head with a sigh, and with a wry smile, he said, I am merely a minor character. How could I warrant such concern from you? Yet, Liu Yuer held a different opinion. Regardless of your status, I am somewhat aware of your affairs. However, it is not just me, Liu Yuer, who seeks you. My sister will likely come looking for you again soon, and I do not wish for her to succeed. Her words were so candid that if Fang Xu failed to comprehend them, he would indeed be a fool. Nevertheless, Fang Xu was reluctant to become embroiled in such intrigues. The rivalry between the two sisters of the Liu family was their affair. He did not wish to be dragged into their conflicts. His sole desire was to secure a foothold, gradually earn a living, and provide for his family. The intrigues of prominent families were numerous, and maintaining a steady position seemed the most prudent approach. Fang Xu promptly expressed his intentions. Whether it is your sister or you, Miss Liu, I must sincerely say that this gift is far too lavish for me to accept. If you wish to discuss antique insights, I would be more than willing to listen attentively. Perhaps in the future, my boss might even pay a personal visit to your Jin Yuzhai. However, it certainly would not be a grand discourse. I am merely a humble clerk, fully aware of my own limitations. Miss Liu, you may overestimate my capabilities, and should I recklessly agree, I fear I may disappoint your high expectations. Liu Yuer understood his words. This series of polite refusals was, in essence, a rejection. Yet, since she had boldly invited Fang Xu, she would not easily relinquish her pursuit. She maintained a smile on her face, though her demeanor shifted to one more befitting her maturity as she spoke in a low voice. I wonder if you harbor concerns. I have heard that after that auction, there are quite a few who have set their sights on you. Fang Xu responded with a nonchalant, oh, and with a smile. He raised his teacup and drank it down. I am merely an ordinary student working part-time. I only wish to remain grounded. A forced relationship is seldom sweet. I have always relied on luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Miss Liu, you truly need not waste your efforts on me. Seeing Fang Xu's persistent evasion, Liu Yuer's expression finally showed signs of irritation. Are you not afraid that after rejecting me, trouble will come knocking at your door? Fang Xu shook his head. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. Is it possible that others can force me to do what I do not wish to? Liu Yuer bit her silver teeth. Fang Xu, you know who I am. Do not be ungrateful. As the tension escalated, Fang Xu sensed the impending confrontation and quickly changed his tone. Smiling, Miss Liu, do not be upset. Let's calm down and converse properly. I was disrespectful in my speech earlier. Liu Yuer huffed lightly. I have yet to discuss the main matter with you, and you repeatedly decline. Is it truly my manner of inviting you that has left you feeling resentful? A man should not be so narrow-minded. Liu Yuer's chest rose and fell, her figure accentuated by a tight-fitting garment that revealed her alluring curves, an enticing charm that became increasingly irresistible. The flush of anger on her face could no longer be concealed, her previously aloof demeanor dissipating into thin air. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Fang Xu was acutely aware that accepting the expensive jade would likely lead to complications. Furthermore, upon hearing Liu Yuer mention the gentleman's smile, he understood its weighty implications. If he were to recklessly pursue financial gain and agree to it, how would he reconcile any potential conflict with Song Qianqiu's commission? Fang Xu was not one to easily overlook opportunities for wealth, yet he was equally cognizant of his principles. There is a natural order to things, and it was clear that if Liu Yuer were not eager for the gentleman's smile, she would not have been so lavish in her offerings. Although the two pieces of jade were evidently of exceptional quality, as indicated by the size advancing on the watch, Fang Xu knew he needed to ascertain the full context before proceeding. Miss Liu, please do not take offense. It seems I have been rather frugal. You see, thanks to your generosity, I have inadvertently lost my precious belongings during this journey, he lamented. Liu Yuer, slightly taken aback, inquired, is there truly such a creature as a silver squirrel in this world? Fang Xu chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, it's a long story. Liu Yuer, with a contemplative expression, promptly took out her phone to inform those waiting outside. Fang Xu, recalling something, interjected, by the way, Miss Liu, please remind them to be cautious. That little rascal can be quite mischievous, and I would feel remorseful if any harm befell your companions. His words were not spoken with genuine concern. Rather, he secretly wished for the dark-clad individuals to meet with misfortune. Thus, he could only proceed one step at a time. Faced with Liu Yuer's proposition, Fang Xu maintained an air of indifference, as if money were mere dirt beneath his feet. Naturally, Louis Wearer was reluctant to believe that he was entirely unmoved by the 2 pieces of jade she had presented. With her privileged background, Louis Wearer's experiences were far from superficial. As she lavishly spent, Fang Xu's refusals reached their limit. He smiled, decisively covering the 2 small boxes and sliding them back towards Louis Wearer, saying, "Monsieur, perhaps you should first articulate what you would like me to do." With a playful arch of her brow, Louis Wearer remarked, "You ought to be well aware." Fang Xu rubbed his hands together, a troubled expression crossing his face as he lamented, "However, on Song's side, I have already made a promise and received a deposit." "Oh." Louis Wearer's expression shifted subtly, her gaze upon Fang Xu deepening with intensity. As her words hung in the air, Louis Wearer's anger became palpable, rivaling even the fury of Lu Qinqin during the auction. Her silver teeth gritted and her brows furrowed in ire. She bore a striking resemblance to her sister. In a fit of exasperation, she huffed, "Fang Xu, are you truly foolish, or are you merely pretending?" Fang Xu shrugged with a smile. "Am I mistaken then? Let me be clear. I am no gentleman. You may be unaware of the dealing Song Qianqiu is involved in, but you must understand the gentleman's smile does not belong to him." Chapter 44. How can one achieve a perfect balance in this world? This, indeed, was a revelation Fang Xu had not anticipated. If we were to suggest that Junzi Xiao does not belong to Song Qianqiu, based on Fang Xu's previous impressions, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. After all, Song Qianqiu did not articulate his thoughts with complete clarity, and he refrained from disclosing everything in the face of Fang Xu's uncertainties. However, from Louis Wearer's perspective, it is also plausible that the deceptive words regarding Junzi Xiao were uttered for ulterior motives, such as the nature of the business world, wherein scrupulousness is an immutable truth. Were it not for such deceit, every merchant would face ruin, and indeed, the concept of treachery succinctly encapsulates the essence of commerce. Yet, Fang Xu would not simply acquiesce to Louis Wearer's singular account. He candidly expressed his innermost thoughts. "Monsieur, please do not be upset. I understand that your invitation signifies your esteem for me. As for Mr. Song, I cannot vouch for him entirely. However, how can you substantiate that your claims reflect the truth?" Louis Wearer endeavored to compose herself, as she likely did not wish to exhibit anger in front of someone with whom she was not intimately acquainted. After all, such behavior would undermine her stature as the proprietor of the esteemed Jinyuzi. Despite the apparent differences in temperament between the Lu sisters, they shared an undeniable similarity when it came to expressing anger. Perhaps Lu Qingqing was the type whose emotions were written all over her face, acting swiftly and decisively, while Louis Wearer appeared more composed, displaying a demeanor that was both polished and gracious. "Do you know how Song Qianqiu has risen to prominence over the years?" "I truly do not. I have only encountered him once after that auction," Fang Xu replied with a smile. "Very well, let me enlighten you. Even if Junzi Xiao were genuinely his family heirloom, it has long since changed hands." Fang Xu, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Louis Wearer scoffed, her expression laden with disdain for Song Qianqiu. "He once sought to invest in our Lu group, claiming to possess a cache of treasures. However, upon investigation, we discovered that most of his items had dubious origins. It is not a matter of arrogance on our part, but rather an awareness that our every move is scrutinized within the industry. Occasionally, we might accept a few items of uncertain provenance without issue, but Song Qianqiu offered dozens of questionable goods. How could we dare to engage in partnership with someone like him? When pressed for the origins of his merchandise, he evaded the questions and resorted to vague assertions. He claimed that everything was above board, but my father would not be swayed by his empty rhetoric and promptly declined. Subsequently, he sought investment in another antique firm, where the board members were rivals of my father. Since we refused his offer, they unhesitatingly acquired everything and allowed Song Qianqiu to partake in their shares, placing him in charge of trade within their subsidiary. At this juncture, she clenched her fist, exuding a sense of frustration and disappointment. Is it any wonder that Qingqing's head is filled with confusion? She never listens to good advice. Take the auction, for instance. She disregards everyone, welcoming all without discernment. If one day the Lu family were to be brought to ruin by her folly, I fear she would remain blissfully unaware. Fang Xu chuckled. "You may be exaggerating. I believe Mr. Song is not that kind of person. He is a man who would do anything for profit. Previously, he attempted to undermine my establishment, Jinyuzi. If it weren't for..." "What do you mean?" Fang Xu inquit gudio sili. At this point, Louis Wearer did not continue, instead taking a sip of tea and shifting the topic. In any case, after that, Song Qianqiu mismanaged the company, leading to significant losses. It remains unclear whether he lined his own pockets, or if there were other reasons. Ultimately, under pressure, he was expelled from the group. Yet this did not seem to tarnish his reputation. On the contrary, he unexpectedly managed to rebuild his business, which flourished rapidly, leaving no room for losses. How peculiar. It seems that Mr. Song is indeed not a simple character, Fang Xu remarked with a smile. However, Lu Yiwe'er held a different perspective, shaking her head as she said, "Who knows how much money Song Qianxiu has secretly appropriated from others?" Although the initial batch of goods did not raise any red flags, anyone with insight understands they were hardly legitimate. He merely leveraged the power of the group to whitewash his dealings. After making immense profits, he did not know when to stop, becoming increasingly reckless. Recently, I heard that Song Qianxiu has been pursued for debts, which reveals that his business is fraught with complications. Who knows the full extent of it? In any case, I advise you not to trust such a person. Fang Xu nodded, seemingly grasping much of this, realizing he needed to reconsider his stance. However, he still had one question he hoped Lu Yiwe'er would answer honestly. Lu Yiwe'er responded promptly, "I know what you wish to inquire about. The item known as Junzi Xiao is indeed not mine, but since Song Qianxiu could approach you, so can I. Moreover, after me, there will likely be others seeking your assistance. Of course, it may not be as straightforward as my invitation today. Consider this a warning. As long as you agree to my request, I can assure your safety, and you will only need to focus on completing this task for me." Fang Xu admired Lu Yiwe'er's audacity, realizing she was not one to be trifled with. Yet, he could not simply acquiesce to her words without careful consideration. Furthermore, he still had no clear understanding of Junzi Xiao. According to Lu Yiwe'er, it appeared to be an object without an owner. But the fact that both Song Qianxiu and Lu Yiwe'er had entrusted him with its search was indeed peculiar. Fang Xu was oblivious to how he had gained such notoriety, having already spent considerable time in this private club, with discussions circling back to Junzi Xiao without resolution. From the outset, Fang Xu recognized that this matter was not trivial, and it seemed to align with his earlier speculations. As for the so-called Mark III and grave robbers, he was even less inclined to probe how Lu Yiwe'er had acquired such knowledge. Such ruthless individuals were not ones he wished to engage with further. Recalling a night when he narrowly escaped death at the hands of a burly man, also referred to as Three, he understood why the muscular figure had seemed familiar at first glance. Everything began to connect in his mind. Fang Xu felt a sense of clarity emerging. Lu Yiwe'er, upon hearing all this, remained exceptionally composed, letting out a soft sigh as she lowered her gaze and fiddled with her fingers. This is entirely different from her previous demeanor. Fang Xu observed keenly, wondering if she intended to take some measures against him. Despite his silent concerns, Lu Yiwe'er exhibited no peculiar behavior. The atmosphere felt oddly tense with both sides remaining silent. Thus, he spoke directly. "Miss Lu, I hope you won't be too anxious. Although I am uncertain whether Junzi Xia can be located, I will endeavor to try. After all, having an additional pair of hands can only be beneficial. However, I cannot ascertain who that item belongs to at this moment. Please afford me some time. My heart is heavy with worry without the little one by my side. For now, I must take my leave." He added lightly, "Very well. I shall await your news. Furthermore, if Qingqing reaches out to you, refrain from disclosing today's events. Let us consider it our agreement. I am well aware of your residence and where you study, so do not let me catch you behaving one way in front of me and another behind my back, or I assure you, I will not let it slide easily." Upon hearing this, Fang Xu smiled and stood, his gaze lingering briefly on the two small boxes before he averted his eyes. Lu Yiwe'er, unfazed, promptly picked up the box containing the Zazai Buddha and thrust it into Fang Xu's hands, declaring, "If you do not take this, you shall not exit through this door today." However, the succulent morsel was presented to him willingly. How could Fang Xu refuse a second time? He accepted it without hesitation, offering a simple expression of gratitude as he prepared to bid farewell to their meeting. Just as he reached the door, a playful laugh echoed from behind. "This is a secret. Do not forget our agreement. A gentleman's promise is as binding as a team of 4 steeds. I trust you will give it careful thought, and I shall return to find you." Fang Xu did not respond but opened the door and stepped outside. Once outside, holding the weighty box, he finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He wondered how the little one was faring. Those individuals in black were hardly reliable, and Fang Xu could hardly believe that even if they found the little one, cooperation would be forthcoming. Chapter 45. The Fierce Tiger Descends the Slope. Fang Xu had no way of knowing that within the gym, a silver little head peeked out from beneath the seat occupied by the girls. Its fluffy nose quivered, and its tiny mouth opened slightly as it called out softly. Thus, whether it was those sent back to the gym center to search for Fang Xu or Fang Xu himself rushing there, they found no trace of the little one. Even the girl previously teased by Fang Xu was nowhere to be seen. Fang Xu did not linger in the gym, as most present recognized him. Just as he attempted to discreetly wave his sleeve and slip away, a voice cried out from behind, "It's that rogue," followed by a surge of commotion. Alas, today had proven unfortunate. First, he had forgotten his wallet, followed by a string of vexing incidents. Fang Xu was at a loss as to whom he had offended. Reflecting on it, he realized he had wronged no one. It seemed as though everyone he encountered was against him. Surely, he could not be so sentimental as to dwell on the Zizai Buddha and reminisce about someone. Liwei, after all, was merely a fleeting acquaintance with whom he had exchanged but a single meeting. Thus, without further hesitation, he resolved that selling was the most pressing matter at hand. Moreover, it is certainly not wise to entrust it to Sun Siki, for this item likely holds a value exceeding several 100,000. At that moment, Sun Siki should not inquire about its origins, as Fang Xu would then be compelled to elaborate. Currently, Fang Xu does not possess the luxury of pondering such matters. Hurriedly exiting the gym, he dialed Chen Shui's number once more. "Detective Chun, you have finally decided to answer the phone. Fang Xu, my apologies. I didn't see it earlier. What made you think of dining with us?" "Ah, I'm afraid it's too late for that. We have already eaten and are about to leave." No, I urgently need to speak with you. It's a matter of great importance." Fang Xu gapet. His face flushed. "An urgent matter? Pray do tell." Chen Shui could clearly detect the urgency in his tone. Fang Xu recounted the situation in detail, expressing his profound concern over the disappearance of the little one, nearly losing his coherence in the process. Had it not been for Liwei's insistence, he would have set out to search long ago. Under ordinary circumstances, Fang Xu would not typically worry excessively, but today, given the little one's unwell state, he could not be certain that no harm would come to it. His face a mask of despair, Fang Xu humbly implored Chen Shui for assistance under the pretense of friendship, emphasizing that strength lies in numbers. The little one was his cherished possession, and he could not bear the thought of anything happening to it. He exaggerated his sentiments, claiming that without the little one, his very existence would be rendered unbearable, his voice cracking with emotion. Eventually, Chen Shui reluctantly agreed to assist, clarifying that she lacked the authority to mobilize police resources for a search, especially for a mere pet. Nonetheless, she assured him that she would do her utmost to help, stating that Bai Keqing was present and would not stand idly by. After hanging up, Fang Xu did not allow himself to relax. He reached out to every available resource, contacting Sun Siki, fellow alumni, his parents, and even his younger sister, disseminating messages of distress. Yet, in this vast city, he was at a loss for where to begin his search. He had scoured nearly every possible location within his reach, but there was no sign of the little one. Its striking silver coat was not easily found. However, undeterred, Fang Xu recalled the little one's temperament and suddenly focused his search on various jewelry stores. Indeed, if the little one were hungry, it would undoubtedly seek out food. Although there were no reports of a jewelry store being ransacked by a mysterious pet, Fang Xu resolved to inquire at each establishment, adopting a hopeful yet cautious approach. From Manjinkang to Yida Plaza, he visited every major jewelry store, exhaustively questioning them, only to find the results disheartening. Recalling the little one's pitiful, frail appearance from earlier that day deepened his worry. Since first encountering the little one, he had never seen it in such a state, and his heart ached for its well-being. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, and with no dinner consumed, Fang Xu found his efforts futile. "Little one, where have you gone?" He lamented, seated at the bus stop, his spirits diminished. Buses came and went, and the laughter and chatter of other passengers, one by one, faded into the distance, leaving him alone with his melancholy. The resounding honk of a car horn, accompanied by the blinding glare of high beams, prompted Fang Xu to look up. A sleek black sedan rolled down its window, revealing a familiar and beautiful face, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Getting quickly, it was Bai Keqing. Before Fang Xu could inquire further, he noticed her cheeks flushed with urgency. Without wasting time, he hurriedly climbed into the car and asked, "Bai, why are you here?" "I heard that the little squirrel is missing, so I came to help." Bai Keqing sighed softly. Fang Xu was puzzled and quickly queried, "How did you know I was here?" "Are you foolish? Your phone has a location feature," she replied. Fang Xu acknowledged her response with a silent nod. However, searching aimlessly without a specific location felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "Do not worry, the little squirrel will be fine. It is so adorable that anyone who finds it will take care of it. Trust me," Bai Keqing reassured him. Fang Xu nodded in agreement. though he couldn't shake off the concern that the little creature was different from others. What if? He did not dwell on the thought, but simply asked, "How do we proceed with the search?" Bai Kaching suggested, "Let's go to my father's place. I can ask him to send out a message, which will reach the whole city." Fang Xu found this to be a feasible plan. He had heard of Bai Kaching's esteemed family background, as her father was the head of a prominent media company. It was indeed surprising to mobilize such resources for a small animal. Yet Fang Xu understood that the little creature was far more precious than any jewel. Naturally, he felt a sense of urgency surpassing that of anyone else. Taking advantage of Bai Kaching's offer, they headed to the treasure pavilion, where Fang Xu intended to wait for news. Perhaps the little one would recognize the way back. After all, it was the same place where he had received the timepiece, thanks to the little squirrel's efforts. Bai Kaching remained quiet, expressing her desire to accompany Fang Xu in waiting, as she adored the little squirrel. Fang Xu did not refuse, but Sun Siki, observing the interaction, remarked with a smile that Fang Xu was quite popular. Unfazed by the teasing, Fang Xu focused on his phone, anxiously awaiting news about the little creature. Meanwhile, Sun Siki engaged in lively conversation with Bai Kaching, occasionally beckoning Fang Xu to join them for snacks, but he remained rooted in place. Sun Siki then quipped, "Hey, are you two very close? I never noticed. This guy has even played the hero for you." Bai Kaching nodded. "Sister Sun, has Fang Xu been working with you for a while?" "Indeed, rest assured, I have not shortchanged this little rascal on his salary," Sun Siki replied. Bai Kaching pouted and shook her head. "That's not what I meant. Sister Sun, you are misunderstanding me." Sun Siki, beaming with amusement, whispered, "Well, he can't hear us from afar. Do tell me, why are you so concerned about this little rascal? He saved me, and I have never had the opportunity to repay him. Moreover, we are classmates. This small favor should be nothing, right? Is it merely because he saved you?" Sun Siki said with a smile, gazing at Bai Kaching. Bai Kaching nodded, her gaze dropping as she pinched her index finger. "Sister Sun, your shop is filled with so many fascinating items." Sun Siki sighed. "It's nothing too special. It's just a small business." Raising her head slowly, Bai Kaching asked, "Sister Sun, may I also work here?" Sun Siki seemed taken aback, but quickly masked her surprise. A glance at Bai Kaching's attire revealed she was no ordinary person. After a moment's thought, she glanced at Fang Xu, who remained seated and silent, then chuckled lightly. "Well, that's possible, but the pay won't be too high." Bai Kaching nodded resolutely. "As long as I can broaden my horizons, that's fine. I actually quite like these things like, what do you call that?" She pointed to a bronze statue beside Fang Xu. Following her gesture, Sun Siki looked toward the counter where Fang Xu sat. It was a small bronze statue of a fierce tiger, its front paws outstretched, baring its teeth, exuding an aura of majesty. Although modest in size, this treasure was undeniably authentic. Sun Siki never accepted fakes in her antique shop. While it may not be extraordinarily valuable or rare, it was indeed a genuine artifact. This little tiger, despite its size, has been a prized possession in the home of a high-ranking official from the Qing dynasty, Sun Siki explained simply. Bai Kaching pondered, thinking that such bronze statues should exist in greater numbers. Sun Siki smiled. "I didn't realize you were quite knowledgeable. Now, Fang Xu, stop daydreaming and go fetch the Zodiac bronze statue for your beautiful classmate to see." Chapter 46. The Tail is Gone. Perhaps the persistent rain throughout the day contributed to a slight chill in the night air. The night was as tranquil as water, with the shop's brilliant lights illuminating the surroundings, casting long shadows. Yet, in response to Sun Siki's words, Fang Xu seemed utterly unresponsive. Sun Siki shot him a glare before turning back to Bai Kaching and feigning a complaint. "This brat is completely dazed. Ignore him. I'll get it for you." Bai Kaching could only purse her lips in silence. As Sun Siki got up, she slowly shifted her gaze to Fang Xu, propping her chin on her hand as she observed his slightly slender figure, murmuring to herself, "Don't worry." If one were to describe Fang Xu's current mood, it mirrored the gloomy weather of the day, shrouded in a haze that refused to dissipate. At this moment, with no sign of the little creature, he was at a loss for his own feelings, lacking the energy to engage in anything. After fetching the items, Sun Siki noticed Fang Xu still in this state and personally made him a cup of latte. She placed it forcefully on the table he leaned against, saying, "You brat, you look as if you've lost your soul, all because of that little squirrel?" Fang Xu frowned, quickly exhaling a sigh as he turned his head away from Sun Siki. Observing this, Sun Siki felt an anger bubbling within her. "Fang Xu, your classmate is still here. This is unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Bai Kaching hurriedly rose and approached, smiling as she said, "Sister Sun, please do not hold it against him. It is perfectly natural for Fang Xu to be in low spirits after losing something. Now, do show me the treasures in your shop. I can hardly contain my excitement. With that, she took Sun Siki's hand, and despite their recent acquaintance, the two seemed to have formed a close bond, akin to that of good sisters. Bai Keqing, unreserved, pouted and playfully tugged Sun Siki backward, as they walked amidst laughter and joy, bringing a vibrant energy to the somewhat monotonous treasure pavilion. Meanwhile, Fang Xu remained detached, engrossed in his phone, appearing indifferent to the unfolding scene. The two lovely ladies momentarily ignored him. Sun Siki was well aware of Fang Xu's temperament. After attempting to engage him in conversation to no avail, she decided to let him be. After all, Bai Keqing was a guest, and Sun Siki felt it imperative to extend her hospitality. Whether by coincidence or because Bai Keqing was knowledgeable, she immediately spotted the bronze tiger statue, which could easily be deemed the pinnacle of Sun Siki's collection. It was said to be a relic from the estate of a powerful official during the Qing dynasty, categorized according to the 12 zodiac animals, each possessing its unique charm and attributes. Despite its modest size, it epitomized the adage that concentration is essence. The value of antiques lay in their exquisite craftsmanship, not merely in their size or ostentation. From an archaeological or collectible perspective, it was often the delicate and compact items that held greater appreciation and play value. Of course, personal preferences varied, yet generally speaking, those well-versed in the field were aware of this. Evidently intrigued by the 12 zodiac statues, Bai Keqing showed a keen interest, and Sun Siki patiently regaled her with the stories behind each piece, from how Qing officials acquired them to the tales of their preservation through the ages. Bai Keqing listened intently, her enthusiasm for antiques growing ever more fervent. Sister Sun, I made up my mind. Starting tomorrow, I shall work in your treasure pavilion. Bai Keqing exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Bai Keqing fell silent for a moment, softly uttering a prolonged and once she had finished, she exclaimed, Sister Sun, this dog statue seems to be missing something. She slightly lowered her head, pointing at the display of the 12 zodiac figures arranged by Sun Siki. Sun Siki, taken aback, promptly inquired, What? Where? What is missing? It's missing its tail. The dog has no tail. Is that so? Let me see. Sun Siki, perplexed, was suddenly pulled by Bai Keqing. With her fair and exquisite face contorting in playful surprise, she glanced toward Fang Xu's direction, her lips slightly parted. Sun Siki understood, suppressing a smile, and remarked, How strange. It indeed seems to be gone. The two women, captivated by the light, were so engrossed that they inadvertently disturbed Fang Xu, who suddenly interjected, Stop looking. That dog never had a tail to begin with. Sun Siki turned her head, and Bai Keqing chuckled brightly. So that's how it is. You finally decided to speak up? Sun Siki quickly interrupted. You rascal. You can't just shoo people away like that. Today, the white girl has officially become a member of my cherished treasure house, and you must not bully her. Upon hearing this, Bai Keqing felt displeased. Fang Xu, there's no way you can know I wouldn't. I genuinely adore this place, and I sincerely think Sister Sun is quite wonderful. After saying this, she pouted and smiled, looking at Sun Siki, playfully tugging at her arm. Isn't that right, Sister Sun? Sun Siki immediately chimed in, Indeed, if Fang Xu is unwilling, I shall have him leave. Let us see if this little rascal dares to meddle any further. Fang Xu was at a loss for words, no matter how quick-witted he was. He could not contend against the two. Moreover, Sun Siki seemed to think this was not the end. Remembering something, she let out a cold chuckle and slowly approached Fang Xu. Bai Keqing stood still, about to ask something, but as soon as her lips parted, Sun Siki shot her a glance, signaling her to observe quietly. Bai Keqing watched with great interest as Sun Siki approached, appearing calm and composed, with no signs of disturbance. However, as Sun Siki gently patted Fang Xu's shoulder, she remarked, Little rascal, are you going to give me an explanation today? What explanation? Fang Xu replied slowly. Have you forgotten already? You made me run all the way out for nothing, and the result. Fang Xu lifted his head to meet Sun Siki's gaze, his eyes momentarily evasive before he turned away. Sun Siki snorted. Are you feeling embarrassed now? Fang Xu had no desire to explain. Yet today, as taxi incident had indeed caused him to inconvenience his beautiful boss. Now, Sun Siki was precisely using this matter to threaten him, leaving him without a retort. All in all, your words were unclear, making me worry for nothing and delaying business at the shop. So what will it be? An apology or voluntarily forfeiting your salary? Upon hearing the mention of salary, Fang Xu perked up, momentarily setting aside his earlier disappointment and chuckled awkwardly. Sister Sun, I promise I won't do it again. Next time, I will make sure to explain everything clearly. Bai Keqing interrupted. What is going on with you two? What happened? Sun Siki raised a finger, nearly poking Fang Xu's nose. Let me tell you, this little rascal left without his wallet, causing me to close the shop during the day to run to the city center to pay for him. Do you know what the city center is like? We were stuck in traffic for a whole half an hour. Bai Keqing couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Is that so? Absolutely. Sun Siki fixed her gaze on Fang Xu, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. There will be no next time. You now have two choices. Properly introduce the shop situation to Bai Keqing, or forfeit your salary for this month. Indeed, she was the boss lady. Fang Xu felt utterly frustrated. It was clear that Sun Siki was intent on squeezing his wages, despite her usually flamboyant demeanor and attentive care towards her employees. When it came to crucial moments, she showed no mercy. Resigned, Fang Xu stood up, slightly bowing his head and looking at Bai Keqing with a wry smile. Bai de Xiaohua, are you certain you are not joking? Bai Keqing replied with a smile. Do I look like someone who jokes? Fang Xu shook his head dejectedly, repeatedly bowing. Sister Sun, Sister Beautiful, could you please wait until I find the little rascal before we discuss this? However, Sun Siki spoke the truth. Fang Xu was merely sitting there in a state of despondency, and Bai Keqing was reluctant to leave, regardless of her reasons. One cannot allow Fang Xu to neglect his beautiful classmate. Furthermore, Bai Keqing earnestly wished to assist Fang Xu. On one hand, she genuinely harbored an interest in antiques. On the other, although Fang Xu could not ascertain whether Bai Keqing was merely acting on a whim or had resolutely decided to visit the store, Sun Siki's declaration left him no choice but to comply. Upon seeing Fang Xu relent, Sun Siki smiled triumphantly at Bai Keqing. See, Bai, this rascal is afraid of me. I possess quite a few strategies to deal with him. When you start working here, you will be his superior. Your words will carry my authority. Let us see if he dares to defy you. If he does, just inform me, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. Bai Keqing clapped in approval, cheerfully addressing Fang Xu. Fang Xu, Sister Sun makes a valid point. But rest assured, even if I wield power, I shall never engage in the exploitation of the workforce. Fang Xu shook his head with a bitter smile. Do as you please. You hold the reins, and I would not dare to retort, let alone resist. Sun Siki nodded in satisfaction. That is good to hear. As time passed, the night grew increasingly chilly, and soon Bai Keqing at the table sneezed. I shall pour you a cup of hot water, Fang Xu said, turning around, only to hear Bai Keqing's voice behind him. Fang Xu, wait a moment. Chapter 47, The Vast Sea. Bai Keqing wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing them for warmth. Indeed, she felt quite cold. Could you show me around the store? I can wait until you have your hot water. Otherwise, how shall I explain if you catch cold? Fang Xu sighed softly. Despite his words, he realized that if Bai Keqing fell ill under his watch, he would be unable to justify it to himself. The temperature fluctuations between day and night were indeed quite pronounced. It was no wonder Fang Xu wore only a white t-shirt. He had disregarded the notion that lending his clothing to a woman might be perceived as insincere. One must remember that women's physiques differ significantly from men's, especially that of a distinguished campus belle, a cherished jewel of her family, and a pampered heiress in the eyes of others. Fortunately, Fang Xu knew how to care for others, a trait closely tied to his upbringing. Having learned to be considerate towards his parents and to care for his younger sister from a young age, he felt no shyness in front of Bai Keqing. Perhaps it was related to his mood. He was untroubled by the notion of being alone with a female. As he handed the warm water to Bai Keqing, their gazes met, and it was she who blushed first. Thank you, Bai Keqing said, taking a sip of water and glancing at the assorted treasures and antiques displayed around the room. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, are these merely for decoration? Or are they all for sale? It depends. Business must be conducted, yet I cannot deny that some items are not for sale. Fang Xu replied with a light smile. Bai Keqing's curiosity intensified. Non-sale items must undoubtedly be far more precious. Could you show me? What? Fang Xu did not quite catch her words, only noticing Bai Keqing murmuring something to herself. It's nothing. It's already past 8. Let us make haste. I wish to see every exquisite piece in the store as quickly as possible. Fang Xu chuckled in surprise. You wish to see them all? What ist möglich? Bai Keqing's eyes sparkled with confidence as she replied. What's wrong? Is it impossible? Do you find it daunting? Or perhaps you're simply unwilling? Not at all. Very well then. Since you have this interest, I shall oblige, lest Sister Sun trouble me tomorrow, Fang Xu remarked. leading Bai Kaching to begin their exploration from the entrance of the store. In truth, when Fang Xu first arrived at the treasure pavilion, he too had spent several days meticulously examining and familiarizing himself with the antiques within. His understanding, however, was not exhaustive. Even now, he had yet to fully grasp the nuanced classifications of certain antiques. Thus, he relied on his limited knowledge to provide Bai Kaching with a basic introduction. Yet, Bai Kaching exhibited a remarkable ability to draw inferences from the information provided. Whether it was the exquisitely crafted huaxiao pottery or the vividly depicted landscapes and floral scenes, she could immediately articulate her thoughts upon hearing Fang Xu mention the era and the master behind a particular piece. Fang Xu raised his gaze, taking in the scene before him, a tumultuous sea with jagged rocks, evoking a sense of grandeur and exceptional artistry. He rubbed his nose, lost in contemplation. "Are you not aware?" Bai Kaching inquired. "It is not that I am unaware, merely that I cannot recall clearly. Sister Sun has not elaborated much on this matter," Fang Xu replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Seemingly inspired, Bai Kaching remarked with a smile, "Do you remember a certain astute and ambitious politician from the Three Kingdoms period? A politician? That is quite significant." Fang Xu sighed softly before continuing. "Cao Cao?" Bai Kaching chuckled. "Indeed, he is well known. Yes, a formidable warlord of a chaotic era. It is a pity he could not unify the realm," Fang Xu lamented. However, Bai Kaching shook her head. "I do not concur with that notion." Fang Xu, puzzled, asked, "Is that so? Did Cao Cao not ascend to the throne in the end?" Though not an expert on the Three Kingdoms, he had a passing familiarity, having played a certain tabletop game revolving around it numerous times. Bai Kaching, appearing more knowledgeable than Fang Xu, pointed at an image and smiled. "Fang Xu, do you realize that Cao Cao was, in truth, the one who truly seized control of the realm?" Fang Xu, in disbelief or perhaps confusion, questioned, "What leads you to that conclusion, Bai Shihuahua?" Although it is well known that Cao Cao was adept at recognizing and employing talent after his death, it was Sima Yi who stealthily usurped the heavens and claimed the world, leading to the eventual rise of the Jin dynasty. Yet, most people only remember Cao Cao and are unaware of Sima, Bai Kaching explained. "Unaware of Sima? Is Sima Yi not renowned enough?" Fang Xu laughed. Bai Kaching suddenly pouted. "Allow me to finish." "Very well, speak on." Fang Xu acquiesced without interruption. With enthusiasm, Bai Kaching continued, "I hold no admiration for Sima Yi. My appreciation lies with Cao Cao. Though he suffered defeat at the Battle of Red Cliffs due to the alliance of Sun Quan and Liu Bei, had it been anyone else but Cao Cao, the preservation of the Green Mountains would merely be a fanciful notion. And why do I assert that Cao Cao claimed the world?" She looked at Fang Xu, pausing for a moment. Fang Xu blinked, his lips tightly pressed together. "You? How can you be like this?" Bai Kaching playfully nudged Fang Xu, feigning annoyance. "Upon listening to your discourse, I was taken aback by your abrupt shift in topic." Fang Xu remarked with a smile. He shook his head and said, "How could I possibly know? I am merely aware that throughout history, Cao Cao never truly seized control of the realm. As for the notion of him leveraging the emperor to command the lords, I was not present at that time, so I cannot ascertain the truth. It is conceivable that history has been distorted, or perhaps Cao Cao did indeed conquer the land of Shenzhou. Yet posterity chooses to disregard this, resulting in its omission from records." Moreover, Fang Xu suddenly burst into laughter. "White Schoolflower, were we not discussing this painting? Why divert to the Three Kingdoms? This is straying far off topic." White Kaching, witnessing Fang Xu's frivolous demeanor, stamped her foot in frustration and pointed to the painting, exclaiming, "This painting belongs to Cao Cao. Is that so?" Fang Xu observed the ink wash painting thoughtfully. "But wait, how many years have passed since the Three Kingdoms era? How could this painting have survived until now in such pristine condition?" Fang Xu questioned. White Kaching nodded in agreement. "You are correct in your assertion, but I never claimed this painting was crafted by Cao Cao himself." "Then who is the artist?" Fang Xu inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. White Kaching promptly replied, "I do not know." Noticing Fang Xu's bewildered expression, she patiently elucidated, her smile evident in my understanding. "This painting is likely titled Songhai too, with the artist remaining anonymous. Although it does not depict Cao Cao directly, it illustrates the ambitions of Cao Cao's subordinates, as expressed in the lines, 'Eastward to Jieshur, to behold the vast sea.'" Fang Xu regarded White Kaching with admiration, raising his thumb in appreciation, surprised to discover that the White Schoolflower harbored a passion for history and possessed such profound knowledge. Nay, it would be more accurate to say she was well versed in both ancient and modern times. White Kaching, evidently accustomed to praise, beamed with pride at Fang Xu's compliment, lifting her chin in delight. However, Fang Xu remained somewhat perplexed. "What exactly do you mean by seizing the realm, white schoolflower?" he inquired slowly. "Well," she began, "this is merely my personal interpretation. You see, the crashing waves depicted in this painting symbolize Cao Cao's ambitions in the Central Plains. Given his lofty aspirations, and considering history, Cao Cao's forces were indeed formidable enough to gaze down upon the world. Thus, is it not true that the realm was already within his grasp? As for whether he truly attained it, that becomes less significant." Listening to White Kaching's argument, Fang Xu found himself at a loss for words. Her eloquence was commendable, yet her reasoning appeared somewhat flawed, despite her articulate delivery. Nevertheless, the painting itself remained a remarkable work of art. Although he did not fully grasp its intricacies, he recalled that Sun Siki had mentioned this piece was among the few non-saleable treasures housed within the Jinbao Pavilion. Initially oblivious to the painting's value, Fang Xu now seemed to grasp its significance. The worth of antiques lies in their exquisite craftsmanship, and this painting, in its detail, rivaled other renowned artworks. Possessing a distinctive feature, it bore no signature. The anonymity of the artist added an air of mystery. Little did he know from where Sun Siki had procured this painting, and Fang Xu found himself harboring even greater admiration for the beautiful proprietress, Sun Siki. After a brief pause, White Kaching turned to Fang Xu and asked, "So soon? Is there an alternative?" He replied, "Are you truly considering working here?" Fang Xu chuckled. White Kaching let out a long sigh, pursed her lips, and replied, "You've asked me this question several times already. Do you think I would deceive you?" At that moment, Fang Xu felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. His heart was heavy as if a colossal stone were pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. If Bai Kaching were serious, and the people at school found out, he would either be doomed or suffer a severe backlash. Initially, Fang Xu was concerned about the little one's safety and could not muster any excitement. Now, having nearly recovered, he contemplated calling Sun Siki immediately to urge her to refuse Bai Kaching. Yet, such hope seemed utterly forlorn. Recalling Sun Siki's demeanor and words made Fang Xu draw a sharp breath. Chapter 48, The Reverse Scale. Noticing Fang Xu's silence, Bai Kaching could easily discern the turmoil within his heart. However, she chose not to expose his thoughts, but instead wore a knowing smile, effortlessly charming and graceful. "Fang Xu, do you think if I borrowed this painting from Sister Sun to admire for a few days, she would agree?" "Probably not. Sister Sun treasures the non-sale items in the shop immensely. She doesn't even allow me to touch them casually. With just the two of us here now, her vigilance over the paintings is even more meticulous. She never lets her guard down." Bai Kaching's displeasure was palpable. "Two people? Including me, that makes three. Never mind. I'll just ask Sister Sun myself." Bai Kaching lingered, surveying her surroundings, her fingers tracing each object from left to right, muttering numbers as if she were counting soldiers. "What are you doing? Playing the role of Han Xin?" Fang Xu observed with amusement and chuckled. Fang Xu was startled and quickly responded, "Don't. I know your family is affluent, but that's not how you play this game." "It's fine. Sister Sun will surely be delighted," Bai Kaching smiled. Fang Xu was momentarily at a loss for words when suddenly, his phone rang loudly. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Fang Yeye, he grew anxious and answered immediately. "What is wrong? Don't rush, speak slowly. Don't cry. Yeah, take your time." Fang Xu's heart raced. "Some people came to the house, saying they want to take me away. Woo, Daddy was hurt by them. Brother, don't call the police, they have." Before Yeye could finish her sentence, the call abruptly ended. Fang Xu's breath quickened, akin to a thunderclap, as he dashed out of the shop. Yeye had cried many times in her childhood, and although Fang Xu had grown accustomed to it, this was unmistakably her voice. Each sob pierced his heart as he hurried forward. Uncertain of what had transpired, he had made a decision the moment he hung up the phone. Regardless of who was responsible, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences today. "Stop crying." A harsh voice echoed from within the room, belonging to a horseman. Fang Xu was startled, clenching his fist to suppress the impulse to rush in headlong. Nearby stood street lights of varying conditions, and in his frantic search for a weapon, he found no stones or anything suitable. In his urgency, he suppressed the rising tide of anxiety and the fury threatening to erupt, and instead, he pounded on the door of a nearby neighbor. "Who is it? Knock softer." The elderly neighbor, Lu, opened the door and, upon seeing Fang Xu, had yet to inquire why he was out at such a late hour. Fang Xu, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "Lu grandma, may I borrow your kitchen knife?" "Ah, young Fang, what do you intend to do?" Lu old lady responded, then called into the house. "Old man, bring our kitchen knife." Having watched Fang Xu grow up, their relationship had always been amicable. Seeing Fang Xu's flushed face, she sensed something was amiss. Yet, when her husband hurriedly approached with a knife, she still inquired, "Young Fang, what is going on?" Fang Xu extended his hand, solemnly stating, "You two elders need not concern yourselves. Rest assured." Just as the old lady was about to ask further, Fang Xu snatched the knife and turned to leave. Behind him, she gasped, "Young Fang, is there trouble? Do you need backup?" "No need. The knife at home is broken. I must hurry to chop vegetables." With that, Fang Xu disregarded anything else and dashed toward his home. He could hardly expect much from the elderly couple, whose frail bodies were more likely to bring about misfortune than not. Moreover, since Ye had insisted on not calling the police, he had no choice but to venture into the dragon's den to test the waters. Upon entering the house, he found 5 or 6 men lounging in the living room. With a resounding slam, Fang Xu shut the door behind him, gripping the kitchen knife tightly. The cold blade exuded a menacing aura, yet it evidently failed to intimidate the men present. The air was thick with smoke, and cigarette butts littered the floor. Only Fang Ye curled up in a corner of the room, facing a scruffy young man clad in tattered denim. His unruly yellow hair matched the demeanor of his companions, who appeared to have been waiting for Fang Xu, showing no signs of surprise at his arrival with the knife. The reason for their indifference was clear. Each of them sported a black handgun at their waists. Fang Xu was taken aback. What had become of this world where youth roamed armed? Yet, despite his shock, he could not bear to see Fang Ye's terrified expression. His fury had reached a boiling point. Although he had never laid eyes on these scoundrels before, they had inflicted psychological trauma on Ye, a matter of lifelong significance. If mishandled, it could determine the course of her destiny. Fang Xu was resolute in protecting Ye from any harm. However, trouble had already arrived, and armed only with a kitchen knife, he felt absurdly outmatched against the unseen threat posed by their firearms. Nevertheless, Fang Xu's piercing gaze swept across everyone present, as if he intended to devour them whole. "Yeah, do not fear. I shall make them understand whose territory this is." His face twisted with rage, veins bulging ominously on his forehead. The uninvited guests, though appearing to be mere ruffians, were far from simple. Could it be the wealthy, second-generation heir who conspired with his ex-girlfriend? Fang Xu doubted that he possessed the audacity or capability to arm these men. Or perhaps it was Maya's family. It seemed unlikely they would go this far. After all, such actions constituted a crime, even if their family was affluent. Without deep-seated enmity, they would likely refrain from such recklessness. Fang Xu pondered the possibility that it might be Sima Haoyue, although his intuition was not infallible. Given the previous encounters, he could only tentatively draw such a conclusion. He tightened his grip and coldly inquired, "Are you acting on behalf of that Sima fellow?" The group exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, one of them mocking, "You fool. Your father has already been chased away by us. Why don't you scurry off and call for an ambulance instead of blabbering here?" Fang Xu's brows furrowed. "Yeah?" In the corner behind the sofa, with tear-filled eyes, she whispered, "Brother, it's really him, Dad." Fang Xu's lips formed a silent curse, which did not escape the notice of the others, causing the atmosphere to become tense. "Look at what my buddy has at his waist. Do you recognize it?" sneered the young man with yellow hair, proudly tapping the hard black handgun. Fang Xu could not ascertain the authenticity of the weapon, but he knew that trouble rarely came without reason. Nevertheless, he was not naive enough to engage in a rational debate. He had initially thought a kitchen knife would suffice for intimidation, but it seemed this group was equipped with firearms. He had expected mere numbers or blunt instruments, but now he realized he could only buy time while awaiting reinforcement. Yet, Fang Xu's anger was palpable as he witnessed the yellow-haired youth attempt to molest Ye, his hand reaching perilously close to her tear-streaked face. "You seek death," Fang Xu bellowed. "Oh, what do you intend to do? Go head-to-head?" The young man scoffed, arrogantly sliding a finger across Ye's cheek. Her startled whimpering intensified, rendering her nearly speechless. As she curled up tighter in fear, Fang Xu gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage. "I will sever your hand." The yellow-haired youth merely laughed derisively, preparing to repeat his previous actions, a more lascivious grin spreading across his face, only to see Fang Xu swiftly pivot. Beep, beep, beep. The others remained outside. The kitchen knife was not yet in hand, and upon confirming Ye was safe for the moment, Fang Xu resolved to devise a feasible plan. In the past, he had never lost his composure to such an extent. Indeed, family was Fang Xu's Achilles heel, and anyone who dared to touch them would face dire consequences. The time to call for help was insufficient, and since these individuals had the audacity to come at night, they were undoubtedly prepared and likely had contingency plans. Although Fang Xu had acted somewhat rashly earlier, he had managed to grasp certain aspects of the situation. A direct confrontation was out of the question. As long as he did not appear, they would not harm Ye. Fang Xu reflected deeply, regretting that he had not thought more carefully before Ye's call. Now, standing several dozen meters from his home, he racked his brain for a clever strategy. The dim streetlight cast a solitary shadow as he gazed at the starless night sky, time seeming to drag on interminably. Suddenly, Fang Xu slapped the back of his head and reached for his watch. Chapter 49. Let me be honest with you. Fang Xu suddenly realized that since this group had come prepared, not much time had passed since Ye had called him. Thus, it stood to reason that the interval between Ye's call and their arrival at his home was not significant. The available time on the time watch is still ample, a result of Fang Xu's diligent efforts. In order to unravel the circumstances and alleviate Yu Yu's psychological burden, while also protecting his father from harm, Fang Xu felt no sense of regret. At this moment, he sought to reverse time significantly, aiming to preempt any potential issues. However, to his astonishment, there was no alteration in the temporal space. He attempted once more, this time exerting greater force, yet the outcome remained unchanged. This was indeed perplexing. Fang Xu mused, and he resolved to exhaust the time entirely. Buzz! The hands of the watch became frozen, attempting to break through barriers. Regardless of Fang Xu's efforts to unleash the entirety of the time, the effortless sensation he previously experienced was utterly absent. As headlights blazed towards him, Fang Xu instinctively shielded his eyes, only to discover that the vehicle had halted a short distance before him, heightening his vigilance. He considered the possibility that it might be an accomplice of that group. In a moment of urgency, he searched for a strategy to respond, when suddenly he heard a familiar, gentle voice. Fang Xu, is it you? It seemed to be Bai Keqing's voice, low in tone, yet unmistakably imbued with concern. Fang Xu exhaled in relief. It's me. Bai Keqing swiftly exited the vehicle, accompanied by Chen Shui, indicating that the campus bell had gleaned from their earlier conversation that something was amiss and had promptly summoned Chen Shui, clad in civilian attire and driving a non-police vehicle. Chen Shui's arrival was discreet, preventing any sirens from alarming Fang Xu and disrupting his thoughts. As Bai Keqing lowered her voice, visibly anxious, Chen Shui interjected, Fang Xu, you really need to be more astute. In times of trouble, you should think of the police first. Now, tell us what is going on. It's truly none of your concern. You should leave, he replied, but then a thought struck him, and he turned to Chen Shui, locking eyes with her. Officer Chen, there aren't any other officers dispatched, are there? Fang Xu shook his head, raising a hand in exasperation. Chen Shui regarded him with surprise, her brows slightly furrowed. No, you can't possibly mean? Since there's nothing wrong, why don't you come to my house for a visit? Bai Keqing suggested immediately. Fang Xu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to decline. Huh? Bai Keqing sensed something amiss. After hearing his response, his eyes exhibited a flicker of evasion. As an officer, Chen Shui quickly noticed the anomaly and turned her gaze towards Fang Xu's home, pointing with her hand. Your house is brightly lit. Surely, you wouldn't deny us the courtesy of a brief visit? Fang Xu's brow furrowed deeply. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but the situation inside was far too precarious for Chen Shui to witness. If this matter remained unresolved, you could very well be in mortal danger. He had already encountered that group, each member armed and bearing a menacing demeanor. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. As the conversation unfolded, Fang Xu found himself devoid of any sensible ideas, his mind solely focused on the prospect of using the timepiece to reverse time. Yet, he was left pondering whether the watch was malfunctioning or if it was simply not feasible to use it repeatedly within a short span. Considering the ample light he had absorbed over the past few days, he dismissed the notion of time running short. However, at that moment, he was indeed at a loss for alternatives. Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Keqing and Chen Shui pressed for answers, he boldly claimed the conversational lead. Turning to Bai Keqing and inquiring, Dear Bai, do you possess any jewelry? Caught off guard by Fang Xu's abrupt question, Bai Keqing stammered, Jewelry? Oh, quickly now. Fang Xu urged with palpable urgency. Wait a moment, Bai Keqing replied, momentarily perplexed, yet instinctively rummaged through her bag. I do have some. Let me take a look. Chen Shui, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, Bai Keqing. Are you seriously listening to him? Bai Keqing paused, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Shui. I'm just checking to see if I have anything. Do not look. Chen Shui retorted sharply, turning her ire towards Fang Xu. We came here out of goodwill, grateful for your earlier rescue of Bai Keqing. Yet who knew you would be so ungrateful? Since you claim to be fine, we shall leave you to your devices. Do not come crying to us when you regret this. Fang Xu was bewildered by Chen Shui's vehement reaction. Had he intended to call the authorities, he would have done so long ago. Fortunately, Bai Keqing interjected on his behalf. Though she ceased her search within the bag, she promptly removed a pair of earrings and, disregarding Chen Shui's disapproving glare, handed them to Fang Xu with a smile. I'm not certain what you intend to do, but this is all I seem to have. I remember having some bracelets, but they might be buried deeper in my bag. If you need to see them, I can continue searching. Fang Xu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the pair of earrings, which shimmered brilliantly under the light. Two clusters of white light swiftly darted through the air, absorbed by the watch. A surge of joy filled Fang Xu's heart. It appeared the timepiece was intact. He then returned the earrings to Bai Keqing, smiling as he said, "Thank you." Lowering his head, he fiddled incessantly with the vintage mechanical watch on his left wrist. While it seemed ordinary to observe someone checking a watch, Fang Xu's relentless tinkering left Bai Keqing and Chen Shui bewildered, unable to discern the purpose of his actions. Is he out his mind? Did you summon me here to witness a circus? Chen Shui whispered tightly to Bai Keqing. What on earth are you doing? Bai Keqing, equally perplexed, inquired of Fang Xu. Fang Xu refrained from immediate explanation, and only when he realized the watch was incapable of achieving his desired outcome did he lift his head, looking quite disheartened. I apologize. Ladies, I shall explain everything shortly. But do you have any other jewelry? Bai Keqing was taken aback. What other jewelry could I possibly have? You know how conspicuous it is to wear gold and silver at school. In truth, even if Bai Keqing donned the simplest attire, devoid of any luxurious embellishments, her natural beauty, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, would effortlessly draw the gaze of countless admirers within the school. However, Fang Xu was evidently preoccupied with thoughts of rescuing Fang Yiye and ensuring that the scoundrels who had come after them faced severe consequences. Observing Bai Keqing's slightly dejected demeanor, he impulsively let the bag he was carrying slip from his shoulder. Wallets, perfumes, and various feminine items cascaded to the ground. Startled by Bai Keqing's sudden action, Fang Xu hastily crouched down to gather the scattered belongings. Bai Keqing remained silent, also crouching down, and looked up with a smile at the puzzled Chen Shui. Chen Shui, please help me find it. I remember there was a bracelet in there. This is maddening. Chen Shui sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. And while waiting for Fang Xu and Bai Keqing to busy themselves, her gaze drifted back toward Fang Xu's home. Unbeknownst to Fang Xu, Chen Shui was stealthily inching closer to his house. His attention was entirely absorbed by the array of small items strewn about, with his head nearly touching Bai Keqing's. Fang Xu was frantically stuffing things into Bai Keqing's bag, while she seemed indifferent to her possessions, murmuring, "It's a small purple box for the bracelet. How strange that I can't find it." The cool night breeze gently swept by, causing Bai Keqing's hair to dance, and a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine lingered at Fang Xu's nostrils, refreshing and delightful. He found himself momentarily entranced, pausing in his frantic movements, and suddenly whispered, "Bai, the campus beauty, let me be honest with you." "What?" Bai Keqing lifted her head. "Actually, I have guests at home," Fang Xu said earnestly. "Guests? What kind of guests?" "But from the tone of your phone call, it didn't seem like that. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I thought I might see what beautiful jewelry you have, so I could buy something similar to present to them. I can't show up empty-handed, can I?" Upon hearing this, Bai Keqing immediately responded, "So, you mean a relative has come to your house?" "Not exactly a relative, but someone I haven't been in touch with for a long time. However, we were quite close during childhood. An aunt of mine has a penchant for collecting exquisite jewelry. I'm just following my mother's advice to bring a thoughtful gift, which is why I sounded a bit anxious on the phone," Fang Xu explained with a wry smile. Bai Keqing seemed to grasp part of his meaning, but wished to say more when Fang Xu suddenly called out, "Did you hear that, Officer Chen?" Officer Chen, turning around, he discovered that Chen Shui had vanished without a trace. Just as he contemplated concocting an excuse, the realization that Chen Shui was gone extinguished any thoughts of improvisation. Suddenly, Bai Keqing et gleam, "Oh hot no, Fang Xu, quick look." Recognizing Chen Shui's voice sent a shock through Fang Xu, although she was indeed a bona fide police officer. How could she confront several armed assailants alone? Just as he was about to rush to her aid, a deafening screech of brakes echoed behind him. The prolonged sound of tires skidding against the ground was urgent and heavy, crashing directly into the vehicle that Bai Keqing and Chen Shui occupied. Before he could discern the identity of the intruder, Bai Keqing screamed and clutched Fang Xu, hiding behind him. Fang Xu was utterly absorbed in his observation of the approaching vehicle, and after a prolonged silence, he instructed Bai Keqing to remain in place. Gradually, he took a few steps closer and immediately sensed that this newly arrived car was not of good repute. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Damn it, what a disastrous start. A peculiar, familiar laugh echoed, one that Fang Xu found both recognizable and loathsome. Indeed, it was Ma Jiajue. With the identity of the newcomer revealed, Fang Xu felt a surge of confidence, suppressing his inner fury as he turned to the visibly flustered Bai Keqing. Bai, your acquaintance has arrived. Before Bai Keqing could respond, Fang Xu shouted toward Officer Chun, "Don't waste time with them. Their leader is here." The absence of any sounds of struggle from within the building indicated to Fang Xu that a stalemate persisted. After all, Chun Shui was a police officer with considerable experience in dealing with criminals. It seemed that Ma Jiajue had personally come to confront Fang Xu. However, Fang Xu was not particularly concerned for his safety. He had a clear understanding of Ma Jiajue's capabilities. Thus, as Ma Jiajue stepped out of the vehicle with that unsettling laugh, Fang Xu remained where he was, wearing a smile. Upon spotting Fang Xu, Ma Jiajue appeared momentarily surprised, but that quickly transformed into a series of mocking chuckles. "Oh, you're here, young Master Ma. Those guests at my home, you sent them, didn't you?" Fang Xu inquired with a grin. Ma Jiajue's eyes darted, and with a cold sneer, he was about to respond when Bai Keqing, stepping forward from behind Fang Xu, interrupted him. "Ma Jiajue, has your brain been damaged by a vehicle?" "Halt!" Bai Keqing commanded sharply. Surprisingly, Ma Jiajue complied without protest. "What a coincidence! Ching-ching," he remarked. Though Fang Xu dismissed Ma Jiajue's feeble demeanor and his monkey-like features with disdain, choosing to turn away. Recognizing Bai Keqing's significant deterrent effect on Ma Jiajue, Fang Xu quietly said to her, "Bai, I'm going to check on Chen Shui." Bai Keqing nodded and then scolded Ma Jiajue. "Do you ever pay attention while driving? Or are you always this arrogant?" As Fang Xu departed, Ma Jiajue furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of urgency, yet he dared not disregard Bai Keqing. His original intent for vengeance was presumably aimed at Fang Xu, who had appeared close to Bai Keqing that day. However, Ma Jiajue remained uncertain about the true nature of their relationship. After being ridiculed by Fang Xu, he had threatened to break one of Fang Xu's legs. Now, while bringing a knife and a group of armed men to intimidate was within reason, Ma Jiajue seemed to forget that his subordinates were all armed and had already drawn Chen Shui's attention, making any justification impossible. Fang Xu, adhering to his principle of non-aggression unless provoked, had been thoroughly angered by Ma Jiajue's transgressions that night, igniting a fierce wrath within him. Fang Xu was acutely aware that Chen Shui had already uncovered the situation at his home, and he no longer intended to reverse time to prevent future calamities. Instead, he saw an opportunity to make Ma Jiajue suffer, provided that Chen Shui recognized Ma Jiajue as the instigator. As for the armed individuals, it was likely that Ma Jiajue would vehemently deny any acquaintance with them. However, to Fang Xu's astonishment, the atmosphere within the room was not one of tense standoff. Instead, he observed Chen Shui cradling Fang Yiye in her arms, the little girl's tear-streaked face appearing considerably calmed. Chen Shui, wielding a black iron handgun, exhibited an unusually fierce demeanor that even left Fang Xu taken aback. He felt he had never witnessed such a countenance from Chen Shui before. Indeed, her appearance was one that could easily rival that of any valiant woman. "Yeah, are you all right?" Fang Xu softly inquired. Fang Yiye turned her head slowly. Although her sobs had ceased, her face remained pale, clearly indicating the fright she had endured was significant. Upon seeing Fang Xu, Yiye's lips parted slightly, and she could not help but call out, "Brother, you finally came?" Fang Xu's heart tightened as he embraced the rushing Fang Yiye, gently stroking her hair in a comforting gesture. "It's all right now. Don't be afraid. I'm late," he reassured her. "Officer Chun, thank you." At that moment, Fang Xu felt immense gratitude towards Chen Shui, surprised by her remarkable capability. He resolved to seek her counsel on how she had subdued such a brazen group of lawbreakers single-handedly. As he entered, he had observed the entire gang dutifully squatting on the ground, not daring to utter a word. The sight of the blonde-haired man was particularly ludicrous. As he cowered in the corner where Fang Yiye had previously been, burying his head low, resembling a timid ostrich. "I have encountered many such blustering individuals. They are mere trifles," Chen Shui remarked, a proud smile gracing her lips. Fang Xu chuckled awkwardly. "You truly are remarkable, Officer Chun. I admire you." His admiration for Chen Shui deepened further. In front of Fang Yiye, Chen Shui refrained from disclosing her earlier concealment of the truth. Although Fang Xu had intended to resolve the matter independently, it was prudent not to lay bare the details in front of Yiye. Upon hearing Fang Xu's words, Chen Shui could not help but change her expression, bursting into laughter. Guns? Go take a look. Is there even one among them that could inflict harm? Fang Xu suddenly understood. It was indeed mere bravado. He realized that he had been unduly intimidated by that muscular man, and upon seeing the dark, ominous object, he had failed to question its authenticity. Had he been a tad more rational, he would have deduced that if he himself was uncertain of the identities of these individuals, how could he assume the firearms they bore were genuine? Fang Xu silently chided himself for his oversight, perhaps too preoccupied with worry for Fang Qingsong and Ye to analyze the situation objectively. Fortunately, thanks to Chen Shui, all matters had been nearly resolved. Merely a false alarm in the end. Nonetheless, Fang Xu would not let Ma Jiajue off easily. He was determined to settle the score, no matter the cost. Without delay, Fang Xu instructed Chen Shui to take the group outside to confront Ma Jiajue. However, when Fang Xu and Chen Shui ventured out, aside from a silver Buick quietly resting beneath a streetlight, there was no sign of Bai Kexing or Ma Jiajue. Fang Xu's heart sank once more. He had miscalculated again. How could he have anticipated that Ma Jiajue would have the audacity to abduct Bai Kexing? Yet, one crucial point he had overlooked was that Ma Jiajue was not a fool. He understood the extraordinary bond between Bai Kexing and Chen Shui. Realizing his imminent exposure, he was compelled to seek an escape route. It was entirely plausible that he had recklessly decided to abduct Bai Kexing, making this the most credible reality at present. Thus, Fang Xu informed Chen Shui about Ma Jiajue, and they both recognized that Bai Kexing harbored a deep-seated aversion to him. There was no way she would leave with him, and even if something were amiss, she would never depart without so much as a word to Chen Shui. Moreover, Chen Shui's car remained parked here. The simultaneous disappearance of Bai Kexing and Ma Jiajue clearly indicated they had entered the same vehicle. Fang Xu promptly signaled Chen Shui to pursue, advising Fang Ye to locate Fang Qingsong and ensure the safety of her father. However, Chen Shui held back one individual, insisting that he guide them to Ma Jiajue. Chapter 51. Has the rice been cooked? Officer Chen, what are you doing? Fang Xu observed Chen Shui's actions as she dialed a number, addressing the person on the other end with curiosity. Hadn't she already contacted the police? What was the rationale behind calling her uncle, and who was he, exactly? Oh, I just called Bai Kexing's father, Chen Shui replied matter-of-factly. It seemed she was explaining herself to Fang Xu, adding, this matter is inherently related to Shaoqing, so it is only right to inform her family. Furthermore, by leveraging the Bai family's influence over the Ma family, we can enhance Bai Kexing's current safety. Fang Xu nodded, agreeing with her assessment. No matter how deranged Ma Jiajue had become, he would still heed his family's words. If he lost the protection of his family's prestige, there would be many eager to see him harmed. At that moment, their guide interjected at the upcoming intersection, turn left and continue straight. I will inform you when to stop. Lastly, the individual added, does this count as a tip-off? Can I expect a lighter sentence? To the outskirts? Fang Xu recognized the direction and whispered, if the location you mentioned is correct, I shall certainly mention you in my report, and the prosecutor will consider leniency in sentencing. However, if you are deceiving us, an additional charge of obstructing justice will be added to your crimes, Chen Shui stated, her speed unyielding as she executed a graceful drift around the bend, causing Fang Xu's heart to race with anxiety. I assure you, he is definitely there. The man fervently nodded. Meanwhile, far away in the city, Bai Zhanxiong terminated a call only to immediately dial another, bellowing into the receiver, Zhao Gongming. Why is the public safety in our city so abysmal? My daughter was previously kidnapped, and now, without any resolution, she has been abducted again. Do you understand this? On the other end of the line, Director Zhao Gongming of the Public Security Bureau held the phone away from his ear for a moment, finding relief only when it was a good 20 centimeters distant. The shrill voice was unbearable, yet he had no choice but to endure it, given that the Bai family was currently engaged in a collaborative project with the city. I will personally lead the team, Zhao Gongming declared, offering no further justification. Understood, came the curt reply, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. The Public Security Bureau was soon in an uproar. A case that required the involvement of the esteemed director could hardly be trivial. Aside from the officers on routine patrol, every available officer accompanied Zhao Gongming's vehicle. Heading toward the outskirts, Bai Zhanxiong promptly dialed Ma Hongming, and before pleasantries could be exchanged, he blurted out, your son has kidnapped my Bai Kexing. Are you aware of this? Ma Hongming, engaged in a meeting, initially assumed Bai Zhanxiong was calling to discuss urgent business, as their interaction had been strictly professional. However, he knew his son well enough to understand that sometimes he acted without thinking, and now it seemed he had taken it too far with the kidnapping. Rising from his seat, Ma Hongming declared the meeting adjourned and quickly made his way to his office, his displeasure palpable to all present. "Are you certain it was my son?" he inquired of Bai Zhanxiong. "Well, why not ask him yourself?" came Bai Zhanxiong's retort before he ended the call. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Ma Hongming stared at his phone for a prolonged moment, his lips pressed tightly together. He opened the door to his office and instructed his assistant, "Cancel all my meetings for today and the trip to Qingshan town this evening." Once alone, he dialed the number of Ma Jiajue, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "You little rascal, what on earth are you doing?" "Dad, I'm not doing anything. I'm just hanging out with some friends," Ma Jiajue replied, though he was perplexed by the sudden call. As he spoke, he stepped out of the room, while Bai Keqing lay bound on the bed, her mouth gagged with a cloth, emitting only muffled whimpers. Ma Hongming's voice rang out, loud and clear. "You're not doing anything? Give me the truth." "Dad," Ma Jiajue protested, signaling to his subordinates to keep a close watch on the room, ensuring Bai Keqing could not escape. "Stop dragging this out. Did you kidnap that girl from the Bai family?" Ma Hongming's frustration was palpable. Ma Jiajue fell into a silence, hesitant to confess. Recognizing his son's reaction, Ma Hongming deduced the truth and directly asked, "How many people are aware of this situation?" "Qin Shui and that guy Fang Xu." "Yes, it must be them," Ma Jiajue recalled after a long pause. "Do you know their background?" Ma Hongming, now considerably calmer than before, understood that panic would only lead to further disarray. A woman who appeared to be Bai Keqing's cousin and another individual of modest background stood in the scene. Ma Jiajue confidently addressed Ma Hongming, asserting that had he not been aware of Fang Xu's lack of connections, he would not have acted so recklessly. Although he occasionally made impulsive decisions, he was not foolish. "What do you intend to do by abducting the cherished daughter of Bai Zhanxiong?" Ma Hongming inquired. "Father, you are aware that I am pursuing her, yet her temperament is quite challenging. I thought to hasten matters, compelling Bai Zhanxiong to acknowledge the situation." Regardless of his initial reluctance, Ma Jiajue replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "However, if this truly materializes, Bai Zhanxiong would have no choice but to swallow his pride. Everyone knows that once Bai Keqing has been involved with my son, who would dare to marry her?" As Ma Hongming contemplated the pros and cons, he considered how to navigate the reactions that would follow this predicament. Yet, he felt a twinge of temptation. It was undeniable that this exemplified the bond between father and son. No matter the chaos Ma Jiajue caused, Ma Hongming always sought to shield him from the consequences. While weighing the situation, Ma Jiajue continued, "Father, this opportunity is fleeting. She already harbors a poor impression of me, and after this, I fear there may be no further opportunities for interaction." Ma Jiajue's words served as the final straw for Ma Hongming, leading him to decide to accompany his son down this perilous path. "You shall proceed as you see fit." As a father, he could not overtly encourage such actions, as it would be utterly inappropriate. Thus, Ma Hongming spoke ambiguously, while Ma Jiajue felt a surge of excitement, surprised by his father's tacit approval, unable to contain a hearty laugh. At that moment, a younger associate rushed in, exclaiming, "Young Master Ma, the police!" A multitude of police officers. Ma Jiajue pushed open the door, glanced at the enchanting woman on the bed, and approached the window. Below, a dozen police cars surrounded the establishment. His pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted into the phone, "Father, the police, an overwhelming number of them. What should I do?" However, the police merely encircled the venue, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Locating him would require more time. "Understood." Ma Jiajue swallowed hard and ended the call, instructing his associates outside, "Wait by the door. My father will handle this." At that moment, Bai Keqing had ceased her weeping, feeling reassured. Upon witnessing Ma Jiajue's demeanor, she dared not provoke him further. The young associates, hearing his words, felt relief. With young Master Ma's father intervening, they believed the matter would be resolved. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, having hurriedly followed Qin Shui's vehicle, disembarked. Upon seeing that it was not merely officers dispatched, but even Director Zhao himself, Qin Shui promptly alighted to salute him. "Are you certain that you received instructions from Ma Jiajue to act violently at his residence?" Zhao Gongming inquired, gesturing toward Fang Xu. "Indeed, it was Ma Jiajue." The associate nodded fervently. "Everyone heed my command. Immediately enter the MK Club and apprehend the suspect, Ma Jiajue." At this moment, Zhao Gongming was primarily preoccupied with the Bai family, although he was aware that the Ma family also belonged to the elite. The fact that Bai Zhanxiong had personally called him meant that the pressure from the Ma family was being handled by Bai Zhanxiong, leaving no room for hesitation. "Understood." The officers responded in unison, leaving a dozen individuals to guard the entrances while the others followed Zhao Gongming into the club. Fang Xu, being an ordinary citizen, found himself sidelined as Zhao Gongming intervened in the matter, and he was left waiting in the car. Had Chen Shui been present, he might have leveraged her influence to gain access, but now Fang Xu could only silently pray for Bai Keqing's safety. Chapter 52. Seizing the Opportunity. Upon reaching the front desk, Zhao Gongming attempted to inquire directly about Ma Jiajue's room, only to be informed that such queries were not permitted. All members accessed the club solely with their membership cards, and identity verification was not possible. To verify an identity card, one would need to consult the headquarters, and without the member's name, only a number. This was a measure to protect client privacy, especially given the club's clientele of celebrities and business moguls. Clearly, in the current circumstances, there was no time for such inquiries. They had to rely on surveillance footage to conduct a thorough investigation. Mr. Ma, my daughter is missing. We must ensure her safety. Don't you think? Bai Zhanxiong said with a smile, appearing utterly unconcerned about Bai Keqing's well-being. My child is merely naive. It is simply the folly of youth. Your approach is rather inappropriate, is it not? Although Ma Hongming felt anxious internally, he maintained a calm demeanor. As an ordinary citizen without power or influence, I must rely on the police. I hear even the director is personally involved. This incident may prove significant, Bai Zhanxiong remarked thoughtfully. Must it be taken to such extremes? Ma Hongming squinted, his voice cold. If Zhao Gongming truly intervened, there would be no escaping the consequences for Ma Jiajue. Alas, it is not my intention to be ruthless. In this world, I have but one daughter. If some individuals act recklessly, what am I to do? Bai Zhanxiong currently held the upper hand, displaying no concern that the Ma father and son might take any action against Bai Keqing. Mr. Bai, you jest. Who would dare harm your daughter? Ma Hongming was taken aback, realizing Bai Zhanxiong had seen through their intentions. Had Zhao Gongming not been alerted, the Ma family might have attempted to suppress this incident. However, once Zhao Gongming was involved, money would not suffice to quiet the matter. Some individuals simply possess audacity. It is beyond my control, Bai Zhanxiong said leisurely, continuing to engage in a verbal spar with Ma Hongming, avoiding any mention of Zhao Gongming. Ma Jiajue felt a sense of relief, knowing his father was likely handling the situation, and he exhaled deeply. However, when he glanced at the beautiful woman on the bed, whose gaze seemed to pierce through him, he averted his eyes, unable to meet her stare. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door, startling Ma Jiaju, whose already fraught expression deepened in alarm, causing him to almost fumble his phone. Observing his discomposure, Bai Keqing's disdain for him intensified, her gaze laced with mockery. At this juncture, Bai Keqing had steeled herself, convinced that Ma Jiaju would not dare to confront her further, hence she refrained from uttering another word. Who is it? Ma Jiaju called out in a panic, disregarding Bai Keqing's scrutinizing stare. Young Master Ma. The police have arrived on the lower floor and are inspecting each room. They will soon reach our level. A subordinate's voice came from the door, initially easing Ma Jiaju's mind, yet the implications of the message quickly tightened the knot in his stomach once more. Do not worry. My father said it's all right. Ma Jiaju could only attempt to reassure his subordinate, knowing that if they succumbed to pressure and self-reported at this moment, they would truly have no chance left. As silence fell outside, Ma Jiaju resumed his attempts to call, only to encounter the same busy signal, compelling him to dial the landline in Ma Hongming's office. Ma Hongming was engaged in negotiations with Bai Zhanxiong when the phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he was met with Ma Jiaju's frantic voice, his countenance darkening. Mr. Bai, let us dispense with the pretense. What do you want? Ma Hongming stated to Bai Zhanxiong on the other end of the line. Although Bai Zhanxiong was unaware of the specifics between Ma Jiaju and Ma Hongming, the ringing phone indicated that Ma Jiaju was nearing his breaking point. Very well. We are all business people, are we not? Let's discuss business. I hear you have a tourism project in Qingshan town? Bai Zhanxiong inquired with a chuckle. Ma Hongming's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that the old scoundrel harbored such intentions. The tourism project in Qingshan town had been under the development of the Ma family since last year, with an investment of 10 billion. It was anticipated to be completed by September this year, marking one of the Ma family's most significant undertakings. The Ma family had exerted tremendous effort to secure this project, despite interest from the Bai family and others, ultimately emerging victorious. What do you mean, Mr. Bai? Ma Hongming narrowed his eyes, seeking clarification. I am offering 100 million to buy in, Bai Zhanxiong stated, as if proposing a mere investment. That is acceptable, Ma Hongming responded, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Bai Zhanxiong's request to be merely for a stake. While the Bai family's involvement might impact the Ma family's profits, the majority would still belong to them. Don't agree so readily. Think it over, Bai Zhanxiong continued with a congenial smile. I will invest 100 million, but I require 40% equity. That is impossible. Ma Hongming's irritation surged, his brows furrowing sharply. He had initially assumed Bai Zhanxiong sought a stake, only to realize he was attempting to seize the fruits of their labor. Then it remains to be seen whether your young master is worth that price. No rush, mister. Ma, you have time to consider, Bai Zhanxiong chuckled lightly, appearing quite pleased. You are taking advantage of our misfortune. Ma Hongming retorted angrily. No, no, no. This is a gift delivered to your Ma family. It is not as though I am forcing your hand, Bai Zhanxiong replied. Ma Hongming fell silent for a moment, only to hear Ma Jiaju's desperate cries from the other end. Dad, save me. Dad. It turned out that the police were about to ascend the stairs, and Ma Jiaju had once again received alarming news from his younger brother. Naturally, he was in a state of utter panic, repeatedly pleading for help from Ma Hongming. Taking a deep breath, Ma Hongming spoke into the phone to Bai Zhanxiong, declaring, You have one. With that, he abruptly hung up the call and shouted at Ma Jiaju, You little rascal. Do you have any idea how much you have cost me? Dad, I was wrong. Ma Jiaju immediately confessed to Ma Hongming. Having heard clearly over the phone that Bai Zhanxiong had compelled Ma Hongming to make a painfully difficult decision. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming was leading a group up the staircase when he received another call from Bai Zhanxiong. Director Zhao, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. There is no need for further investigation. My daughter has been found. As Zhao Gongming was about to erupt in anger, he was taken aback by the audacity of Bai Zhanxiong's words, especially in light of the clear evidence against him. However, Bai Zhanxiong continued. My family is investing an additional 20 million RMB into the 377 project. Director Zhao, please calm down. Although Zhao Gongming did not grasp the nature of the dealings among the elite, the mention of an extra 20 million from Bai Zhanxiong certainly alleviated his frustration. The 377 project, spearheaded by the municipal government in collaboration with the Bai family, was crucial for political achievement, and those behind him placed immense importance on its success. If a mere trip could secure an additional 20 million in investment, his ire dissipated entirely. Without further ado, Zhao Gongming issued the command to disband the operation, leaving the officers perplexed. Wasn't there a kidnapping case underway? Why the sudden cessation? Many were left to wonder, but dared not question the order. They simply complied and began to descend the stairs. Director, Chun Shui called out, halting Zhao Gongming in his tracks. He paused and replied, Ask your uncle. Although Chun Shui was baffled by how Bai Zhanxiong had acquired this knowledge, she still followed his instructions to find Bai Keqing. However, by the time she reached the room, Ma Jiaju had long since vanished. At the Bai residence, Bai Zhanxiong was cheerfully signing the share transfer agreement, while Ma Hongming's secretary and a young man stood silently nearby. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration, Mr. Ma, Bai Zhanxiong remarked as he handed the agreement to Ma Hongming's secretary, who accepted it without uttering a word and departed. Dad, is my sister all right? Bai Kefa inquired eagerly after the secretary had left. That brat Ma Jiaju. When I finally come across him, I shall teach him a lesson for daring to lay a hand on my sister. Bai Kefa muttered. Just avoid causing any major disturbances. It's time we gave him a proper warning. Bai Zhanxiong nodded in agreement. Dad, why don't we involve ourselves in managing that project? What if something goes awry and we remain uninformed? Bai Kefa asked with a frown. Has our Bai family ever run a travel company? Bai Zhanxiong replied with a smile. No, Bai Kefa answered, having gradually taken over the family business and thus understood these matters well over the past few years. Chapter 53. Then be gone. What right do we, mere outsiders, have to guide the work of seasoned professionals? Bai Zhanxiong chuckled as he rose and offered Bai Kefa a cigarette, which he eagerly accepted. With a swift flick, Bai Zhanxiong ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply before continuing. Fanzi, you must observe more keenly. I could easily invest more money to acquire controlling shares. Why do I not do so? Following his father's lead, Bai Kefa approached the expansive window, gazing down at the bustling intersection below, where each individual resembled a tiny ant in their hurried movements. As he took a drag from the cigarette, Bai Kefa remarked, Did you not say that when an opportunity arises, one should strive tirelessly to maximize their gains? Indeed, I have said that. Bai Zhanxiong replied with a note of satisfaction in his laughter, recognizing that Bai Kefa had shed his previously careless demeanor and taken his words to heart. Today, I shall impart another lesson. Know when to take your leave. Placing a hand on Bai Kefa's shoulder, he continued, The Ma family is also a prominent clan. They cannot sustain so many on the back of a single project. Moreover, as long as the Ma family retains controlling shares, it signifies that the venture remains theirs to manage. However, if that enterprise were to align with the Bai surname, none among us could shoulder its burdens, especially since we have never ventured into the tourism industry. As long as there are profits to be made, what is wrong with following in another's footsteps? Do not be overly greedy. Money secured is what truly matters. Is controlling interest really so vital? Bai Zhanxiong laughed heartily, but was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Both father and son turned to see Bai Kaching and Chen Shui entering the room. Dad! Bai Kaching dashed to Bai Zhanxiong, embracing him tightly as tears began to flow. Bai Zhanxiong gently patted her back, reassuring her, "My dear daughter, it's all right. It's all right." Meanwhile, Fang Xu, upon confirming that Bai Kaching was unharmed, hurried to the hospital. After inquiring at the nurse's station about his father's room, he sprinted down the corridor. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, he overheard a familiar, piercing voice. "My brother is not running amok. He's out catching bad guys." Fang Ye and Ma Shanglan were engaged in a spirited argument. Catching bad guys? With his small stature, who could he possibly contend with? Besides, who knows if Fang Xu has stirred up trouble outside? He just handed me 200,000. Receiving such money is not without its burdens. What if one day he is ambushed at home? Ma Shanglan's sarcastic tone continued to echo, causing Fang Xu to clench his fists. "You're talking nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person," Fang Ye retorted loudly. "That may be so, but I remain unconvinced," Ma Shanglan replied. "We know our own child. We are well aware that little Su has grown up under your watchful eyes." Li Shufin's voice emerged, still as gentle as ever. Were it not for Ma Shanglan's slander against her son, she would have preferred to remain silent. Little Su had always been quite obedient. Yet Li Qinggong's words were once again interrupted by Ma Shanglan. "People inevitably change. How can you know what your nephew has become?" Ma Shanglan said bluntly. "What I have become is of no concern to you. I neither steal nor rob. The money I earn through my own efforts is not for you to judge. Moreover, I am still your nephew. Could you not show me a modicum of respect?" Fang Xu could no longer contain himself and pushed the door open, startling the 5 individuals in the hospital room with his sudden entrance. It was Ma Shanglan who reacted first. "So you've begun to lecture me now? You do remember I am your aunt, don't you? Is this how you speak to your aunt?" Fang Xu glanced at his sister Fang Ye, whose small face was flushed with embarrassment as she had just defended him. He instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. "Brother," Fang Ye called out, but fell silent thereafter. Unbeknownst to them, Ma Shanglan, seeing Fang Xu's silence as a triumph, persisted with her relentless tirade. "You two siblings. One a mischievous troublemaker who neglects his studies despite our family's poor circumstances, and the other, having gained a bit of fortune, now acts with such arrogance. Truly, you're siblings through and through. How much do we owe you?" Fang Xu suddenly interjected, cutting through Ma Shanglan's incessant chattering. 300,000, plus the expenses for this hospital stay and medication, totaling 300,000 and 4,000, Ma Shanglan retorted, sizing up Fang Xu from head to toe. "After being beaten back home, you still expect me to repay you? Oomph." Fang Xu regarded Ma Shanglan with a look of disdain, his temper flaring. "Let me make it easy for you. 300,000 and 4,000, right? I'll give you 400,000. 400,000? Ma Shanglan was about to mock him when a message notification on her phone made her change her expression instantly. With a smile, she turned to Fang Xu. "Oh, who would have thought our little Su has struck it rich? Did you receive the money?" Fang Xu continued calmly, as though his anger had dissipated. Seeing Fang Xu's demeanor soften, Ma Shanglan smiled. "Indeed, our little Su has made something of himself. If only my useless little gang had half your determination." "I asked you if you received the money," Fang Xu interjected sharply, cutting off Ma Shanglan's incessant chatter, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness. Li Shufan, witnessing her son's demeanor, recognized his anger and was about to speak up, but was restrained by Fang Qingsong, who lay in bed, thus refraining from voicing her thoughts. Fang Ye's clear voice broke the silence in the ward, "Brother." Ma Shanglan seized the opportunity, continuing to interject. Yes, of course I received it. That shop now belongs to us, right?" Fang Xu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Certainly. Old Li, don't you have the property deed? Bring it out for little Su." Ma Shanglan said with a smile, entirely disregarding the topic of respect, as if Fang Xu's words were simply what was expected of him. Li Chunli took out the property certificate at the behest of Ma Shanglan, who seized it and presented it to Fang Xu as if it were a treasure. "Let us sign an agreement," Fang Xu continued. "All right, let's sign. Right away." At that moment, Ma Shanglan resembled a servant, acquiescing to Fang Xu's every command. She watched calmly as the couple completed the agreement. After a thorough review, Fang Xu affixed his signature and handed it to Li Shufan, stating, "Mother, this store now belongs to us. We need no longer concern ourselves with others' opinions." "What are you saying, nephew? We have always taken care of your aunt, haven't we?" "Old Li," Ma Xianglan remarked, nudging Li Cheng beside her. "Indeed," Li Cheng replied. "We should owe you nothing." Fang Xu continued, though Li Cheng swallowed the latter part of the sentence. "Nothing owed, nothing at all. We're all relatives." Ma Xianglan smiled broadly. "Then be gone," Fang Xu declared. At these words, the room fell silent. Li Shufan tightened her grip on Fang Qingsong's arm, leaving several clear marks from her nails. He winced, acutely aware of her inner turmoil. Fang Qingsong interjected, "How dare you speak to your uncle and aunt like that? Do not scold Xiao Su. He simply lacks understanding." "It's fine," Ma Xianglan chimed in, attempting to placate the visibly upset Fang Qingsong. "I said to leave. Do you not comprehend?" Fang Xu, typically obedient, seemed possessed today, ignoring Fang Qingsong's words and gazing steadily into Ma Xianglan's eyes, speaking calmly. Ahem. Ma Xianglan felt embarrassed as Fang Xu disregarded her presence. She cleared her throat and continued. "Well then, sister and brother-in-law, Old Li and I will take our leave. Please take care of yourselves." With that, she hurriedly exited the hospital room. "Father, I am sorry." At this moment, Fang Xu was no longer the cold figure he had been. He knelt by his father's bedside. "Dad, do not punish my brother." The young girl, fearful of Fang Qingsong's potential wrath, shook his other arm incessantly. "Get up. I never blamed you," Fang Qingsong replied, his demeanor calm, contrasting sharply with his prior anger. Fang Xu looked at his father, puzzled, and said, "Dad, you seem reluctant to rise. Stand up first. You are a grown man. It is unbecoming to kneel." "I'm still alive," Fang Qingsong playfully chastised, prompting Fang Xu to rise, realizing his father was genuinely not angry. "You are my father. There is no need for me to kneel," Fang Xu remarked nonchalantly. "Speak respectfully. Do not talk of death. I want you to live well." Fang Yeye, now regaining her composure, pointed at Fang Qingsong with one hand on her hip, adorably insisting. Chapter 54. She sells, I buy. All right, I misspoke. I should not have uttered such things. Fang Qingsong spoke, lightly raising his hand to gently pat his lips. Li Shufan, observing this harmonious scene, couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Witnessing the demeanor of their parents, it was evident to Fang Xu that they were not at all angry. Rather, he felt a sense of confusion. Their family had few relatives, and it was only through the support of his uncle and aunt that they could reside in the city for their studies. Yet, after Fang Xu took it upon himself to send them away, he noticed no signs of distress from his parents. Instead, they appeared quite relaxed. "Come, sit down." Fang Qingsong motioned for Fang Xu to take a seat by his bedside. Complying, Fang Xu approached the edge of the bed, and Fang Yeye obediently leapt onto the mattress. "Suzy, you are now grown, and there are some matters we must discuss. The situation we find ourselves in today is a responsibility we cannot evade. Your mother and I have failed to prevent your uncle's family from looking down upon us. Your aunt, being rather pragmatic, previously chose not to burden you with our troubles for the sake of your education. Today, we shall speak openly." As Fang Qingsong began to explain, Fang Xu gradually grasped the complexities of their family dynamics. His uncle, Li Chengbin, was fond of gambling, and he had met his aunt, Ma Xianglan, at the card table. Li Chengbin was the type to shun hard work, preferring leisure over any serious employment. Ma Xianglan, coming from a well-to-do family, had inherited a building and several commercial properties after the early demise of her parents, allowing her to live comfortably on rental income. The two shared similar habits and interests, which naturally drew them together. However, Ma Xianglan was the affluent one, thus wielding significant influence in their household due to her financial control. Unfortunately, after the financial crisis led to their business's downfall, coupled with the arrival of little Yeye, their family had been living in relative modesty. Given Ma Xianglan's realistic nature, her frequent sarcasm became a source of tension. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival and bearing the burden of familial ties, Fang Qingsong and his wife endured the situation, content that their children could lead a better life. Today, with Fang Xu's outburst, the couple, despite their verbal attempts to dissuade him, primarily wished to avoid gossip, considering that Li Chengbin was Li Shufan's elder brother. In truth, witnessing Fang Xu's progress filled them with pride rather than reproach. The family of four engaged in conversation in the hospital room for quite some time. It was Fang Xu's first real understanding of responsibility, and he became acutely aware of his aspirations to live a good life and ensure his children would no longer face disdain from others. Upon entering the door, Fang Xu was struck by the transformed appearance of the Jinbao Pavilion. Not only was there a wall adorned with 18 exquisite landscape paintings of unknown origin, but the two large blue and white porcelain jars at the entrance overwhelmed him. He didn't even need to touch them to recognize their authenticity. The luster of the glaze alone indicated their considerable worth. Turning to the right, he saw Bai Kuching directing people to place an antique incense burner of indeterminate age on the counter. Bai Kuching heard footsteps and initially thought a guest had arrived. Without turning her head, she called out, "We haven't opened yet. Please feel free to wander around, and I'll attend to you once I finish." Fang Xu, both amused and bewildered, responded, "Aren't you worried someone might steal from you? It looks like you're moving. Where did you put that set of 12 zodiac figurines?" "Ah, Fang Xu, come quickly and help me figure out how to arrange this." Bai Kuching turned to see Fang Xu and, in a flurry, ran to the counter, pulling him along. Fang Xu, taken aback, followed her, feeling the soft touch of her hand, which stirred a flutter of emotions within him. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Bai Kuching exclaimed, noticing that he was lost in thought, which irked her slightly. After glancing at the arrangement, Bai Kuching nodded in satisfaction, saying, "This looks great. I really like this setup. It's visible at a glance. Now, you all cover it with a glass dome." Just as Fang Xu opened his mouth to inquire further, Bai Kuching continued, "Fang Xu, how should this piece be positioned?" Following her, he saw a large bronze tripod placed there, leaving him speechless. "You brought such a large item here?" he exclaimed, finally understanding why there were 5 or 6 people in the store. Maneuvering such a hefty piece would require more hands to avoid damaging the floor tiles. After half an hour of bustling about, Fang Xu counted that over 20 items had been moved from the first and second floors. Excluding a landscape painting, they had added nearly 30 more pieces. "Are you truly planning to work here? How did you acquire so many items?" Fang Xu asked, glancing at his watch, only to realize that the hour hand was nearly at 1 o'clock. This was a rare opportunity to rewind time. What treasures must one possess to reach this point? "Of course, I'm going to work here." The store owner, Sun Siki, descended the stairs slowly, her high-heeled shoes echoing with each step. "These are all from home. My father has a vast collection. This little bit doesn't bother him at all." Bai Kuching scrunched her adorable nose and replied, "I heard from Xiaoqing that something happened at your home yesterday." Sun Siki inquired as she approached. "Yes, I'm waiting for news," Fang Xu said, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. "As for the gentleman's laughter, that can wait. The little fellow has vanished somewhere, and I lack the means to search for him. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know," Sun Siki offered before heading back upstairs. Typically, she wouldn't make an appearance unless there was significant business. Fang Xu usually handled matters. However, now there was Bai Kuching. "Hey, why is the Songhai map hanging there?" Fang Xu pointed toward the painting deep within the store. On the wall of that row hung precious artifacts, showcasing the works of renowned artists such as Xiao, Yi, and Li Jun. Among them, a painting devoid of a signature appeared somewhat out of place. "I believe it rightfully belongs there," Bai Kuching remarked, continuing, "Is there a problem?" Fang Xu first nodded, then shook his head, yet he could not deny that the painting's placement held a peculiar significance. Perhaps this arrangement had disturbed some esoteric feng shui configuration. For it was not long before a visitor arrived, and Fang Xu felt a surge of joy. Welcoming guests at the threshold was indeed a promising omen. The newcomer was a short man with a sharp, monkey-like face. Fang Xu did not mean to speak ill of him, but such a visage hardly inspired confidence. With a glance, Fang Xu discerned that this man was no regular patron of the antique street. His unfamiliarity was evident as he surveyed the surroundings. Having worked as a shop assistant for quite some time, Fang Xu was adept at recognizing the frequent visitors, and this man's demeanor screamed of naivety. Nevertheless, a guest was a guest, regardless of appearances or knowledge. It was not customary to turn someone away. The man began to inspect the displayed items, astonishment flickering across his features, before his gaze fell upon Bai Kuching, at which point he seemed to spring to life, striding directly toward her. Fang Xu felt an inexplicable displeasure toward the man and instinctively stepped in his path. "What do you think you're doing?" The man snapped. "Who are you to interfere? I'm looking for her, not you. Step aside. We're no longer conducting business with you," Fang Xu calmly asserted. Bai Kuching stifled a laugh, while the man looked taken aback. It was indeed illogical to refuse business that had presented itself. Growing increasingly frustrated, he demanded, "Call your boss out." "The boss is not here. If you have something to say it to me. Just to clarify, I handle acquisitions here while she manages sales. Are you looking to buy or sell?" Fang Xu continued. The man cast a furtive glance around, falling silent. Bai Kuching pondered when such a rule had come into play, unaware that Fang Xu recognized the man as someone likely seeking to sell rather than buy, and that the origins of his items were dubious at best. The man then produced a small wooden box from his pocket, entirely avoiding mention of the earlier unpleasantness. Though reluctant, he concealed his earlier ire and cautiously addressed Fang Xu. "What do you think this is worth?" Observing his demeanor, Fang Xu grew even more convinced of the box's questionable provenance. However, it was not beyond acceptance. After all, many items of uncertain origin passed through their hands. Indeed, the more dubious the item, the more one could negotiate the price downwards, a common practice among most shops. And after several transactions, who would pursue the origins of such goods? Chapter 55, The Serene Buddha. Upon acquiring the wooden box, Fang Xu was immediately struck by a fleeting glimmer of white light. It was his first encounter with such an occurrence. He had never witnessed a situation where merely touching a box could elicit such a response before even coming into contact with a treasure. Just then, a visitor arrived outside. Fang Xu glanced over and discovered it was that Hu Defa again. For reasons unknown, he had returned to the shop, prompting Fang Xu to disregard him and slowly open the box in his hands. "What a sight! You've laid your entire fortune out at the entrance. Is business truly that dire?" Hu Defa remarked, shaking his head while surveying the two large vases at the door. He then turned his attention to the 18 landscape paintings, seemingly scrutinizing their authenticity. By Kaching, noticing that Fang Xu paid no heed to the man, refrained from speaking up, assuming Fang Xu must know him, and thus continued to examine the item in his hands alongside him. As the box opened, Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback. For nestled within was the Zizai Buddha that Lu Yiwearer had gifted him. Had it not been for the tangible sensation emanating from his pocket, he might have believed it was a case of mistaken identity. The Zizai Buddha felt as smooth as jade in his grasp, and under the light, it appeared to be crystal clear. Without the meticulous examination typical of an appraiser wielding a magnifying glass, he tossed it back into the box, declaring it a counterfeit. This conclusion did not stem from mere observation, but from a sensation he gleaned. Initially, he had assumed the Zizai Buddha before him was crafted by the same master as the one in his pocket. However, upon touching it, he felt no flash of white light, merely a replica. Yet, as this was a charade, he could not simply dismiss it as a forgery. Even seasoned appraisers could not discern authenticity with a mere touch. Therefore, Fang Xu took his time, scrutinizing it under the incandescent light before arriving at the conclusion that it was indeed a counterfeit. While his assessment may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was certainly preferable to outright declaring it a fake. Nonetheless, Fang Xu recognized that while the jade might be a forgery, the box itself was undoubtedly an antique. He began to ponder how he might acquire the box. Perhaps he might take another look? The man said cautiously at that moment. Noticing the commotion, Hu Defa ambled over, and upon seeing the bronze tripod, he was taken aback, surprised to discover such treasures hidden within the gem pavilion. Fang Xu's mind raced, and he remarked, "Though it is a counterfeit, it is still worthy of admiration. While it may not be of the finest quality, it certainly qualifies as jade." The man appeared somewhat distracted by Fang Xu's words. Fang Xu continued, "Here's an idea. I happen to be in need of a box to store my jade pendant." As he spoke, he unexpectedly produced a jade pendant, setting the Zizai Buddha aside and placing the pendant within the box. "Given the effort you've expended, I'll offer you 2,200 yuan for this collection of items." The man, initially believing Fang Xu would not be interested, was astonished when he proposed such a sum. His eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to respond, when suddenly a voice interjected, "Hold on." Hu Defa swiftly approached the counter in 2 strides, examining the exquisite Buddha figure in his hands with great care, even retrieving a small flashlight and a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. It must be noted that this is where Fang Xu falls short. Hu Defa epitomizes the true connoisseur of antiques, always equipped with the necessary tools, whereas Fang Xu relies solely on his wristwatch to discern authenticity, lacking a profound understanding of the intricate nuances involved. However, even the most skilled appraiser may occasionally misjudge. Yet Fang Xu possesses an uncanny ability to ascertain the truth at a glance. While he may not grasp the subtleties, he can certainly differentiate between genuine and counterfeit. With good intentions, Fang Xu cautioned, "Boss Hu, this piece is indeed a genuine item. Do be careful not to be deceived." Both he and Hu Defa, being part of the antique community, understood each other's jargon. Yet Hu Defa, seemingly enchanted, paid no heed to Fang Xu's warning, lingering over the piece for an extended period before declaring, "I believe this item is authentic. If you bring it to my shop for my appraiser to examine, I assure you it will be valued at no less than 15,000. The seller, initially elated, soon shook his head and replied, that won't do. I simply don't have the time. I'm in a hurry. Ah, Basu. Fang Xu appeared poised to interject, but was cut off by Hudefa, who promptly produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket, declaring, here are 17,000 yuan. If you find this agreeable, we have ourselves a deal. The seller, overjoyed, snatched the money from Hudefa's hand and exclaimed, deal? Without further ado, he exited the treasure pavilion with haste, treating Fang Xu as if he were invisible. Irritated, Fang Xu admonished Hudefa, Basu, this seems rather out of order. What business do you have collecting items in our shop? I am merely engaging in a legitimate transaction. Wherein lies the impropriety? Hudefa, elated with his acquisition, replied, a smile evident in his tone. Well, if you must take the treasure, might you at least leave me the box as a token of goodwill? Surely, I deserve something in return, Fang Xu insisted, shaking the box in his hand and promptly placing the jade pendant inside. Observing Fang Xu's willingness to negotiate, Hudefa grew suspicious, yet could not bring himself to believe he might have overlooked something. Could the box itself be the true treasure? He seized the box from Fang Xu, scrutinizing it intently for some time, even sniffing it, but remained unable to discern any peculiarities. Feigning generosity, he proclaimed, take the box as a gift. May your treasure pavilion flourish. His words dripped with a hint of mockery as he tossed the box towards Fang Xu and strode away. Fang Xu caught the box, a slight smile playing on his lips as he mused. Indeed, business shall prosper. What did you mean by genuine items and being deceived? Bai-Kaching inquired after Hudefa had departed. Genuine items refer to commonplace goods of little value, while being deceived means misjudging something's authenticity. These are merely terms of our trade. Fang Xu remarked, holding the box in his hands, playing with it repeatedly. Oh, Bai-Kaching responded, as she had never encountered this trade before. Although she was fond of it, the rumors circulating in the marketplace were rather unclear to her. Observing Fang Xu's actions, she inquired, is this box a treasure? I believe it is, Fang Xu asserted, which left Bai-Kaching utterly speechless. Then how do you know that piece of jade is a fake? She pressed on. Fang Xu initially wished to respond with I believe so, but he restrained himself, feeling that relying on mere intuition was insufficient. Instead, he retrieved the Zizai Buddha from his pocket and waved it before Bai-Kaching. Instantly, she grasped it, exclaiming, how is it identical to that one? That is why I said his piece is a counterfeit. But Mr. Who doesn't believe me? What can I do? Fang Xu lamented, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Why don't you show him this? Bai-Kaching suggested, recalling how Hudefa had wished him prosperity as he departed, thinking he was a decent man. Why should I show him? It would be best to ensnare him. Fang Xu retorted indignantly. Curious about his reasoning, Bai-Kaching encouraged him to share the story of the grievances between the treasure pavilion and Hudefa. Master Cheng examined the jade in his hands for considerable time, feeling and scrutinizing it, even using a handkerchief to rub it for an extended period, yet he still refrained from drawing a conclusion. To him, the likelihood of authenticity was 90%, yet there remained a 10% uncertainty, as his experience suggested it did not quite fit. Seeing this, Hudefa grew anxious and urged, what is the verdict on this piece? Master Cheng, observing Hudefa's impatience, felt a pang of concern. If he admitted his inability to discern, it would be akin to undermining his own credibility, especially given his current salary. He feared being regarded as inferior among his peers. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even if the piece was indeed a fake, it was an old imitation and its quality was undeniably genuine. Assuming other appraisers would likely think similarly, he steeled himself and declared, it is authentic and of considerable age. However, I have limited expertise in jade and cannot ascertain its specific era, but rest assured, it shall not be a loss. Upon hearing this, Hudefa naturally beamed with delight, proclaiming that Fang Xu had misjudged, allowing him, to seize a rare opportunity. After all, this was something acquired from the treasure pavilion. There was no reason not to be pleased. In the end, Hudefa also displayed it to other appraisers, causing Master Cheng's heart to race momentarily, only to realize he had been overly anxious. Those individuals were evidently less capable than he. How could they discern the authenticity of the piece? It must be said that Hudefa chose to recruit him precisely because of Master Cheng's skills, offering a generous salary. As none of the other appraisers in his shop possessed Cheng's keen eye, and Cheng was considerably older. If one were to assess, only Master Cheng could truly bear the title of master. As anticipated, after several individuals had reviewed the matter, they all concurred with Master Cheng's assertion. In truth, their thoughts aligned closely with his, since Master Cheng affirmed its authenticity. It could not possibly be false. If an expert declares something to be true, it naturally follows that one would echo such sentiment. For what logic exists in asserting one cannot perceive what another has recognized? Chapter 56, Accompanying a Beauty. Regarding antiques. It is often said that one should expect to reap rewards over the course of 3 years. There is no principle that guarantees daily sales. However, should there be a business opportunity worthy of the term, it assuredly would not be a mere transaction of a few hundred yuan. Having stood for some time, one individual sought a chair to sit upon. Sun Siki descended from the upper floor and spoke. "Why don't you two go have a meal? I'll keep watch." Fang Xu, curious, noted that he typically ordered takeout while at the shop, so it was unusual for Sun Siki to suggest they dine out today. Little did he know that Sun Siki observed the unspoken tension between them and deliberately sought to create an opportunity for connection. "What are you dawdling for? Go eat." Bai-Kaching glanced at the dazed Fang Xu and gently nudged him with her finger. "All right." Fang Xu, well aware of Sun Siki's disposition, understood that inquiries into her reluctance would be futile. Thus, he acquiesced and followed Bai-Kaching outside. These two, hesitant to speak, were on the verge of lingering in silence indefinitely. As Sun Siki watched Fang Xu and Bai-Kaching exit together, she couldn't help but shake her head. "Boss, how much for this piece?" "Over 1,000 yuan. Are you interested in this incense burner?" Sun Siki began to attend to her customers. Meanwhile, Fang Xu and Bai-Kaching strolled along the street, unsure of what topics to discuss. It seemed that since the incident where Fang Xu had rescued her, their relationship had taken an unusual turn. It was Bai-Kaching who finally broke the silence, inquiring, "What are some good places to eat around here?" "Stir-fried shrimp, scallion lamb, kung pao chicken, crispy pigeon." Fang Xu enumerated a lengthy list of dishes, almost as if reciting a menu. Yet, as if recalling something, he added, "It's only April now. The shrimp aren't quite ripe yet." Sun Jie mentioned that in summer, paired with beer, it's simply exquisite. He couldn't help but lick his lips at the thought. Bai-Kaching's eyes widened in surprise, her lovely gaze fixed upon Fang Xu, realizing that he had much to say when it came to food. However, this was not entirely unexpected. Ever since he began working at the shop, Sun Siki had consistently ordered a portion for him whenever she dined. Additionally, after securing various business deals, she often treated him and Master Su to meals. Thus he was well acquainted with the local culinary offerings. "How do you know so much about food? You're quite the foodie," Bai-Kaching remarked, shaking her head. "One must indulge oneself from time to time." Fang Xu replied with a grin, shaking off his earlier gloom as he opened up. "Let's go have grilled fish today. It's on me." He continued enthusiastically. "Are you really expecting me to pay? I never carry my wallet." Bai-Kaching pouted adorably. "I'll treat. From now on, it's all on me." Fang Xu uttered these words with an air of ease, perhaps due to his current financial comfort. However, girls are often sensitive regarding such matters. And Bai-Kaching couldn't shake the feeling that Fang Xu's words carried a deeper implication, an assurance that he would take care of it in the future. Her cheeks flushed crimson. But Fang Xu remained blissfully unaware of any misstep in his words, oblivious to the subtle tension emanating from the lovely girl beside him. With only the two of them present, he felt free to broach the topic without reservation. "My father intervened in this matter and directly called Director Zhao," Bai-Kaching remarked as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant, where a waiter guided them to an empty table. Fang Xu, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, plopped down into his seat without a second thought. Bai-Kaching found herself at a loss. Regardless of whether a boy was treating her to a meal, he would at least offer a polite gesture or say something akin to please before sitting down. Yet, perhaps it was Fang Xu's unique manner that drew her ever closer to him. He casually ordered a variety of dishes, handing the menu to Bai-Kaching. Glancing at the selection of 7 or 8 dishes alongside a pot of grilled fish, she promptly replied in a gentle tone to the waiter, "No, thank you." The waiter, younger than both Fang Xu and Bai-Kaching, seemed somewhat flustered at the sight of such a beautiful girl speaking to him, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Others in the restaurant occasionally cast glances their way. Bai-Kaching appeared accustomed to such attention, remaining entirely composed, while Fang Xu felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny. Fang Xu hastily redirected the conversation. "Why doesn't your father simply acquire the Ma family's assets at a low price? It would certainly be less troublesome." In his mind, he believed Bai Zhanxiong would never let such a lucrative opportunity slip away without extracting substantial benefits. "I have no idea what my father is thinking, but I suspect the Ma family has faced quite a beating from him." Bai-Kaching shrugged, raising an eyebrow. "It would be too lenient to simply give him a thrashing. The matter of my father being attacked is far from resolved. A fierce glint flickered in Fang Xu's eyes as he vividly recalled his father lying in a hospital bed. Bai Keqing, I feel like you're only sharing part of the story, he said, sensing her hesitation. Just speak your mind, he encouraged, displaying a forthrightness. Don't hold out too much hope for the police. The Ma family can easily suppress this issue. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Keqing decided to speak up. In matters concerning powerful families, her voice carried weight, much like her brother, Bai Kefa, who had once been known as a notorious scion in the city. Especially after associating with that Zhao Sihai from the capital, he has become increasingly arrogant. Aside from not resorting to brainless acts like Ma Jiajue's abductions or any criminal activities, he excels in fighting and racing. In Bai Kefa's words, within this city, among the young gentlemen of his generation, there is hardly anyone he has not bested. Although Bai Kefa, like Zhao Sihai, has turned over a new leaf, his lingering influence remains. It is yet to be heard that anyone can usurp his position as the top figure in H city. Thus, Ma Jiajue is deeply fearful of Bai Kefa, and upon hearing Bai Keqing mention calling his brother, he immediately fled. However, despite his brother steering clear of major offenses, minor indiscretions abound, and to this day, there have been no reports of police arrests. Even if he were to transgress, countless individuals would readily take the blame for him. This is the distinction between the affluent and the common folk. When commoners err, they ponder how to mitigate their punishment, while these young elites, as long as they avoid heinous crimes, consider whom they might enlist to take the fall for them. Nevertheless, a sense of unease washed over him. Bai Keqing's description made it clear that many regulations only pertain to people like him, the impoverished, while for someone like Ma Jiajue, there seemed to be no constraints. Yet, Fang Xu was not one to easily relinquish thoughts of revenge. Instead, it ignited his ambition further. Deep down, he vowed that one day, he would compel Ma Jiajue to kneel before his father and apologize. However, to achieve this, he must surpass the Ma family in wealth, ensuring that the Fang family rises to be a more formidable power. Bai Keqing observed the man before her, although he had remained silent. She sensed a subtle change in him, though she could not articulate what it was. Perhaps it was because the previous Fang Xu had aspirations but lacked direction, whereas her words had now instilled a goal in him, propelling him to strive towards it. Why are you staring at me? Eat, Fang Xu remarked as he noticed Bai Keqing gazing at him while ignoring the feast spread before them. The moment he picked up his chopsticks, he transformed, devouring his food voraciously, leaving Bai Keqing momentarily speechless. It was her first time witnessing a boy eat so heartily in her presence. In her experience, the men she dined with were always polite and took their time, unlike this fellow, who resembled a starving ghost. Yet, she envied Fang Xu's ability to disregard the opinions of those around him. She had been raised in an environment where decorum was paramount, and had never encountered someone as uncouth as him. Before long, influenced by Fang Xu's demeanor, Bai Keqing also joined the fray, realizing that she had no choice but to compete for food. Though she ate sparingly, her pace was slow, with Fang Xu's astonishing speed. He swiftly devoured most of the food, leaving only remnants behind. If you don't compete with him, the grilled fish might end up nothing more than a mere skeleton. Hey, are you even a man? Bai Keqing exclaimed as she deftly seized the last chicken wing, the sole survivor amidst Fang Xu's culinary onslaught. Chapter 57, The Flood Peak. Of course, I'm a man. Do I really need to say that? Fang Xu retorted, unabashedly letting out a burp. You consumed so much already, and I've only had one. You want to even share the last piece with me? Bai Keqing gazed at the mountain of chicken bones, fish spines, and clam shells piled before Fang Xu, her frustration mounting as she felt the urge to bite him. If you want it, just say so. What does it have to do with whether I'm a man or not? Fang Xu nonchalantly released his chopsticks and set his sights on the next dish. Don't even think about it. My eggplant is nearly gone. The bamboo shoots are mine too. In that moment, Bai Keqing shed her previous elegance, unwilling to allow her food to be taken. If the schoolmates were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. The campus belle dining at a small tavern and fighting for food was quite a fall from grace. However, it was evident from the onlookers' expressions that envy and jealousy towards Fang Xu stirred within them, for he had such a beautiful girlfriend. Though Fang Xu harbored feelings for Bai Keqing, he was rational enough to recognize that he could not act upon them. If Cinderella's tale were to unfold in reality, it would surely be due to the prince's affliction. After indulging to their heart's content, Fang Xu, satisfied, let out a hearty burp, paid the bill, and exited the restaurant alongside Bai Keqing. Fang Xu, why do I always feel that you are different from them? Bai Keqing inquired with curiosity. In what way am I different? Fang Xu responded, picking at his teeth with a toothpick, completely disregarding the presence of the campus bell beside him. As he spat out the remnants, "I just feel that you are unlike the boys I know. You are more genuine." Baikachin continued, "Perhaps it's because others always seek to possess you, while I do not dare to indulge in such desires." Fang Xu thought silently, refraining from voicing this sentiment. And just as he intended to steer the conversation elsewhere, his phone rang, providing a timely distraction. "It's not about that. I have good news for you. Guess what?" Sun Siki chimed in with a smile. "What good news? Did the shop strike a big deal and decide to treat me to a meal?" "I can't eat another bite," Fang Xu remarked, patting his round belly. "Roll, roll, roll. All you think about is eating." Sun Siki teased before continuing. "I found a buyer for your batch of pearls." "Really? So soon?" Fang Xu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Finding a buyer meant money was on its way. "Oh, how much did it cost?" Sun Siki asked, eager for details. "It didn't cost a thing," Fang Xu replied with a smile, recounting all that had transpired at the shop, even mentioning the presence of the free-spirited Buddha he had acquired. "They approached you?" At that moment, after Fang Xu concluded the phone call, Baikachin found it rather inappropriate to continue the conversation. Thus, she inquired, "If they come to us, so be it. We neither steal nor rob. So what is there to fear?" Fang Xu, however, dismissed her concerns. "Are you not afraid they might report us?" Baikachin pressed further. "Very well, let me share a secret of our trade," Fang Xu responded, noticing Baikachin's naive demeanor. "There exists an unwritten rule in the antique street. Whenever someone comes asking whether a particular item has been acquired, the answer is always no." As he spoke, he recalled in vivid detail his earlier inquiry to Sun Siki, who had been just as oblivious as Baikachin at this moment. What if they do report it? Or if the item is linked to some case? Baikachin continued to probe. For one, if the item's origins are dubious, it is unlikely that anyone would report it. Should the police come knocking with concrete evidence, the shop would have no choice but to relinquish the item, an unavoidable circumstance. Furthermore, if an outsider attempts to investigate, as soon as the shop catches wind of it, the item would be swiftly sold off, leaving no trace behind. Lastly, the shop operates within certain parameters. If an item is too large or poses too great a risk, it's simply one to be accepted. Involvement in such matters would inevitably lead to the shop's downfall. Fang Xu recounted the 3 points imparted by Sun Siki without omission, leaving Baikachin in deep contemplation, momentarily speechless. "Of course, I speak under the assumption that the item was indeed acquired by an antique shop. If it was stolen or lost, that's an entirely different matter," he added. "Why?" Baikachin inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The less valuable the item, the easier it is for someone to purchase it. Not to mention the lack of opportunities to showcase it at auctions." "Ah, I see." Baikachin nodded, appearing to finally grasp the concept. "Is there a significant business opportunity?" Fang Xu mused internally as he accompanied her into the shop. However, upon entering, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. A man in his 30s was fervently conversing with Sun Siki, flowers in hand, clearly a suitor. "Hong Feng?" Baikachin softly called out upon recognizing him. Fang Xu cast a surprised glance at her, astonished that she knew him. Hong Feng turned, astonished to see Baikachin. "Isn't that the girl from the Bai family? What brings you here?" Yet, even as he spoke, he refused to relinquish the flowers. "I'm just working here to earn some pocket money," Baikachin replied with a cheerful smile, tugging at Fang Xu to leave. Hong Feng, puzzled by the Bai girl's peculiar choice to work in such a small shop, refrained from questioning further and resumed his conversation with Sun Siki. Fang Xu, originally holding a toothpick and appearing to relish the unfolding drama, was abruptly pulled by Baikachin and stumbled after her into the open air. "What are you doing?" he inquired, puzzled as he stepped outside. "Did you not see his demeanor? He was pursuing our sister son." Baikachin raised an eyebrow and remarked. "I am aware." Fang Xu nodded in acknowledgement. "If you know, why were you still watching?" Baikachin shot him a glare, perplexed by his mindset. All right, Fang Xu replied, moving aside to squat down. "What does that mean?" Baikachin observed that Fang Xu seemed rather indifferent, which struck her as odd. "I initially wanted to enjoy the spectacle, but you've disrupted it." Fang Xu shook his head and said, "What spectacle?" Baikachin queried. "The Hong family specializes in antiques. One can never tell what might happen, especially if the two share similar interests." Perhaps due to her acquaintance with Hong Feng, Baikachin expressed this concern. "Are you quite familiar with someone named Hong Feng?" Fang Xu asked. "Not really, but our circle is rather small. One inevitably knows the children of various families, even if only by name," Baikachin replied. "This Hong Feng has visited no less than 7 times, and that's while I was at the shop. When I wasn't there, who knows how many times he came? Yet he never succeeded." Fang Xu shook his head. "Is that true?" Bai Keqing was skeptical, doubting that Hong Feng would be enamored with the proprietor of such a modest antique store. However, given the generational gap of more than a decade between their social circles, any understanding was limited. Am I deceiving you for a treat? Just watch. In less than a minute, he'll step out, toss the flowers into that blue trash bin on the right, and then drive off, Fang Xu declared, resembling an oracle as he even extended a finger to calculate the moment. Do you fancy yourself a fortune teller? Bai Keqing couldn't help but chuckle and nudged Fang Xu playfully. Chapter 58. Not enemies, not gathered. However, Hong Feng is quite wealthy. This is yet another luxury car for him. Fang Xu observed the sleek white sports car with a click of his tongue. What of it? My brother has a dozen cars in his garage to suit his whims. Bai Keqing dismissed with indifference. The rich indulge while the poor perish in the streets. Fang Xu sighed, shaking his head. Hey, that's an exaggeration. Bai Keqing lightly kicked Fang Xu. People like me, who cannot even afford a small lamb, can only quietly watch you wealthy folks. Fang Xu shrugged. You can't even afford a small lamb? Please, you're just pretending. Sister Sun has informed me that the pearls you auctioned off last time could fetch several million. Bai Keqing shot Fang Xu an incredulous look. Really? You two have allied so swiftly. Just as Fang Xu was about to continue teasing Bai Keqing, he glanced toward the shop in trance and whispered, See? I told you. He'd be out in less than a minute. Bai Keqing spotted Hong Feng emerging from the store, and indeed, just as Fang Xu predicted, he tossed the bouquet directly into the blue trash bin on his right. It seemed rather awkward at that moment. Hong Feng didn't even greet Bai Keqing and simply drove away. Sun Jie was already 28. And given Hong Feng's admirable qualities, his reputation free from scandal, and his distinguished family background, it was perplexing to understand her thoughts. Bai Keqing remarked with curiosity. If you wish to know, why not just ask her directly? Why complicate matters? Fang Xu raised an eyebrow and suggested. I wouldn't dare, Bai Keqing replied, following Fang Xu as they entered the shop. Once inside, they naturally ceased their discussion, but Fang Xu cast a suggestive glance at Sun Siki. I know what you're about to say, so keep quiet. Sun Siki interjected before Fang Xu could speak, secretly thinking, why does this guy grow increasingly annoying? I wasn't going to say anything. You're the one overthinking it. Fang Xu responded. Still arguing with me? Have you grown wings? Your salary is docked. Sun Siki retorted through clenched teeth. Fang Xu, with a quick shift in thought, promptly changed the subject. By the way, Sun Jie, did that batch of pearls find a buyer? Sun Siki, not wishing to linger on topics concerning Hong Feng, followed Fang Xu's lead and refrained from mentioning him further. Indeed, but first tell me, how should I be thanked? Sun Siki inquired. How about this amount? Fang Xu confidently held up 5 fingers in front of her. 500? Or 5,000? You're quite stingy, Sun Siki remarked, twisting Fang Xu's ear, causing him to grimace while Bai Keqing laughed heartily at the scene. Let go. Sun Jie, it hurts. Just release me. Fang Xu pleaded, and after a firm twist, she finally relented. Fang Xu cast a mournful glance at Sun Siki and said, Am I truly someone who forgets your kindness? What I meant was we should split it 50-50. Sun Siki smiled but replied, I was just teasing you. You finally managed to earn some money, and since I didn't contribute to this, how can I take such a large share? Is it not the same? Sun Siki shot him a glance and continued, You should save that money for marrying a wife. Sun Jie isn't in need of such a sum. Then why did you twist my ear? Fang Xu zet bonde, so mewat I sapata. What, am I not allowed to? Who told you to be so unclear with your words, right? Xiao Qing? Sun Siki asked, turning to Bai Keqing, who nodded in agreement. Fang Xu felt utterly defeated. They had just shared a meal together, and now he found himself aligned with Sun Jie once more. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Fang Xu waved his hand dismissively and retreated to the counter. Upon seeing this, Sun Siki and Bai Keqing exchanged amused glances. His expression resembled that of a petulant spouse. Here, this is the box, Fang Xu announced. Rising to retrieve the wooden box previously sent to him by Huda, I fail to see what is peculiar about this. It's merely a small box. Sun Siki commented. I believe it holds some value. After all, it costs nothing to keep, Fang Xu replied with a smile, convinced that the watch would not deceive him. Do as you wish, Sun Siki remarked. Originally, that batch of pearls was meant for an auction. But seems they are preoccupied with preparations for something over the past few months, and the auction won't take place. Thus, I directly sought a buyer. Fang Xu nodded in understanding and inquired. When do they say the transaction will occur? How about this? Since the shop is rather quiet today, shall we go now? Fang Xu suggested. You lazy rascal. What do you mean by nothing to do today? Sun Siki shot a glance at Fang Xu. Sister Sun, let's just go today. The shop truly has little activity, Bai Keqing chimed in. Fang Xu looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to side with him at this moment. Are you not my person? Why are you supporting him? Sun Siki said half-jokingly. Oh, come on, let us go, Bai Keqing exclaimed, tugging at Sun Siki's arm as they moved forward. Sun Siki, smiling despite herself, responded, Wait a moment, I need to grab the car keys. Fang Xu, go get the keys, we'll wait for you. Bai Keqing turned and instructed Fang Xu directly. Fang Xu pointed at himself, and then glanced at the two women, feeling as if he were being treated like a servant. Sun Siki shot him a look, and Fang Xu immediately replied before she could speak, I'll go. I'll go. He dashed upstairs, and Bai Keqing stifled a laugh while Sun Siki shook her head and remarked, that guy. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off, she instructed, the pearls are in the left cabinet on the 3rd floor. Got it. Fang Xu no wet. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved the keys, locked the shop door, and the three set off. Miss, I have an appointment with Mr. Barnes. Please check. Sun Siki addressed the front desk. All right, please hold on. The young woman glanced at Sun Siki and then at Fang Xu, sandwiched between the two women, momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Fang Xu asked, noticing her gaze lingering on him. Oh, nothing. The young woman quickly lowered her head and began her search. In truth, she was merely surprised to see Fang Xu flanked by two stunning women, secretly speculating about their relationships and even considering him a low-key affluent heir. Is this Ms. Sun Siki? She soon inquired. Yes, Sun Siki nodded. All right, I will prepare temporary access cards for you. This card will grant you access to the elevator and the 56th floor entry. The young woman elaborated enthusiastically. Oh, I'm so tired. Suddenly, a familiar boisterous voice echoed, causing Fang Xu to feel a sense of recognition. Both he and Bai Keqing turned, and many in the lobby glanced this way, revealing none other than Shun Haoqing. However, those in the know quickly diverted their attention elsewhere, while others, unaware of the situation, discreetly watched, hoping to see security escort this loud individual out. To their astonishment, rather than removing Shun Haoqing, the security guard eagerly approached him, calling out young Master Shun, and even warmly asked, What brings you here? Is there something you need? Shun Haoqing appeared to revel in the attention he garnered, even finding the security guard somewhat agreeable. Xiao Lu, you're doing well, he remarked, giving the guard a friendly pat on the shoulder. Despite being a few years Shun's senior, the guard showed no irritation. Instead, he nodded enthusiastically, taken aback that Shun, who typically disregarded him, was in such good spirits today. If only he could seize the opportunity to earn a kind word from Shun, a promotion would surely be within reach. With this thought in mind, he grew increasingly deferential, eager to escort Shun to the elevator. Shun Haoqing? Fang Xu and Bai Keqing exchanged glances. Sun Siki, observing their interaction, inquired, Do you know each other? Classmates? Why not go over and say hello? Not really. Fang Xu quickly shook his head in denial. Indeed, when not very familiar, Bai Keqing added, sticking out her tongue. Sun Siki regarded them curiously, puzzled as to why they provided such divergent responses. Meanwhile, Shun Haoqing, initially oblivious to their conversation, noticed the commotion and inadvertently caught sight of Fang Xu and Bai Keqing. He paused momentarily, then nonchalantly stepped into the elevator without uttering a word. The guard, unaware of Shun's sour mood, continued to nod and bow, ushering him inside. Yet, Shun, with a dark expression, muttered, Scram. The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving the guard awkwardly frozen in place, his impression of Shun considerably tarnished. After all the effort he put into serving, the sudden shift in Shun's demeanor felt like a slap in the face. Chapter 59, The Jeweler Barnes. Here's your card. Please keep it safe. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist handed a card to Sun Siki, who graciously thanked her. The receptionist continued, Mr. Barnes is currently in a business meeting with Boss Shun. He said you can head directly to Boss Shun's office. His personal secretary will guide you once you arrive. As Sun Siki and Bai Keqing took a few steps forward, Fang Xu paused and turned to the receptionist, asking, Can I ask you something? Why is Shun Haoqing here? Could it be that my earlier guess was correct? Is the Shun boss you mentioned really Shun Haoqing's father? Fang Xu queried, his expression one of frustration. Indeed, the receptionist nodded. Thank you. Fang Xu expressed his gratitude before catching up with the two women. What did you ask her? Were you flirting with that lovely girl? Sun Siki teased, casting a playful glance at Fang Xu, while Bai Keqing watched him eagerly. Where are you getting that from? Fang Xu rolled his eyes. With two stunning beauties before him, if he were to flirt, it would surely require more consideration. I merely overheard the receptionist mention Boss Shun and took the opportunity to inquire about the relationship between that brat Shun Haoqing and Boss Shun. As he spoke, he followed the two women into the elevator. Sun Siki swiped her card, and the elevator automatically displayed the floor number, beginning its slow ascent. Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with him? Sun Siki inquired. Shenhao's mood was far from pleasant. Indeed, it was exceedingly dire. How was it that he encountered this insufferable fool wherever he went? Was Bai Keqing blind or merely lacking in judgment to take a liking to such a loser? After all, he, Shenhao, had pursued her for so long without success, only to discover that it was you who had been covertly undermining him all along. Furthermore, the incident at the seaside aquaculture farm had resulted in a loss exceeding 1 million, leading to a scathing reprimand from his father. The fact that he had been summoned to the company today was likely a consequence of that debacle. It was particularly infuriating to encounter this person beneath his father's company. As he opened the door, he was met by a foreigner standing with his arms crossed over his abdomen. Shenhao paused in surprise. When had his father hired a foreigner as a doorman? How sophisticated. However, he had no inclination to converse with this individual and aimed to walk directly to his father's office. He addressed the receptionist. Open the door. I need to see my father. The receptionist, clearly perceiving Shenhao's foul mood, nonetheless mustered the courage to respond. Mr. Shen is currently in a business meeting. He has asked that you wait outside until he is free. Did he not summon me? How can I be made to wait? Shenhao was exceedingly displeased and brusquely pushed aside the documents cluttering the desk, plopping down in the chair designated for an employee. If you had not barged in previously and disrupted Mr. Shen's business dealings, resulting in a loss of tens of millions, would he have confiscated your access card? Although the receptionist felt a surge of resentment, he dared not show any discontent, slowly tidying the papers Shenhao had scattered on the floor. Ding! The elevator chimed again, and 3 individuals emerged. The foreigner approached, speaking in Mandarin. Are you Ms. Sun Siki and Mr. Fang Xu? And who is this? Apologies, Ms. Sun. But Barnes has only arranged to meet you and Mr. Fang. This lady is not included in the invitation, the secretary said with an apologetic smile. That's perfectly fine. You may proceed in, Bai Keqing replied with understanding, gently squeezing Sun Siki's hand to prevent her from speaking further. All right, Sun Siki nodded, casting a slightly embarrassed glance at Bai Keqing, who smiled graciously and remained where she was. As the 3 made their way to the elevator exit, Fang Xu spotted Shenhao sitting at the reception, idly engrossed in his phone. Naturally, Shenhao noticed Fang Xu as well. They were like sworn enemies destined to cross paths again. Although Shenhao was curious about Bai Keqing's whereabouts, he could not help but voice his irritation. I wasn't looking for you, yet here you are. Damn it. Shenhao, now on his home turf, paid no heed to decorum and abruptly stood up. Barnes, overwhelmed by the verbal sparring between the two, inquired, what is going on here? As the front desk employee sensed the escalating tension, he found himself caught between Barnes' secretary and the CEO's son, struggling to make a decisive move. Just as he noticed Shen Haoqing rise, seemingly ready to confront, he hastily intervened, saying in a low voice, this is the secretary accompanying Mr. Shen for business discussions regarding a substantial overseas venture. Shen Haoqing's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled how his previous reckless actions had jeopardized his father's business, resulting in the confiscation of his access card and enduring a half-year of financial deprivation, had it not been for his mother's discreet assistance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he retook his seat, muttering under his breath, you're fortunate this time. Just wait. Although Fang Xu had gained the upper hand verbally, his inner tranquility was far from assured. His hand was already poised over his watch, prepared to rewind time, resolute in avoiding a direct confrontation with Shen Haoqing, especially since this was his father's company. However, upon witnessing Shen Haoqing sit back down, a sense of triumph washed over him. He chuckled and addressed Barnes' secretary. It's merely a misunderstanding. Nothing of concern. The secretary nodded, seemingly perplexed by the antics of the 2 young men, and continued to lead the way inside. Upon knocking, a soft cough and a voice inviting them echoed from within. The secretary gestured for Fang Xu and Sun Siki to enter first. As Fang Xu stepped inside, he observed 2 middle-aged men rise to shake hands, their expressions radiating joy. Mr. Shen, I need to borrow your office for a moment to discuss a minor business matter. The foreigner stated cheerfully, articulating fluent Chinese. Barnes' business, no matter how small, cannot be trivial. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall have some coffee brought in. Shen Mufei replied with a smile. It must be said that while Shen Haoqing exuded arrogance, his father's acumen in navigating social interactions was vastly superior. The ability to gracefully excuse himself while delivering a kind remark earned Shen Mufei considerable respect from Fang Xu. Nonetheless, they were there to engage with Barnes, not Shen Mufei. Therefore, Both Shin Mufei and Sun Siki exchanged polite smiles with Fang Xu without further acknowledgement. After Shin Mufei departed, Barnes gestured for Fang Xu and Sun Siki to take a seat on the sofa and commence their negotiations. Sun Siki, evidently aware of Barnes' esteemed background as a renowned jeweler in Europe, pondered why this prominent figure would choose to discuss such trivial matters with the proprietor of a modest antique shop. Without hesitation, she inquired, "I have long heard of Mr. Barnes' illustrious reputation as a jeweler in Europe. What prompted you to seek out a meeting with us regarding these minor items? Surely, they must seem insignificant in your eyes." As she spoke, she retrieved a small pouch of pearls from her bag. These black pearls, for instance, if they measure 10 millimeters, are valued above $3,000 each, with an additional 1,000 for each millimeter beyond that. Unfortunately, I lack the measuring tools at the moment and can only estimate by sight, she continued, casting a glance at Barnes while presenting the pearls to both him and Fang Xu. However, Sun Siki had always dealt with antiques and was unaware of the true value of these pearls. Even if she were to be overcharged, she wouldn't know. Thus, she turned to Fang Xu. Given that Fang Xu was the seller, he must have acquired some knowledge about pearls. Although the price seemed somewhat reasonable, he felt that something was amiss. Tentatively, he inquired, "I may not be well versed in the European market, but based on the current exchange rate, shouldn't this black pearl be valued higher?" Barnes was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Who would have thought that the young man possesses some insight into the domestic pearl market? Oh, it's merely a casual inquiry." Fang Xu waved his hand dismissively. It seemed he had made a fortunate gamble. In the world of business, there are often hidden truths, and this price surely contains some embellishments. The European market should indeed offer a higher valuation than the domestic one. Barnes continued, "All right, I'm offering a flat price of $200,000 for these pearls." Fang Xu was taken aback, no matter how he looked at it. Based on the current exchange rates of RMB to USD, the total value should only be around $100,000. How could it possibly be worth so much? Sun Siki observed Fang Xu's expression and began to understand that the price was indeed problematic, not because it was too low, but rather excessively high. From previous estimates, this collection could only be worth around $70,000 to $80,000. Even if Fang Xu were to negotiate later, it shouldn't result in a price doubling immediately. Chapter 60, Setting Traps. Later, Barnes slowly revealed that he had developed an interest in the antique business and wished to consult an antique dealer to gain insights into the industry. Coincidentally, Sun Siki's acquaintance had mentioned Barnes, initially intending to make a simple purchase. However, upon learning that Sun Siki was an antique dealer, he became eager to discuss the business in person. Barnes intended to collaborate with Sun Siki, proposing to invest in expanding her shop, on the condition that he would receive corresponding equity. At this moment, Fang Xu realized that the affluent businessman was interested in a venture that had little to do with him. Although he refrained from interjecting, he attentively listened to the conversation between Sun Siki and Barnes. As previously stated, in business, one must be wary, even if he did not fully grasp everything. Two minds are certainly better than one. This way, he could alert Sun Siki if Barnes attempted to mislead them. Before long, the coffee was ready, and Shaoli entered to serve it. She was Shun Mufei's secretary, who offered a polite smile before quietly departing. At this moment, Shun Haoqing seemed forgotten, sitting idly at the door. He was not one to remain still. Waiting for his father to emerge and for someone to notify him felt unbearable. However, Fang Xu had been in his father's office for quite some time, and the longer he remained inside, the more Shun Haoqing felt that something was amiss. Previously, he had assumed that the woman intended to discuss business with his father, but now, upon a sudden shift in thought, he considered Fang Xu, and a sense of unease began to settle in. He inquired, "Who is the person negotiating business with my father?" "A foreign jeweler," came the reply, "who has maintained an annual contract with the company for several years." The receptionist, seemingly to caution him against troubling Mr. Shun, added, "It has always been business deals worth billions." "Jewelry related?" Shun Haoqing asked, as if seeking to validate his inner suspicions. Indeed, the employee nodded affirmatively. "From Malagobi? You've pilfered my family's belongings only to sell them back to us? Have you lost your mind?" Shun Haoqing suddenly sprang to his feet, startling the employee. "What do you intend to do?" "I'm going to find my father," Shun Haoqing declared, extending his hand. "Hand over the access card. I must enter." However, the employee was bound by Shun Mufei's orders. Without explicit permission, he could not allow anyone into the company. Yet, with Shun Mufei's current temper, he was not in a position to obstruct him. Torn between the directives of his superior and the future heir of the company, he felt utterly helpless. Reluctantly, he hesitated, feigning a search through his belongings, hoping for a swift command. "Hurry up, I need to get in," Shen Haoqing urged incessantly. At that moment, the ringing of the phone sounded like a celestial melody. The employee glanced at the caller ID. Little Lee was calling, presumably with news from the general manager. "It's a call from Sister Lee," he began. "Answer it." Shen Haoqing shot him a glare, his tone irritable. "Hello, Xiao Wang. Please go downstairs and fetch some coffee grounds from the usual place," Little Lee instructed, sounding as though she was about to hang up. "Is that it?" "This one tea do. The plague is still lurking here," Xiao Wang interjected. "Sister Lee, hold on a moment. Has Mr. Shen finished?" "Young Master Shen wishes to enter the company. What do you suggest?" "Oh, he has done and is currently inspecting the work." "Let him in," Little Lee replied. It turned out that Shen Mufei had stepped out of his office just as an employee requested his signature on a document, and in the midst of his busyness, he had inadvertently left Shen Haoqing waiting outside. With Little Lee's approval, the employee let out a sigh of relief, quickly retrieving the access card from his pocket and unlocking the door. Shen Haoqing, brimming with frustration, chose not to engage further. After giving the employee a fierce glare, he pushed the door open and strode inside. "Dad," he called out from a distance, causing several employees to pause their work and wonder who dared to be so unruly. Upon realizing it was Shen Haoqing, many quickly lowered their heads. After all, he was the future of the company, and they dared not voice discontent. Nonetheless, a few cast him disgruntled glances, momentarily interrupted by his outburst. Shen Mufei clapped his hands once and said, "Everyone, please continue with your work." With swift steps, he approached Shen Haoqing, his face solemn as he whispered, "What is all this commotion about?" "Father, I am in urgent need," Shen Haoqing replied anxiously. "What urgent matter could it possibly be? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again?" Shen Mufei's expression darkened further. Every time this boy spoke of urgency, it seldom boded well. "Oh, come on, Dad. I haven't caused any trouble," Shen Haoqing insisted. "Did two individuals just visit your office? What's the matter?" "Those are business partners from a significant client of mine. Do not create chaos." Shen Mufei shot a glare at Shen Haoqing. "How could I dare?" Shen Haoqing continued, "Father, didn't we previously incur a loss of over $1 million at the Pearl site by the seaside? You dare bring that up? Have you got a death wish?" Shen Mufei retorted, his eyes narrowing. "Dad, please let me finish." Shen Haoqing's voice gradually grew louder. "Lower your voice," Shen Mufei admonished, slapping Shen Haoqing on the head. Shen Haoqing looked at his father with a sense of grievance and quietly recounted the petty gambling incident with Fang Xu regarding pearls. However, he naturally omitted any mention of the chaotic situation involving Fang Xu's girlfriend, knowing full well that revealing such details would earn him a severe reprimand. Moreover, he slyly added, "Fang Xu is usually poor. How could he have ever encountered pearls? It's hardly plausible that he could guess so accurately. Now, he is dealing with that jeweler. Clearly, the stakes must be substantial." Shen Mufei regarded Shen Haoqing with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty, well aware of his son's half-hearted nature. The way he spoke left an unsettling feeling in his gut. Nevertheless, the recent incident had indeed caused some supply issues with Barnes, leading to a delay in delivery, which was the source of his headache. If Fang Xu were to sell the pearls originally meant for Barnes, it would be nothing short of a farce. He reiterated, "You're certain of this? Father, why do you not trust me?" Shen Haoqing, noticing his father's skeptical demeanor, anxiously scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing his son in such a state, Shen Mufei sensed authenticity but remained indecisive. "Father, once the transaction is completed, it will be impossible to stop it," Shen Haoqing reiterated. "Are you certain that the pearls in Fang Xu's possession came from our family?" Shen Mufei inquired again. "I am certain," Shen Haoqing affirmed, nodding vigorously. Observing his son's demeanor, Shen Mufei's expression sharpened, and narrowing his eyes, he instructed, "You wait here." He then hurried toward his office. "Fang Xu, you scoundrel!" Shen Haoqing silently cursed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. He knocked on the door, and Barnes, curious about the visitor, politely invited him in. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the pearls displayed on the desk, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly approached Barnes and addressed Fang Xu. "Are you Fang Xu?" "Indeed," Fang Xu nodded, perplexed by how Shen Mufei seemed to know his name. Shen Mufei leaned closer, whispering softly to Barnes. Barnes frowned, casting a glance at the black pearl before him, and inquired, "Is what you say true?" Recalling Shen Haoqing's unwavering demeanor earlier, Shen Mufei subtly nodded. At that moment, Barnes no longer addressed Sun Siki and Fang Xu with his previous amiability, but rather spoke with evident irritation. "Your actions have grievously insulted me and jeopardized my relationship with Lee." Caught off guard by this sudden shift, Fang Xu and Sun Siki exchanged glances. Though Sun Siki's expression flickered at the mention of Li. Unexpectedly, Barnes rose, directing his words at Shun Haoqing. Mr. Shun, let us proceed directly to inspect the various farms. I have no desire to conduct business with individuals of this sort. As he departed, Shun Haoqing added pointedly, you would do well to leave this place swiftly. We shall settle accounts in due course. Understanding dawned upon Fang Xu. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel Shun Haoqing who had stirred up trouble with his indiscreet remarks. Sister Sun, I apologize. The issues between myself and that scoundrel have affected you. Fang Xu expressed his regret. However, he hesitated to hasten the completion of their transaction, fearing that if the shares were sold and then conflict arose with Barnes, it might inflict greater harm on Sun Siki's establishment. Do not concern yourself. If not for your jade pendant and Shaoqing bringing so many items to the store, our business's viability would indeed be in question. Such minor issues are inconsequential. If expansion is not feasible, so be it. I will eventually manage to grow it myself. Sun Siki replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Chapter 61, My Father by Zhan Xiong. Enough of this. Let's take our leave. Sun Siki shook her head, as if recalling something, biting her lip. No matter how oblivious Fang Xu might be, he could not fail to notice her unease at this moment. Are you all right? You seem somewhat unsettled. Should I go apologize to that scoundrel? He inquired. Sun Siki shook her head and began to rise to leave, but Fang Xu, feeling rather awkward, instinctively followed Barnes. Lost in thought, Sun Siki intended to clarify that Fang Xu was not at fault, but he had already stepped outside, prompting her to chase after him. Mr. Barnes, this is my son. Shen Mufei gestured towards Shun Haoqing while introducing him to Barnes. Oh, so you are the little rascal who caused the delay in my order? Barnes raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shun Haoqing. Surprised by the fluency of Barnes' Mandarin, Shun Haoqing quickly grasped that this was indeed the individual involved in the prior incident at the seaside. With a rueful expression, he furtively glanced at Shen Mufei before offering his apology. Sir, I am truly sorry. Mr. Barnes, I have specifically sent my son to extend my apologies to you. Shen Mufei remarked earnestly to Barnes. We are, after all, in a cooperative relationship. This minor issue is of little consequence, my dear boy. Do refrain from causing your father further trouble. Merchants of my temperament are rare indeed. Barnes chuckled heartily, clapping Shun Haoqing on the shoulder, prompting Shun Haoqing to exhale in relief. Mr. Barnes, let us proceed to inspect the farm and the shops, suggested Shen Mufei. Just as Barnes was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Mr. Barnes, wait a moment. I believe we can have a discussion. It was Fang Xu, who had hastily caught up. Typically, he would not lower himself in such a manner, but upon witnessing Sun Siki's expression, he felt a pang of compassion and decided to pursue the matter. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Siki was not particularly concerned about the situation. Nevertheless, Fang Xu was determined to make one last effort. Seeing Shun Haoqing's demeanor, Barnes' impression of him improved significantly. Not only did he comprehend the general situation, but he also refrained from engaging in conflict with Fang Xu in his presence and offered a sincere apology. In contrast, Barnes regarded Fang Xu as nothing short of charlatan, perceiving him as attempting to manipulate him like a fool, trading what was originally his. Was that not treating him as a simpleton? Barnes spoke with a heavy tone. What more do you wish to say? His expression was one of clear impatience. That batch of pearls can be gifted to you, but please do not terminate your contract with Sister Sun on my account. Fang Xu imlot, producing a bag of pearls from his pocket. At this moment, both Shun Haoqing and Shun Mufei wore expressions of deep discontent, ready to speak, yet Barnes preempted them. For Li's sake, I shall not hold this against you, but do not presume to take advantage. You should leave, I assure you, while I am here. You will not encounter any issues. Barnes' words were directed at Fang Xu, but they also served as a warning to the Shun father and son, indicating that while he was present, they were not to trouble Fang Xu. Although the Shun family did not understand the nature of the relationship between Li and Fang Xu, Barnes' statement made it clear that they were not to confront Fang Xu in his presence. Once he departed, they could pursue their grievances freely. As Fang Xu was about to speak, he was gently interrupted by the secretary, who had been guiding them, along with Sun Siki, who had emerged behind him. Having followed closely, she had overheard the exchange between Fang Xu and Barnes. To her surprise, Fang Xu, a man so enamored with wealth, was willing to part with something valued at $200,000 merely to secure funding for her shop's expansion. She felt a surge of gratitude, though she was also bemused by Fang Xu's hasty demeanor. Little did he realize that Sun Siki was far more concerned about the figure of Li mentioned by Barnes than about her treasure collection. Oh well, you foolish boy. I appreciate your intentions, Sun Siki thought, gently pulling Fang Xu's hand to halt his relentless pursuit. Upon hearing the words of Sun Siki, Fang Xu, unable to resist her insinuation, followed the secretary as they gradually exited the company. What's wrong? Has something occurred? Baikaching, upon seeing the two emerge, one visibly disgruntled and the other lost in thought, realized that the transaction had likely encountered significant issues. That scoundrel Shun Haoqing has been undermining us. That foreign devil didn't he even grant me the opportunity to explain? Fang Xu exclaimed in frustration. Ah, it's nothing. I'll have my father handle it for you. Baikaching attempted to console him. No way. Fang Xu retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice raised. Why not? Baikaching looked at him, bewildered. Sun Siki also regarded him with surprise. How could this miserly fellow, usually so reluctant to part with even a small sum, suddenly refuse a lucrative opportunity? It's simply not an option. Fang Xu shook his head vehemently. Baikaching, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor, inquired, what exactly transpired during your lengthy discussion? Sun Siki remained mostly silent, while Fang Xu recounted the details to Baikaching. He explained that Barnes intended to invest in their modest establishment and was reputed to be an international businessman. If they secured this funding, the potential for growth was immense. Yet, such a promising opportunity had been abruptly quashed by Shun Haoqing's words, extinguishing their hopes. Baikaching found herself hesitating. Accepting Fang Xu's small contributions was merely a matter of convenience. Even if her father were to decline, her annual expenses would be manageable, as she had amassed a considerable amount of personal savings over the years. However, expanding Sun Siki's small shop would undoubtedly require more capital than her accumulated funds could provide. The Bai family certainly would not consider investing in such a trivial antique shop. Caught in a dilemma, Baikaching pondered her options. Meanwhile, the Shun father and son had arrived at the elevator, with Shun Haoqing momentarily taken aback upon seeing Baikaching. However, he refrained from speaking, as his father was present, making it inappropriate to engage in casual conversation. It was ironic that despite being so close outside the company, separated only by a corner, they had failed to notice each other. As they all awaited the elevator, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with tension following the earlier discussions. Upon spotting Barnes, Baikaching seemed to recall something, gently nudging Fang Xu with her elbow and whispering, what was that person's name again? Banna, Fang Xu Diplik Guieli. Puzzled by her sudden inquiry. Mr. Barnes, Baikaching suddenly called out, her voice rising and capturing the attention of everyone present. Barnes turned towards them, unsure why this young Eastern beauty had suddenly called his name. Though standing with Fang Xu, out of courtesy, he inquired, do you know me? Baikaching, shedding her previous whimsical demeanor, straightened her posture and approached Barnes with an elegant gait, exuding the poise of a refined lady. Were she a man? Such an approach would have warranted immediate intervention from secretary. However, in this instance, it seemed as though everyone had momentarily forgotten the protocols, allowing Baikaching to stand before Barnes unimpeded. Shun Haoqing gazed at Baikaching, utterly captivated by her presence. It was not until she was merely 2 steps away that she gracefully halted, extending her hand and introducing herself. Good day, I am Baikaching, the daughter of Bai Zhanxiong. Shen Mufei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young lady accompanying Fang Xu was indeed the scion of the Bai family. Although the Shun family was considered affluent, they paled in comparison to the Bai family in terms of prestige. Nevertheless, she was evidently not there to seek him out, but rather to approach Barnes, which restrained Shen Mufei from initiating a greeting. Still, he dared not underestimate this heiress, and promptly extended his hand to clasp hers gently before releasing it. May I inquire how Miss Bai is acquainted with me? Barnes asked, curiosity evident in his tone. 3 years ago, at the GC summit, I had the privilege of meeting you, Baikaching replied with a soft smile. Oh, Barnes exclaimed, smacking his forehead as realization dawned upon him. I had not noticed how remarkably beautiful Miss Bai has grown in such a short span. Indeed, a woman transforms significantly with age. I appreciate your remembering me. Baikaching continued with her charming smile. May I ask what brings you to me today? Barnes inquired, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly enchanted by her demeanor. My friend appears to be embroiled in a misunderstanding with you, and I hope you might grant them an opportunity for clarification. Baikaching spoke with a warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Faced with a request from such a stunning lady, especially one from the prestigious Bai family, Barnes found it difficult to refuse, pondering the matter quietly. No. Suddenly, Shun Haoqing's voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. Shen Mufei looked at the young man in astonishment, perplexed by his audacity to interrupt at such a critical moment. Although he cast a disapproving glance at Shun Haoqing, he refrained from voicing his reprimand. Paralyzed by the unfolding situation, little did he know that Shun Haoqing feared the consequences of revealing the truth to his father, which could result in repercussions far beyond a mere scolding. Barnes observed the Shun father-son duo. Shen Mufei, the cunning old fox, refrained from speaking out against Shun Haoqing, silently underscoring the latter's sentiments as the family stance. Thus, Barnes found himself momentarily hesitating, rendered speechless. "Mr. Barnes, I implore you, in the name of the Bai family, grant them a chance," Bai Kaching declared resolutely, as if she had made a significant decision. At her words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even Fang Xu widened his eyes in astonishment, fully grasping the implications of her statement. This implied that the Bai family owed Barnes a favor, and should he ever require assistance in the future, the Bai family would be compelled to respond with unwavering support. Fang Xu took a few steps forward, but Bai Kaching seemed to anticipate his words, turning her head and gently shaking it. "Bai Kaching, what exactly is your relationship with Fang Xu that compels you to assist him in such a manner?" Shun Haoqing finally could no longer contain himself, his voice laced with deep anger. "Mr. Barnes, is this condition sufficient?" Bai Kaching disregarded Shun Haoqing entirely, addressing Barnes directly. At that moment, Shun Haoqing felt like a mere clown, yet how could he provoke the Bai family, which even his father feared? Naturally, his resentment shifted entirely onto Fang Xu. "Fang Xu, it is you. Not only have you brought shame upon yourself, but Bai Kaching is also tirelessly defending you. What merit do you possess to warrant such loyalty?" However, despite Shun Haoqing's menacing expression, Shen Mufei seemed to sense something, casting a glance at his son. Shen Haoqing lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, Shen Mufei realized that, while Shun Haoqing's claims might not be entirely false, he was certainly concealing certain truths. Under normal circumstances, such omissions would be inconsequential. Neither Barnes nor Shen Mufei would care about any grievances Fang Xu might have endured, as they were operating on different levels. Yet now, Bai Kaching's stance clearly indicated her intent to leverage her family's influence in support of Fang Xu. A singular Fang Xu was not daunting, but if he were truly to become adversarial with the Bai family, the implications would be severe. In an instant, Shen Mufei made a decisive resolution. At the very least, the 3-year contract with Barnes and his company had already been signed. For those 3 years, the company would surely endure, and they could seek new buyers thereafter. However, should they provoke the Bai family's ire, it would be a stroke of luck if the company could endure even a week. "Miss Bai, we can offer your friend an opportunity to discuss the matter regarding this pearl." Before Barnes could reach a conclusion amidst his dilemma, Shen Mufei had already spoken. Shun Haoqing bit down hard on his lower lip. Upon hearing his father's words, he understood his father's decision. Barnes was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Shen Mufei had so swiftly altered his stance, but he followed suit. "Since President Shun has agreed, then it can be arranged. I can provide him an opportunity for clarification." Barnes nodded, yet Fang Xu's expression revealed no joy. Instead, it was strikingly calm. He recounted the events of that day in detail, including the grievances with Shun Haoqing, even articulating clearly the incident involving Zhongli. "Is what he says true?" Shen Mufei inquired solemnly, gazing at his son. Shun Haoqing nodded hesitantly, completely at odds with his earlier self-satisfied demeanor. Smack! Shen Mufei's hand struck Shun Haoqing's face, and he dared not utter a sound, as if seeking to contain his anger. He followed up with several more slaps. "Mr. Fang, my son has concealed many facts from me, leading to my erroneous judgment. I sincerely apologize to you." Shen Mufei suddenly composed himself, bowing deeply to Fang Xu. Originally maintaining a calm demeanor, Fang Xu now found his heart quite unsettled. He could hardly fathom that Shen Mufei would directly apologize to him. However, he dared not overstep. After receiving such a deep bow, he subtly shifted a step forward, positioning himself not directly in front of Shen Mufei. Observing Fang Xu's actions, Shen Mufei silently admired the young man for his understanding, yet this was not the moment for such reflections. Instead, he raised his voice to chide Shun Haoqing. "Quickly apologize to Mr. Fang." Shun Haoqing, already brimming with suppressed anger, felt humiliated in front of so many, particularly before Bai Kaching, and could hardly endure the embarrassment inflicted by Fang Xu. Now, Shen Mufei demanded that he apologize to Fang Xu, an impossibility. Thus, he angrily pointed at Fang Xu and exclaimed, "For this insignificant brat, you want me to apologize after you struck me?" Slap! Another resounding strike landed as Shun Mufei's cold voice echoed, "Apologize." "I refuse." Slap. Blood trickled from the corner of Shun Haoqing's mouth. This was originally a matter of Shun Mufei's upbringing, yet the state of affairs had devolved to such a degree that both men were stubborn as mules. In Barnes' country, striking a child was illegal, and finally unable to bear the sight, he grasped Shun Mufei's hand, saying, "Enough, Mr. Shun, the quarrels of children are not so grave." While disputes among the youth were commonplace, this particular altercation had escalated beyond reason. Shun Mufei was incensed. This rascal had concealed important information, notably the presence of Bai Keqing, leading to such turmoil. As the elevator doors opened, Shun Haoqing slipped inside, and Barnes' secretary discreetly swiped his card, ensuring the elevator descended swiftly. Even if Shun Mufei wished to continue his reprimand, he could not pursue him now. However, Shun Haoqing had now truly regarded Fang Xu as an adversary. Previously, while he harbored some hostility, it had not been deeply rooted. He merely contemplated when to retaliate. Now, he bore a genuine grudge, constantly yearning for revenge. "I sincerely apologize for the missteps in my upbringing that led to this situation, which also affected your business dealings with Mr. Barnes." "Mr. Barnes, I extend my apologies to you as well," Shun Mufei stated, preparing to bow to Barnes once more. What had begun as a mere inconvenience now threatened to unravel the potential collaboration within the antique industry, with Barnes, tasked by Li, initiating discussions with Sun Siki. Shun Haoqing's interference had nearly jeopardized not only this partnership, but also fostered suspicions of animosity between the parties, transforming a trivial matter into a significant issue, which understandably infuriated Shun Mufei. Barnes gently lifted Shun Mufei, remarking nonchalantly, "There is no need for such repeated apologies. A mistake is a mistake. Mere words cannot rectify it. It is the genuine act of meaningful restitution that holds true importance." He turned to Fang Xu and Sun Siki, who were beside Bai Keqing, and said, "Miss Sun, I believe we can now proceed to sign the agreement. Within the next 5 years, our group intends to invest a total of $300 million into your antique shop to facilitate expansion and activities connecting with foreign antique dealers. However, I only require a 40% stake." Barnes's proposal left the others astounded, while Bai Keqing, the young lady, appeared unfazed, maintaining her serene demeanor as if it were a matter of course. After all, she had secured a favor from the Bai family, a favor that perhaps could not be compared to the several $100 million at stake. "Is this for real?" Sun Siki could hardly contain her excitement. With such substantial investment and the potential for collaboration with foreign merchants, her small antique shop could earn a fortune in the future. Initially, Barnes had proposed an injection of $100 million over 3 years, but he sought an 80% stake, with Sun Siki merely acting as his representative while he remained the true proprietor. Even after prolonged negotiations, Barnes only relented to relinquish 10%, adamantly demanding 70% ownership, leaving no room for discussion until Shun Haoqing intervened, causing the contract signing to halt. Now, however, he was offering $300 million for only a 40% stake, which meant Sun Siki would retain her status as the primary owner. This seemed almost surreal to her. The enormity of this opportunity left Sun Siki dazed, to the point where she barely registered her departure from the building and nearly collided with her car, sending a chill of panic through her. "Sun Jia, you're not in the right state of mind. Allow me drive," Bai Keqing offered. "Sun Jia, you seem possessed." Fang Xu chimed in. "You're the one possessed. You little brat," Sun Siki retorted, playfully tapping Fang Xu on the head. Nevertheless, she felt an immense gratitude towards Bai Keqing for today's events and was at a loss for how to express her thanks. Sun Siki understood the true cost of the favor implied by Bai Keqing's family name, yet she felt she had little to offer in return, as Bai Keqing wanted for nothing. She then glanced at Fang Xu. Had it not been for this brat, Bai Keqing might never have visited the shop, and none of this would have occurred. "What are you staring at?" Fang Xu asked, looking puzzled. "Sister Sun wants you to suggest how to express her gratitude." Bai Keqing, with her perceptive nature, sensed Sun Siki's thoughts and spoke up to ease the tension. Chapter 63. "Do you like him?" "As for me, aside from eating, I seem to have no other passions," Fang Xu said, shaking his head. "All you think about is food." Both women retorted in unison. The atmosphere in the car was already lighthearted, and Fang Xu's declaration of his culinary passion only served to elevate the mood further. One woman playfully poked Fang Xu's forehead, while the other smiled softly, adding to the jovial ambience. The collection of pearls that Fang Xu possessed was ultimately claimed by the Shun family, who generously offered an additional $50,000 on top of the $200,000 suggested by Barnes, purportedly as compensation for the grievances caused to Fang Xu. Naturally, Fang Xu accepted this without hesitation. "Let us dine at that seafood restaurant by the seaside," he mused, saliva trickling from his mouth. "What was it called again?" "There isn't a seafood restaurant here," Sun Siki interjected. "Ah yes, that's the name." Fang Xu chuckled. "I've always found that name particularly amusing." At that moment, Fang Xu's phone rang, and in high spirits, he grinned as he answered, "Officer Chun, what can I do for you?" The car gradually fell silent, and Bai Keqing softly turned down the music. However, Fang Xu remained quiet, listening intently to Officer Chun for what felt like an eternity. After 5 or 6 minutes, he finally responded, "I understand, Officer Chun. Thank you." He hung up, and Sun Siki noticed the transformation of Fang Xu's complexion from rosy to ashen, as if the phone call had shattered his mood. "What's wrong?" Sun Siki was the first to inquire. "All those individuals have recanted their statements." Fang Xu abruptly closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat, seemingly devoid of the desire to speak further. Upon returning to the shop, he remained sullen, meticulously polishing one treasure after another with a blank expression. Sun Siki, uncertain of the enmity between Fang Xu and the Ma family, turned to Bai Keqing for clarification. Bai Keqing disclosed all she knew regarding the matter. "Is it the Ma family involved in the entertainment and tourism industries?" Sun Siki asked. While the Ma family's influence extends beyond these two sectors, in H City, these industries are indeed the most recognized, prompting Sun Siki's inquiry. "Indeed," Bai Keqing nodded. "This could be troublesome. The Ma family seems to be quite a prominent clan. How does this fellow attract so many enemies?" Sun Siki remarked, though her demeanor was composed, leaving her intentions somewhat ambiguous. "Ahem, Sister Sun, are you indirectly referring to me?" Bai Keqing rolled her eyes playfully, feigning annoyance. Indeed, the troubles Fang Xu encountered were inextricably linked to the presence of Bai Keqing, epitomizing the notion of a femme fatale. However, such sentiments should not be openly articulated in her presence. Sun Siki found herself at a loss for words. After all, Bai Keqing had just rendered him a significant favor, and here she was, speaking ill of her before her very eyes. One inconsiderate act, she instinctively tapped her forehead and said, "Sister apologizes. I tend to speak my mind too bluntly." "Ah, I have never held anything against you, Sister Sun." Bai Keqing's expression darkened slightly as she replied, "I only blame myself for always bringing him trouble." Sun Siki took Bai Keqing's arm, earnestly asking, "Now, let me ask you, do you have feeling for that young man? Speak honestly to your sister." Avoiding direct eye contact with Sun Siki, Bai Keqing turned her head slightly, her gaze evasive, yet she neither confirmed nor denied her feelings. However, Sun Siki spoke earnestly. "I need to know if you truly have feelings for him. If you do, then do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply stand by him as he faces the storms of life. He does not require your assistance. All he needs is your presence. Yet, if your feelings are merely curiosity, it will be best for you to distance yourself. You are aware of the disparity in your statuses, and I would not want him to suffer disdain and injustice on your account, ultimately laying bare his heart for you." Sun Siki's words carried weight, yet they were undeniably sensible. Love or indifference? Bai Keqing found herself in a tumultuous struggle. She only knew that Fang Xu was unlike any other boy in her eyes. He was coarse and lacked gentlemanly manners, yet he was refreshingly genuine. He was timid and often retreated in the face of adversity. Yet it was he who risked his life to save her from peril. He was miserly, reluctant to part with even a small sum of his earnings despite having amassed a fortune. Yet he unhesitatingly offered a bag filled with precious pearls worth millions to Barnes. Bai Keqing's heart was a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Sun Siki spoke again. "If you remain uncertain, then observe him now. Do you wish to see him happy?" Thus, she gazed vacantly at the impassive Fang Xu, and for reasons unknown, his demeanor cast a shadow over her own spirits. "When he is unhappy, do you find joy?" Bai Keqing shook her head. "And when he is happy, do you feel happiness?" After a moment of reflection, Bai Keqing nodded. "That is what love is. Therefore, all you need to do is accompany him. Be by his side as he triumphs, standing together atop the clouds, and as he falters, descending into the abyss. Rather than reproaching yourself in hesitation." Sun Siki declared. "I like him, but does he like me?" Bai Keqing inquired. "He is just a blockhead." Sun Siki replied. "A girl cannot confess her feelings as a man would. Not to mention Bai Keqing's status, her nature would never allow her to utter such embarrassing words." However, Sun Siki's guidance illuminated Bai Keqing's understanding of Fang Xu's significance in her heart. The two girls continued their whispered conversation for quite some time before Sun Siki ascended the stairs. Bai Kaching, buoyant with anticipation, approached Fang Xu, glancing left and right. Yet Fang Xu remained aloof. Come on, don't be like that. Didn't I already prepare you for this? Since the Ma family is taking action, the Ma family must be in good standing. Bai Kaching tugged at Fang Xu's sleeve. At that moment, Fang Xu's phone rang again. Upon answering, he reverted to his usual cheerful self. Dad, what is up? Coughing could be heard from the other end of the line. Only Shufan remarked, laughing so loudly. Did you choke? Seeing his parents in such high spirits, Fang Xu, though aware of the Ma family's intentions, replied jovially, of course. Just look at whose son I am. You rascal. Fang Qingsong chuckled, chiding him playfully. Indeed, young people should immerse themselves in their careers, Fang Qingsong advised. Your boss has guided you down this path, allowing you to earn this wealth. Be mindful not to engage in actions that might upset others. Always consider their feelings first. Understood? I will continue with my endeavors. Fang Xu replied with a smile. Very well, you carry on. I shall take my leave. Fang Qingsong hastily ended the call, seemingly concerned about disrupting his son's work. With the phone in hand, Fang Xu's expression softened, no longer bearing the previous sullen demeanor. You see, it's important not to worry uncle and aunt. This matter must be approached gradually. The Ma family has committed numerous wrongdoings. They will inevitably face consequences. Your strength is not yet sufficient. Bai Kaching reassured him from the side. I know, patience is key. Fang Xu nodded, visibly uplifted by the conversation with his father. What delicacies await by the sea? Bai Kaching, having discerned his improved mood, promptly shifted the topic. Shrimp, oysters, sea, cucumbers. Fang Xu unwittingly began to ramble. Bai Kaching chuckled. It was undeniable that Fang Xu had quite the appetite. After a period of bustling activity, around 4 or 5 o'clock, they closed the shop, as driving to the seaside would require some time. Upon arriving at a seaside restaurant, Fang Xu felt at home, immediately ordering several dishes before the two girls had even settled in. The waiter struggled to keep up with Fang Xu's rapid-fire orders, especially since the menu had yet to be presented. Without even glancing at the waiter, Fang Xu gestured towards the two girls, saying, They are my guests. Let them order. I have already placed my orders. Sun Siki and Bai Kaching exchanged exasperated glances. You ordered all this and still claim we are the guests? This isn't even your treat. Sun Siki turned to Bai Kaching. See? I told you it was advantageous to bring this rascal along. He remembers every delightful dish he ever tried. Bai Kaching, familiar with Fang Xu's culinary prowess from prior outings, inquired, Sister Siki, what would you like to order? I have no idea. Anything delicious will suffice. Sun Siki shook her head. Bai Kaching continued, Fang Xu, please go ahead. We are at a loss for what to eat. At that moment, someone in the seafood restaurant quietly remarked to their companion, Fang Xu? Chapter 64. Creating a Justification. Do you know that kid? Hong Feng asked Song Qianxiu. Seated across from him, the two tables were somewhat distant, and the design of the space, coupled with the high-backed benches, meant that from Fang Xu's position, he could not see the two men unless he was paying close attention. However, from Hong Feng and Song Qianxiu's angle, a slight turn of the head provided a clear view of Fang Xu's table. Indeed, I mentioned to Hong Feng the events that transpired at the auction house involving Song Qianxiu. He replied, Oh. Hong Feng squinted his eyes and glanced at Fang Xu before speaking again. What skills could that kid possibly possess? Ah, he swindled you out of millions. And you've not considered revenge? That's rather uncharacteristic of you. Taking a small sip of his drink, Hong Feng spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Song Qianxiu. Feeling a chill run down his spine under Hong Feng's scrutiny, Song Qianxiu wondered if the matter had come to light. No, that's impossible. He doesn't know that kid. He must be trying to deceive me. Regarding the incident with the cripple, my initial intention was dependent on that young man, but it appears he has managed to evade the consequences through sheer luck. However, having already intervened, it would be unseemly to persist in targeting such a young individual. Song Qianxiu forced himself to remain composed. I thought perhaps you had changed your ways. However, it would be wise to refrain from such actions. As for the folks over at Biaosan, steer clear of anyone connected to you. Should it implicate me, none of you shall escape unscathed. Though Hong Feng's tone remained icy, it lacked the previous aggression, prompting Song Qianxiu to exhale discreetly. He respectfully replied, Understood, young Master Hong. In truth, Hong Feng had long been aware of Sun Siki's shop being suppressed by Hudefa, yet he refrained from initiating a conversation, waiting for Sun Siki to approach him for assistance, thus providing him with a pretext to draw nearer to her. Now, however, Fang Xu had alleviated Sun Siki's pressing dilemma, making it impossible for Hong Feng to overlook his interest. Hong Feng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and remarked, Can that lad truly discern whether an object is a counterfeit or an antique just by looking through the red cloth? Indeed, but I believe he is merely a jester. Perhaps just lucky, Song Qianqiu replied, wary of any association between Hong Feng and Fang Xu that might later complicate matters. In a gathering filled with astute individuals. Why does that young man dare to take such risks when others do not? Feng scoffed Davidi. Well, you want me to approach this young man? Just remember not to harm him. He currently has an ambiguous relationship with the Bai family, Hong Feng ordered. But I am not only unfamiliar with him. I have even incurred his enmity. What reason do I have to seek him out? Song Qianqiu sought to evade this task, aiming to dissuade Hong Feng from his intentions. He understood that Hong Feng harbored feelings for Sun Siki, and since she was difficult to approach, he intended to circumvent her by getting closer to Fang Xu gradually. No reason? I shall create one for you, Hong Feng declared, downing his remaining drink in one gulp. Song Qianqiu, overwhelmed, rushed to refill his glass. Hey Fang Xu, why do you behave as if you've returned from famine? Can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Bai Keqing finally could no longer hold her tongue. This fellow not only ate with a cacophony, but also, without pausing to chew, moved on to the next dish, rendering her utterly speechless. Woo woo woo. Fang Xu lifted his head and whimpered 3 times, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Keqing and rolling his eyes dramatically. Woo 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 woo. Bai Keqing, however, was perplexed by the meaning behind his words. With his mouth full of food, he struggled to articulate anything clearly and shot her an irritated glance. Naturally, Bai Keqing was infuriated, yet she refrained from confronting him directly, instead directing her frustration towards the lavish spread of seafood before her, envisioning it as Fang Xu and wishing to devour him whole. Sun Siki chuckled and inquired, would you like to know what he just said? Did you catch what he said, Sister Sun? Bai Keqing returned to her usual pace of savoring each bite, slowly swallowing her food before asking. He said that if Fang Xu could eat in a more refined manner, he wouldn't be called Fang Xu. Sun Siki replied with a smile, gently wiping her mouth. Fang Xu, meanwhile, placed a piece of seafood, whether shrimp or crab, into his bowl, gave Sun Siki a thumbs up, and continued his voracious eating. Bai Keqing shot him a disapproving look and asked, Sister Sun, are you not eating anymore? Not everyone can eat like him. Sun Siki laughed in response. However, Bai Keqing felt her cheeks flush, recalling how she had tried to keep pace with Fang Xu during their lunch. Usually, much like Sun Siki, she could barely manage a few bites before feeling full. Yet for some unknown reason, witnessing Fang Xu's insatiable appetite compelled her to eat more than usual. With this thought, she glared at Fang Xu, set down her chopsticks, and said, Sister Sun, I'm also full. How about we take a stroll by the seaside? All right. Sun Siki nodded in agreement. Once the 2 women departed, Fang Xu truly let loose and indulged in his meal. If Bai Keqing had been present, she would have understood the meaning of devouring food like a wolf. He tossed aside his chopsticks, donned gloves, and began shoveling food into his mouth with both hands, leaving the passing waitstaff momentarily stunned. If Fang Xu's previous dining experience resembled that of famished ghost, his current state was akin to a ravenous ancestor of said ghost. After about 10 minutes, he took a sip of his drink, let out a long sigh, and then a resounding belch echoed through the previously hushed restaurant, drawing numerous curious glances in his direction. Unfazed, he wiped his hands, cleaned his mouth, and strolled out while holding a toothpick. However, at the seaside, Bai Keqing was nowhere to be found. Only Sun Siki stood facing the ocean, the wind tousling her hair and revealing her exquisite features. Many passers-by stole glances her way. Yet none dared to approach this woman exuding a mature charm. Fang Xu ambled up to Sun Siki and stood beside her. She anticipated he might say something, but instead, he cupped his hands around his face, forming a makeshift megaphone, and shouted towards the sea. Sun Siki was taken aback as she watched him close his eyes and suddenly collapse onto the sandy beach, leading her to wonder if he had overindulged and fainted from his gluttony. As the sun began to set, Fang Xu, with a contented hand resting on his round belly, squinted at the dimming sky and inquired, Sister Sun, where is Bai Keqing? Has she eaten enough? Sun Siki, momentarily taken aback, joined Fang Xu at his side and asked, how is she? Not bad, Fang Xu replied. Here, this is for you. He extended a bank card towards Sun Siki, who instinctively accepted it. What is this? She inquired. Your share, as promised, 50-50, Fang Xu explained. Oh, then I won't be polite. Sun Siki's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, she placed the card in her bag. With a sigh, Fang Xu closed his eyes and fell silent. One lay back, hands behind his head, and the other sat upright, propping herself up with both hands. her gaze fixed on the distant azure sea, as a comfortable silence enveloped them. Who resided beyond the waters? After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Fang Xu abruptly sat up, brushing the sand from his clothes, and curiously regarded Sun Siki. So dull, he exclaimed with a huff, before reclining back onto the ground. Then let me ask you something interesting. Do you like that girl by Kaching? Sun Siki probed. Guess. Fang Xu retorted, seemingly in a playful pout, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position, lapsing into silence once more. Days later, as was his routine, Fang Xu arrived at the shop, only to find that Bai Kaching, who usually arrived before him, was absent. He called out to Sun Siki on the second floor. Why isn't she here today? She has something to attend to. Sun Siki replied, absent-mindedly applying something to the corners of her eyes. Oh, Fang Xu acknowledged, followed by an exaggerated exclamation, stretching lazily as he prepared to tidy up before opening the door. What's with the noise? You nearly made me ruin my makeup. Sun Siki admonished him without reservation. Just stretching, just stretching. Fang Xu, startled awake by her sharp tone, nodded and fawned. No worries, sister Sun. You look beautiful whether you wear makeup or not. Just then, a customer entered the store, prompting Fang Xu to say, Excuse me, dear customer, our little shop isn't open yet. Would you like to wait or return when we do? Sun Siki, noticing the customer, ceased her reprimand and resumed her makeup routine. The visitor waved a hand dismissively and said, It's no trouble. Is your boss around? My boss is currently unavailable. If you have something to discuss, you can tell me directly, Fang Xu replied amiably. Chapter 65. Is Fang Xu going on a blind date? All antique shop owners on Antique Street received an invitation. In 10 days, the Frost and Snow Building would host an appraisal conference, spearheaded by the Hong family, in collaboration with the Liu and Ning families. This conference promised not only the presence of top appraisal masters from the 3 families offering their services for free, but also a gathering of numerous domestic and international antique dealers engaging in trade. At the antique appraisal event, the highest-priced antique will allow its owner, an antique shop proprietor, to join the esteemed Hong family and enjoy a 5-year privilege of commission-free auctions at the Liu family auction house. The Ning family, more straightforward in their approach, presents an antique valued at half the auction price of the prized item. Additionally, the antiques appraised during the event incur no fees, and the item deemed the most valuable will receive a reward amounting to 10% of its estimated value. This news has stirred excitement within the Antique Street, with conversations buzzing everywhere. Boss Wong, have you received the invitation? Of course I have. Are you going? Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Such a grand opportunity, especially to interact with foreign antique dealers. Why miss it? Hey, Boss Dong, Old Wong, Old Li, let us go together. We don't need to compete for the highest auction price. We can showcase our less popular items and attract a few foreign buyers. That could lead to stable clientele. Sounds good. That's a clever plan. At this moment, Fang Xu inquired at the shop, Sister Sun, is this appraisal event organized by Hong Feng? Regardless of how affluent the Hong family is, I doubt they would invest so much for someone like me. Besides, judging by your expression, even if it is organized by Hong Feng, you're planning to go without me, aren't you? Sun Siki cast a knowing glance at Fang Xu. He touched his nose, acknowledging her insight without feeling embarrassed. His intention was merely to experience the event and, more importantly, to imbue his watch with some good fortune, as one can never have too much of such luck. Furthermore, with no news from the little squirrel, the appraisal event could be a gathering place for treasures. And perhaps that little creature would follow the scent and show up. Fine, go if you wish. Just carry on with your affairs, Sun Siki remarked. Fang Xu, delighted, resumed his enthusiastic introduction of the shop's items as a customer entered. Days later, Fang Qingsong was discharged from the hospital. Naturally, Fang Xu requested leave from Sun Siki to bring his father home. Fang Qingsong reached out and patted Fang Xu's head, exclaiming, Wow, you've grown so tall. Dad, what are you talking about? I haven't grown in years. Why bring this up now? Fang Xu chuckled. All right, tell me the truth. How much money do you have? Fang Qingsong asked. Fang Xu held up 2 fingers, prompting a frown from his father, which then relaxed as if recalling something. He murmured previously, You gave us quite a bit to acquire this shop. Around 200,000 should be about right. Dad, it's not 200,000. It's 2 million. Fang Xu leaned in closer to his father, whispering in excitement, aiming to surprise him. How much? Fang Qingsong exclaimed, raising his voice, drawing the attention of several passers-by. However, Fang Xu did not wish to provoke his father excessively. After a moment's contemplation, he merely extended 2 fingers, yet to his surprise, his father was still greatly alarmed, prompting Fang Xu's smirk to transform into a wry smile. Hey, what on earth are you doing? How did you suddenly acquire so much money? This leaves me quite unsettled. Fang Song said with a serious expression. Father, do you not know your own son? Fang Xu replied. I do not. Ever since you entered university, I have been utterly oblivious to your endeavors. Fang Song shook his head, exhibiting an uncharacteristic demeanor. The exchange between men is often so straightforward. Yet, it struck a chord in Fang Xu's tender heart. Indeed, since entering university, while he no longer burdened his family, earning his own living expenses, the days spent in school left him little time to spend with his father. It was no wonder his father expressed such sentiments. Father, you simply do not understand the world of antiques. Fang Xu began to elucidate the fortuitous nature of the antique trade. After a considerable time, Fang Song finally grasped the concept, nodding in understanding. Fang Xu breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to appease his father. However, Fang Song's next statement sent Fang Xu's mind reeling. My son has truly grown up. No wonder your mother has been so eager to arrange a marriage for you. What? Fang Xu's voice escalated by an octave, mirroring his father's earlier tone. Yet at this moment, it was Fang Song who appeared nonchalant, leisurely conveying his thoughts to Fang Xu. Ah, your mother is merely worried you might forget about such matters. You've been so busy day and night. Our material well-being depends on you, while your mother will ensure your emotional fulfillment. Li Shufan interjected, placing a bundle of greens into Fang Xu's hands. Go wash these vegetables. What on earth are you talking about? What does emotional and material well-being have to do with me? Are you worried I lack a girlfriend? There are countless girls pursuing me at school. Fang Xu boasted, taking advantage of his mother's ignorance regarding his situation at university. Enough boasting. Hurry and wash the vegetables. Li Shufan poussait Fang Xu and Li. With no choice, Fang Xu complied, his vegetable prepping skills remarkably adept. Before long, he returned to Li Shufan, resembling a middle-aged woman as he chattered. Mother, truly, there is no need for you to arrange a blind date for me. Li Shufan, Samingli exaspota, retrieved a piece of pork from the pantry and placed it into his hands, commanding, Go, wash this meat and cut it. We are making braised pork today. Fang Xu had no choice but to obey. However, while his hands were busy in the kitchen, his mouth continued to assert, Mother, what era are we in? We value freedom and love. Do you not understand? Why arrange a blind date? Mother knows everything, but freedom and love requires a partner, does it not? With your appearance, lacking affection from both grandmothers and uncles, how many female friends do you truly have? Since high school, I have known that few girls wish to associate with you. I understand you are too shy to admit it. Your homeroom teacher has even informed me to guide you towards being more outgoing. Li Shufan remarked while stirring the pot and adding seasonings. Before she could finish, Fang Xu interjected, Are you truly my mother? With such praise for your own son, how could there possibly be a lack of admirers for such a handsome boy? Li Shufan replied dismissively, while she busily plated the stir-fried dishes and brought them to the dining table. Teacher Wang, you wouldn't forget her so swiftly, would you? She glanced at Fang Xu, who was lost in thought as she continued her culinary endeavors. Wang Ping. Fang Xu's lips twitched at the memory from the last parent-teacher meeting, which was still vivid in his mind. Indeed, that's her, Li Shufan affirmed, before inquiring, Is the vegetable chopped? All done. Fang Xu swallowed hard, handing the greens to Li Shufan. And the meat is prepared, right? As she spoke, she expertly flicked the spatula, causing the flames to briefly engulf the pan before extinguishing. It's ready. Fang Xu wiped his hands, to which Li Shufan instructed, Boil the meat. Then you and your father can watch television together. Don't buzz around me like a fly, incessantly buzzing in my ears. Realizing his mother was not likely to relent, Fang Xu decided to seek his father's assistance instead. He dutifully set the meat to boil, washed his hands, and exited the kitchen. Fang Song was engrossed in a lively peking opera performance as Fang Xu plopped down beside him. Be gentle. Don't ruin the sofa. At your age, how can you behave like a child? Fang Song chided. It's fine. It won't break that easily. Fang Xu chuckled, then continued, Dad, why don't you have a word with Mom? Ask her to stop arranging blind dates for me. I truly have no time for that right now. You should speak to your mother about it. I cannot change her mind. Fang Song retorted, not only dismissing Fang Xu's plea, but also shooting him a disapproving glare. You, my boy, are entirely unaware of the importance of continuing the family line. Your mother and I are both eager to hold our grandchild soon. Defeated, Fang Xu felt a wave of existential despair wash over him, resigning himself to the inevitable. Yet, as he watched the opera, fatigue began to creep in, prompting him to strike up a conversation with Fang Song. Hey, Dad, why did Mom prepare so many dishes today? Is she trying to reward me for my hard work? A single pot of pork stew would suffice for a reward. Why the need for so many dishes? Fang Xu replied, nodding along to the rhythm of the opera, his head bobbing in time. I'm beginning to question whether these are truly my biological parents. Fan Su Sai Heavy Li, only to feel a sudden sting at the back of his head. Dad, why did you hit me? Chapter 66, Home Visit. It is you ungrateful child who deserves this. Fang Xu exclaimed, pointing his index finger, along with the middle finger, at Fang Xu, while the other hand rested on his abdomen, as if supporting an imaginary beard. Casting a sidelong glare at Fang Xu, feigning an angry expression. Dad, what is this all about? I was just joking. Fang Xu exclaimed, bewildered by Fang Xing's antics, reaching out to lower his father's accusatory hand. What do you intend to do? Fang Xing, however, placed his hand beside his leg, rose abruptly, and with a playful flick of an imaginary front apron, mimicked a style reminiscent of Peking opera, taking several measured steps before coming to a halt. He turned to Fang Xu and exclaimed, Mother, look at father. Fang Xu could only plead for help. The corners of his mouth twitched as he remarked, It resembles it, though your performance on television surpasses yours. A hearty laugh erupted from Fang Xing, yet he still adhered to Li Shufin's instructions and called Fang Xu to help move the table. Wow, the feast of chicken, duck, fish, and meat is nearly complete. Who might be visiting us to warrant such an array of dishes? Fang Xu gasped in surprise upon surveying the table. Your teacher Wang, Li Shufin announced as she brought a pot of an unknown soup to the table, addressing Fang Xu. What do you mean, your teacher Wang? She hardly visits. And you act as if you've ingested poison. Fang Xing inquired with curiosity. Is Fang Yeye in trouble again at school? This is splendid. It's not that I don't want to help you, but now the teacher has come to our doorstep. This was Fang Xu's immediate thought, helplessly aware of the girl's mischievous nature. No, how could that be? I'm quite pleased. Fang Xu replied, just as a knock echoed at the door. He added, I'll go answer it. Hello, teacher Wang. Upon opening the door, Fang Xu greeted the esteemed Wang Fang with a radiant smile. Hello, Wang Fang, seemingly not as troubled as Fang Xu had imagined, returned the smile and greeted him. Once Wang Ping entered, Fang Xu kept exchanging glances with Fang Yeye, eager to discern whether she had caused yet another incident that brought the teacher to their home. To his surprise, Fang Yeye appeared nonchalant, raising an eyebrow with a carefree expression, and even shot Fang Xu a teasing glance before bouncing into the house. What a curious child. Why is she so cheerful? Fang Xu pondered in bewilderment, yet he followed her inside. Thank you, Sister Li, for your efforts. Wang Ping adjusted her glasses and smiled, stating, I want to impose. I primarily came to discuss Fang Yeye's matters with you. Ah, the main event has arrived. Fang Xu wore an expression brimming with anticipation, his inner mischief reveling at the prospect of his sister's potential embarrassment. Why not discuss while we dine? Please have a seat. Fang Xing attentively pulled out a chair. Seeing such warm hospitality, Wang Ping graciously accepted the seat but promptly added, I have already dined, so there's truly no need for a meal today. Perhaps another time? Given Wang Ping's firm stance, Fang Xing and his wife could not insist upon her dining with them. So they instructed Fang Xu, why don't you pour a cup of tea for teacher Wang? Right away. Fang Xu sprang into action, preparing the tea with remarkable speed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Thank you. Here is Fang Yeye's monthly exam report. Please take a look. Wang Ping accepted the hot tea from Fang Xu with gratitude, but set it aside to retrieve the report from her bag. Fang Xu was about to observe the dramatic change in Fang Yeye's expression at that moment, only to find that the little imp wore a carefree smile. Turning to glance at her parents, he noticed their faces were filled with astonishment, entirely unlike the anger he had anticipated. A sense of confusion enveloped him. Why was the narrative unfolding this way? As he pondered, Wang Ping continued, This child, Fang Ye, though somewhat mischievous, possesses great potential when she dedicates herself to her studies. It is essential for us, as educators, and you, as her parents, to provide the right guidance. Fang Xu gaped in disbelief. How could this little sorceress be considered a promising student? Surely, he must have misheard. Indeed. Thank you, teacher Wang. Fang Xing nodded vigorously, grinning as he affectionately ruffled Fang Yeye's hair. The purpose of my visit today is twofold. First, to inform you that I have noticed Fang Yeye's efforts this month, which have culminated in commendable results. And second, to encourage you to maintain her enthusiasm for learning, so she may gain admission to a prestigious university in the future. As Wang Fang spoke, she began to rise. Teacher Wang, where are you going? Fang Xing inquired, noticing her sudden movement. Fang Xu was utterly astonished. He vowed he had never witnessed Wang Ping speak so amicably about a student, let alone one she clearly admired. Yet today, here she was genuinely praising this little enchantress. Li Shufan and Fang Xu, recognizing the conversation had reached its conclusion, naturally felt it inappropriate to prolong her stay. Thus they urged Fang Xu, "See off, Teacher Wang." "Of course, Teacher Wang. Allow me to accompany you." Fang Xu smiled as he addressed Wang Ping. This time, she did not decline, permitting him to escort her downstairs. "Fang Xu, you mentioned you work in an antique shop?" Wang Ping inquired. "Yes, I'm currently in my internship period and have a keen interest in these items. So I took up a position there," Fang Xu replied, scratching his head shyly. "Ah, it's quite challenging for today's university students to find employment." Wang Ping remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "If you are genuinely interested, I happen to know an elderly gentleman who could take you on as an apprentice once your internship concludes," she suddenly suggested, as if struck by a thought. "That would be wonderful. As I'm just starting out, I find many aspects bewildering. If the need arises, I shall certainly reach out to you." Fang Xu assented verbally, though inwardly he mused that he could discern the authenticity of watches without requiring an elderly mentor. Nonetheless, given Wang Ping's good intentions, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. "Fang Xu, I do not mean to belittle you, but your sister excels in her studies far beyond what you did at her age. You mustn't lead her astray, understand?" Wang Ping suddenly halted, addressing Fang Xu with utmost seriousness. Yet, she couldn't shake the nagging thought of how peculiar the day had been. Observing his bewilderment, Wang Ping couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You are no longer my student. There is no need for such formality. You shall forever be my teacher." Fang Xu's expression suddenly turned serious. Despite his fears, he could never question Wang Ping's earnest dedication to her students. "All right, Teacher Wang, please take care," Fang Xu said. "Come and eat. What a shame to let such a splendid feast go to waste." Li Shufan called out. "Xiao Su, shall we indulge in a couple of drinks?" Fang Xing chimed in. "You old rascal, can you not stir trouble? You've just been discharged from the hospital, and already you're thinking about drinking." Li Shufan shot Fang Xing a glare. Instantly silenced, Fang Xing gazed longingly at Fang Xu. "Xiao Ye, go fetch the wine." Fang Xu instilled, always order me around." Fang Ye huffed, yet complied with Fang Xu's request, heading to the living room. "Dad, Mom, did my sister do well on her exam this time?" Fang Xu inquired. "See for yourself. She certainly outshines you." Fang Xing handed over the report card, which Fang Xu accepted eagerly. As he glanced at it, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this for real?" "Of course it is. Didn't Teacher Wang say she sees all my efforts?" Fang Ye made a silly face and stuck out her tongue at Fang Xu. "I can't believe it. Your total score must be over 590. Fang Xu pointed at the report card, addressing Fang Ye. "I'm a genius." Fang Ye proudly shook her head, letting out a haughty huff. Chapter 67. An Unexpected Guest. "Your sister has finally taken her studies seriously, and here you are, doubting her abilities. Are you even a brother?" Li Shufan scolded, tapping Fang Xu's head with her chopsticks. "This is simply unbelievable. Who can suddenly improve so drastically?" Fang Xu remarked. "The results speak for themselves. Whether you believe it or not, it's a fact." Fang Xing asserted. "Little sister, tell brother how you suddenly became so remarkable." Fang Xu's question struck a chord. Fang Xing and his wife gazed at Fang Ye with curiosity. "Because of you," Fang Ye replied with a cheerful smile. "Me?" Fang Xu pointed to himself in astonishment. "Brother, do you remember that day in hospital when you chased away our annoying uncle and aunt?" Fang Ye said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Fang Xu. "From that moment, I told myself that I wanted to be like you, someone who could support our parents when they faced difficulties, rather than just standing by crying or arguing. I may not be able to earn money now, but in the future, I will work hard to earn a great deal, so our family will no longer be looked down upon. I want to be strong enough to help you when you encounter challenges. That is why I must study diligently." The little girl's words rang clear and resolute, filled with sincerity and aspiration. Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his lips together and affectionately ruffled Fang Ye's hair, saying, "Xiao Ye, you've grown up." Although he envisioned her as a carefree imp, he could see that her transformation was also a response to his own changes, inspiring her to strive for greatness. One must admit, this version of Fang Ye was truly vibrant, filling Fang Xu with immense pride. This is the power of a role model. "She's already 16, you know." Fang Ye pouted, prompting a grin from Fang Xing and his wife, who gazed upon their children with immense pride and satisfaction. "Dad, allow me to toast you." Fang Xu cheerfully filled Fang Xing's glass and raised it for a shared drink. Meanwhile, Li Shufan beamed at Fang Ye's antics, continually serving her more food. As for Fang Xu's manner of eating, it need not be elaborated upon. Any discerning observer would understand. Yet even he, on this day, could not outshine the accomplishments of his sister, as he was scolded several times by Li Shufan. Leave some for your sister. However, today, Li Shufan refrained from hurrying the two, opting instead to take a shower and then join Fang Yiye on the sofa to watch television. This was indeed a considerable indulgence, allowing the father and son to unwind thoroughly. It was unclear how much they had consumed, but Fang Xu's head was spinning, and Fang Qingsong was not much better off, swaying slightly while singing. Seated on horseback, I observed the certainty. Upon the city tower sits Zhuge Kongming. At this moment, Fang Xu found the performance less tedious, even tapping his hands on the table to accompany his father. This startled the mother and daughter duo in the living room, with Li Shufan exclaiming, "Old Li, what are you wailing about like a mournful spirit?" Yet the father and son seemed blissfully unaware, one keeping rhythm while the other continued to sing. "Come forth. Ascend the city tower. Sima, he my lute. Let you play the lute. Let you play the lute." Li Shufan pinched Fang Qingsong's ear, chiding him incessantly. But soon the heavy sounds of snoring filled the air. Well then, this father and son duo had both fallen asleep mid-performance. "Brother, wake up! Wake up! It's time for breakfast." Fang Xu, still in a daze, was roused by Fang Yiye's persistent shaking. He slowly emerged from his slumber, barely opening his eyes to say to Fang Ye, "Little sister, quickly pour me a glass of water. My throat feels like it's on fire." Before long, Fang Ye approached his bedside, exclaiming, "Here, the water." Fang Xu managed to fully open one eye, which sufficed for him to grasp the glass and prop himself up to drink. As the cool liquid went down, he rubbed his eyes and inquired, "What time is it?" "10 o'clock," replied Fang Ye. "Little sister, don't keep calling me. I'm not feeling well. You all go ahead and eat. I'll rest a bit longer." Burping softly, Fang Xu rubbed his stomach, feeling a lingering discomfort in his forehead, causing him to lie back down. He struggled to turn on his phone, intending to call Sun Siki to request a day off. Upon answering the call, Sun Siki immediately exclaimed, "Where have you been, you rascal? I've been swamped. Hurry over." Despite her irritation, she did not wish to drag Fang Xu from his dreams. Yet her frustration was palpable as she pondered whether to continue the conversation or hang up. Seeing Sun Siki in such a state, Bai Keqing was puzzled about what trouble Fang Xu had caused this time and asked, "Sister Sun, what's wrong? Just listen for yourself. It's driving me mad." Sun Siki, filled with indignation, handed the phone to Bai Keqing. Upon taking the call, Bai Keqing was greeted by the sound of snoring from Fang Xu, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. Nevertheless, she reassured Sister Sun, "Fang Xu usually doesn't behave like this. Let it slide this time. You always defend that rascal." Sister Sun teased. "Not at all," Bai Keqing replied, her head lowering in embarrassment. When Fang Xu finally awakened, it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. His mind began to clear as he yawned and sluggishly made his way to the bathroom. The house was empty. Fang Yiye and their parents had gone to the store to assist with work. Since she had completed her exams and enjoyed a 3-day break, she often disrupted his peace during the mornings. Fang Xu took his time brushing his teeth and washing his face, feeling considerably more alert. Gazing into the mirror, he stroked his chin, realizing it was time for a shave, and began to apply shaving cream with deliberation. Halfway through shaving, he inexplicably glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. To his surprise, it was already 2:40. No matter, he thought, "I've already requested a day off from Sister Sunday. Today is a day of rest." Just then, a nagging sense of unease struck him. Suddenly recalling that he had fallen asleep immediately after dialing a number, he widened his eyes in alarm. The tremor in his hand caused him to nick his chin, but he paid it no mind and dashed back to his room, dialing Sun Siki's number with haste. "Sister, please don't deduct my wages," Fang Xu exclaimed in despair. "Oomph, letting me hear your snoring? Quite bold of you," Sun Siki replied, her tone akin to a nasal drawl, each word punctuated with emphasis. Fang Xu swallowed hard, muttering, "I was wrong, truly wrong." As he spoke, he touched the small cut on his chin, wincing slightly. "You'd better come over here first." With a decisive click, Sun Siki hung up the phone. In that moment, Fang Xu was no longer languid. He swiftly finished shaving, dressed in a hurry, and stood before the mirror for a final glance. His mouth twitched slightly at the sight of the cut on his chin, and without further ado, he exited his home. "Sister, I've arrived," he shouted as he reached the entrance, prompting several customers browsing the store to cast him disdainful glances. Embarrassed, Fang Xu forced a sheepish smile, repeatedly apologizing. As he approached Sun Siki, he noticed an elderly man conversing with her. Fang Xu drew closer, catching Sun Siki instructing the elder, "Please wait a moment." She then turned to Fang Xu, and in a moment unnoticed by the others, she pinched his abdomen with considerable force, causing him to contort his face in pain. Unable to voice his discomfort, he bit his lip and widened his eyes in surprise. "What are you mumbling about?" Sun Siki shot a glance at Fang Xu before releasing her grip. "Come here and help me examine this item," she exclaimed. "This elderly gentleman is one of our appraisers. He can certainly provide an evaluation for your belongings." Upon reaching the elder, Sun Siki transformed her demeanor into one of warmth and amiability, kindly introducing him to the old man. Such a youth? The elderly man regarded Fang Xu momentarily, yet chose to remain silent, handing over the object in his possession. Upon receiving it, Fang Xu was startled as a sudden burst of white light surged into the watch, causing its hands to whirl uncontrollably. They only ceased their frantic motion once the hour hand pointed at 6 and the minute hand at 5. Fang Xu stood there astonished, staring blankly at the object in his hand. It was merely a lid of an unknown item, yet it had caused the watch to rotate so many times. Chapter 68. The conference commences. Fang Xu maintained his composure, gently caressing the teacup lid-like object and raising an eyebrow as he inquired of the elder, "Esteemed sir, from where did you acquire this item?" Upon hearing Fang Xu's question, Sun Siki understood that the object might possess significant value. At the treasure pavilion, it was customary to inquire about the provenance of items to avoid potential complications. However, such singular objects rarely warranted questions. If they did, it indicated a deeper story. Much like the wooden box Fang Xu had previously acquired without inquiry. The elder replied, "Is there a problem with this item? If so, I shall not sell it." "I shall not sell it." Fang Xu reassured him, "Esteemed sir, we must always inquire about the origins of items we accept. As long as they're not excessively problematic, we can certainly consider them." This statement carried a certain weight, and the elder perceived the underlying implications. He hesitated, biting his lip, and furrowed his brow, stating, "I wonder if there is a more secluded place where I might share its background with you. But if this transaction fails, I hope you will keep this matter to yourselves. My granddaughter relies on this item." Upon exchanging glances, Sun Siki promptly invited the elder upstairs to discuss the matter in detail. According to the elder, the object had once been a part of the ancestral offerings in the family shrine during the tumultuous decade. The origins had become obscured over time, as it was among a collection that included a censer and several plates and bowls. However, decades later, only this small ceramic lid remained. With his granddaughter gravely ill, the elder sought to unearth this item for some silver, yet was uncertain of its worth. Thus, he ventured to the antique street, hoping for a stroke of luck. Should this endeavor prove unsuccessful, he would have to consider alternative measures. His earlier apprehension stemmed from the fact that such items might have been confiscated or destroyed during that era. Now, he feared that a shopkeeper might exploit this situation, seizing the item without fair compensation, leaving him with no recourse. However, the elderly man, having crossed the threshold of 50 years and witnessed countless lives, believed that Sun Siki and Fang Xu were not of dubious character. Thus he decided to reveal the matter in its entirety. "Old sir, how much do you wish to sell this item for?" Fang Xu inquired. "You may name your price. After all, it is an antique, and I hope you would not take advantage of this old man." Seemingly having disclosed the origins of the item, the elder felt reluctant to set a price. "Well, this may be an ancient piece. Its provenance remains somewhat unclear to me at this juncture." The elder's heart fluttered, suspecting Fang Xu might be attempting to negotiate a lower price. However, he soon acknowledged that the item had an unsavory history, and if he were to incur a loss, so be it. At least Fang Xu was willing to discuss a price rather than resorting to coercion. "But could you tell me how much more you require for your granddaughter's treatment?" Fang Xu deftly shifted the conversation. A glimmer of hope illuminated the elder's eyes. Since Fang Xu posed such a question, he must have a kind heart. Thus, he replied, "My granddaughter still needs an additional 120,000. As he spoke, the elder's eyes began to glisten, though the tears remained stubbornly unspilled, leaving them dry and reddened. "I understand that this piece is merely a fragment and hardly worth such a sum. But my poor granddaughter," as he spoke, he rubbed his eyes, which only reddened further. "Please do not distress yourself." Fang Xu felt a pang of sympathy and interjected, "I will represent the shop and accept this item for 120,000. Please do not be so sorrowful." Sun Siki joined in to offer comfort, as the elder had no bank card. It was Sun Siki who retrieved the cash from the safe, handing over the 120,000 to him. The elder expressed his gratitude profusely, and the two of them repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary, escorting him out of the shop. Once the elder had departed, Bai Kaching approached, joining Sun Siki in casting a glance at Fang Xu, yet remained silent. "Why are you all staring at me?" "It was just a transaction," Fang Xu said, scratching his nose. While compassion was in the air, the treasure pavilion was not a charity. It was unreasonable to spend such a considerable sum on something of little worth. Sun Siki spoke up. "Is this truly a treasure? Regardless, it is still a mere fragment. I understand your good intentions, but it seems excessive to incur such a loss. Could you enlighten me on its actual value? Really? Is it possible that such a small item holds such worth?" Both Sun Siki and Bai Keqing gasped in astonishment simultaneously. "Indeed, it is true. Do you doubt my discernment?" Fang Xu replied, holding the item and examining it intently. "Give it here," Sun Siki exclaimed, snatching the item from Fang Xu's hands, cradling it carefully as if fearing he might damage it. Fang Xu sighed, massaging his forehead while observing the pragmatic demeanor of the shop's proprietress. At that moment, Bai Keqing spoke up. "Fang Xu, if this item is indeed so valuable, what about that old man?" As she spoke, a flicker of compassion crossed her face. As Sun Siki twirled while cradling her precious item, Fang Xu was left to explain to Bai Keqing. "Miss Bai, are you not from a prominent business family? How can you be so oblivious to these matters?" "What does this have to do with my family?" Bai Keqing responded, perplexed. "Are you unaware that merchants never engage in unprofitable ventures? Moreover, if that item falls into the hands of someone unscrupulous, that elderly gentleman might not only fail to receive any money, but could also be swindled out of his belongings." Fang Xu regarded Bai Keqing with an expression that implied she was naive. "What kind of look is that?" Bai Keqing gently pushed Fang Xu, continuing, "Surely no one would be that unscrupulous. That elderly gentleman seems so pitiable. Ah, one innocent girl." Fang Xu shook his head and turned to greet the customers entering the shop. With patrons arriving, Bai Keqing felt it was inappropriate to continue the conversation and busied herself with her tasks. A few days later, Frost and Snow Pavilion in H City hosted a grand event. The antique appraisal fair commenced. Luxury cars filled the parking lot, and even the entrance was lined with numerous vehicles. Well-dressed individuals descended from their cars, often accompanied by one or two aides carrying boxes whose contents were a mystery. Upon reaching the entrance, they presented their gilded invitation, which the security personnel scrutinized before passing through the metal detector, where additional staff meticulously scanned each person with a detection device before allowing entry. "Goodness, the security level is rather excessive, isn't it?" Fang Xu remarked to Sun Siki while extending his arms for inspection. "Enough of your complaints," Sun Siki replied, tucking her bag away. Yet, the process was far from over. Upon reaching the main entrance on the second floor, they encountered a small room where each antique was to be inspected before being allowed in. Fang Xu could not help but voice his frustration, stating, "We haven't even begun the appraisal, and already our treasures are being scrutinized. What's the point? Rest assured, sir, we are merely checking for any hazardous items with our instruments and will not open the boxes containing your belongings." A man in a suit explained to Fang Xu at the entrance. After what felt like an eternity, they finally entered the grand hall. Frost and Snow Pavilion had removed all the sofas and chairs used for tea, replacing them with uniform low tables approximately 30 to 40 centimeters high and 1.2 meters long. Behind these tables were blankets for seating. Conversations filled the air as attendees quietly discussed the treasures they brought or inquired about the appraisal masters present, maintaining a respectful atmosphere, far removed from the chaos of a marketplace. Fang Xu and Sun Siki were seated at one of the tables, alongside two other shop owners from the antique street. Although Sun Siki was not well acquainted with them, she managed to exchange greetings, preventing any awkward silences. Meanwhile, Fang Xu scanned the room with a sense of ennui until he spotted a familiar, detestable face, Hu Defa, who was being ushered into the hall. Do not inquire why Fang Xu stands out among the throng, for in his own words, one could detect the stench of his moral decay from afar. Hu Defa was initially engaged in casual greetings with acquaintances, yet, inexplicably, his gaze fell upon Fang Xu, who was scanning the surroundings as if deliberately seeking trouble. Thus, he greeted those seated at Fang Xu's adjacent table. At that moment, Sun Siki also noticed Hu Defa but chose to ignore him, turning her attention to converse with others across the table. However, unbeknownst to her, Hu Defa exchanged words with Fang Xu's table companions, leading to a surprising shift in seating. The individual beside Hu Defa was none other than Master Chung, who had been unearthed from the Jinbao Pavilion. Sun Siki's intention to disregard Hu Defa was thwarted by his persistent attempts to provoke her. With a grin, he addressed her, "Boss Sun, I see you have also graced this appraisal event. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face in such circumstances." Sun Siki felt compelled to refrain from any uncivil actions. She excused herself to her other companions before turning her attention to Hu Defa. The individuals seated in this row were predominantly owners from the antique street, all of whom were well acquainted with one another. The enmity between Hu Defa and Sun Siki was common knowledge among them. Chapter 69, The Bet. The person beside them clearly wished to avoid entanglement in their dispute, offering a polite nod before diverting his gaze elsewhere, albeit with furtive glances in their direction. After all, observing drama is a cherished tradition. In truth, Sun Siki's focus was not on Hu Defa, but rather on Master Chung. Initially, he appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet suddenly, as if recollecting something, his flushed visage gradually returned to a placid state, remaining silent. While Sun Siki held her tongue, Fang Xu could not contain himself. "Hey, old Chung, are you faring well over there? Are you getting enough to eat? Staying warm?" Master Chung averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of Fang Xu, as he busied himself with the various boxes before him, though he was undeniably a tad uneasy. After all, the wages at Lufeng Tower were commendably high. A discerning bird chooses its roost wisely. Furthermore, such meager pay hardly reflected Master Cheng's true worth, serving as a veiled jab at Sun Siki's inadequate salary. At that moment, Master Chung seemed to find a way out of the conversation, smiling slightly as he remarked, "You flatter me, Boss Hu." This exchange prompted Fang Xu to silently commend the audacity of such shamelessness, changing jobs while maintaining a facade of propriety. Before he could utter a retort, Sun Siki offered a subtle smile, turning to Fang Xu. "Fang Xu, speaking of which, I almost forgot. Here is the share transfer agreement for 20% of our store's equity, just to fix your signature." Upon hearing this, Hu Defa let out a scoff. "Ah, Boss Sun is indeed generous. To keep such a young lad, you are willing to relinquish equity." Master Chung felt a twinge of regret. Had he not switched jobs, he would have undoubtedly secured a share of those stocks, which would certainly surpass his current salary. Not to mention that his monthly salary would continue to be disbursed as usual. However, having already departed, there was no remedy for his remorse, and he could only acquiesce to Hu Defa's advances. He shook his head and remarked, TSK, it seems you have truly fallen on hard times." Although Fang Xu was somewhat taken aback, he deemed it inappropriate to discuss such matters in the presence of outsiders. He confidently signed his name, smirking as he declared, "Fortunately, some individuals have left. Otherwise, that 20% of the shares would have ended up in the hands of some despicable creature." "Who are you insulting?" Master Chung retorted, his temper flaring. His raised voice inevitably drew the attention of several onlookers, including a group of foreign patrons with golden hair and blue eyes, who frowned in their direction. The antique shop owners, however, displayed a range of reactions, some chuckling while others resumed their conversations, seemingly indifferent. They secretly hoped that Sun Siki and Hu Defa would escalate their altercation, as it would eliminate two competitors from the fray. Yet, a security personnel approached to remind them, "Sir, please refrain from raising your voice. The conference is about to commence. If this continues, we will have to ask you to leave." Fang Xu exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Siki, stifling their laughter at Master Cheng's predicament. After all, Master Cheng was affiliated with Hu Defa, and his chastisement reflected poorly on him. Yet he managed to smile at the security officer, responding, "We will be mindful, my apologies." Once the guard departed, Hu Defa suppressed his fury, simmering in silence as he awaited the start of the conference. Fang Xu, however, was no benign soul. The more he observed Hu Defa's demeanor, the more he felt compelled to stir the pot. In a hushed tone, he quipped, "Master Chung, why are you so agitated? You look as though you've bitten into something foul." Fang Xu lamented inwardly, wishing he could provoke Hu Defa into a fit of rage, which would undoubtedly sever any ties he had with the appraisal conference. Nevertheless, Hu Defa, a seasoned veteran in the business world, was well aware of Fang Xu's antics and chose to ignore his provocations, letting Fang Xu mutter on. Once Fang Xu began his tirade, there was no stopping him. Alas, how did our treasure pavilion end up with such a wretch, acting as an accomplice? Have you no shame, aligning yourself with thieves? Look at you, so composed and unflinching. This must not be your first rodeo. How did I not pin you against the wall back in the day, you ungrateful scoundrel? Master Cheng's face turned a deep shade of green, yet he was firmly restrained by Hu Defa. Though angered, he recognized the decorum required in such a setting and pretended not to hear Fang Xu's jabs. However, the incessant accusations of betrayal and ingratitude seemed disproportionate to merely switching jobs, as if he had committed a grave offense. Fang Xu, unrestrained by decorum, continued unabated, prompting even Sun Siki to intervene. Ahem. Sun Siki coughed twice, prompting Fang Xu to halt, though he could not resist a sneer. Indeed, a turtle lives long, yet never pokes its head out. Hu Defa's expression darkened. He prided himself on his status and refrained from engaging in a verbal spat with Fang Xu. After all, while he did not boast of any particular rank, he certainly did not wish to engage in the vulgarity exhibited by Fang Xu. Internally, he resolved that although this brat may have the upper hand in words for now, when the opportunity arose, he would ensure Fang Xu understood the depth of his folly. Sun Siki had to concede that despite Fang Xu's somewhat crude language, his peculiar tactics proved effective against someone like Hu Defa. His prior concessions had merely allowed Hu to undermine Master Cheng. Now, it was remarkable that Fang Xu's mere words rendered both men speechless. Filling her with a sense of satisfaction, Fang Xu took a sip of water, raising an eyebrow at Sun Siki as if to claim credit. While she could only cast him a resigned glance, it would be absurd to commend him for his insults. Before long, someone approached the microphone at the center and announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. I am Hong Yu, the leader of this appraisal conference. Thank you all for your support." Fang Xu exchanged glances with Sun Siki, both reflecting uncertainty in their eyes. Could it be that this matter was indeed unrelated to Hong Feng? Hong Yu continued, "Please welcome our other organizers, Mr. Bai Kefin and Miss Bai Kaching from the Bai Group." Fang Xu clapped while observing Bai Kaching, dressed in a flowing white gown, resembling a figure from a painting, and muttered, "So that's why she didn't come with us. She took the back door." Sun Siki pinched Fang Xu's thigh, causing him to grimace. "Why can't you ever speak well? What do you mean by back door?" She entered quite legitimately. The next two are Miss Lu Yuer from Jinyuzi and Miss Lu Qing'er from Yuzhen Auction House. For reasons unknown, Hong Yu introduced them not as members of the Lu family, but by their respective businesses. Nonetheless, the audience applauded, well aware of the Lu family's influence behind them. Subsequently, he introduced, and also Mr. Ning Xiaotian and Mr. Ning Haizong from the Ning Group. Fang Xu's expression turned to one of astonishment. "You know him?" Sun Siki inquired. "He's my buddy." Fang Xu chuckled. "You're just boasting. A penniless fellow like you, claiming to know the second young master of the Ning family. This is the first time I've encountered someone with such audacity." Hu Defa scoffed, surprised by Fang Xu's bravado. Who casually mentioned knowing the second young master of the Ning family. Previously, who had intended to mock Fang Xu regarding Miss Bai, but now, hearing this new claim, he could no longer contain himself. "Boss Wang, if I truly know him, what would you say? Are you willing to place a wager?" Fang Xu regarded Hu Defa with a knowing smile, whether intentionally or not, referring to him as Boss Wang. Hu Defa discerned Fang Xu's verbal slip, but chose not to correct him. He inquired, "What shall we wager?" Fang Xu then produced a freshly signed document from his pocket and addressed Hu Defa. Meanwhile, the stage was cluttered with a long list of sponsors being announced, leaving the audience in a drowsy haze. "Is that so?" A glint of excitement sparkled in Hu Defa's eyes, his eagerness palpable. "I accept the wager. Hold on. I haven't even shared my conditions yet. Why the rush? Are you so eager to part with your money?" Fan Su in does it. "What conditions do you have?" Hu Defa was singularly focused on the shares, his mind undistracted. "I also want 20% of your establishment shares," Fang Xu replied languidly. Upon hearing this, Hu Defa felt a jolt of surprise, sensing something amiss. Could it be that this young man truly knew Ning Haizong? This was undoubtedly suspicious. Yet, he could not voice his thoughts. Who doesn't know that your Jinbao pavilion is barely surviving? It's only a matter of time before it collapses. You think you can barter your 20% for our shares at Lufeng Building? Quite the audacious notion. Are you perhaps unable to play the game? Fang Xu sneered, casting a derisive glance at Hu Defa. This simple provocation would not ensnare the cunning Hu Defa. Sun Siki glanced at Fang Xu, bewildered by his antics. But Fang Xu offered her a reassuring look, prompting her to remain silent. Seeing that Hu Defa was resistant, Fang Xu's mind raced. "Hu boss, do you believe me when I say not only do I know Ning Haizong, but I also know Lu Yuer and Bai Kaching?" I know people too. But does anyone know you?" Hu Defa retorted with a scoff. "Ah, I truly do know them. Do you dare to wager?" Fang Xu said with a cheerful smile. At this moment, Hu Defa's interest was piqued, yet the stakes involving Lufeng Building struck a chord deep within him, rendering him indecisive. "Forget it, Boss Wang," he finally remarked. "I see your courage is only fit for petty wagers. How about this? If I lose, I shall stand at that microphone and shout 3 times that I'm a turtle bastard. If you lose, you'll do the same. Do you dare?" Fang Xu continued, still addressing Hu Defa as Boss Wang. Hu Defa, already provoked by Fang Xu's repeated taunts, found the wager trivial, realizing that should he refuse to acknowledge a loss, No one could bear witness to his dishonor. Thus, he boldly declared, I truly do not believe in this superstition. Let us gamble. You seem to fancy yourself a wealthy heir who knows everyone. Excellent. Fang Xu, promptly retrieving paper and pen to document the wager's terms as though it were a grand contract, solemnly signing his name before handing it to Hu Defa. What is this? Hu Defa questioned, eyeing the paper Fang Xu had offered. Since a gamble has already been made, what difference does signing a name make? Fang Xu shot him a glance and remarked. Hu Defa, upon reflection, also thought that since the bet was placed, a signature would not matter. However, he harbored a fear that Fang Xu might manipulate the terms of the wager. Thus, he meticulously scrutinized the document several times, even examining the order of the clauses, fearful of any overlooked details before finally affixing his signature. Fang Xu, elated by this, swiftly seized the document as if apprehensive that Hu Defa might retract his agreement. And only then did Hu Defa begin to sense something amiss, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Fang Xu extended his hand, passing the document to a nearby table, and the recipient, upon reading the ludicrous terms of the wager, could not help but chuckle, passing it along to the next table. Yet, the host was still reading aloud, and such an impulsive act would seem disrespectful to the Hong family. He could only remain seated, while secretly hoping that Fang Xu was merely feigning bravado to compel him to exit early and miss the appraisal convention. This line of thought provided a semblance of rationale. After all, how could this lad possibly know those affluent science? Surely he was employing tricks akin to those of Master Ji Cheng, designed to exclude them from the appraisal event. Nevertheless, no matter how many petty schemes one might devise, I shall remain steadfast, impervious to your tactics. As the document circulated, several business owners exchanged covert smiles, bemused by the absurdity of the wager between Hu Defa, a seasoned veteran, and Fang Xu, a mere youth. It was indeed surprising that such a gamble arose between two individuals of such disparate experience. Yet, the majority were merely there for entertainment, regardless of the outcome. A spectacle was assured. Truth be told, Fang Xu had not contemplated the matter deeply. He merely sought to embarrass his opponent. However, if Hu Defa had already deduced this, Fang Xu was more than willing to go along with it. Boss Wang, Fang Xu began, only to be interrupted by Hu Defa. I am not surnamed Wang. My name is Hu. Please refrain from calling me Boss Wang. This has become quite the comedy, hasn't it? I await the moment you take the microphone and call out 3 times. Hu Defa observed a peculiar expression on Fang Xu's face, further solidifying his suspicions. Who has made a fool of themselves? Fang Xu retorted, feigning embarrassment. Sun Siki looked on with concern, sensing that Fang Xu might indeed be vulnerable to Hu Defa's conjectures, even if he was merely employing minor tricks. The more Hu Defa witnessed Fang Xu's obstinate demeanor, the more he reveled in his perceived advantage. Should the antiques prove valuable enough to rank, a position could be secured. If subsequent treasures surpassed them, the original antiques would inevitably be replaced, relegated to a lower standing. The 4 appraisers hailed from the Ning, Bai Lu, and Hong families. However, when they were introduced, Fang Xu was engaged in a verbal spar with Hu Defa, paying little heed to the introductions. Aside from President Shun of the Lu family, with whom he had a fleeting acquaintance, Fang Xu did not recognize any of the others. The first to approach was Boss Lu from the Antique Street. It wasn't that he possessed more credentials than his peers. Rather, he was simply assigned to the first table, thus he went up first. Lu was accompanied by an assistant, who carried 3 boxes. Upon reaching the front, he opened them one by one, revealing a small snuff bottle, a square seal, and a painting. 4 experts took turns examining the items. Notably, the members of the Ning family did not actively select any pieces. Chairman Chun inspected the snuff bottle, while the representatives from the Lu and Hong families took the cylindrical object and the painting, respectively. At this point, Fang Xu began to form a preliminary impression. It appeared that the representative from the Hong family had a deeper understanding of ancient books and paintings, while Chairman Chun was more knowledgeable about porcelain and jade. The representative from the Lu family seemed to have an interest in rare curiosities, whereas the Ning family's appraiser was somewhat enigmatic. Ultimately, all 3 treasures were presented to the Ning family's appraiser for his final decision, which piqued Fang Xu's curiosity even further. Uncertain, Fang Xu turned to Sun Siki for clarification. Sister Sun, who is that appraiser from the Ning family? Why does it seem like he is the one in charge? Well, you may not excel in many areas, but your perception is quite sharp. Sun Siki praised him. She continued, that individual from the Ning family is one of the 50 most distinguished appraisers in modern China. To be alive and hold such a title, I reckon there are probably no more than 10 left. Fang Xu felt a chill run down his spine. Does that title bring misfortune? Is it true that whoever is marked by it faces doom? Sun Siki rolled her eyes at him and replied, what I mean is, this title is awarded only to those who have made outstanding contributions as appraisers. Since the founding of our nation, there have only been 50 such individuals. Goodness. ISNT, that even more impressive than the so-called China Antique Appraisal Association? Fang Xu exclaimed. Not necessarily. It's just that he has made immense contributions, Sun Siki clarified, shaking her head. His name is Xiang Haihua. Over a decade ago, during an auction abroad featuring 3 national treasures, our country dispatched a specialist with a directive to secure those treasures at all costs. Do you have any idea how much was ultimately spent? How would I know? I was just a child then. Fang Xu replied, rolling his eyes. Exactly. That is why I wanted you to guess. Sun Siki said playfully. 200 million? Fang Xu raised an eyebrow, asserting that if antiques were priced in the hundreds of millions, they must indeed hold substantial value. Oh, how limited your perspective is. I said national treasures, and you think it was only 200 million? Sun Siki sighed in exasperation, covering her forehead. Hey, you were the one who asked me to guess, and now you mock me for it. Fang Xu began, but reconsidered, deciding to hold his tongue to avoid potential repercussions. It was 2 billion. Sun Siki corrected him. 2 billion. How many oil-braised prawns can I consume? Fang Xu exclaimed, saliva trickling down his chin. All you think about is food. What else could possibly occupy your mind? Sun Siki shook her head, casting a disapproving glance at the unrefined Fang Xu, before dropping a bombshell. And it's $20 billion. Is that true? Fang Xu's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What a country bumpkin. At that moment, a cold snort from Hudefa indicated he had overheard Fang Xu and Sun Siki's exchange. Indeed. If you're not a country bumpkin, why don't you sell me something worth 1 or 2 billion to prove it? The last 3 words, Boss Wong, were emphasized by Fang Xu, hinting at a deeper significance. Hudefa glanced at Fang Xu but chose not to engage further, returning his focus to the presentation on stage. What does this Boss Wong you keep mentioning really mean? Sun Siki could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked. Chapter 71, A Lucky Find. Beside them, Hudefa perked up his ears, intrigued. Ever since the wager was established, Fang Xu had taken to addressing him as Boss Wong, and Hudefa doubted Fang Xu had genuinely forgotten his name. Fang Xu was about to respond when he caught Hudefa's sneaking glances at him. He decided to change his approach, clearing his throat as Hudefa leaned in closer, awaiting his words. The Buddha says do not speak, for there are dogs at the adjacent table. Fang Xu said with utmost seriousness to Sun Siki. She initially failed to comprehend, but soon stifled a laugh once the meaning dawned on her. Who are you insulting? Hudefa gritted his teeth, annoyed. Fang Xu ignored him and continued. So, what connection does this 20 billion have with Xiang Haihua? Wait, are they actually selling fakes? Fang Xu's eyes twitched as he questioned. What exactly is the auction house up to? I can't shake this feeling that our line of work is perilous. He shrank back slightly. Who knows what truly transpires behind the scenes? Regardless, whatever dangers exist, they have nothing to do with you, little brat, Sun Siki retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Logically speaking, many must want to invite him. Why did he settle in the Ning family? Fang Xu inquired. I feel the Ning family isn't as renowned as the Hong family. How would I know? You should ask him. Sun Siki replied, her gaze fixed on the silent figure on stage. This is a Song Dynasty royal seal. All 4 of us agree it's an authentic piece. Announced an elderly appraiser from the Liu family, his white hair contrasting with his animated storytelling, causing Fang Xu to feel dizzy from the historical references. Why don't you just state a price? You're droning on about kings and seals. Isn't it exhausting? He mused, stifling a yawn. This fellow not only appeared drowsy but rested his chin on his palm, his arm propped up on the table, and before he knew it, he had actually fallen asleep. While everyone else was captivated by the expert's discourse, he slumbered soundly, oblivious to the murmurs and the amplified voices of the appraisers. Hey, wake up. It's our turn. Sun Siki nudged Fang Xu, her attention thoroughly engaged. After all, in this line of work, one must be attentive. The renowned appraiser, through casual remarks, often shares invaluable insights that warrant meticulous study. Yet, there was Fang Xu, blissfully asleep, utterly unconcerned. Don't mess around. Fang Xu swatted away the hand that Sun Siki was using to prod his thigh. You lazy bum. Sun Siki pinched his thigh with considerable force. Ouch. Fang Xu sprang to his feet with a startled yelp. This outburst startled Hudefa and Master Chung, who had just approached with their treasures, nearly causing them to drop what they held. Naturally, all eyes turned to Fang Xu, who, feeling the weight of their gaze, flushed and stammered, "I'm sorry." Sorry. Just as a security guard was about to intervene and remove the disruptive figure, he seemed to heed something that Lu Yuer had whispered, and he halted his advance. Fang Xu smiled at Lu Yuer, reluctantly settling back into his seat, while the attention shifted back to the appraisal table. Bai Keqing, witnessing Fang Xu smile directed at Lu Yuer, could not help but stomp her foot in frustration, leaving Bai Keqing bewildered, unsure of his sister's sudden temper. Ning Haizong also spotted Fang Xu, his eyes lighting up in surprise at seeing him here. He thought to greet him later, but then glanced at Lu Yuer, puzzled about how she knew Fang Xu, who Defa, meanwhile, was seething with rage, his expression akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Casting a furious glance at Fang Xu but choosing not to react, instead urging Master Cheng to open the box. Fang Xu, undeterred by Hu Defa's ire or thought, "Stare all you want." However, the item that Hu Defa retrieved elicited a chuckle from Fang Xu, for it was the very statue of the free Buddha that he had discovered. Master Cheng, feeling a wave of unease wash over him, found himself perplexed by the free Buddha, yet he spoke with unwavering conviction in front of Hu Defa. He had gone to great lengths to prevent Hu Defa from bringing this item, having previously promised not to include it in the appraisal. But now, as the box opened to reveal the statue, Cheng felt a jolt of anxiety. Nonetheless, since the item was already presented, he could not afford to contradict himself, and instead hoped that the other experts would be equally uncertain. If they hesitated, he would have an excuse to distance himself from the situation. However, the moment the free Buddha was unveiled, a sly smile crept on Xiang Haihua's face as he scrutinized Hu Defa for an extended period. Furthermore, Xiang Haihua, who had refrained from examining antiques until now, took the free Buddha into his hands, inspecting it closely. The appearance of the free Buddha at the appraisal table not only captivated Xiang Haihua, but also drew the gaze of several others, including Fang Xu, Lu Yuer, and the Ning brothers. Ning Haizong and Ning Xiao Tian exchanged a meaningful glance before directing their gaze towards Hu Defa, their eyes laden with significance. Fang Xu had initially anticipated watching Hu Defa embarrass himself. However, much to his astonishment, the esteemed masters concluded that the statue of the free Buddha was indeed an authentic piece, valued at over 600,000. In that moment, Fang Xu felt as though his worldview was crumbling. If Hu Defa's possession was genuine, then why did his own free Buddha radiate an aura of treasure while Hu Defa's did not? Could it be that the watch had malfunctioned? At present, Fang Xu would never consider the possibility of implicating Xiang Haihua, yet he also refrained from making any rash decisions that might incite a scene. Even if Lu Yuer's piece were a forgery, it mattered little, for he had not been able to locate the Junzi Xiao. Thus, it could be deemed a gift from Lu Yuer. Moreover, should Lu Yuer's offering prove authentic, would revealing on the spot not embarrass the four masters? Consequently, Fang Xu felt compelled to suppress his doubts, opting instead to investigate further at a later time, which seemed the wisest course of action. "I don't know." Fang Xu shook his head, prompting Sun Siqi to cease her inquiries. "Ha. Over 600,000, that suffices a fair deal." Ungria the Fa, upon hearing the master's appraisal, could not help but chuckle. Master Cheng, witnessing this, also exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised that the four masters' conclusion aligned with his own. "Is there a story behind this?" someone inquired. In truth, the artifacts presented at such appraisal events need not be of exorbitant value. Pieces like Hu Defa's, acquired at a low price, yet capable of commanding a high resale value, are not uncommon. After all, the antique market is not solely governed by the highest values. Rather, it is the more affordable items that sustain the entire antiquities market. An artifact valued at 10 billion requires a willing buyer, although many can afford such a price. How many possess genuine interest in these relics? Conversely, more reasonably priced items can circulate freely in the market, gradually inflating in value. Hu Defa's display of his bargain hunting prowess could be considered a unique approach. He had no intention of vying for the highest price. Rather, he aimed to demonstrate to foreign antique dealers that astute individuals could discover valuable artifacts within their stores, available for purchase at lower prices. "I must express my gratitude to my good friend, Boss Sun, and his staff for graciously allowing me to seize this opportunity." The crowd followed Hu Defa's gesture, and both Fang Xu and Sun Siqi felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Hu Defa continued, "I invested 17,000 in this piece. Do you think I overpaid?" Fang Xu. The audience was puzzled by Hu Defa's mention of such a minor staff member, while Fang Xu remained silent. Yet he mused, "Had it not been for my fear of being ousted, my temper would have compelled me to confront you directly." Chapter 72. A resounding defeat for Hu Defa. Fang Xu, uninterested in provoking Hu Defa, was taken aback when Hu Defa, emboldened like a petty villain, began to boast. One could only wonder how much that worthless scrap could possibly be appraised for. We shall see. Fang Xu scoffed, choosing silence. Yet he remained confident in the ceramic lid he had acquired from the elderly gentleman. Hu Defa, mistakenly believing Fang Xu was disheartened, smirked with a sense of triumph. At the appraisal conference, fortunes varied. Some individuals squandered $1 million on forgeries, while others stumbled upon treasures worth hundreds of thousands for mere thousands. However, none of this concerned Fang Xu. Sun Siki, noticing Fang Xu's drowsiness, seized his ear with a firm grip. Ouch! Fang Xu was taken aback by his sister's sudden action. Yet he managed to suppress his voice due to the formal nature of the gathering. Fang Xu, now alert, focused intently on the ceramic lid upon the appraisal table. To his surprise, it was indeed a mere piece of scrap metal. Hu Defa, spotting Fang Xu's artifact, a dark and unremarkable lid, could no longer contain his ridicule. The treasure pavilion truly lacked taste. How dare they present such an item for appraisal? Master Chung cast a dismissive glance at Fang Xu. Fang Xu shrugged in silence, convinced that his ceramic lid was worth far more than Hu Defa's trinket. Several masters scrutinized the lid, seemingly unable to discern anything of significance. They whispered among themselves, deliberating its authenticity. This appears to be a forgery, remarked a certifier from the Hong family, his tone laced with a hint of certainty. Hu Defa, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. Fang Xu, you must not have spent much on that lid. There's no need to be disheartened. While Hu Defa feigned consolation, he was, in fact, mocking Fang Xu, for it was evident to all that a conflict existed between them. Whether the lid was a forgery remained uncertain. Fang Xu cast a reassuring glance at Sun Siki, confident in the authenticity of his piece. Undeterred, Hu Defa sneered, patiently awaiting Fang Xu's embarrassment. The remaining 3 appraisers deemed it a forgery, save for Xiang Haihua, who had been silent, fixated on the ceramic lid, lost in thought. This ceramic lid is genuine, Xiang Haihua suddenly declared, breaking his silence. Hu Defa, who had intended to mock Fang Xu further, found himself unnerved by Xiang Haihua's words, sensing an ominous shift. Not only was the lid authentic, but its value was immeasurable. Sun Siki, initially tense, felt a ripple of excitement at Xiang Haihua's assertion. If such a statement had come from another appraiser, it might have been worth a few $100,000. Yet, coming from Xiang Haihua, it was unfathomable. Hu Defa, hearing Xiang Haihua's declaration, appeared anxious as the tide of certainty had shifted unexpectedly. Xiang Haihua cast a glance at the audience and remarked, "This ceramic piece, seemingly a counterfeit, actually belongs to the early Eastern Han dynasty." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. The ceramic indeed emerged during the early Eastern Han period, and, if genuine, its value would be incalculable. Fang Xu, with a smile playing on his lips, turned his gaze toward Hu Defa and slowly spoke. "Hu Defa, do you still dare to claim this ceramic lid is mere scrap metal?" Fang Xu, Hu Defa, pointing at Fang Xu, wore an ashen expression, his anger palpable. If this ceramic lid genuinely originated from the early Eastern Han, then his own possessions would indeed seem like worthless junk. "Boss Hu, have you perhaps consumed something you ought not to have? Your words seem rather disjointed," Fang Xu said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. On stage, the 4 appraisers were deep in discussion, and soon they reached a conclusion. Holding the ceramic lid, Xiang Haihua stood up and addressed the audience. "This ceramic lid indeed dates back to the early Eastern Han dynasty. Regrettably, it is merely a lid, valued at 10 million. Fang Xu, did you hear that? 10 million. "Yes, I heard," Fang Xu replied. You just wait, Fang Xu." Hu Defa seethed, his face a stormy shade of anger. Were it not for the decorum of the appraisal conference, he might have confronted Fang Xu directly. "I shall wait, Boss Hu," Fang Xu chuckled, unfazed by Hu Defa's words, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere jester. The appraisal conference continued, though it seemed unlikely that another artifact of such worth would emerge. Time slipped by, and Fang Xu, feeling a sudden ache in his thigh, cast a resentful glance at Sun Siki, pondering how difficult it was to find a moment to rest. "Fang Xu, the appraisal conference has concluded." "Huh? Concluded?" Fang Xu, momentarily bewildered, noticed others beginning to exit and gradually grasped the situation. At that moment, he spotted Hu Defa preparing to leave and called out, "Boss Hu, it seems you have forgotten something." Originally, Hu Defa and Master Chung intended to depart, but upon hearing Fang Xu's words, they halted. What more could Fang Xu have to say? Who if I did it? Boss Hu, you truly are a forgetful person. Have you forgotten our wager? Upon hearing this, Hu Defa recalled the bet he had made with Fang Xu. Fang Xu, I admit you possess an element of luck when it comes to antiques, but do you genuinely believe you are acquainted with the second young master of the Ning family? Hu Defa scoffed derisively, unable to fathom how the second young master of the Ning family could possibly know someone like Fang Xu, whom he deemed a simpleton. As Hu Defa contemplated soon acquiring a 20% stake in the Jinbao Pavilion, he felt a stirring in his heart. Boss Hu, such words cannot be taken lightly. After all, some people only weep when faced with a coffin, Fang Xu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Feeling tempted by the prospect of a 20% stake in the Jinbao Pavilion, Hu Defa, too, found himself intrigued. At that moment, Sun Siki glanced at Fang Xu but chose not to elaborate, knowing full well that Fang Xu was not one to boast. Fang Xu, why not raise the stakes? Fang Xu, upon hearing Hu Defa's words, replied with a hint of amusement. I wonder what Boss Hu has in mind for this grand wager. Hu Defa was essentially offering himself as a benefactor to Fang Xu, a proposition he could hardly refuse. How about we add an additional 30% of the shares to our bet? Fang Xu furrowed his brow slightly at Hu Defa's suggestion. Currently, he possessed only 20% of the shares, and any additional stake would necessitate the consent of Sun Siki. What is the matter, Fang Xu? Are you afraid? Hu Defa chuckled, sensing that Fang Xu lacked the requisite shares. Sister Sun, it's evident that Fang Xu has nothing to offer. There is no way Sun Siki would allocate him an additional 30%. At that moment, Master Chung, who had been following Hu Defa, interjected with a hint of derision. Fang Xu, I'm offering you 30% of the shares. Suddenly, Sun Siki, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. Fang Xu glanced at her, choosing not to respond, but merely nodding slightly. To his surprise, Sun, the owner, was indeed willing to trust this inexperienced fellow. It appeared that the shares of the Treasure Pavilion were as good as his. Hu Defa, somewhat taken aback, looked at Sun Siki in disbelief, not expecting her to actually grant Fang Xu an additional 30%. However, this turn of events was fortuitous for him, as he would inadvertently acquire a 30% stake without effort. Master Chung felt a pang of envy upon witnessing Sun Siki bestow 50% of the shares to Fang Xu, lamenting that had he not departed from the Treasure Pavilion earlier, he would have secured a portion of that 50%. Boss Hu, are you not afraid of your own bravado? You speak so grandly, Hu Defa scoffed, unable to fathom that someone like Fang Xu could know the second young master of the Ning family. Just then, attendees of the appraisal conference began to exit, coincidentally encountering the second young master of the Ning family. As he approached Fang Xu, Hu Defa felt a flutter of anxiety, clinging to the faint hope that the young master would merely pass by. Fang Xu, I didn't see you earlier. I didn't expect to find you here, the second young master of the Ning family remarked. At that moment, Hu Defa's last shred of hope crumbled. How could you possibly know the second young master of the Ning family? You are nothing but a country bumpkin. Hu Defa shouted at Fang Xu in a fit of agitation. The onlookers, notable figures in their own right, regarded Hu Defa's loss of composure with disdain. While he had derided others as bumpkins, he now resembled one himself. Where did this bumpkin come from? Someone murmured. It's nothing. Boss Hu was merely a bit startled. Fang Xu observed with a smirk, watching Hu Defa flounder like a frightened rabbit. Boss Hu, I shall gladly accept the 50% stake you mentioned, Fang Xu declared, fixing his gaze on Hu Defa, whose face turned a deep shade of anger, leaving him speechless. Chapter 73, General Manager. How could Hu Defa willingly relinquish 50% of the shares? Such a statement, if made public, would not only invite ridicule, but also jeopardize his standing in the antiquities industry henceforth. As for Hu Defa, Fang Xu was resolutely unyielding, under the watchful eyes of many. Hu Defa's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. If Fang Xu were to describe the loathsome visage of this corpulent man at that moment, it would be akin to the foul, filthy water of a drain, repugnant and grimy. Hu Defa yearned for someone to step in and mediate for him, desperately trying to extricate himself from the situation, forcing a stiff smile that reeked of embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Fang Xu pressed on, Boss Hu, I've already called you that. As fellow businessmen, we must uphold our promises. An agreement made is as firm as a nail. I have no desire for idle chatter. When shall we finalize the equity transfer? Please provide a definitive answer. It dawned on Hu Defa only then that Fang Xu's previous incessant references to Boss Wang had been a veiled insult directed at him. Realizing this, Hu Defa's already haggard face marred with excess flesh, fell further into a scowl as he bitterly retorted, "Personal matters should be discussed privately." Fang Xu chuckled, "Discussed privately? What if you later refuse to honor your word? Who shall I turn to for recourse then?" With a tilt of his head, the crowd's gaze converged upon him, and he embellished his words. "Ah, boss who conducts his business with remarkable ease and an admirable openness. Yet I fear the concept of integrity may forever elude him." Hudefa, nearly beside himself, could hardly contain his rage. Suddenly, he shot up, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Xu, declaring, "Do not gossip about me here. The matter of shares cannot be resolved by my word alone. It requires careful consideration. Just wait." Fang Xu showed no inclination to relent, seizing the opportunity to press further. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Sun Siki abruptly seized Fang Xu's hand and whispered, "You little rascal, perhaps it would be wise to temper your enthusiasm for now. Otherwise, the situation may escalate beyond control." Fang Xu was taken aback. What had caused Sister Sun to adopt such a different demeanor? Turning back, Sun Siki continued, "Trust me, this is enough for today. Hudefa is not to be trifled with. He may react desperately in a fit of anger." Fang Xu glanced at Hudefa, whose face remained a sullen shade of iron. With a light-hearted chuckle, he feigned a sigh. "Boss Hu, it is said that enemies are often drawn together. The affairs of the world are ever unpredictable, are they not? Since my esteemed boss lady has chosen to extend you this courtesy, should you not reciprocate with some sincerity to earn our trust?" Hudefa, oblivious to the murmurs shared between Sun Siki and Fang Xu, could only surmise that it was something unfavorable towards him. The recent wager had been witnessed by all, leaving him with little room for rebuttal. He took a deep breath, grunted, "Zhenbao Pavilion, can you, Sun Siki, and you, Fang Xu, truly handle the weight of my significant assets?" With Hudefa falling silent, whispers could be faintly heard around them, fueling his indignation further. Master Chung, not daring to linger, followed Hudefa with a blank expression, his hurried steps seemingly outpacing even his irate master, though he never surpassed him. There was an unmistakable hint of retreat in his demeanor, which elicited a mocking smile from Fang Xu. After a hearty laugh, he promptly exclaimed, "I await your news." Observing Hudefa, robust and imposing, feigning the demeanor of a grand tycoon, Fang Xu could not help but boastfully assure Sun Siki, "Sister Sun, rest assured, Hudefa will not stir any significant waves." Sun Siki remained silent, her gaze drifting away from Fang Xu as if lost in contemplation, only offering a slight nod in response. The conference concluded with Fang Xu basking in glory, approaching a satisfactory end. Yet, scarcely had he settled down when an unforeseen call disrupted his repose. Glancing at the time, he realized it was merely the lunch hour. The caller ID displayed 3 bold characters, seemingly clawing at his attention. "Sister Sun, I was just about to indulge in a nap. What brings you to seek me?" You know Hong Feng, right?" Sun Siki's tone was unusually sluggish, deviating from her usual demeanor. Fang Xu, alert to her change, promptly inquired, "I do know him, but why the sudden mention of him? He seems to harbor some intentions towards me. He has requested to dine together and insists that I must agree." Fang Xu responded knowingly, "I am aware of that. Who wouldn't be smitten by our esteemed lady's son? If it weren't for my unremarkable self, I might have pursued you relentlessly as well." He chuckled heartily, oblivious to the frivolity of his own flattery. However, on the other end of the line, Sun Siki appeared visibly agitated. "Spare me your flippant remarks. I have declined his invitations several times, but today he claims to have pressing matters to discuss. Yet, I genuinely do not wish to engage with him." A moment of silence enveloped them. "But this time is different. Hong Feng explicitly requested your presence. I can't fathom why. Did you perhaps have some prior connection? It seems unfounded." Fang Xu pondered aloud, offering a half-hearted chuckle. Perhaps it is merely a business proposition? He certainly had his suspicions, recalling that day when he stood alongside Bai Keqing, a sight witnessed by Hong Feng. Bai Keqing's affluent background was indisputable, and her acquaintance with Hong Feng could very well be the crux of this matter. Following this line of thought, nothing appeared overly peculiar. Perhaps Hong Feng sought to enlist Fang Xu as an intermediary, leveraging the Bai family's influence to achieve his ends? In a fleeting moment, Fang Xu grasped the essence of the situation, yet Sun Siki, unaware of the intricacies, soon sought his counsel. Her proposition was straightforward. Should Fang Xu acquiesce, she would proceed. Conversely, if he held no inclination, she would simply decline, maintaining the status quo. Let us at least consider it. In business, one must be pragmatic. If Hong Feng's intentions prove unsatisfactory, I can always concoct an excuse to depart abruptly. With no other option, Sun Siki acquiesced to Fang Xu's perspective. Shortly thereafter, she arrived in her petite mini to collect him. Fang Xu, stifling yawns, splashed cold water on his face. During the ride, their conversation was minimal, with Fang Xu occasionally jesting about the romantic pursuit between Sun Siki and Hong Feng. Sun Siki, however, displayed little enthusiasm, merely stating that if Hong Feng attempted to suggest future outings under false pretenses, she would not hesitate to leave in a huff. Fang Xu was well aware of Sun Siki's temperament and chose not to elaborate further. This stunning beauty has always been forthright, never holding back her grievances. It is this very candor that Fang Xu both recognizes and admires. The vehicle came to a halt at the Hongguang Grand Hotel, which, in Fang Xu's understanding of Hong Feng, radiated opulence. Undoubtedly a five-star establishment, the lavish decor and the meticulous presence of security personnel, along with the array of luxury cars parked nearby, imparted to Fang Xu a palpable sense of extravagance. Even before stepping inside, he surmised that this hotel must indeed belong to Hong Feng. Once again, reality confirmed Fang Xu's suspicions. Although Hong Feng appeared alone, his impatient tone, while attempting to engage Sun Siki, suggested he had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. "Siki, you certainly have kept me waiting," Hong Feng greeted her, gesturing for her to take a seat while pointing to the vibrant array of delicacies on the table. "Look, these are all your favorites: auspicious fish head, roasted goose, and a plethora of exquisite dishes." "Hong Feng, let us be straightforward. We are not strangers," Sun Siki interjected, cutting off his enthusiastic commentary. Adjusting his shirt, Hong Feng settled down, finally directing his gaze towards the unreserved Fang Xu, who had already taken a seat. "It's been a while, Xiao Fang. Please, don't stand on ceremony. All these dishes are prepared for you. If anything does not suit your palate, I will have the kitchen replace it immediately," Hong Feng said with a smile. "Hong, you are too kind. Today, I owe it to the lady boss, so I shall not hold back," Fang Xu replied, picking up his chopsticks and spinning the circular platter, directly seizing a plump, colorful prawn. Fang Xu's Sun Siki suddenly spoke, glancing at Hong Feng with a slight smile. "Hong Feng, I actually have matters to attend to at my establishment. If you have something to discuss, let us get to the point." This could have been resolved over the phone. Unfazed, Hong Feng shrugged and gestured towards the lavish spread on the round table, encouraging Fang Xu to continue eating. Naturally, Fang Xu would not decline. He couldn't allow Sun Siki's disdain for their esteemed host to leave him feeling awkwardly empty at the table. In contrast, Sun Siki periodically glanced at her phone, urging Hong Feng, "Let us skip to the topic at hand. What collaboration do you wish to discuss?" How could Sun Siki be unaware that Hong Feng was a man motivated solely by profit? Her curiosity was piqued as to why he suddenly sought Fang Xu, revealing a hint of urgency. Yet, Hong Feng did not leave them in suspense. "It's nothing particularly significant. I've heard that your employee at the Treasure Pavilion possesses considerable talent. I'm not trying to poach him. I simply wish to offer him a part-time position with me." "What position?" Fang Xu and Sun Siki spoke in unison. "General manager." With a sudden gasp, Fang Xu choked, his face turning crimson. "General manager?" Fang Xu looked astonished at Hong Feng, then glanced at Sun Siki, who bore a similarly altered expression. "Sister Sun, did I hear that correctly?" Sun Siki raised an eyebrow, her vibrant lips quivering slightly as she smiled at Hong Feng. For reasons unknown, she stood up, adjusting the strap of her dark gold nameplate bag on her shoulder. Sun Siki shook her head, declining the offer. She was acutely aware of her employee's capabilities. "As for you, Hong Feng, I am fully cognizant of the nature of your business. Fang Xu's expertise and experience are in no way comparable to yours. Thus, I believe there is no need for further discussion." Fang Xu felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to interject. Meanwhile, Hong Feng maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. After a brief moment of contemplation, he produced his phone without uttering a word, as if he had uncovered something significant. He directed it towards Fang Xu with a smile, saying, "Fang Xu, take a look at this." Fang Xu accepted the phone, which displayed a high-definition image of a gleaming mine, piled high with or surrounded by well-dressed individuals beaming with exuberance, as if they had prepared for the camera. Each person appeared quite photogenic, exuding the cunning charm typical of business people. Fang Xu harbored suspicions, but refrained from exposing Hong Feng's apparent intention to flaunt his wealth. Instead, he inquired, "Hong Zhong, what does this image signify?" Hong Feng responded with a relaxed smile, unperturbed, "This is my newly acquired mine, something Siki is unaware of. Since Siki's business involves appraising treasures, I thought of you as the perfect candidate to categorize the quality of the ore. This should not prove challenging for you." considering your previous triumphs at the gambling stone venues with the jadeite raw stones from Myanmar. He added, I am well aware of my selection, and while my task may seem straightforward, it requires someone exceptional to execute it. Do you comprehend my intentions? Of course, there's no pressure. You may discuss it with Siki. This role would not conflict with your work at the Treasure Pavilion, and you need not worry about compensation. The more capable you are, the greater your rewards. I adhere to a clear policy of meritocracy with my employees. If you dedicate yourself, I assure you that within a couple of years, you could ascend to become one of the most capitalized young entrepreneurs in this city. Fang Xu felt somewhat lost amidst Hong Feng's extravagant words, which, despite his wealth, lacked substance and clarity. It was evident that Sun Siki wished to minimize any interaction between Fang Xu and Hong Feng. Noticing the growing darkness on Sun Siki's face, Fang Xu contemplated a polite refusal. However, Hong Feng seemed to sense the tension, smirking and snapping his fingers as if struck by a revelation. Oh, I recall now. Fang Xu, the last time I saw you, your relationship with the Bai family's daughter seemed quite amiable. I wasn't mistaken, was I? Fang Xu, relieved that Hong Feng had finally broached a pivotal topic, casually replied, she is my classmate. Little did he know that most businessmen possess a fortitude akin to fortified walls. Otherwise, one could hardly achieve the towering stature of a man like Hong Feng, who wields considerable influence in the financial realm. Fang Xu, displaying no hesitation, nodded affirmatively and remarked, indeed, it would be a waste not to eat. My gratitude to General Manager Hong. Hong Feng acknowledged with a nod, retrieving several takeout containers from beneath the table, indicating that he was well prepared for this encounter. Both Fang Xu and Sun Siki remained unresponsive, with Sun Siki choosing not to elaborate, as she was acutely aware of the nature of Hong Feng's character. Yet, regarding Hong Feng's apparent intent to offer Fang Xu what seemed to be an exceedingly lucrative job, Sun Siki remained steadfast in her belief that matters were far from straightforward. Fang Xu, for his part, exhibited no overt skepticism. He neither accepted nor declined outright. He understood his own needs, which fundamentally revolved around financial gain. Even with a time-reversing watch at his disposal, circumstances dictated that his confidence was not absolute. Thus, Fang Xu sought a bridge to amass wealth. However, he was unfamiliar with Hong Feng, yet there existed a means to evaluate the pros and cons of this situation, namely, by catching. At least, this was Fang Xu's current perspective. Should Hong Feng wish to leverage his position as an intermediary to strengthen ties with the Bai family, Fang Xu would categorically refuse, regardless of Bai Keqing being his classmate. Even if their relationship were to reach a desperate state akin to that of some disheartened individuals during their university days, he would not exploit others to achieve personal gain. This principle had always been central to Fang Xu's beliefs. Therefore, careful consideration was imperative, and undeniably, the photograph on Hong Feng's phone was indicative of considerable wealth and influence. Regardless of Fang Xu's outward composure, internally, he was a tempest of emotions. Upon exiting the hotel, Fang Xu's hands were fully laden. The dishes from the dining table were packed into containers, a gesture he welcomed. Meanwhile, Sun Siki beckoned Hong Feng, who had accompanied them, to pause. Hong Feng, maintaining his composure, surveyed the surroundings and shortly remarked, Siki, allow me to give you a ride. Surely, you don't think I arrived by taxi? Sun Siki responded, waving her pre-prepared car keys with a smile. I'm aware you own a vehicle. It's fine to stop here, as you well know, she continued, referring to the hotel. Sun Siki interjected, with your substantial background, Mr. Hong, we are self-sufficient and would not dream of imposing. Hong Feng showed no signs of discouragement. However, he did not anticipate that Sun Siki would directly link arms with Fang Xu and address the somewhat astonished Hong Feng at the hotel entrance, saying, there is truly no need for the trouble. I express my gratitude on behalf of this rascal. Should he genuinely wish to take on a part-time position with you, I shall support him. Fang Xu found no opportunity to interject, perhaps due to the weight of the 2 large bags he carried, leaving him little energy for conversation. More significantly, he sensed a lack of common ground with the nearly unfamiliar Hong Feng. Allowing Sun Siki to cling to his arm, he felt a hint of awkwardness. Sun Siki, however, tightened her grip on Fang Xu's arm. Seemingly intentional interactions, and under such affectionate gestures, Hong Feng appeared increasingly restless. Siki, you know I mean no harm. I simply wish to have a proper conversation with you. Gazing at Hong Feng's face, which radiated genuine emotion, and confronted by the longing in his eyes, Sun Siki remained unmoved. Nevertheless, she offered a faint smile, pursing her lips as she replied, I do not wish to engage in conversation with you. Rather, it is that I have little of interest to discuss. Hong Feng, undeterred, stepped closer to Sun Siki, fixating on her for several moments. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, he appeared to take good care of himself. His complexion bore no trace of the weariness typically associated with his age. One would expect a self-made man to embody a certain gravitas. Yet Fang Xu did not perceive this. Instead, he thought that if Hong Feng donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he would resemble a youthful educator, quite comparable to the male protagonist in the infamous romantic pursuit involving teacher Wang from their high school years. Previously, Fang Xu had not noticed that Hong Feng was rather handsome, nor could he fathom why Sun Siki had never taken a liking to him. However, as he felt Sun Siki's arm grow increasingly warm, squeezing it painfully, Hong Feng nodded in satisfaction. Observing this, Fang Xu attempted to withdraw, but unable to release Sun Siki's hand, he resignedly said, "Sister Siki, please hand me the car keys. I'll load the items first." Sun Siki did not respond, and instead directed a sharp retort at Hong Feng. "As I mentioned earlier, there is nothing of substance for us to discuss. Perhaps you could articulate your thoughts over the phone. From the very beginning, that has been my position. I truly have matters to attend to at my shop, so there is no need for you to accompany me." With that, she pulled Fang Xu toward the parking lot. Hong Feng stood frozen for a moment, his hand raised, hesitating to speak. After a while, as Fang Xu and Sun Siki's figures vanished into the underground parking garage, the smile on Hong Feng's face stiffened, and he muttered a phrase audible only to himself before turning away. "This affair would not be easily resolved. Ensure that you are adequately prepared, and remember, do not falter. Should anything go awry, be ready to leave at once." Chapter 75. The building is half empty. Sun Siki remained silent, and Fang Xu refrained from initiating conversation. Once inside the car, Fang Xu placed the meticulously packed gourmet delicacies into the trunk, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Who would have thought that such fine goods would be so heavy? My arms are nearly numb from the weight. Sun Siki, however, remained unfazed, and Fang Xu continued. "To be honest, this Hong Zong seems quite generous." Having just been pinched sharply by Sun Siki, he attempted to voice his grievances indirectly, well aware she could read between the lines. "Enough nonsense. Are you not concerned that these might be poisoned? If you're unafraid of death, then eat away." Sun Siki huffed as she started the car. Fang Xu shrugged. "Is it that you harbor such disdain for Hong Zong?" Sun Siki, maintaining her gaze forward, replied coldly. "When faced with an insistent nuisance, you would likely fare no better than I." Fang Xu chuckled ruefully. "Me? Sister Siki, you overestimate me. Setting aside everything else, I am self-aware enough to know that no one would pursue me relentlessly. I will be content simply to receive a glance from a beautiful girl. Bai Keqing, isn't she the belle of your school? Your insatiable desires are quite evident. And I must caution you, men who indulge in fleeting romances often find themselves with nothing but regret, suffering a fate of disgrace and ruin." Sun Siki maintained her serious tone, adding that should she lose her beautiful visage, one might mistake her for a sorrowful widow emerging from the shadows. Indeed, such moments of gravity are rare for her. However, Fang Xu remained unfazed, chuckling nonchalantly. "I understand, but to be disgraced, one must first possess a reputation. I am but an unknown figure, content to follow our beautiful proprietress, performing menial tasks and observing the shop. It brings me joy." The following morning, Fang Xu was unexpectedly greeted by a call from the rotund Hudefa, a situation that caught him off guard. In an effort to maintain the authoritative presence expected of a debtor, Fang Xu steadied his nerves, determined to instill a sense of trepidation in Hudefa from the outset. "Boss Hu, I trust you have made the right decision," he said in a grave tone. To Fang Xu's surprise, Hudefa displayed no particular stance regarding the transfer of shares. He merely responded in a nonchalant manner, "Come to Wanbao Fang," before abruptly hanging up the phone. Fang Xu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the abruptness of the conversation. What leverage does Hudefa still possess to play coy? Fang Xu pondered. Yet, recognizing the request, he resolved to investigate. Perhaps this rotund businessman had come to his senses. After all, promises had been made, and the wager was clear. Opting not to contact Sun Siki, he decided to undertake this venture alone. The route to Wanbao Fang was familiar to Fang Xu. He hailed a taxi and arrived without delay. At this juncture, his financial standing had indeed surpassed the threshold of modest comfort. Yet, having endured a prolonged period of frugality, he found little inclination to indulge in a life of extravagance. It seemed to echo the adage that wealth polarizes. The higher the salary, the greater the joy. The lower the income, the more exhausting the existence. A life of hardship is often interwoven with myriad frustrations, a narrative steeped in sorrowful tears, ineffable in its anguish. Nevertheless, Fang Xu glanced at his watch, realizing that the time he had saved up was ample enough for a brief reprieve of enjoyment. Self-doubt seemed a challenge to maintain. With a confident stride, he approached the meeting, feeling a peculiar significance in his presence, a sensation rich with enticing undertones. If his understanding was correct, he believed he was on the brink of savoring the fruits of success. "Boss, my apologies for the wait. I hope all is well," Fang Xu called out as he stepped through the entrance of Wanbao Fang. Yet, he found no sign of Hu Defa's presence. Uncertain if his greeting had been acknowledged or simply ignored. Bored and restless, Fang Xu began to survey the items within Wanbao Fang. The inventory appeared largely akin to that of the Jinping Pavilion. To the untrained eye, the antiques dazzled with their variety. Yet for someone like Fang Xu, who was well acquainted with the field, it became evident that unless an item was particularly remarkable, it was merely ordinary, even mundane. After inspecting the collection, Fang Xu found nothing to his satisfaction. It seemed Hu Defa's business at Wanbao Fang was rather lackluster, devoid of anything worthy of boasting. Further highlighting the foolishness of Hu Defa's pretentious nature, Fang Xu chuckled to himself. Waiting for Hu Defa to emerge was not an insurmountable task, especially since today proved fortuitous, with neither the school nor the shop demanding his attention. In truth, as Fang Xu surveyed the trinkets within Wanbao Fang, he was formulating his own plans. For instance, regarding the matter of shares, since he was poised to acquire 50% ownership from Hu Defa, the ownership of the items in Wanbao Fang would naturally be intertwined with his own interests, and significantly so. Therefore, he felt no hesitation in indulging himself, carefully examining small, exquisite items and ceramics with great interest. What further solidified Fang Xu's perception of Hu Defa as merely a paper tiger was the fact that the watches he observed were adorned with insignificant specks of treasure light that hardly caught the eye. Indeed, some of these pieces could be dismissed as mere refuse masquerading as antiques, their worth barely sufficient to advance the hands of time by mere seconds. It was clear to Fang Xu that such items did not merit his attention. Curiously, he called out for Hu Defa, yet the corpulent figure of the man did not appear. Behind a front desk, a staircase led to the second floor. Fang Xu raised his voice once more, but silence prevailed. The upper level was conspicuously empty, suggesting it had recently been cleared out, with hardly a speck of dust visible and numerous scratches marring the deep brown wooden floor. All indications pointed to the presence of larger items having been here not long ago. Fang Xu was puzzled by Hu Defa's intentions. He had summoned him, yet now he was nowhere to be found. It struck him that, upon entering, he had overlooked the peculiarities of Wanbao Fang, a venue dedicated to the showcasing of high-value antiques, being left wide open during daylight hours without a single attendant. As this realization dawned on him, Fang Xu instinctively understood Hu Defa's intentions and hurriedly made his way towards the exit. Just as he was about to flee, a figure appeared outside, blocking the path of the now flushed Fang Xu. He halted abruptly, recognizing the newcomer as Hu Defa. Yet behind him, several others followed, all dressed uniformly and donning white gloves, approximately 5 or 6 in number, their gray short-sleeve shirts boldly emblazoned with the words XX Moving Company. Fang Xu's heart settled slightly. They were merely movers. However, recalling the earlier scene on the upper floor, anxiety tightened his chest once more. Was Hu Defa truly preparing to abscond with the funds? Voicing his suspicions, Fang Xu watched as Hu Defa gestured for the movers to commence their work, then entered the premises with a mournful air. Casting a furtive glance around, Hu Defa's demeanor appeared despondent as he began to sigh heavily. Fang Xu, noticing this, inquired with a smirk, "Boss Hu, have your business dealings soured? Are you truly facing bankruptcy? Or is this all just a performance for my benefit? I assure you, I am not easily swayed by theatrics." Hu Defa did not spare Fang Xu a glance, speaking in a tone that seemed to oscillate between soliloquy and dialogue. "For many years, Wanbei Fang has been in operation. While I cannot claim to have amassed a fortune, I can affirm that I have maintained a respectable standing in the business world, without losing face. Alas, how unfortunate it is." Fang Xu, still quite naive, was adamant that regardless of the business's performance, his share must not be diminished. He boldly broke the silence, asking, "How do you intend to settle the previous wager?" Hu Defa shook his head, offering a melancholic smile. "As for the shares, my word holds no weight. You must seek the new shareholders of this establishment." "What?" Fang Xu's anxiety surged instantly. Hu Defa's words clearly indicated an intention to play a cruel trick on him, and Fang Xu was not naive enough to trust this hefty man. Frowning, He adopted a tone resembling a warning during the transfer of shares. Do you dare to sell the shop? Are you legally ignorant? Or am I simply foolish? Hu Defa, deflated, resembled a punctured balloon. Fang Xu's relentless questioning was nearly aggressive. Yet Hu Defa refrained from further explanations. His demeanor exuded helplessness and despair, embodying the face of a fish that had lost its will to live. Having seen the harsh realities of the world. Naturally, Fang Xu was disinclined to waste further words, but Hu Defa remained fixated on the topic at hand. His repeated insistence on seeking the new shareholders continued, asserting that any legal matters should be directed to them, as they were of no concern to him. In a fit of anger, Fang Xu nearly uttered a harsh threat. You must be joking, Hu Defa. Hu Defa merely shook his head in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xu managed to temper his temper, scrutinizing Hu Defa for even the slightest hint of emotion on his face. Who was the new shareholder? Fang Xu Inguit,